Introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we bring you The Late Edwina Black. The time is the turn of the century. The locale, a double-storied cottage in the country. It is the home of Gregory Black, a schoolmaster, whose rich invalid wife has just died. In fact, our play begins on the night before the funeral of the late Edwina Black, and the dramatic events are precipitated with the arrival of Henry Martin at the somber, dimly lit house of mourning. This gripping play by William Dinner and William Morum has been adapted and produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Fiona Bonnell. And now, Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, The Late Edwina Black.
Quite catch your name, sir.
Martin, ma'am. Henry Martin.
I don't think the master will see you today. This is a house of mourning, you know.
I'm sorry.
He's out for his constitutional in any case. Would you like to see Miss Graham?
Miss Graham?
She was the mistress's companion, sir.
I have to see Mr. Black himself, ma'am.
Couldn't you come back after the funeral tomorrow?
I'm afraid my business is about the funeral.
Oh, you're from the undertaker's. Why didn't you say? You can sit down if you like.
Thank you.
No, not there, if you please. That was her chair, Mrs. Black's. My poor Miss Edwina's. No one else ever sat there in her lifetime and shouldn't do now. Death can be very tragic, Mr. Martin, especially for those who are left, for those who loved her.
Yes, indeed. Are you staying in service here, ma'am?
Oh, why shouldn't I? It was her house. I was with her ever since she was 21, and no servant ever had a better mistress, nor a more stylish and graceful one. Did you know all her clothes came from Paris?
They say she was a fashionable old lady.
Old? She wasn't old. She had the figure of a girl of 20. Oh, she loved that wind bell. She used to say it was like her laughter when she was young. It was, too. Now she's lying up there, just waiting to be buried.
How is your master taking it?
Quite well, thank you.
I've no doubt his schoolmastering keeps him from brooding. I'll just tell my cabby not to wait, if you'll excuse me, ma'am.
You'll have to walk back to the village if you do.
Oh, that's all right, ma'am.
Who was it, Helen?
Oh, someone to see the master about the funeral, Miss Lisa.
He's taking a longer walk than usual tonight.
Oh, that must be him now, Miss Lisa.
Oh, yes.
There's a Mr. Martin called to see you, sir, about the funeral. He'll be back again in a little while. I'll be in the kitchen if you want me.
Lisa, I see your dress has arrived.
Yes.
The first dress I've given you.
And it's black. I hate black. I long for colour, rich, exciting colour. I seem to have worn dull, drab things all my life. Now the first dress you give me, black. Gregory, I don't want to go to her funeral. I can't bear the idea.
It'll be over in an hour at the most.
She had so many friends. They'll all be there. What will they be thinking and saying about us?
You mustn't let it worry you. We're not staying in this house much longer. In a month or two, we'll be in Italy.
Yes. Sometimes I can scarcely believe we'll never hear her knocking on the floor of her room again. Never hear her sharp voice. Never have that feeling of guilt when we look at her.
Oh, I love you, Lisa.
Gregory, no. Only when we get to Italy will I believe she's really dead. I found a wonderful picture of Menaggio in the travel booklets from Mr. Long the other day. Shall I show it to you?
Not now.
But it's here, on the desk.
We must remember Ellen. Who's that, I wonder?
The gentleman I told you about, sir, Mr. Martin.
Good evening, sir. I hope you'll pardon this late call, but my business is urgent.
It's certainly rather late. Won't you sit down? Oh, this is Miss Graham.
Good evening, miss.
Good evening.
What do you wish to see me about, Mr. Martin?
It's a delicate matter, sir.
Shall I leave?
No. You can speak in front of my secretary, Mr. Martin.
I believe you've just lost your good lady, Mrs. Edwina Black.
The funeral takes place tomorrow.
Please accept my sympathy, sir.
Thank you.
I understand the lady was ill for some time.
About 6 months. Why do you ask?
It now appears that Dr. Prendergast is worried about your wife's death certificate and regrets having signed it.
What?
He is dissatisfied with the apparent cause of death. Therefore, I've come to ask you to delay the funeral.
Who are you to interfere like this?
I'm a police officer, Miss Graham. I've been sent here to discover the cause of Mrs. Black's death. You see, Dr. Prendergast speaks of certain symptoms which now strike him as strange.
Surely you're not suggesting that my wife died by other than natural causes?
Let's say the suggestion will always be there unless the matter is cleared up.
But if you stop the funeral, the whole village will gossip.
I'm afraid there's no other course left, miss. A pathologist's report, though, should ease everybody's mind.
But this is an intolerable situation. What excuse can I give the vicar, the undertaker?
Leave all that to me, sir. The burial can take place following the post-mortem, possibly the day after tomorrow.
But this may start the most terrible rumors.
It's to stop any rumors that we must have the post-mortem, sir. I'll just get my hat. I left it here on the desk. What's this? Touring booklets? You're planning to go abroad, sir?
A holiday.
From London? No, very good. Well, I'll be off. Expect I'll have the report through by Thursday.
You'll keep me informed, I suppose.
I'll come at once, sir. Good night.
Good night, Inspector. My apologies if I've taken the matter rather badly.
But you haven't, sir. You've taken it very well indeed. Good night, miss.
Good night.
That stupid fool of a doctor.
I knew it. I knew Edwina would stop us.
But how can she stop us, Lisa? Now, do be reasonable.
I'm frightened.
But why?
I don't know, but you're frightened too.
Nonsense. Why should I be frightened? Edwina died a natural death.
Yes, but can't you see how she's stopping us from going away? She might almost still be here, laughing at us, telling us we can't escape her.
Lisa, control yourself. Everything will be cleared up in a few days. In the meantime, we must carry on as though Inspector Martin and the whole of Scotland Yard didn't exist. Now, let's get down to business. I've had a letter from the bank asking for Edwina's passbook. Could you get it for me, please?
It's in her room. I hate going there now.
But she's dead, Lisa. Can't you get that into your head? Edwina is dead.
Is she?
Mr. Martin, you've been in and out of Miss Edwina's room at least 20 times this morning.
And you're quite sure you've moved nothing from it, Ellen?
I most certainly am. Apart from the things you took away the other day, that is.
My good lady always says I need telling everything 10 times over.
She asked for it, marrying a policeman.
Good morning, Miss Graham.
Good morning, Inspector. I expect you want to see Mr. Black. I imagine he must have gone down to the village.
I've no doubt he'll be back shortly. Well, if you'll excuse me, ladies, I'll go upstairs again.
Better keep an eye on him, Miss Lisa. He's forever disarranging things upstairs.
Oh, I'm glad you're back early, Gregory. The inspector's here, upstairs.
Oh. Did he say anything?
No.
But the post-mortem was held 3 days ago. The funeral the day before yesterday. Surely he knows the result by now. Why didn't you ask him?
I'm only your secretary. It isn't easy for me to ask. Why don't you go up and ask him now?
Yes. No, it might look odd, my being so anxious.
Oh, it's your laundry, Miss Lisa. She starched the colours a bit better this week.
Thank you, Ellen.
Oh, I'll have that cloth for the plant table. I can change it now.
Mrs. Smith hasn't washed it very well.
Oh, you mean this stain? Oh, she can't move it, she said. That's the master's fault. It was all muddy when he gave it to me the morning Miss Edwina died.
Then throw the wretched thing away.
I couldn't do that. Miss Edwina brought it back from Paris.
Hush, Ellen. Inspector.
Good morning, Inspector.
Morning, sir.
I'll get along with the lunch. For two.
Just a moment, Ellen. I understand that you acted as nurse to your mistress. And a very good nurse, I imagine you were, too.
At the end, we got in a proper nurse, Mrs. Bloom, but I did my best, sir, for as long as I was needed.
I'm sure of it. And you were responsible for carrying out the doctor's instructions, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
For example, you saw that Mrs. Black had her medicine without fail.
Of course, sir.
You never forgot once?
No, sir.
Then we have a little mystery to solve. Because the post-mortem revealed no traces of medicine at all. You ought to know better than to lie to the police, Ellen. Yes?
I tried to make her take it, sir, but she never would. She'd just pour it away. Once she ruined a bottle of toilet water by pouring the medicine into that. She made me promise not to tell the doctor or anyone.
An obstinate invalid. I see. Well, that solved my little mystery. So I'll not keep you any longer, Ellen, from preparing your lunch for two.
Yes, sir.
Now, the mystery has been solved to your satisfaction. I hope we've heard the end of this affair.
The end, sir? Oh, I'm afraid it's more like the beginning. You see, we have discovered arsenic in your wife's body.
Are you suggesting that my wife died of poisoning?
That would be the inference, yes.
Prendergast must have made an error in his dispensary.
But you heard your housekeeper say your wife never took her medicine.
She might have had one dose.
One dose would make her ill, but it wouldn't kill her. Besides, I've traced all the medicine bottles, found them in the local dust tip. The bottles contain nothing but harmless medicine.
But if arsenic was found in her body, how did it get there?
That's what I'm here to find out. I found a tin of weed killer in your greenhouse, sir. I understand you ordered it from the general store on the 2nd of November. It was delivered that afternoon.
Yes, I did order some.
The particular brand you ordered contains a high percentage of arsenic. I see the tin has been used, sir.
We've always used weed killer on the gravel path.
Do you mean Mrs. Black was accidentally poisoned by the weed killer, Inspector?
We'll hope, accidentally, Miss Graham.
Then, have you considered that perhaps my wife... Well, I hardly know how to put this.
Suicide, you mean? No, sir. No, impossible. How could she have risen and gone to the greenhouse where you kept the stuff? The doctor says your wife couldn't stand on her feet.
That's true. She was too ill.
And nobody in their senses would take the tin up to her, would they?
Of course not.
Now, what about the housekeeper?
Ellen? Oh, but she was devoted to Mrs. Black.
Old ladies have been known to do strange things sometimes.
Oh, but not Ellen. The idea's ridiculous.
Do you think the old lady had a motive, sir?
I know she was left a small annuity, but Ellen wouldn't do anyone an injury to get it.
Exactly, sir. The motive isn't large enough.
You mean Mr. Black has a larger motive since he will inherit the fortune?
I don't mean anything. Yet.
There's another possibility, of course. Mrs. Bloom, who nursed Mrs. Black for several weeks.
I hadn't forgotten Mrs. Bloom.
Mr. Black dismissed her for thieving, and she said something at the time about paying him back for it. She might have done it to get Mr. Black into trouble.
Do you sincerely believe that, miss?
No, I don't.
Now, if you would be so good, miss, I'd like to know something about Mrs. Black's daily routine.
Very simple. Oh, that is, after she took to her bed about 5 months ago. Every morning at 8 o'clock, I'd help her wash and brush her hair. Then Ellen would bring her breakfast tray at about 8:30. At 10 o'clock, Mrs. Black would give us our orders for the day. In my case, letters or a little shopping. I used to read to her every afternoon. And then, after a light dinner, when Mr. Black would come up to sit with her, I would leave.
How did Mrs. Black call anyone when she wanted attention?
She'd knock on the floor with her stick. Her room was directly above this one.
Mr. Black, did your wife ever take any wine?
She used to, before her illness, but Dr. Prendergast absolutely forbade it.
No stimulants. Yes, I see. Did she have anything to drink apart from tea and so on?
Ellen used to take a cup of warm milk to her every morning, about 11.
Did she take it up the morning in question, miss? The morning Mrs. Black died?
No. It was I who took it up that day.
About the weed killer. Is the greenhouse locked at night?
Yes, but the key is kept hanging in the hall.
Now I want you to think hard. Can you recall who was last in the greenhouse on the night before your wife died?
Yes, I remember distinctly. It was Ellen.
And yet Ellen told me it was Miss Graham here who watered some plants.
Did you, Miss Graham?
I must have done, if Ellen says so.
Was the tin of weed killer in the usual place on the shelf?
I can't remember.
You can't remember? Well, I don't think there's anything else at the moment. I'm sorry we've delayed you from taking your holiday, sir. You're going to Italy, aren't you, sir?
Yes.
Yes, I saw those travel books from Lunds on your desk. I must say, the date on them puzzled me.
Why?
To have sent for them 5 weeks in advance of your wife's death seems somewhat pessimistic.
I ordered those booklets because I had intended traveling so often during the past few years.
But you didn't order them, sir. Miss Graham did. So you intend going alone, sir?
Why do you ask?
Oh, just curiosity, sir. Well, I'll be back tomorrow morning, should either of you require me.
Why should we require you, Inspector?
Oh, well, you may just discover something I've overlooked. Good day.
I wonder what Inspector Martin meant by overlooked before he left this morning.
I don't know, my dear. You really must try not to think about it all the time.
Are you as calm as you pretend?
Yes, of course I am. Lisa, come and sit beside me. What is it?
I heard something.
But we're alone in the house. I sent Ellen to the vicarage.
Sure, I heard a sound upstairs.
It's only your imagination.
You remember how she would knock on the floor, beginning softly, and thumping more and more?
You must forget her, Lisa. She's gone now. She can't hurt us anymore.
That was the door of her room. She's clinging to the house she loved.
Her door is locked. Ellen must have left the box room door open. I'll go and see.
No, don't leave me.
You're trembling.
Oh, my nerves have been dreadful since Inspector Martin came here.
You've no reason to be nervous of him. You've nothing to conceal.
Oh, it's silly of me. I'm sorry. After all, we've done nothing wrong. The pathologist has made an error, that's all. How could she have died of poisoning? Who would want to poison her? Mrs. Bloom? Ellen? Why should they? And who else is left?
Nobody but us.
But we know we didn't. So that's that.
Lisa?
Yes?
What made you send for those travel booklets?
I've often sent for such things. You know I've always wanted to travel.
Yes.
What are you thinking?
Why did you send for them so early?
You're looking at me as though you were the inspector. As if I was lying.
I only meant it must have seemed odd to Martin. You're sending for the booklets weeks before Edwina's death.
I think you mean you found it odd, Gregory.
You're twisting my words.
You're thinking that... Surely it's not possible.
She was in our way, wasn't she? And because you loved me... Lisa, did you? If you did, I'll understand. I love you, but I must know.
Do you really think I would murder? Yes, I can see you do. Supposing I confess I did kill her.
Well, no, it wouldn't make any difference to my love for you.
Are you sure, Gregory? Would you ever really forget? While I was in your arms, wouldn't you see me stealing from the greenhouse, a small tin in my hands, waiting and listening until it was time for a milk?
Oh, don't say that, Lisa, please.
You see? Oh, Gregory, how can you accuse me? How can you?
Edwina was poisoned. There's no question about that. But I've got to know who did it.
I swear to you, it wasn't me.
Forgive me, Lisa.
No. Don't touch me.
I've hurt you. Forgive me.
Ellen can never come back in all this rain.
Please forgive me.
Huh. She hasn't watered the azalea again. Quite dry.
I didn't know what I was saying.
Gregory, what was it Ellen said this morning about the cloth under the azalea?
I don't remember.
I do. She said you gave her the cloth on the morning of Edwina's death. But I don't remember seeing the azalea here before then. Did you bring it to the house the morning of her death?
I forget. Why?
Because if you did, it proves you were in the greenhouse after me.
Lisa, we must stop this. Don't you realize what we're doing to each other? It's this house. It's alive with malice.
Edwina is alive.
Only in our minds.
What do we know, the dead or what happens after death? How do we know that at any moment she may not walk quietly down those stairs, smiling as she used to?
Lisa, stop thinking about her. We know we didn't kill her, either of us. Trust me, my darling. Surely you can trust me.
Oh, I wonder what would have happened if we had told Edwina about us.
That would have been the most dreadful scene. I would have been made to resign from school.
Yes. You have no money. And Edwina was so rich.
Oh, Lisa, don't.
But why did you bring in the plant in that morning?
The house was so bleak and dark. The azalea looked so cheerful.
And you knew that Edwina was leaving you her money.
Lisa, you must stop.
But if the pathologist made no mistake, what is the answer?
I don't know.
Look. It's going out.
Oh, well, they must have forgotten to fill the registry again.
Oh, light the other lamp.
Where are the matches?
On the chiffonier by the candle. Gregory? Where are you? Why don't you answer me? Gregory!
Lisa, I can smell her perfume. I swear I can.
She's in this house.
No, it's not possible.
Her perfume. I can smell it too.
There. I've got the second lamp going.
Oh, Gregory.
Stop it, Lisa. Stop it, do you hear?
Their embroidery silk. The perfume is clinging to the silk she was using on that altar cloth she was making. Ellen brought them down for me to sort earlier up.
Shall we never stop being reminded of her?
Not in this house.
Shall we have some coffee?
I'm afraid there isn't any.
What happened to those 6 tins I got? What does Ellen do with it all?
Ellen? You should say Mrs. Bloom.
I should have prosecuted the woman. I was far too lenient. I told you I saw her take a brooch from Edwina's jewel box and put it in the pocket of her coat on the very morning Edwina died.
No, you didn't tell me.
Oh, I thought I had. Probably forgot. So much happened afterwards.
But you were in the sick room only twice. At 10 o'clock when I was there with Mrs. Bloom, and not again until Ellen called you to the bedside at 12.
What of it?
If you saw Mrs. Bloom in her cloak, then she was leaving the house at 11:30 as usual, after I gave Edwina the milk and before Ellen called you at 12.
The explanation's quite simple. Edwina was dead when I went up to her room at 11:30.
Dead?
Yes, dead. Don't you believe me?
No. Gregory, you killed her, and you have destroyed every hope we ever had.
But I'm innocent. You have to believe me. Look, here's Edwina's Bible. I swear to you, I did not kill my wife. How could you imagine I could kill anyone? Lisa, what's the matter?
Can you hear it? Her stick. She's tapping with her stick. She's coming down here.
Ellen.
All right, miss.
When did you get back, Ellen? What are you doing with that stick?
Stick, sir? I just went up to fetch it. You promised it to the vicar's wife as a keepsake from Miss Edwina. Don't you remember, sir?
Oh, yes.
I'm afraid I forgot it when I went down with the altar cloth earlier.
We didn't know you were back.
Oh, I got home just before the rain started, so I went up to Miss Edwina's room for the stick. I've been sitting there ever since, remembering her. It was so very quiet and peaceful. We never set her clock again, sir. That's why it was so quiet.
You shouldn't have come down like that. You startled us.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I know I shouldn't have sat there so long, but time just slipped by. What with the clock still standing at 12. Just as we stopped it the morning she lay dying. Do you remember how still and peaceful it was in the room when we did that, sir?
That's enough, Ellen. You may go now.
Very well, sir.
The old fool.
Then Edwina was alive when you went into her room at 11:30. She only died at 12. What were you doing in that missing half hour?
If you loved me, you wouldn't talk like that.
Would you tell the inspector about your visit to the sick room?
You really want me to do that?
An innocent man would.
I'm rather stupid, haven't I? You want me to shoulder the blame for her death because you're afraid of the police. Yes, you want me to be guilty.
Gregory!
You poisoned her because you've always wanted to be the mistress of a large establishment. You killed my wife for it, and now you want me to take the blame.
Stop!
I would do anything to gain your end. I believe you'd poison me. You could poison the coffee. That would make it easier for you, now that everything's gone wrong.
Easier for me?
You could say I'd committed suicide because I'd murdered my wife. Was afraid now the police were making inquiries. You'd be safe if they thought that would be all.
I'm not trying to poison you. But no doubt you want me to swear that on the Bible, too.
Yes.
Well, you can save your breath. I've no intention of doing it. Wait a minute. This isn't Edwina's Bible at all. It's a Latin primer.
I thought it was her Bible.
You knew it wasn't. Were you afraid to swear on her Bible because you knew you were going to tell a lie?
No.
You did kill her. You told me lie after lie.
I won't have you say that, do you hear?
You shout at me. I'm not one of your schoolboys.
You're trying to dominate me as she did.
I should have known that a man who was capable of living on his wife's money was capable of anything.
That's not true. I have my own salary.
Your salary never paid for your servants, your luxuries, your expensive clothes.
You can say that to me after making love to me.
You made love to me.
Indeed, then I succeeded very easily.
I didn't mean to do that.
No, I will tell you why I lied and said Edwina was dead when I went up to the sick room. When I went up at 11:30, Edwina told me that you wanted to get rid of her. She said she was sure the cup of milk was poisoned.
Why did you tell such a lie?
I realize now that she was trying to make trouble between us.
And she knew about us?
Yes. You'd always comforted yourself by saying that Edwina never knew. I didn't want to take that comfort from you.
Gregory. Oh, Gregory, to consider my feelings like that.
I loved you.
Oh, Gregory, I've been such a blind fool. Oh, forgive me.
Oh, I do.
Oh.
Now, come. Come, this calls for a grand gesture. We'll drink to Italy, Lisa.
Oh, you know I never touch port.
Well, you're going to touch it this time. I don't argue, my love. The toast is Italy. Here you are.
Yes. Let's drink to the Bella Vista, the Adriatic, the sunlight.
We're going to be happy at last. It'll be the end of worry for both of us.
Then drink to it, Gregory. Gregory, why aren't you drink...
Who's there? Lisa? Is that you?
Yes.
But Ellen told me you were too ill to leave your room.
I am ill. That's strength enough to come down to be here when the inspector arrives. You know he's coming, don't you?
I hadn't forgotten.
This time I shall tell him the truth. I shall tell him you murdered your wife and then attempted to poison me. You realize that pork was poisoned, don't you?
Yes.
I think I loved you.
Here's the inspector now. You'll be able to denounce me, Lisa. You're clever enough to make him believe you.
Oh, you're up, miss. And I was just telling the inspector.
Good day, sir. Good day, Miss Graham.
Good day.
I hear you've been ill. I'm sorry.
I am ill, Inspector, but not as dangerously as I might have been.
I'm pleased to hear it, miss.
Inspector, Mr. Black has something to tell you.
Have you, sir? Well, there's just one question I want to ask Miss Graham first, and then we'll hear what it is. Now, miss, I want you to cast your mind back to last April. You went to the village and called in at the chemist for some toilet soap and tooth powder. Now, can you remember buying anything else?
Of course I can't remember. So long ago. Inspector, you will see that all this is a waste of time when you hear what Mr. Black has to say.
I think it was about the second week in April.
Oh, never mind April. Last night I was nearly killed.
Really, miss?
I was given a glass of pork from that bottle. It was poisoned.
Indeed. How do you know?
Because I was violently sick after being given a glass of it by Mr. Black.
It was harmless as far as I knew. I'd poured myself a glass as well.
You didn't drink yours.
It was only sheer chance that I didn't. I'm afraid, Inspector, I must tell you that in my opinion, Miss Graham poisoned that port herself. She took just enough to become ill and to make me look guilty when she accused me of murder.
That's a very serious charge.
He knows I didn't poison it, Inspector.
Now, you each had a glass and only one of you drank. Where is the untouched glass?
Ellen threw it away.
When did you last have a glass of port?
Not for several weeks.
And you, miss?
I've never had a glass before in this house.
So, bearing in mind that Ellen is teetotal and Mrs. Black forbidden to drink, this bottle would have been in the cupboard for some time.
Yes.
Then how is it that when I made inquiries at your wine merchant, I learnt that a large number of bottles of port came into this house regularly during the last 6 months, sir?
I knew nothing about it.
And you can't throw any light on it either, miss?
No.
Then we'd better ask the housekeeper.
I'll ring for her.
Thank you, miss.
But this is a complete waste of time, Inspector. Mr. Black poisoned his wife and then tried to poison me.
And what motive would you give Mr. Black for doing this?
He knew he was going to inherit her money.
But that's not strictly true, miss. I visited Mrs. Black's solicitor this morning. I believe he's due here tomorrow for the reading of the will. He told me a most interesting fact. That you, miss, inherit half of Mrs. Black's fortune.
I?
Did she ever say anything to you about it?
She did say once that she'd make me wealthy. I thought it was only one of her jokes.
But you never told me. Now, you see, Inspector, there is a motive.
But you have a motive too, sir. Wonder what's keeping Ellen.
Oh, I'll ring again.
I hope you won't mind my saying so, miss, but you have very attractive hands. Beats me how you ladies keep your hands so white. One of those feminine secrets, I suppose.
You rang, sir.
The Inspector wishes to ask you a question, Ellen.
It's about the port, ma'am.
Well, I'm teetotal, as I told you, sir, so I can't help, can I?
Oh, but I think you can, ma'am. A considerable amount of port has come into this house lately, and I'm trying to discover what has happened to it. Did you ever give the late Mrs. Black any?
Why, Dr. Prendergast strictly forbid it.
But you never took any notice of the doctor, ma'am. You admitted to me that Mrs. Black never took her medicine, that she used to pour it away.
Well, that was different, sir.
Ellen, you can go to prison for telling lies, you know. Have you ever seen this bottle before?
I found it in Miss Edwina's room the morning she died. She used to hide it away from the doctor. I brought it down and put it in that cupboard.
So you did give Mrs. Black port? A lot of it?
She used to crave it, sir. It brought the colour back into her cheeks and made her feel better.
You came into an annuity by her death, Ellen. I suggest you might have tampered with this last bottle of port.
You mean? Oh, what a wicked thing to say. As if I'd harm her. Besides, Mr. Black knew she was having the port, sir.
That will be all. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Mr. Black, why did you tell me your wife did not have any stimulants during her illness?
I didn't want anyone to realize that I had to give in to her about everything.
You gave her the port, knowing it was dangerous in her condition?
What did he care about that? It was simply an easy method of giving her the weed killer. He was in the greenhouse after me. He brought in that azalea. What other evidence do you need?
If only it were as simple as that, miss. You see, we analyzed the weed killer. Less than half of it is composed of pure arsenic, which would dissolve in liquid. The rest is like sand and will not dissolve in anything. Now look at this bottle. You see, the wine is quite clear.
Then this bottle does not contain weed killer.
No, sir, no. Because, you see, Mrs. Black was not poisoned by weed killer.
Don't understand.
You will, miss, you will. Now we come to that little purchase you made in April again. Apart from soap and tooth powder, you also bought a certain preparation which is quite fashionable nowadays. So I think it was for your hands, miss.
Yes. I bought something to whiten the hands. A powder which I had to dissolve in water.
Exactly, miss. Oh, the chemist ought never to have sold it to you. But I suppose they're very lax in these country districts. You see, that powder was pure White. Arsenic.
Arsenic? But I never knew. I swear I never knew.
Now, you ordered a second packet in June. A packet which Mr. Black collected for you.
I don't remember anything about it.
Yes. It was the time Ellen was in bed with a cold, and you said you'd get it for me on your way back from school.
Oh, yes. Miss Graham told me to fetch the preparation. I just gave it to her.
Now, miss, did you use all that packet on your hands?
No.
Where is the remainder?
In my room.
It's not there now.
Well, then I must have mislaid it.
You mislaid it, eh? That's a pity. Because the remainder of that packet killed Mrs. Black.
No.
Did you always keep that preparation in the packet?
Yes.
Yes, I ask because the chemist says he suggested it should be in a container, as long exposure to air would discolor it. He said he generally told his customers this.
That's right, Inspector. I remember telling Miss Graham that she ought to do it when I gave her the second packet.
Oh, yes, I remember now. But I never bothered about it.
But you did bother, because I saw the stuff in a silver bowl.
Where did you see it?
I can't remember.
Where is it now?
I don't know.
Do you know, miss?
Oh, how can I? I've never seen it.
I must confess I find myself at a loss. Both of you stand to inherit a considerable sum of money. Both of you had access to arsenic. Miss Graham mislays a quantity of it, which later poisoned your wife in a drink, possibly from this bottle of port. A silver bowl, which may or may not contain arsenic, and which would or would not reveal traces of this, is missing. If we could find the bowl, we could verify one or other of the conflicting stories. But since we can't find it, I shall have to ask you both to accompany me to London, where we can go into the affair a little more deeply.
You mean you're arresting us?
Let us rather say that you've been called in for further questioning. Right, it'll be a cold journey up, so with your permission, sir, I think it would be a good idea if we had some tea before we left. I'll tell the housekeeper.
So, you've won, Lisa. No matter what he says, they'll arrest us when we get there. Charge us with murder.
Why don't you admit that you stole the arsenic from my room and put it into the port?
I never even knew it was arsenic.
Neither did I.
What's the good of arguing? Unless one of us confesses, they'll believe we did it together.
I feel between us watching it all.
Yes. It's as though we're bound together by her death. We can't escape her. There's one thing we can do. We can run away now, at once. If we get abroad, it'll be all right. There must be somewhere in the world where they couldn't find us.
Oh, what would our life be like? Living in shabby hotels, afraid to go out into the sun, starting an alarm when anyone knocked on the door. And Edwina would be with us. Always.
Mr. Martin tells me you're going to London with him, sir.
That's right, Ellen.
About the house, sir?
Oh, you can see to that.
Yes, the train is at 10:30. That gives us plenty of time. I hope you'll excuse the liberty in your kitchen, Ellen, but the kettle boils, so I made the tea. Now, where shall we have the tray?
Oh, over there will do. Oh, but you've the wrong cups.
Have I now? Never mind. Now, Miss Graham, do you take sugar?
One, please.
And you, sir? One or two?
One.
One. Now, Ellen, you'll have a cup with us too, won't you? I'm sure you'd like plenty of sugar.
Oh, thank you, sir.
This is a very attractive sugar bowl, isn't it? I like the way the designers entwined the letters E.B. with the pattern of the leaves. Your wife's initials, of course.
Obviously.
Where did you get that, sir?
The sugar bowl.
You didn't find that in the kitchen?
Where else would I find it? Under some bushes in the garden?
But you put some in my tea.
Sugar, do you mean, Ellen?
It wasn't sugar.
Heavens. It was arsenic.
You put it in my tea.
I've done nothing of the kind, ma'am. But I suggest that you put it in Mrs. Black's port.
I only gave her milk. No, they did it. The two of them. They were the ones who wanted to get rid of poor Miss Edwina.
But you threw the bowl away, Ellen.
They asked me to throw it away.
It's a lie, Inspector.
When did they ask you to throw it away?
The day after Miss Edwina died.
But how did you know that the contents were poisonous?
I guessed it.
No, ma'am, you did not. I suggest you knew it was poison because you'd already given it to Mrs. Black in her port.
But why should I harm her? I loved her. I loved her, I tell you.
I suggest you stole the hand preparation from Miss Graham's room and put it into the bottle of port before you took it up to your mistress.
I didn't steal it. I didn't. Miss Edwina asked me to get it. It was she, Miss Edwina, who put it in the silver bowl.
And then you poisoned her.
I tell you, I didn't poison herself. She poisoned herself.
Poisoned herself?
Yes. Yes.
Try to be calm and tell us the rest, Ellen. Just before Miss Edwina died, she told me she'd taken some of the stuff. I was beside myself with grief, but she told me she'd done it because of them. They'd made her so unhappy she didn't want to live anymore. She begged me not to tell anyone and to throw the bowl away. It was your duty to tell. You knew that Mr. Black and Miss Graham might be accused of her death if you didn't. No more than they deserve. They'd hurt her so cruelly, and I was going to let them suffer in return. That's what I promised, Miss Edwina. And now you've tricked me into telling you, and everybody'll know. They mustn't. Miss Edwina'd never forgive me. I don't care what you do to me, but nobody must know about Miss Edwina killing herself. You mustn't tell them, please. You mustn't tell anyone. Now, ma'am, you calm yourself. We'll go and have a little talk, Ellen, shall we?
Nobody will say anything against her.
I remember it was Edwina who recommended that I should buy the preparation for my hands. She must have known it was arsenic. Edwina was the only one who did know.
She meant to hang us. She knew she had to die, so she schemed to use her death against us.
Ellen's quieter now. She'll be all right. I hope you forgive the rather clumsy ruse of the sugar bowl, but there was no other way out of it.
Can't understand, though. Ellen said the poison was in the milk, and yet I became ill when I drank from the bottle of...
If you remember, Mrs. Black had the habit of pouring away her nasty medicine anywhere to get rid of it. This bottle of port happened to be handy, so she popped the medicine into that.
But I became ill, Inspector.
Well, of course, miss. You took an overdose of Mrs. Black's medicine, a wine glass neat, and in your overwrought condition.
Just medicine. And all the suspicions we built.
Yes, sir, yes. We human beings are very open to suggestion. In the dark, an overcoat hanging on a door becomes a monster, and medicine grows into deadly poison.
And Edwina was behind everything. Edwina.
Can we blame the poor sick lady entirely, miss? She couldn't have succeeded as far as she did unless...
Unless what, Inspector?
The ground has to be fertile, sir, if the seed is to flourish. Well, I'll be off. You'll be hearing from us shortly, sir, should we decide to prosecute Ellen. And now, good night to you both.
Do you realize, Lisa, that we're free now?
Free? No, Gregory. Edwina's won, hasn't she? She succeeded in parting us. Even after her death, she's managed to part us.
But our love...
Our love. Oh, what a shoddy, tawdry thing it turned out to be. We suspected and accused each other. I'll go upstairs and pack now.
You're leaving me?
Yes.
We could try again, couldn't we?
Could we live together? Love each other without remembering the dreadful things we said? I could not.
We know each other now. We really know each other. We have no romantic illusions left. It's true, only ourselves, our real selves.
I am leaving, Gregory.
If you leave me now, I shall be alone. Alone with Edwina.
I shall leave tonight.
No, please don't. Lisa!
You have just heard The Late Edwina Black by William Dinner and William Morum. The part of Gregory Black was played by John Hayter, and as Lisa Graham you heard Elaine Lee. Tony Jay was Inspector Martin, and Ellen was played by Patricia Saunders. The Late Edwina Black was adapted for radio and produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Fiona Bonnell. Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. Tonight we bring you The Rose Without a Thorn, a romantic and dramatic play by Clifford Bax. It is the story of beautiful young Catherine Howard, who became the fifth and greatly loved wife of King Henry VIII. It is also the story of court jealousies and intrigues, of gossiping maids of honor, who reveal not only the new queen's former love affairs, but her recently formed attachment for the king's friend, Tom Culpepper. The result is inevitable. Catherine's downfall, imprisonment, and the same fate that befell her cousin, Anne Boleyn. Listen in a few minutes to The Rose Without a Thorn, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthal.
The following classic Springbok radio commercial comes to you with the courtesy of the Springbok Radio Preservation Society of South Africa.
When famous star Ursula Andress walks in, even a crowded Hollywood restaurant falls silent. She's been called the most beautiful girl in the world, and I happen to know that she cares for that marvelous complexion with Lux Beauty Soap.
Yes, Lux always. I love Lux because it's so mild and pure and gentle. It's the mildest soap I know, and I just adore that perfume.
Ursula Andress, a famous star with a fabulous complexion. Why not do as she does and care for your complexion with Lux?
You love Lux.
The following classic Springbok radio commercial comes to you with the courtesy of the Springbok Radio Preservation Society of South Africa.
You keep your pots and pans clean and bright.
Of course.
But that's only half the job.
Half the job?
Say 99.
Why 99?
Because Vim 99 is here. Use Vim 99 to clean your sink, pots and pans, bath and stove more than shiny bright.
More?
Yes. New Vim 99 kills 99% of household germs.
How come?
Because only Vim 99 contains powerful germ-killing microban, leaving everything hygienically clean, 99% germ-free.
Why, that's great.
It certainly is.
So when I clean with Vim 99, I'm also polishing off any germs.
That's right. Vim 99 does more than shine. It kills 99% of household germs.
And now, Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, The Rose Without a Thorn.
It is a July afternoon in 1540. King Henry VIII of England and his court are in residence at Westminster Palace. The king is seeking an annulment of his marriage to Anne of Cleves, his fourth wife. In a living room of the palace, lovely young Lady Catherine Howard is busy with her needlework.
Milady.
Well, Tilney?
Mr. Francis Derham desires to see you.
Derham? Poor Frank, I'd better not see him.
He's very urgent, milady.
He always was. I never knew any man live at such breakneck speed.
I've been one of your ladies in waiting for 3 years now, madam. May I say something?
Of course. What is it?
I don't fancy he's coming to make love to you. I've told him so many times that he must forget the past and that you couldn't care for him now as you once did.
Oh, if he understands the position. Perhaps I will see him, just for a minute. But he can wait. I want to ask you something.
Milady?
Would you say that I've been less discreet than most girls?
Yes, indeed. Why, all the time we were living at the Duchess of Norfolk's, I used to be terrified that Her Grace would find out what you were doing. You seem to trust everybody.
I don't now. Not since I came to court.
Of course, girls aren't so strict as they used to be. And it's natural to want to know what men are like. But I'm thankful you're not so open about it here.
Tell me, did the others know, or just you?
Marjorie Morton knew something.
Morton? About Henry Mannix, I suppose.
And I think she knew about Mr. Derham, too.
Can I trust her?
She's jealous of me. Says I'm your favorite lady-in-waiting.
She wouldn't give me away.
I think you can trust her. For one thing, your ladyship is extremely generous. She knows what she'd lose if she left you.
And the 2 men is safe, do you think? Mannix and Derham, I mean.
Well, it's fortunate that your uncle's the Duke of Norfolk.
They wouldn't dare boast of their conquest. It wasn't really a conquest. I just wanted to know about men. I wish now I hadn't been so silly.
So rash in the way you did it.
No, I wish I hadn't done it at all. You see, Tony, I'm not quite sure, not at present, but I think I really am in love this time.
Well, I will say it suits you, but I can't think who it is.
You'll know soon enough. I should probably want your help. Besides, you're so sharp. I never try to keep anything from you.
And you needn't.
Bless you. Well, Frank Derham will be getting impatient. You'd better admit him.
Very good, milady.
And don't let him stay too long.
Catherine.
Well, Frank?
It's all right. I know you don't care for me any longer.
I'm glad you know that.
I wouldn't have asked to see you if we weren't, both of us, in about the most dangerous position possible.
So you're just as thrilling as ever.
I tell you, we're in danger.
If we weren't, you'd imagine it now, wouldn't you, Frank?
Oh, be serious, Catherine. It's real. During the last 2 weeks, I've been watching the King very closely.
King?
My dear, he's in love with you, head over ears.
Frank! Oh, Frank, I didn't think even you could imagine that.
He is. He can't take his eyes off you. And when you're not present, he keeps on making us talk about you.
How marvelous. And can you tell me whether I am to be his next bride or just a month's amusement? I'd like to know.
You don't believe it?
Of course I don't. But never mind. What am I to do?
You know how violent he is about everything. Loves or hates with his whole heart. Catherine, he must never know about us.
About us? He could hardly kill me for what I did before I knew him.
Yes, but what about that little cad Mannix? He has reason to hate me.
I don't even know where he is. But you're right, Frank. You need to be as careful as a mouse in a pantry. His Majesty never did like the Queen to have lovers. Remember what happened to the men who made love to my cousin Anne Boleyn?
I do. They were hanged, drawn and quartered.
And when may I expect to be married? When the marriage with Madame de Cleves has been annulled, I suppose. Is that right?
They're settling the annulment this afternoon.
Poor soul. She is rather plain.
I don't like it, Catherine. I'm not going to risk what would happen if the King ever knew.
And so?
I shall buy a small ship, hire a crew of cutthroats, and see if I can dig up a fortune off the coast of Ireland.
Oh, Frank, you'll make a marvelous pirate. And when I'm Queen of England, I'll pay for your ship. But not till then, so you'd better not spend too much on her.
But it's all true.
I look quite pretty with a crown on my head.
Heavens, how I wish you were ugly. It's going to be the devil to leave you.
Please, Frank, that's all over.
Milady, His Majesty has sent a message to ask if he can use this room for a meeting with the Archbishop of Canterbury.
Oh, very strange. Surely they can't be going to arrange the annulment here. Oh, very well, Tilly. Thank you.
Thank you, milady.
Now, what do you make of that, Catherine?
I hope your ship won't cost the king's ransom.
You begin to believe me?
It is just possible.
Milady, Mr. Culpepper, the king's friend, is here.
Thomas Culpepper, I must go. Goodbye, Catherine.
Goodbye, Frank.
Mr. Culpepper, milady.
His Majesty hopes, madam, that you are well. He is coming here almost immediately. He requests that you will allow him a few minutes of private conversation with Archbishop Cranmer.
I'm honored, Mr. Culpepper. Tilney shall put out some wine.
Pardon me, madam. I have a message for your ladyship.
You may leave us, Tilney.
Yes, madam.
Catherine, my darling.
No, Tom, no. It begins to look as though Durham were right.
Durham? What's he been saying?
A lot of nonsense. This message from His Majesty.
Oh, there isn't one. I invented it. I had to see you alone, Catherine. You know how desperately I'm in love with you. I didn't realize it could hurt like this. It's so beautiful, but it's terrifying, too.
Don't speak of it here, Tom. We mustn't. The king is coming.
We must.
Later this evening, perhaps.
Don't you love me at all?
Oh, silly one. You know I do.
Then promise you'll marry me.
I can't.
You will marry me. I know you will. Just promise.
Not now.
Yes, now.
What difference can a day or two make?
Anything might happen.
For instance?
I can't tell you. I only know that if you won't promise here and now, both our lives may be ruined.
I believe you're keeping something back.
Yes, I am. For your good as well as mine.
Oh, it's best to be frank. Love is like a rose. Mine's only half open. I can't give you that promise until I'm sure of my heart. You see, I think you are more in love than I am at present.
That much is obvious. But, Catherine, I would much rather die than see you the wife of another man.
Any man?
And sometimes I'm afraid that you'll marry another man because he could give you more than I could.
Yes.
You wouldn't do that.
I might. But I'd never marry anyone if I didn't love him at all.
I know it's only a matter of time. I know you're going to love me in my way of loving. I'm sure of it, Catherine. And I only ask that we're betrothed. To say it to anybody, I mean, who might want to marry you.
Oh, I do hate hurting people. It's here.
Say it before they come.
It wouldn't be true. Tom, let me go.
Catherine, what have you done?
His Majesty, the King. His Grace, the Archbishop of Canterbury.
Permit me, Lady Catherine, to thank you for putting this room at my disposal. I have troublesome business to transact with Archbishop Cranmer, and I needed a quiet place in the palace.
You and His Grace do me an honor, sire, and you give me pleasure.
Prettily said, milady, prettily said.
I'll leave you to your business, sire.
If it suits your convenience, let me talk with you for a while when these woeful affairs are behind me.
Your Majesty has only to summon me.
You must agree, Cranmer, that our English maidens are the comeliest in the world. Tom? Where's Tom Culpepper?
I'm here, sir.
Ah, Tom, you hear the court gossip. What do they say about Lady Catherine? Is her reputation as fair as her face?
It is, sire.
And not yet even betrothed?
Your Majesty, may I speak to you for a moment of my own affairs?
No, another time. His Grace and I have urgent business to discuss.
I wanted to...
Did you hear me? Hold your tongue, you mannequin. Well, Cranmer, have you got the information we need?
Yes, I've brought the evidence, and if Madame de Cleves will be reasonable, we ought to have his unhappy half-marriage annulled within a few days.
Ah.
Dare I hope, sire, that after the annulment you will think of making a true marriage?
Maybe.
The people would rejoice if their queen were English.
So, you think so too? When can you formally decree the annulment?
At the latest, in 2 weeks.
Madame de Cleves admits that the marriage was one in name only?
Yes. She begs only to be allowed to remain in London.
And to be given plenty of clothes, plenty of food, conveniently elementary tastes. Oh, how anyone could have expected me to mate with a creature so lacking in any semblance of womanhood. Women should resemble flowers and music. If they're sweet, their minds are fragrant, and their personalities wind and curl into a man's heart like a delicate air on a musical instrument.
Archbishop, how old are you?
Alas, 51.
And you, Tom?
24, sire.
If I did not love you, I should be envious. And I do love you, lad. Because though time and trouble have afflicted my body, in imagination I have never outgrown your years. I catch myself dreaming of happiness now as I did at 20. Tell me, both of you, my senior and my junior, what should a man of my years do when he finds that never before was he half so exquisitely in love?
Follow his heart, sire.
And you, Tom?
I cannot answer.
Oh, what's wrong with you? Are you ill?
A little.
Young men who have loved unhappily are loath to talk on the subject.
Your Grace.
Is he right? Who is it?
Don't ask me, sire.
A good many ladies would take a hint from me.
I shall never marry.
There's only one cure for your case. Put that lady completely out of your head.
I beg you, sire, to excuse me. It's hot here.
Oh, go, Tom. But don't make a tragedy out of nothing. Your wound will soon heal. It is when we are older that to love much is perilous, for that's when the heart can be broken for good. Lady Catherine is waiting. Ask her to come here.
Yes, sire.
Your Majesty has no further need of me, I think. So I will leave you with my felicitations on your fortunate release.
You wish to see me, sir?
Well, are you terrified?
Of what, sir?
Of me?
Not at all.
Oh, thank heaven for that. By the way they all cower before me, anyone would suppose I drank blood for breakfast. True, I have purposely taught my ministers to quake. That was necessary. The country is like a spirited mare. She knows at once if her rider has not a firm seat. Maybe I am too passionate. I may be. But I'd rather a man were hot than merely tepid.
I know, sir, that you can be gentle, too.
Yes. And I often want gentle companionship as I want music or sleep. And I'd give a great deal for a little genuine affection. They care only for what they can get from me.
That must be true of any man who has power.
No doubt. I like your voice. The voice tells more than the face. It is not as good a liar. Come, you're a well-bred girl. You'll not presume upon what I say. For once, Lady Catherine, let us kick ceremony behind the door. Let us be not ruler and subject, but man and maid. Will you not sit here beside me?
Most willingly.
That's an excellent beginning. And I shall call you Catherine.
And what shall I call you? Your Majesty?
Oh, no.
Sir?
No, I'm sick of it. Call me Harry. That's a good English name as old as our hedgerows. No one has used that name for 5 years. Your cousin was the last to call me by my own name.
Boleyn.
She had no heart. How dared she play fast and loose with a love like mine? But we will not talk of Anne Boleyn. You are too young to know how memory can ache. I always expected so much from love.
I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to be sensible.
You have been in love, then?
Not as I use the word.
Schoolgirl fancies?
I suppose there were that. Will you advise me?
Well?
Supposing a man, attractive in every way, falls madly in love with a girl.
There have been such incidents.
If she's not really in love with him, ought she to risk a marriage or to make him miserable?
A great question indeed. I wonder how my counsel would decide it.
What do you say?
If he's young, he will recover.
I'm not in love with him.
Are you sure?
Sure.
Then you'd best send him packing. A bad marriage is the devil. I shall soon be rescued from my fourth.
Is it all arranged?
2 weeks, and I shall have put it behind me.
Madame de Cleves was actually afraid for her life.
Oh, ludicrous.
I know. But, Harry...
Go on.
I wonder if you'll hate me for saying it.
You are privileged.
It makes me shudder when I hear that men have been executed.
You dare reproach me?
So many have died that way, or lain in prison for many years.
When the world's wiser, they won't. Meanwhile, they must.
Men like Thomas Wyatt. He's a poet, the best in England.
A man may write poetry in prison. I shall give Sir Thomas Wyatt all the help that his muse requires.
I know him, and at heart he is one of your most devoted servants.
He must learn to obey. By heaven, Catherine, you've courage enough for an army.
I did know the risk.
There was no risk for you. Like you couldn't keep a kingdom in order, not for a day. Oh, I am used to being misjudged. They think I am callous about men and cynical about women. Cynical? I, who cannot cure myself of believing them to be as beautiful as they look. I love with the whole heart. That is, I used to, and I was young. I could now if I dared.
Dad?
Another disillusion would make me an old man, and worse. It is endless worry that has ruined my health.
If you liked, you could build it up again, surely.
I could. And I will. Oh, but I wish I were 20 again. I wish you had known me when I was 20. You weren't born even.
So it's my turn to be 20 now.
I was an athlete, a good tennis player, a good dancer.
I know.
We'd have made a gallant pair in a pattern. But you don't understand. I've been remembering emotions which I hadn't felt for a dozen years.
Then you're growing backwards already.
I wonder how far you could take me back.
Almost to 20.
Oh, I love England, every meadow and river of England. And you are like her very symbol, like a rose in the morning.
A briar rose?
A rose without a thorn. That's what you are, if any woman can be. Give me your hands.
Poor Harry.
Look me in the eyes.
What do you see?
Yes. A new life, Catherine.
A happier life.
The green realm of England would make a fair setting for the rose without a thorn.
You can't really mean...
Yes. You shall be Queen of England.
Harry.
Be gentle. Be loyal. And love me well. This time, there's no mistake.
Are you sure? Quite sure?
I've not been in hell for nothing. I know the look of heaven when I catch a glimpse of it.
You shall be proud of me.
Will you be proud? When all the bells of London are pealing for joy of you.
Who wouldn't be? And I do know how to be happy. So must you.
Now, indeed, I am glad I was born to splendor and power. Every woman in our kingdom will have to give way to you.
But when we're alone, I shall still call you Harry.
Sweetheart, my life's in your hands. I shall get back my old enthusiasm, my old good humor. I've grown heavy. I'll see to it. From tomorrow, I'll rise at 6 o'clock every morning and go for a canter by the riverside. It's worth doing now. I'll drink less wine and spend less time at the table. I swear I'll get well again, and soon. This evening, my pretty one, I shall send you a pair of emerald earrings. The first of 1,000 gifts.
And I'll wear them as long as you love me.
Oh, no, that would mean forever. And I would have your beauty as variable as the clouds in the summer sky.
You wanted me, madam?
'Twas I who rang. Send in Thomas Culpepper.
No.
At once.
Yes. Tell him tomorrow.
He must know what's happened. I think the lad loves me a little, and he shall learn to love you. Oh, sweetheart, you'll be the best-loved queen England ever possessed.
You wanted me, sire?
Come in, boy. You shall be the first to kneel before the lady who is to be your sovereign.
To be my... I obey your majesty.
Shall I not have the most beautiful wife in Europe?
In the world, sire.
I think so, too. I will leave you now, my love. But we will ride together at noon tomorrow. You and I will never grow tired of talking. My whole life now turns on you, Catherine. Come, Tom.
Goodbye, my lord. Pray heaven I may keep you happy. Tilly! Milady, shut the door. What's going to happen? I've been mad. Tilly is going to marry me.
Yes.
I could have stopped it. I could have married someone else.
You'll be a great lady.
I know. So, was Anne Boleyn?
She disgraced the king.
I never do that. Tilly, darling, stop me if ever I seem likely to do what my cousin did.
You won't be so foolish.
Make me swear it.
Never to be unfaithful.
I swear it. I do.
Poor lamb. Now do you feel better?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, thank you. I had a sudden feeling like walking to the scaffold. But it's all right now. And it's going to be magnificent, isn't it? To be actually a queen. I shan't forget you, Tony.
There.
But nobody knows about Mannix and Derham. Only you and Morton, perhaps.
Morton runs with the wind. The wind is behind you now.
But what about Mary?
Mary Lascelles. She now serves Madame de Cleves.
Yes, but she was with us in the old days, and she hated me. Does she gossip?
Gossip? Milady, you make me laugh. Does a tombstone gossip?
Sometimes. But that's what I wanted to know. Oh, Tilney. Tilney, soon I shall be queen of all this lovely England. Tell Francis Derham to buy a good ship. He'll understand.
The following classic Springbok Radio commercial comes to you with the courtesy of the Springbok Radio Preservation Society of South Africa.
Marvellous. No fillings.
Marvellous indeed. But then you brush regularly with new Pepsodent, the toothpaste of which a leading dental authority says,
brushing with new Pepsodent removes the biggest cause of tooth decay, the dangerous dulling film.
So make sure you and your family brush regularly with new Pepsodent and help keep your teeth white, healthy, and free from decay. Then you'll know the happy feeling of being able to say,
marvellous. No fillings.
For you and your family, new Pepsodent safeguards against decay.
And now I feel like a little exercise, Audley. You shall come and pit your skill against mine.
I trust, sir, you will excuse me.
I shall not excuse you. You shall forget that you are Lord Chancellor, and you shall throw off your gown, roll up your sleeves, and get back your youth as I've got mine.
But I never shoot now.
12 months ago, I should have said the same. But see what happiness has done for me. Now I'm shooting better than I've ever done. Off you go, Tom. Prepare the bows and fetch a quiver.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I wish that boy would marry. Not natural. He used to be 10 times as gay as he is now. I wonder why the Queen's so long in coming. I tell you, Audley, she is so perfect to my mind that I grudge every hour that keeps me apart from her. And she can work miracles. I'm proof of it. Ah, Catherine, my dear.
My dear Lord.
Oh, whenever you come, it's like the return of spring.
My Lord Audley, greetings.
Your Majesty.
Ah, Tom, my boy, you've brought the bows. Come, Audley, we'll have our match. There's a long stretch of grass on the other side of the palace. That's where we'll shoot. We won't be long, sweetheart. Tom shall stay and keep you company.
I repeat, sir.
Nonsense. If you've lost your skill, recover it now. Come, I'll be your tutor.
Catherine.
For the love of heaven, be careful.
I must speak to you, Catherine. Send Tilney away.
No, I dare not.
I can't speak to you in front of anyone else, not even Tilney.
Don't go, Tilney.
Sir, I implore you not to say anything. Last night, it was madness. My nerves are going.
Catherine, after last night, you know you're as much mine as if we had married.
No. I ought never to have let you come.
But every month we've been drawing closer and closer. It was bound to happen in the end. I always knew it.
Oh, Tom, don't you see? I didn't love you quickly enough. Not as I love you now. That's our tragedy. You wanted to marry me, and I married another. It's you that I really love, and you know it. But I'm not going to give way to my feelings ever again.
You will, you must. With Tilney's help, we're going to be lovers for the rest of our lives.
No. You don't realize the danger. It isn't only I, Other people are watching you.
Nobody else knew about last night.
Who else? Morton?
No. We managed it once. But I daren't risk it again. Every minute last night I was terrified in case the king should send for Madame.
It mustn't happen again. Not ever again.
Catherine, it was so...
Don't. I know that.
We can't throw it away. If we're careful, there's no danger.
No, Madam.
It's no good pretending, dearest. You can't mean it to end like this.
I'm yours as long as life endures. But never again as I was last night.
Thank heaven.
Why?
I married him. He's happy.
But he'll never know.
Come, go away. Go away. I risked your life.
Then risk it again. For without you, the world is nothing.
I'd married you when I was free. But I wasn't sure then. And now it's too late. Oh, don't you see?
If Tilney weren't here, I could win you back. I know I could.
Beloved, you never lost me.
Careful now, someone's coming.
I'll go now. But whenever you want me, I'll come. Just remember.
Sweetheart, come here! Come here! My eye is in! It's a good 10 years since I hit the gold as I'm hitting it today.
My lord, I'll watch you gladly. Dear Harry, you're just like a schoolboy. That's how I like you best.
Mary Lascelles, what brings you to the palace?
Madame de Cleves sent me. She cannot attend the king's entertainment this evening.
Oh, the mask. Yes, the musicians should be here soon. Oh, well, you wouldn't have enjoyed it. You're always so glum. Still worrying about your immortal soul.
I take life seriously, Morton, that's all.
It's lucky for you that you're not with the Queen. She's a great deal merrier than your poor dear madam.
I'd rather not be in the Queen's service.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
Out with it.
I saw too much when I was with her.
Hold your tongue, Mary. Nonsense, Tilney. We're all friends. You're thinking of Henry Mannix, Mary, and Francis Derham. Stop it, Morton. One word more and I'll report you to Her Majesty. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. It's nothing but gossip. Oh, don't you believe her, Mary? And if I'm not as blind as a bat, Tilney could tell us a very interesting story about another young man. How dare you? An up-to-date story. Exceedingly up-to-date. What?
Has she been sinning again?
I warn you. What you're saying is treasonable. And you know what happens to traitors, don't you? Mary won't pass it on. She wouldn't belong to this world if she did. Nor would you. Tilney, you're not going to tell her? The Queen? You can't. Not this time. My tongue ran away with me. Of course it was all a pack of nonsense.
Not all. Not about Henry Mannix.
You can prattle about that at your own risk. But you're not to breathe a word about anything I've hinted.
If I weren't a coward, I'd have spoken long ago. My brother said I should.
You must swear that you'll never repeat a word of what I've said. I've no intention of being torn to pieces because you're a prig and a little fool.
Stop it, Morton. Let me go.
Swear you'll not say a word. Let her go, Morton. The Queen's coming.
Why, it's Mary Lascelles.
I have a message, Your Majesty.
From Madame de Cleves. What is it?
She received the King's gracious invitation to his masque this evening, but regrets she cannot attend.
What a pity. His Majesty will be much disappointed. So shall I.
Thank you, madam. I'll go and tell her.
Well, the ordeal's over, Audley. Cheer up, man. Tomorrow you're certainly going to be sore about the shoulders.
It's hard work.
Then you'd best have a goblet of sack, and so shall I. You'll come with us, Catherine?
Yes, my lord.
Tilney, Mary went before I could get her to swear. Will she speak, do you think? Not if she knows what's good for her. But how could you be so foolish, Morton? I was only teasing. Oh, she's so disagreeable. Oh, but I trust she doesn't tell her brother. Brother? He's even more of a prig than she is. Always talking about his duty. Oh, I'm afraid, Tilney.
Ah, Your Grace. The King feared you might be late for his little entertainment. The players are ready and the musicians waiting.
I've been delayed, my Lord Audley. Something has happened, and I'm glad to have this chance to speak to you alone.
Well, Your Grace?
A man named Lascelles has come to me with a most serious charge. A charge against the Queen.
The Queen?
His sister was once in the Duchess of Norfolk's household. She is ready to swear that two men, Henry Mannix and Francis Derham, were the Queen's lovers during that time.
And you believe her?
She affirms that one of the Queen's ladies could corroborate the evidence. A lady named Marjorie Morton.
If this is a malicious untruth, it must be stopped at once. In my opinion, we are bound to inform His Majesty.
I agree, but
Who will tell him? It will take some courage. Will you tell him, my Lord Chancellor?
No, he will listen more patiently to you, the Archbishop.
I have no intention of telling him by word of mouth. None. I should pity the man who did so.
Not to inform him is in itself treasonable. We should be aiding and abetting.
I have written a statement of the charges and arranged for it to be handed to the king as soon as the play is over and he is alone. And I have sent for the girl to come here.
My dear Archbishop, how charming of you to lend countenance to our little entertainment.
I thank your Majesty for inviting me. You were good to do so.
She is not good. Madam, you are found out.
Have I offended? In what, my lord?
You have betrayed me.
No.
Grievously. Grievously. Eh, Tom? Tom Culpepper knows.
Sire,
I beseech you to let me know in what way I have erred.
I will. The Countess of Salisbury is a prisoner in the Tower by my order. You have been sending her blankets.
She is so old.
Oh, I managed to frighten you that time. Oh, bless your kind heart, I'll forgive you. What is there I wouldn't forgive you? But let nobody take the Queen's action as a precedent. She is privileged. I love every inch of her. And I cannot say that about the rest of you.
My lord.
And now, Your Grace, and you, my Lord Audley, and Tom, too, shall witness the love and joy which unite Her Majesty and myself. Sweetheart, in this little box is a token of my delight in you, deftly contrived in gold by the best jeweler in my realm. Open it, and you shall see a rose without thorns.
My lord, you have given me many gifts, but I know that here is the one to be most prized because of its meaning. You've made me so happy that I have happiness to spare. And if I were not afraid of overclouding your heart, I should beg you to let me give certain others the overplus of my joy.
Others?
My dear lord, I humbly petition for the freedom of Sir Thomas Wyatt and the other two ambassadors who have been so long imprisoned in the Tower. Let their gratitude be added to mine. Will you?
How can I?
It is impossible, sire.
Is it impossible, my Lord Audley, for the king to show mercy?
I will consider it.
Now? At once?
You ought to be burned at the stake. You're a witch. I grant your petition. Audley, make sure that these gentlemen admit their fault. If they do so, release them.
My whole heart blesses you.
Hold there, fellow. Serve everyone with wine. The players await us. But before we begin our little play, I have a toast to make. God gave your queen beauty. I gave her power. The years will bring her wisdom. Drink with me in praise of a lady who surpasses all others in beauty of body and spirit alike. The Queen.
The Queen.
Your Majesty.
What is it?
I have been instructed by the Archbishop of Canterbury to give you this document.
Document? Cranmer, what is this?
I had not intended it to be delivered in public,
Oh,
sire.
come. What is it all about?
Keep it, and I will speak to you in private.
In private? I hear you now. Out with it.
I obey your Majesty, but my heart is heavy. We have grave charges to put before you, so grave that I dare not utter them. I have committed them to writing. We pray your Majesty to peruse this paper. Her Majesty must forgive me.
Yeah. Mary Lascelles? What? Marjorie Morton? How dare they? Who is it? Who? Henry Mannix.
My lord, what is written there?
If they have lied, I'll be avenged, and no man shall ever forget my vengeance.
I beseech you, my lord.
Looking at your face, is it possible? Is it?
If anyone has besmirched my name, I have a right to know the charges.
So you shall, if need be.
Lascelles and Morton, what have they said against me?
Here is the woman, Lascelles. Let her speak for herself.
Oh, your Majesty, lady, forgive me. I wouldn't have said a word about Henry Mannix if it weren't that for 3 years my conscience has been accusing me for a silence that was a lie. I didn't want to hurt you. I spoke for the welfare of your immortal soul. But, oh, If they kill you...
Take this creature away instantly.
Sire, we shall need her evidence.
Do what you will, then. Only leave me before I give way to the fury that is mounting within me. Madam, go to your room. Do not stir from it till you hear from me. You will go under guard.
Upon mere suspicion, my lord. Why, at present, I do not even know the wrong I'm said to have done.
If it is false, I will avenge you. If not...
My lord!
If not... You were young. It was 3 years ago. Into your room. I will have no one here except Thomas Culpepper.
Me?
Hardly get rid of everyone. Your Grace, pray accompany the Queen.
Your Majesty, I have done more than you know. More than anyone will ever know to safeguard your happiness. I shall give you no cause for sorrow. None.
I shall lead her women for their full investigation.
Take them with you. Examine them tonight. Be gone with all of you.
As it pleases your Majesty.
Oh, at last they've gone. Tom, it's not possible, is it? You don't think it's possible?
May I see the document?
Here, read it. Oh, why did I love her? Why did I give away my heart? Fool, my curse upon all women.
If it is true,
It
sire.
is true, Tom. Not a doubt of it. I knew that when the saleswoman was groveling at her feet. The woman had told the truth.
It happened a long time ago.
How can that help me? You're cold and fortunate in that, and you cannot know what it means to a man of passionate feeling. How can I look at her again? How could I touch her? Touch of her lips would scald me. Or I should imagine that little rat of a man savoring her sweetness in his imagination. I will not have him alive on the same earth I tread.
Be just to her, sire. She did you no wrong. To punish her for a folly committed before she had met you, that would be cruel and unjust. I think, sire, it would be monstrous.
If the man dies, I could perhaps get over it in time.
Believe me, sire, you will.
If he dies, but I'll not have him walking the world and remembering.
By any power to sway you, I implore you to be gentle, to pardon her, to keep in mind what she is, not what she was in the past.
There are men who think lightly of love. I could never do that. Are such men my betters? Am I a savage to put so much value upon the purity of love? Or is it that I am a man through and through, while they are mere half-men, left high and dry by the great tides of passion, like little stagnant pools in the rocks? I only know that I have adored the beauty of women, and that, for better or worse, the manhood in me is alive and intolerable force. And that once again I have suffered because I hoped greatly.
I cannot believe you will hurt her, sire.
It was long ago. Before I knew her, she was a foolish girl.
Then hold fast to that.
I shall try. Could I live without her? Could I live with her now? And yet I believe she does love me.
And will not dishonor you, I think.
Again? There'd be no forgiveness for that. None. None. Impossible.
Impossible.
I could almost wish that I, too, was some lily-livered half-man. Then it would be easy. It will be difficult, but it can be done. I'll stamp out instinct. I'll smother imagination. And those who are to judge her shall be astounded when they find that I of all men, intend to forgive her. If she were faithless now, she would break my heart.
You keep your pots and pans clean and bright.
Of course.
But that's only half the job.
Half the job?
Say 99.
Why 99?
Because Vim 99 is here. Use Vim 99 to clean your sink, pots and pans, bath and stove more than shiny bright.
More?
Yes. New Vim 99 kills 99% of household germs.
How come?
Because only Vim 99 contains powerful germ-killing microban, leaving everything hygienically clean, 99% germ-free.
Why, that's great.
It certainly is.
So when I clean with Vim 99, I'm also polishing off any germs.
That's right. Vim 99 does more than shine. It kills 99% of household germs.
Now, where's my shield roll-on? Ah,
Just using Shield makes me feel super. Flows on all nice and cool. Dries in seconds. Not a bit sticky. Shield. That's a terrific name for it. Makes me sure of myself all day. Glad I changed to Shield.
My Lord Audley, as Lord Chancellor, I ordered you to undertake this inquiry, and I rely upon you to make it as brief as possible.
Of course, sire. We have heard Mary Lascelles. I have only two more witnesses, the maids of honor, Morton and Tilney.
I have no wish to hear this wretched story 3 times over. I'm forced to believe it.
Mary Lascelles, there will be a jealous woman who imagines that all other women are doing what she would like to do herself.
You forget. That Mannix fellow has confessed his guilt.
Nevertheless, I humbly beg leave to call Marjorie Morton. She is waiting outside.
Oh, well.
Ah, woman, come here. Now then, you are Marjorie Morton, maid of honor to Her Majesty?
Yes, sir.
You know why you're here.
I suppose.
Speak up.
It's about the Queen.
If you do not tell the truth, you will pay for it. If you conceal nothing, you have nothing to fear. When Her Majesty was Lady Catherine Howard, she lived with her aunt, the Duchess of Norfolk. The Duchess had other young women in her charge, and she appointed 3 of you to look after them. Yourself, Mary Lascelles, and Catherine Tilney.
Yes, sir.
There were certain gentlemen living in the castle. Henry Mannix and Francis Dedham and 2 or 3 others.
Yes.
Did you ever see or hear anything suspicious?
I daren't say it before His Majesty. I dare.
Stop whimpering. His Majesty requires to know exactly what happened.
The ladies were very high-spirited. Sometimes they used to admit these gentlemen to the dormitory where they slept, and they had suppers together at midnight if it was warm.
And your eyes were glued to the keyhole?
Oh, be quick, I have heard enough.
They were not content with eating and drinking?
No, sir.
Keep your voice up.
No, sir. For quite a time they didn't do anything disgraceful. But of course it happened in the end.
Mannix and Lady Catherine were lovers. Do you swear that?
You keep repeating that man's name. I won't have it.
Your pardon, sire. Well, Morton?
Yes, sir. They were.
What brought this affair to an end?
Oh, Your Majesty, I implore you to let me go. I can't answer that question. I can't.
Answer it once.
Derham came. Francis Derham. He'd always been mad about her.
You mean to suggest that she broke with the other man because Derham made love to her?
Yes.
Another. A second. Man after man. Dozens and dozens. How much more must I hear? Apprehend this man, Derham. Send him before the council. The council shall give him his deserts.
There was no one after Derham?
No, my lord. We left Her Grace then to come here.
2 years ago.
10,000 years could not help me. Out of my sight.
Your Majesty, I still have a question to put. A weighty one.
Will you flay me alive?
You will never rest if you do not learn all the truth.
Rest? It has gone from my mind forever.
By your leave, sire. Now, my girl, could Catherine Tilney add anything to what you've told us?
Tilney? I'm not to blame for what she's done.
Oh, what has she done?
Oh, I don't know. I'm so confused. I don't know what I've said or what you suppose I've been hinting. I didn't mean anything at all.
Leave the room.
Oh, is there no end to my shame? If ever this leaks out, I shall be the laughingstock of Europe. The king who doted like an enamored schoolboy upon a woman who had hurried from the arms of one profligate to another. I'll have no more of it.
With all respect, I must beg of you, sire, to hear the last witness, Catherine Tilney.
I'll hear no more.
Your Majesty, I am acting only for your honor. I have grave suspicions.
Well, call the woman, but make short work of it. I'm tired.
You are Catherine Tilney, maid of honor to Her Majesty?
Yes.
We have evidence that Henry Mannix was the Queen's lover while she was living with the Duchess of Norfolk, and that he was later succeeded by Francis Derham.
Morton told you that?
Do you support her evidence?
No. It's a lie, a disgraceful lie. I know nothing whatever against Her Majesty.
Have you ever seen a prisoner stretched on the rack.
No, sir.
Each limb is stretched slowly out of its socket.
I know.
That is the treatment in store for a perjurer, man or woman.
How much have the others told you?
Never mind. Since her marriage to the king, you have been the most intimate of her maids of honor? Well?
I think I have.
During that period of 12 months, how has the Queen conducted herself?
She's been a true wife to His Majesty.
You have discontinued your practice of admitting lovers to her bedroom.
Of course.
That is a clear admission that to do so was once your practice.
You bewilder me.
Having lied about the past, you are lying about the present. The whole truth is in our possession. And if you are wise, you will admit everything.
I shall tell you nothing.
Then I fear... How shall I phrase it? I fear I shall have to put pressure upon you.
What? The rack?
The rack. I will have it brought in here. A close view of it ought to interest you.
Have mercy, Your Majesty.
Speak, woman. You still deny that the Queen has had a lover since her marriage?
I do.
Very well. With Your Majesty's permission.
You can't. You can't.
I can. I shall ring for it to be brought in.
I couldn't stand it. I know I couldn't. The strain of these last weeks has been terrible. Oh, Your Majesty, I do implore you to let me go. I love her. I love her.
I have my hand on the bell.
What will she think of me? I can't say it. I can't.
I give you 5 seconds.
No. Oh, no, not that. I will tell you. It's true. The Queen did take a lover 3 days ago. Only that one.
I knew it.
My rose without a thorn.
Who was the man?
Thomas Culpepper.
Tom. Oh, not Tom.
Oh, let me die with her. Let me die with her.
Be silent. You may go.
Catherine. I shall never see her again.
What shall we do, sire? Refer it to the council.
They will sentence her to death.
Sire.
Order my horse to be saddled at once.
Your horse? Where are you going, sire?
Riding. Riding away into the country, anywhere.
Alone?
If any man follows me, he will die.
If only Archbishop Cranmer would come.
Yes, Tilney. But we know in our hearts what the verdict will be.
Do we, milady? The king never loved anyone as he loved you.
They all thought you would rage at me. And you say he wept.
So you see, there's hope.
Tilney, I believe that in law they punish an accomplice as much as the guilty person.
You mean I shall go to the block?
If I do, yes.
Do you think I would ever live happily after what I've done to you?
Forgive me. You know I forgave you at once. Otherwise I wouldn't have petitioned to have you with me in prison.
Only I'd had another chance. I could bear anything.
Forgiveness. I ought to ask that of you. Was it worse for you to tell them what I'd done than for me to do it? I fear I have thrown away your life. They couldn't. Hush. Someone is coming. Good evening, my Lord Archbishop. It is most good of you to come.
I come as your very sorrowful servant, madam.
What have they done to Thomas Culpepper?
He is in prison.
He will be
executed tomorrow at noon.
For me? Poor Tom.
Your Grace, tell me, is there any hope for the Queen?
I have come, as the king desired me, from the meeting of the council. They deliberated for more than 5 hours, and they sifted the evidence with the greatest possible care.
And the sentence, is it execution?
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, the lady.
Let me hasten to add, though, that His Majesty gives you permission to appeal against the verdict and to defend yourself at a final session of the council.
I have no defense.
But surely you will appeal. If you stood before them, I think they would pity you, as I do.
They would not spare the lives of the men who loved me.
No, madam.
Then I shall not ask for my own life. I wish I'd had a child. That's all. Tell me.
Madam?
Will they let me see Thomas Culpepper before we die?
That is out of the question.
Perhaps you will see him.
I shall.
Give him my love.
I dare not do that.
Oh, please. We shall soon be out of this world forever, not able to injure anybody anymore.
I cannot be too careful.
But just that? Oh, you will, won't you? It would help him. I know it would. It would make me not so unhappy.
If I see him alone...
Yes?
I will do as you wish.
But you will see him alone?
I think you may count on it.
God bless you. And what of Tilly?
Your woman will die with you on the same scaffold just afterwards.
The king?
He rode away. He did not come back till last night, and nobody knows where he went.
I hope he has forgiven me.
His Majesty?
I was thinking of someone else.
Poor lady.
You must think me very wicked. And yet you're kind. I hope I shall have courage to die well.
My child, make your peace with God. He will give you strength.
And afterwards, I shall be wiser than you, Archbishop.
That may well be true.
Shall I see you again when it happens?
Yes, then.
I'm glad you will be there. You've helped me. I'm not afraid now. I can face it without flinching.
Yes.
I believe I had it in me to be happier than most people. That can't be helped. I shall die as the Queen of...
In Classic Springbok Radio commercial comes to you with a courtesy of the Springbok Radio Preservation Society of South Africa.
Do you know that Radion gives such wonderful results in washing machines that South Africa's 3 leading washing machine makers give away a packet with every spring dryer and wringer machine they sell?
It's true. They're so keen that you get the whitest possible wash that they give you a free packet of Radion.
They know that Radion doesn't over-lather.
That it puts extra whitening power instead of just extra suds into every packet.
This means fewer suds to rinse out, so your wash is always fresh and fragrantly clean.
And they know you'll actually see the difference that Radion's extra whitening power makes.
So do what washing machine makers recommend.
Use Radion in your washing machine.
The following classic Springbok Radio commercial comes to you with a courtesy of the Springbok Radio Preservation Society of South Africa.
Wherever she goes, sensational Raquel Welch turns heads. Men and women are entranced by her beauty, her magnificent figure, her flawless, smooth as ivory skin. Just how does Raquel Welch care for her skin? With Lux Beauty Soap, of course. It's a fact that today, more than ever, Lux is the beauty soap of the stars. Let Raquel Welch tell you for herself why it is that more and more beautiful young stars make Lux Beauty Soap their soap.
I love Lux most of all for the perfect care it gives my skin. That's why I always use Lux.
Beautiful stars, beautiful skin. Lux Beauty Soap can do the same for you. In tonight's presentation, The Rose Without a Thorn, you heard Angela Lynn White as Lady Catherine Howard, Harold Freed as King Henry VIII, and Roger Service as Tom Culpepper. Others in the cast were Ian Calder, Derek Taylor, Maureen Adair, Moira Winslow, Ivor Kisson, and Shirley Malin. The Rose Without a Thorn was produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthorpe.
Sellout by Ron Evans. Produced in our Durban studios by Stephen Barden.
Rupert. The diplomatic service will never have you back after this episode.
I can't understand them. Why blame me for their own incompetence?
Oh, you know the Foreign Office here. They can do no wrong. In this instance, you're the whipping boy.
Yes, me and my career. Damn them to hell. It's not as if I can afford to retire. 30 years' work gone in one exchange of telegrams. I'll be sorry, though, Janet, you see. Now that they've put old Randall Jenkins in my place at the United Nations, watch Britain's international reputation take a dip.
If it can dip much further, dear.
Oh, it can.
You could try for a position in the city. After all, you do have a lot of friends there.
I'll try, of course, but I must add that the future looks very bleak.
Well, if that fails, we'll have to sell up Sackley House and go and live in Cheshire with my mother.
Never. Let her crow at me for the rest of my life. No, Janet, never.
She always said you'd come to no good. Even when you got your knighthood, she said, I told you so. They only knight them to get rid of them.
Not that old bat nose.
I couldn't bear to live with your bat nose.
All right, dear. All right. Don't fret. We'll find a way out of this mess.
Oh, I wish we knew the future. It's rather frightening. Neither of us is young anymore.
I'll see Harvey tomorrow morning. Perhaps he can suggest something. After all, I do have a reputation for skillful manoeuvring, you know.
And over hasty decisions.
Oh, I see. So you're on their side, the people who sacked me.
Oh, don't be silly, dear. You know I'm not. But it is a fact that you tend to be somewhat impetuous.
He who hesitates has lost.
Yes, but look before you leap.
Proverbs can be very contradictory. Oh, damn it.
What's wrong, dear?
Everything. My whole life ruined in one tiny error.
Well, you know what the government is. They don't look at it like we do. All they can see is the £75 million your error cost the country.
Yes, and what worries me most is that it may not be just the government who looks at it like that. Maybe a potential employer. Oh, Janet, I feel like a drink. How about you?
Oh, yes, dear. That's a nice idea.
Yes, and there's a pub a couple of miles farther on. Shall we stop there? Ah, that's better. Shall we sit over in that corner where it's quiet?
Yes. There are rather a lot of people in here. Rupert, look at that man over there.
Which one? There are dozens of men.
The one dressed in funny clothes. About our age.
The one looking our way?
Yes. He keeps staring at you. Do you know him?
No, certainly not. Look at him. Loud green shirt and a bow tie. Brown and white shoes. Quite an extraordinary get-up. Coat over his shoulders like some Italian playboy, and drinking some strange milky-coloured concoction.
He's still staring at you.
We'll stare back at him. Then perhaps the blighter will improve his manners or go away. Obviously a darn foreigner.
Good heavens, Rupert. He's coming over here.
Don't look at him. Ignore him if he says anything.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Are you Sir Rupert Sackley Goer?
Yes. Do I know you?
May I introduce myself? I'm Grant Miller of Mobile, Alabama, United States of America.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Miller. Is there something I can do for you?
Plenty, if we can talk privately.
I can't see what we have in common, Mr. Miller, but I should think that...
Look, I'll put it straight on the line. I can put a lot of dough your way, more than you can handle.
Really? I'm sure you must be talking to the wrong person.
You mean there are two Sir Rupert Sackley Goers?
No, I mean...
Are you the one who was the British ambassador to the United Nations until you were fired a few days back?
You're brutally frank, sir.
It's true, ain't it?
Well, yes. But I'm not accustomed to such blunt speech.
Yeah, well, I'm not exactly a diplomat myself.
And what are you exactly?
Well, let's say I'm a kind of middleman.
I see. And you think my husband can be of assistance, Mr. Miller?
I guess that's in a nutshell.
And what kind of deal did you have in mind?
A property deal.
Oh, you want to buy Sackley House, is that it?
Could be.
Well, surely it is or it isn't.
Well, we can make a start with the house. How much do you want for it?
Well, I haven't really thought about it. I'm trying to...
5,000 do, pounds sterling.
You're joking, Mr. Miller. I thought so.
No, I ain't joking.
Come now, Miller. Who put you up to this?
The names of my principals must remain confidential, so I can't tell you that. I'll tell you what about 6,000 furnished? How does that hit you?
Like a torpedo. Finish your drink, Janet. It's getting late.
Look, I'm serious. How much do you want for the place?
Do you realize that Sackley House has 33 rooms? It's fully modernized inside and is set in 30 acres of the finest...
It sounds great, yeah. 100,000?
What was that?
He offered us £100,000, dear.
100,000 sterling?
Still not enough? Okay, I'll make my last offer. 150 grand furnished. That's in pounds sterling.
You've seen the place, Mr. Miller?
I don't need to. I like the sound of it, the way you describe it. How soon can you fix it up?
Well, this is all very extraordinary. You're not joking with us, are you?
I told you before, Sir Rupert, I ain't joking. Jokes don't move me. Is it a deal?
Well, yes, but...
Yes, Mr. Miller, it is a deal.
When can you fix up the papers? I want them all legal and watertight, mind.
I'll contact my solicitor in the morning. Now, can you give me some details? You know, your full names, permanent address and all that?
Okay, write this down. Your lawyer can check it out. The full name's Grant Bertram Dudley Miller, and I'm staying at the Fairlea Hotel in London.
But you'll have to give me your permanent address. Oh, it's not you who is buying, is it?
I'll be paying the dough, so all the documents will be in my name.
But surely then you'll be the owner and not your principals.
I got to keep their identity confidential at this stage. No problems, though. All I gotta do is transfer it to them when they take possession.
I see. Very well. Now, your permanent address?
Where I'm staying at any given time. Like now, I'm living at the Fairlea Hotel.
You're a permanent resident there?
Well, until I check out, say, sometime next week.
I'm not at all sure my solicitor will agree.
Stop worrying, Sir Rupert. I'll be paying cash. Hard cash. Now, how do you want it? Ones, fives, or in tens?
I'll take a check.
I don't initially deal in checks. Well, sure, I got a bank account here in London, but in a small deal like this, cash is better.
A small deal?
Sure. We're going on to bigger and better things, you and me.
I don't understand. When you've bought Sackley House, I'll have nothing left to sell you.
Well, I got news for you. But listen, I was thinking of going deeper into this thing right now, but I guess I'll leave it till we settle a house deal. My principals are very patient people. When will you have the papers ready?
Say this time next week.
Okay, that suits me. If your lawyer wants to check my credentials, I got an account with the Marlborough Bank, and the account number, you better write this down.
Yes, Marlborough Bank.
832 oblique 954 oblique 005. You got that?
05. Yes.
That's the London branch, Threadneedle Street.
And where shall we meet to conclude the sale?
Well, I'll call at Sackley House a week from today, in the morning. Will that suit you?
Yes, that's fine.
Well, if you folks will excuse me...
Excuse me before you go, Mr. Miller. How did you know we'd be here? We only came in on the spur of the moment.
I know a lot of things, but let's say I've been following you and leave it at that. Bye. See you next week.
How incredible.
Damn peculiar, my dear.
But we're saved. £150,000.
Somebody's pulling our legs, mark my words.
No, nobody's serious. I know he is.
There's a catch in this somewhere.
We'll wait and see. I'd much rather think that Mr. Miller is genuine.
What makes me so doubtful, dear, is why he thinks I can sell him an even bigger property when I don't even own one.
Looking for space to hang and dry your washing? Washline Distributors have the solution. Their rotating and fold-down wash lines take up the smallest spaces. Ideal for townhouses, simplexes and balconies at affordable prices. Galvanized or powder-coated and available in 5 different colors. For 24-hour delivery, installation, reliable and friendly service, phone Washline Distributors on 011 792 2486. That's 011 792 2486. Wash lines for every space and need.
Die goeie ou dae van Springbok Radio is terug. 20 onverkrygbare liedjies nou op 1 CD. Met al jou gunstelinge, Virginia Lee, Cora Marie, Anton Goosen, Sonja Herold, Cupido en vele meer. Herleef Springbok Radio, Afrikaanse treffers.
Splish, splash, the water hog, splashing all day long. Using up the water, it's too late when it's gone. If you want to help, then this is what to do. Make sure the water hog is never, never you. Just make sure the water hog is never, ever you.
Charles, Rupert here. How are you?
Busy, Rupert. Very, very busy. What can I do for you?
Charles, I'd like you to investigate the creditworthiness of a certain individual.
Who is it? Somebody we know?
No, it's an American staying at the Fairley Hotel in London, and he has an account with the Threadneedle Street branch of Marlborough Bank.
Name?
I'll give it you in full. Grant, Bertram Dudley Miller. Account number...
Say no more, Rupert. I know about his account already.
You do?
He caused a stir in financial circles a few weeks ago. I can't tell you what because the matter is still being investigated.
Oh, you mean he's a crook?
Hardly, Rupert. His account at Marlborough stands in the region of £50 million.
Ooh. So the man is genuine?
Of course he's genuine. He's a little odd, I believe, and a mystery.
And why is he a mystery?
Well, his origin, how he made his money, and what he intends doing with it. He has no investments whatsoever.
He's offered me $150,000 for Sackley House.
You take it, Rupert. You're getting the best of the bargain. Is there anything else?
No. Thank you very much, Charles. See you next time I call at the club. Did you hear that, Janice?
The drift, yes. Our Mr. Miller has a lot of money.
Only 50 million.
That is a relief. But I think you'd better telephone Bennett and tell him to start the paperwork.
Yes. Yes, right away. In fact, I'm going to drive into the village and see to it personally.
Yes. That seems to be in order, Sir Rupert.
I hope so, Bennett. You'll come to the house on Wednesday morning?
Yes, Sir Rupert, early.
Do that. I didn't specify a particular time with Mr. Miller.
And I must say, Sir Rupert, you've made an excellent transaction.
Yes, I didn't expect to get more than 80,000 for the place, lock, stock and barrel. The blighter hasn't even seen the old place yet, either.
Oh, dear.
That doesn't bother me, Bennett. He won't go back in his word, I'm sure of that. He was too keen to buy in the first place. You think there'd been an oil strike on the property? Hey, that's a thought. I wonder if anybody's been poking around the place whilst Lady Janet and I were in New York.
That is a very provoking thought, Sir Rupert.
Well, my two gardeners will know. Nothing escapes their eagle eyes. Could be an explanation, you know, Bennett. Yes, it could be.
On the other hand, Sir Rupert, the village is a very small place. Had there been any strangers poking about, well, there would have been talk.
Also true. Just the same, I'll take a look round the estate this afternoon. So, is everything in order now?
Yes, though Mr. Miller's permanent address would have been desirable. Most irregular, I must say. However, as he'll be transferring the property to his principal shortly, I don't see any problems arising. These, principals. Are they Americans, do you know, Sir Rupert?
They could be Patagonian sheep herders, for all I know, Bennett.
I see. A bunch of foreigners taking over Sackley House could rather bring down the tone of the district. This is one of the last bastions of true rural England. It would be...
I have no control over the behaviour or the nationality of the future residents, Bennett.
Oh, no offence meant, Sir Rupert.
If they can afford to buy Sackley House without so much as viewing it, could be that this miller is acting on behalf of, say, a Californian commune.
Heaven forbid.
Or a group of wealthy West Indians looking for a place to settle their families.
Yes. Oh, the scandal of it.
Oh, Bennett, old chap, we must move with the times. It's money that calls the tune these days, you know.
Oh, if only there were some way you could retain Sackley House, Sir Rupert.
You've read the newspapers and you must know my situation. The place must be sold to ensure my own future.
Of course. Of course.
Well, cheer up, Bennett. It's far too premature to look on the gloomy side. One never knows. Perhaps Mr. Miller's principals are nature conservationists with a deep desire to preserve the area and its traditions.
Oh, if only, Sir Rupert.
Stop pacing the floor, Rupert. It won't bring Mr. Miller here any faster.
I can see a delivery van coming. Could be the laundry.
Or Mr. Miller?
Don't be ridiculous. What would a man with Miller's bank balance be riding a delivery van for? Ye gods, it is Miller. I'll go and see him in.
No, dear. That's the maid's job.
Ah, yes, you're right. I suppose it's better not to show myself too keen. He's got another man with him, I see.
Probably his legal advisor.
Sit down. Now calm yourself, Rupert. Be as natural as possible.
I am.
Good morning, Sir Rupert. Lady Janet. Nice to see you again.
Good morning, Mr. Miller.
Now, let me introduce you to my colleague, Sam Beckert.
How do you do, Mr. Beckert? This is my wife, Lady Janet Sackley Gore.
Pleased to meet you, I'm sure.
And this gentleman is my solicitor, Mr. Bennett.
Pleased to meet you, Bennett.
Pleased to meet you.
May I offer you gentlemen some tea?
No, thanks. I'd rather get straight down to business.
Yes, of course.
Somewhere private, just you and me like.
Oh, I see. Yes, we can use my study. There's no hitch, is there?
No. The deal goes through as we discussed it, but I also want to talk about my other proposals.
Well, if you'll follow me, Miller.
Sure. Stick around here, will you, Sam? I'll give you a yell when I need you.
Sure, boss.
You call me Grant, Sir Rupert. It makes me feel easier. Yeah, great. Yeah, the paper's all in order as far as I can see. Yeah, it's fine. Well, here's your 150 grams. Count it. I brought you all in tens to make it easier. Well, how's that, Sir Rupert?
Good heavens. I wouldn't know where to begin counting.
It's been double-checked if you want to take my word for it.
Yes, I think I will.
You happy about it?
I'm very happy.
So, Sackley House is mine now, huh?
Of course, Grant. All yours. You'll give us a couple of weeks to vacate.
Oh, end of the month will do fine.
Thank you. Yes, we can manage by then very nicely.
Okay, so that's that fixed. Can we get on to the other business now?
Most certainly. Though I don't understand how
I can... You will if you hear me out. I want to buy the Isle of Man. How much?
The Isle of Man?
That's what I said, the Isle of Man.
But I can't sell you the Isle of Man. It belongs to, well, the people who live there.
Look, stop stalling. It ain't such a big place. 227 square miles with a population of little more than 50,000.
Now, really, Mr. Miller, I can't...
Grant, if you please. I can offer you 200,000 sterling.
Even 200,000 million?
An impossible figure. Look, I tell you what. I'll make it $250,000, cash on the nail.
But this is preposterous. How can I authorize the sale of the Isle of Man to you? It's unthinkable.
The Isle of Man is part of the United Kingdom, right?
Well, yes, but...
And 10 days ago, you were the United Kingdom's representative at the United Nations. Isn't that right, too?
Please, you're going too fast for me.
10 days ago, you were in a position to negotiate at an international level on behalf of Her Majesty's government.
But I wasn't empowered to sell territory to private individuals.
As far as my principles are concerned, you were. Think of it, Roop. $250,000, all yours, in cash. And I'll give you another $250,000 for the Channel Islands.
The Channel Islands?
Yep, that's $500,000 altogether. Oh, yeah, and I'd want you to throw in the Scilly Isles and the Isle of Wight for good measure.
You really do have a sense of humor, I'm sure.
Sit down, will you? I'm serious. I got the dough in that van outside. You want to take a look at it?
But this is quite ridiculous.
To me, it ain't. Now, look. I give you a special deal for this place. I've paid you 3 times what it's worth. Call it a softening up if you like. But if we ain't going to do any more business together, I'm going to cancel this sale. See?
I don't know what to say.
All you got to say is yes and make out a typewritten receipt signed by your lawyer out there. He's a commissioner of olds, isn't he?
Yes, of course.
Okay, and that's all you do is that. And I give you the dough here today.
This is all very confusing. I don't see
Listen, if you don't cooperate in this deal, I'll not only cancel the sale, I'll take my dough to Sir Humphrey Randall Jenkins, who took over from you.
Him?
I only came to you because I knew that you were in a sticky situation.
More likely, therefore, to cooperate.
That's right, Troop. So how about it?
All right, I'll have a talk to Bennett.
Sure, do that. Give him a cut. But don't be long, huh?
That is completely unhinged, Sir Rupert.
Perhaps, but it doesn't alter the fact that he's prepared to give me £500,000 right now, just for a piece of paper.
I suggest you humour the man. We can't afford to have the sale of this place cancelled.
He's so certain I'll do it. He sent this Beckett fellow out to the van to get the money.
For heaven's sake, Rupert, give the man his piece of paper. It'll be worthless, and if it makes him happy, we'll be happy too.
What do you think, Bennett?
I don't see what harm it can do. You can't sell what isn't yours, can you? It's not much different than playing Monopoly. One buys and sells Piccadilly, Mayfair, and heaven knows what. It's a game.
An excellent point, Mr. Bennett.
Yes, there is a difference. Here we're playing for real money.
Could it be forged currency?
Well, why would a man with $50 million in the bank want to deal in counterfeit? No, it's real money, Bennett. We can be certain of that.
Well, I think Lady Janet is right. Humour the man. It's either that or have the sale of Sackley House cancelled.
I'll type the receipt. The Isle of Man, the Isle of Wight, and the Channel Isles, you say?
And the Scilly Isles. 6 copies, dear.
I suggest you butter him up some more by throwing in Ireland.
Well, that's great, Roop. Oh, and thanks for throwing in Ireland. It makes it a worthwhile deal. I take it you ain't going to count the dough.
No, we'll just leave it piled up there by the wall until I can bank it tomorrow.
You'll cause a panic if you stick it in the village bank.
I'll go up to the city tomorrow and place it in the First Cosmopolitan Bank. I have a modest account there.
Oh, yeah, that's Sir Charles Jessop's bank. Yeah, he's quite a financial wizard, I'm told.
An old friend.
You know something? I've been looking at that map of the British Isles on your wall there.
Yes, and what about it?
Scotland, how much?
You want to buy Scotland?
Sure, why not? Another $500,000, do you?
Nowhere near enough, Grant.
Oh, it ain't much of a place. Rainy and foggy. Went once for a trip around this Loch Lomond place on a boat and didn't see a thing for fog. I reckon even $500,000's double what it's worth.
Don't forget the North Sea oil.
Oh, yeah, there's that. Can't say my principals will be much interested in oil, though.
Isn't it time you told me who they were?
No, can't do that. You'll know soon enough. Okay, look, I'll tell you what. $1 million for Scotland. A round, cool $1 million. You'll never get a better offer than that.
Oh, I could easily.
You could where?
The Russians.
Don't make me laugh, Roop. Russians, Chinese, Guatemalans, none of them would take you seriously if you made an offer. I'm the only guy in this kind of property buying market. $1 million's my last offer. Now, you take it or you leave it.
Oh, very well. A measly $1 million it is.
Right. Let's sort that out. Hey, Sam.
Yeah, boss?
Go and bring in $1 million, will you?
Yeah, boss.
Oh, and Lady Janet, will you let us have a receipt in sextuplicate? Scotland for an even $1 million?
$1 million? Good heavens.
Well, I reckon it's overpriced. Relax, Roop. You're looking mighty worried about something. There you are, getting all this dough for property you never paid a cent for.
Well, it's something of a strain.
What? Money for nothing? There's no strain to anybody. You know, it'd be a good idea if you and your wife emigrated by the end of the month. You know, before the deal becomes public.
Public?
Sure. You can't keep a property deal of this magnitude a secret forever. Besides, there'll be a lot of folks annoyed with you. Might want to do you a whole lot of harm for selling the ground under their feet. I know how I'd feel if somebody sold out the States. Mighty annoyed, believe me.
Yes, of course. Yes, I understand that. Thank heavens this is only a game.
What was that?
I just said I'd feel the same.
In fact, I'll be glad to get back to the States when all this is over and my principals have taken transfer. This ain't my kind of climate.
Your principals will be taking transfer here before you leave.
No such luck. When everything's fixed up, I'll have to make a special trip to see them. You know, hand over the papers and tie up the legal ends from their point of view. They're very meticulous about details. No loopholes, but very honorable folk they are. Never welsh on a deal. But I reckon they'd be pretty harsh on any guy who welshed on them.
Naturally.
What's keeping Sam? Shouldn't take him this long. All the dough's packed in 100-gram bundles. I was just talking about you, Sam.
I waited for the receipt.
All right, stick the dough in the corner there. I don't think Roop wants to check it. Hey, Roop?
No, that won't be necessary.
Here are the receipts. 6 of them. The lawyer guy signed and stamped them.
Okay, close the door on your way out.
Sure.
Sign these, will you?
Yes. There we are. 4 for you and 2 for me. Scotland is all yours. Good hunting.
Thanks a lot. It bothers me, though.
What does?
Well, it's an untidy job. You know, buying oddments like this. It's not very professional.
I don't quite follow your reasoning.
Okay, I'll stop beating about the bush. Look at that map again. It don't seem quite right, does it? I should buy England as well.
Hey, steady on there. You're going a little too far.
You reckon? No, it'll be untidy if I don't buy the whole lot. And why should you worry if you're going to emigrate?
Haven't said I am, yes?
Well, I advise you to. And there won't be much more matter at you if you sell England as well.
Really, Grant, I think this joke has gone far enough.
This is no joke, Roop. How many times do I have to tell you that?
Now, please calm down. Don't lose your temper.
Okay, but don't say that again. What do you think those bundles are on the corner there? Bars of chocolate? That's money, Roop. Real, crinkly spending money. Think of the great time you can have spending it. And I'll double it if you throw in England, okay?
Impossible.
That's where you're wrong. Let me tell you this, Roop. I've really been angling after England all along. Scotland, Ireland, all them crummy islands are strictly for the birds, see? I want England. We'll make it 3 million, a bulk deal.
No.
Look, I've given you $1.5 million already. And the dealings have been straight and we've both been smiling. But now I'm going to be ruthless. Roop, I want England and you got to sell it to me.
Not for 3 million.
How much then?
50 million.
What, are you crazy? That's nearly a pound a head for the population. Oh, hell, Roop, you must be soft in the head.
Oh, no. I'm not the one who's soft in the head.
4 million.
50 million, no less.
Why should England be worth 50 times more in Scotland?
It's history, it's traditions. They're worth more than the land itself.
I'm in the property business. I can't make anything out of traditions and history.
Think of it, Grant. Royalty. Changing of the guard. The mayor's show. The Miss World competition.
Okay, so what about this Edinburgh tattoo? That's tradition, isn't it?
You paid for that when you bought Scotland.
Now, for Pete's sake, Rube, let's be logical about this. Nobody's going to pay 50 million for England. Look, I want it, and I don't want to sit here all day arguing about it. 10 million.
Not much.
It's a lot to some guy who a week ago was wondering where his next meal was going to come from. An unemployable old diplomat.
There's no call for insults.
Well, put your feet back on the ground and make sense. 10 million's a whole lot of dough.
Not for England, the country I love, the land of my forefathers.
I don't care how many pilots you got here. I'm a businessman, not a patient of the arts.
Well, I must think about it.
You got till I finish this cigar. Then I tear up the deeds of the sale for this crummy house.
You're a hard man, Grant.
Yeah, I'm ruthless. Now get to thinking. This cigar ain't gonna last forever.
10 million.
That's what I said, Rube. Cash money.
Make it 15.
Okay, 15 it is.
Oh, that's better, Grant. You can afford it.
Been checking up on me?
Wouldn't you, if the position were reversed?
Damn right I would. So, you'll be happy with 15 million.
Satisfied rather than happy. You've really got me into a selling mood. Can you throw in anything else? Australia? Perhaps New Zealand?
You don't have the right to sell those. If I want them at any time, I know who to see. Don't try and con me into buying something you ain't got no right to sell.
Oh, yes, I was forgetting.
They got their own governments.
So is the Isle of Man, the House of Keys.
Yep, Ireland, too. But it's somehow different. To me, they're all part of the British Isles, but not Australia and New Zealand. Besides that, I don't want to rock the boat by buying up too much at once. Folks might get worried and overreact to the situation.
Talking of my rights to sell, do you really believe I have the authority to sell out the entire British Isles to you?
Not right now, Rube. For the last few days, you've been a nobody, a has-been. And that's why I backdated these receipts to the middle of last month when you were still in the saddle at the United Nations.
Well, that's dishonest.
Selling Britain without having paid a cent for it is also dishonest in a way, so let's not delve too deeply into the moral aspects. You got $16.5 million to cure your conscience. That's enough for any guy. Sam.
Yeah, boss?
Get me $15 million, will you?
Right away, boss.
Oh, say, Lady Janet, can you fix it up another receipt?
But what have you bought now?
England.
My, you really are aiming high, Mr. Miller.
That's it, Lady Janet. Higher than you ever believed.
Nice to see you again, Charles. Are you very busy?
Oh, no. Never too busy to see a man who's just deposited £16.5 million in my bank. Dear me, no. Can I offer you a drink?
No, thank you, Charles. Not at the moment.
My, your fortunes are looking up. I hope you can explain this highly irregular but welcome deposit. The tax people are going to throw a fit when they hear of it.
Yes, I was only wondering on the way down here how I could give them a rational explanation.
Don't worry too much about it, old chap. I'll help you on that score. It is your money, I take it.
Oh, every penny.
Oh, my. You had the poor clerks down below in a real tizzy. It isn't every day a man walks into the bank with a cash deposit like that. How did you come by it?
Do I have to tell you?
Well, no, you don't have to, really. However, it would help. Did you sell something?
Yes.
What on earth was it to realize a price like that? North Sea oil wells?
I'd rather not explain, Charles. Perhaps at a later date. It's confidential.
You'll have to tell the tax people, you know. They can check.
That's what I'm afraid of.
You did the sale with this American millionaire chap you telephoned me about, Grant Miller.
Yes.
I thought so. He made a massive cash withdrawal from the Marlborough Bank a few days ago. There was ever such a flap. 20 million, I believe it was. And you got most of it. Excellent work, Rupert. Oh, you've no worries now, eh?
No worries. What can you tell me about Miller?
Why worry about him now you've got a king-size slice of his fortune?
I'm curious.
Well, he's been in England 3 weeks now. We've done a few smaller deals, you know, $1 million here and $1 million there. Very shrewd man indeed, I'd say.
Eccentric? Perhaps a bit mad?
Not on your life. He's as sharp as they come. I've heard that he tends to be a little coarse in his manners and speech, but Miller is highly regarded as the traditional high-powered American tycoon. A big wheeler-dealer, as they say.
I think he's quite mad. Stark, raving mad.
Well, I can't see how you've gained that impression, Rupert.
Would you believe it if I told you he virtually gave me that money?
Eh?
For a few pieces of worthless paper.
Oh, I don't believe that. What did you sell him, Rupert?
I'll tell you, Charles, but on one condition. That what I say doesn't go beyond this room until I give permission.
Very well. Carry on.
I first met Miller when Janet and I were on our way home from Whitehall last week. I was a very worried man, as you know. What could I do, Charles? If I hadn't played this silly game with him, he would have cancelled the sale of Sackley House.
How extraordinary. Incredible.
But true. And Janet and the solicitor Bennett are my witnesses.
Yes. I see now what you mean by the man being mad. But it seems so out of character, from what I've heard of Miller. You say he's acting on behalf of another party.
Yes, but I was unable to extract from him who they are. But more than one, I'm sure of that.
Very strange, Rupert. The only suggestion I can offer you for the future is to keep the money deposited and see if there are any repercussions.
We have to be out of Sackley House by the end of the month, which means I'll have to buy a new place. One in Cornwall I saw advertised. Wakemore Manor.
Ah, yes. Yes, I know it. A grand place, Georgian. Belonged to the Martindale family. Spent a weekend there once.
Another drink, Charles?
I'm only halfway through this one.
You've really done this old place up well, I must say.
When we made up our minds to buy Wakemore Manor 3 weeks ago, I asked the local contractor and an interior decorator to make a crash job of it. Did far better than I anticipated.
It looks much better than the last time I was here. That was in the Martindale's day. Let me see. That would be about 30 years ago. My, how time flies.
Lovely housewarming party.
Thank you, Bennett, it is. Let me introduce you to Sir Charles Jessup, chairman of the First Cosmopolitan Bank.
Delighted to meet you, Sir Charles.
Sir Rupert has told me all about the dealings of this American fellow, Grant Miller.
He did? Oh, well, odd. Very odd.
That is an understatement. But if the madman wants to give all his money away, who are we to stop him? Eh, Rupert?
I'm not making an objection.
Excuse me, Sir Rupert.
Yeah, what is it?
A telephone call from London for you, sir, in the library.
Ask my wife to take it, will you?
The gentleman said it was personal and urgent. The Prime Minister's office.
What? Prime Minister? I'm coming.
Very good, sir.
By Jove, Rupert. Perhaps he wants to give you your old job back.
If he does, I'll quickly tell him what he can do with it.
It would seem, Bennett, that Sir Rupert has found his feet once more, and the heirs of a millionaire.
Yes. He did. It was only a joke. Well, call it a game. Yes, the man must be out of his mind, I agree. I'm very sorry, Prime Minister. I didn't expect the joke to go this far. Well, it's a very tedious and rather incredible explanation. Yes, I'll call tomorrow. Please accept my sincerest apologies. You've had him ejected. Good. Very well, Prime Minister. I'll be at number 10 about 3. Yes, I mean at 3 precisely. Thank you. Good night, Prime Minister. Is he in a temper?
Ah, you're here, Rupert. Oh, that terrible man Miller is outside. He wants to see you.
Oh, dear.
There's something wrong, dear. You're looking awfully pale.
I've just had a broadside from number 10.
Oh, good heavens, dear. Don't tell me the Prime Minister is still after your blood.
It's a fresh problem, I fear. Connected directly with the gentleman who's waiting outside to see me. Here, dear, and show him in. At the same time, ask Sir Charles Jessup and Bennett to join me. I'm afraid this may be a rather harrowing experience.
Oh, I thought all this was too good to be true.
I was just outside, Rupert. Janet tells me I'm needed. What's wrong?
Is Bennett with you?
Yes, I'm here, Sir Rupert.
I'll come in and close the door.
What did the PM have to say?
He was in a rage. It seems that Miller's assistant, another American called Sam Beckett, called on number 10. I don't know how, but he succeeded in getting an audience. The PM was very vague about what Beckett said, but it was something to the effect that the evacuation of the British Isles must start immediately.
What is this? An international practical joke?
Well, the PM was furious and had the man ejected, naturally, but not before he'd handed over copies of my receipts for the money.
Ye gods.
I had to present myself at number 10 tomorrow afternoon with an explanation. You better come with me, Bennett.
Oh, Sir Rupert, I don't want to be involved.
But you are involved. Your name and stamp are on those receipts. Yes, I think I'll take Janet with me, too. I'll need every witness.
Hi, Rupert. How's it going? Lady J said you're in here. Hey, why the big serious look?
This is Sir Charles Jessup.
Yeah, I know. Head of the First Cosmopolitan. Pleased to meet you, Charles.
Bennett, you know.
Hi, Benny.
You're looking very pleased with yourself, Mr. Miller.
Hey, what's the Mr. Miller routine? It's grand, remember? Anyway, today's the big day.
Perhaps you can clear up a small matter that's bothering me, Grant.
Sure, yeah. What is it?
A few moments ago, I had a call from the Prime Minister. Apparently your colleague Beckett has been to see him.
Sure, yeah, to give him his eviction notice.
I can assure you, Grant, that the Prime Minister did not appreciate the joke. I'm on the carpet tomorrow.
If I were in your shoes, Rupert, I'd be on the first flight to New York tomorrow instead.
All right, Grant, the joke's over. Gone too far. I'll arrange with Sir Charles to have the money transferred back to your account at the Marlborough Bank, and you can return those silly pieces of paper.
Do I take it you want to welch on the deal?
It wasn't a deal, Grant. It was a joke, a very puzzling, if funny joke. I put it down to your American sense of humor.
You made a deal, so you better stick to it.
Steady on.
You shut up and don't interfere. You got no say in this matter.
Oh, really?
I say, Grant, you can't speak to my friends like that in my home.
It ain't your home, Rube.
Yes, it is. I paid $120,000 for it.
Then you're a dope. I bought England for $15 million, didn't I? And this is England, ain't it? Technically, this is my place.
Calm down. You're being totally unreasonable. I've told you the joke is over. Now, let's all have a drink and a good laugh.
Rupe, old pal, you spoilt my laughing mood. You knew this wasn't a joke. You took my money, didn't you?
It's in the bank, waiting to be returned to you.
I don't want the money, damn you. I won the British Isles, every acre.
Oh, dear. This is getting to be such a bore.
Now, talk sense, please, Grant.
How can I talk sense when you're trying to welch on our deal? What kind of a guy are you?
Please! I can't take any more of this nonsense. It's making Alice in Wonderland seem like an Ibsen drama.
Ibsen, Snipsen. My clients will be here any time now to take possession of their property.
Well, they must be madder than you are.
You better not tell them that to their faces, pal. What time is it now? 10 to 9. Yep, they left home 2 hours ago.
Where are they coming from? London?
London. Man, that's a laugh.
The more I listen, the more I'm convinced that you need psychiatric treatment, Mr. Miller.
You know, I don't think you guys understand what all this is about.
Do you? Because if you do, kindly enlighten me.
Well, with a bit of luck, maybe the television will tell you. Switch it on, Rube.
What has the television to do with it?
Switch it on. You might get the answer.
Very well, but I didn't see what...
The spokesman at the Royal Observatory tells us that he's unable to give any further information. Meanwhile, the city streets are thronged by crowds looking upwards at the gigantic, mysterious firework display in the Earth's upper atmosphere. I'm told that the glowing pinpoints of light, and there are thousands of them, are rapidly approaching and can be seen all over the British Isles. We take you now to our outside broadcasting unit at...
Why did you turn it off?
Because you just got the answer to your question. Okay. Has it filtered through, Roop?
Wait. Surely you can't mean...
Yeah, I do mean. But I reckon Roop ain't seen it yet.
I'm afraid to. You mean those pinpoints of light are...
Well, you can call them UFOs if you like, and they're coming to claim their property, all legal-like.
Oh, no. What have I done?
Sold the British Isles, that's what you've done.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. Tonight we have pleasure in presenting You're Not the Woman I Married by Malcolm Hulk. The prison alarm bell rings. 2 convicts have escaped. So starts this tensely dramatic play. Listen in a few moments to how this getaway is linked to the emotional difficulties of middle-aged George Ramage and his recently acquired young wife in You're Not the Woman I Married. Produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Michael Silver. You're Not the Woman I Married.
You all right? Yeah. What are we going to do about the rope? Leave it. Come through here behind these bushes. What for? I've got me reasons. Come on. That's what I wanted to hear. The prison alarm bell. Sweet music. Filling them all with its taste.
Evening, George.
Oh, hello, Jerry. It's Jerry Sharp, eh?
I'm sorry to intrude on your domestic bliss, George, but there's 2 birds just run their cage.
What? 2 men broken out of the prison?
That's right. Do your garage doors lock?
Well, no. I was going to get a padlock.
Then you better take out the distributor arm of that car of yours.
Oh, yes, sure.
And tip us the wink if you see anything suspicious like.
Yeah. Oh, I don't suppose you've got time for a cup of tea, eh?
No, sorry. I've got 5 more streets to cover. I can see we're going to be all night on this lark.
Night, Jerry.
Oh, did you hear that, then?
I could hear Jerry Sharp 2 streets away.
Oh, he's not that bad.
He is. If he wasn't a policeman, he'd be a car park attendant or something. Anything in uniform, ordering people about.
Anyway, we better bolt this back door.
But they're probably miles away by now.
Well, you don't know. Last time someone got out, a couple of years ago, he was found not more than half a mile from the prison gates. Could go and fix the car, too.
What have you got to do to it?
Take out the distributor arm.
You don't seriously think they'd bother with an old car like ours, do you?
I don't know. They'd probably prefer it to some flashy new one. Less noticeable. Anyway, won't take it, Jeffy.
George?
Yes? Oh, look, I won't be a moment.
Oh,
Oh, now then, breaking our best china, that's not like
I
you.
don't know why I dropped it.
Oh. All right, it's only a mixing bowl. I'll clear up the mess.
It just suddenly fell out of my hand.
You've been working too hard, getting ready for the night.
I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, it's all right, love. Accidents will happen.
I haven't got another mixing bowl.
Well, your brother isn't going to miss a few buns that he never knew he was going to have. Anyway, you brought enough food to last us through a siege.
Do you think I've brought in too much?
No, of course not. I expect them to eat us out of house and home. That's a sailor's prerogative, isn't it?
It's awfully good of you saying they could come and stay here.
What sort of a Victorian husband do you think I am, then? This is your home, love, as much as it's mine. Any member of your family is welcome here for as long as they want to stay. You know that, don't you?
You're a very nice Victorian husband.
Yes, well, let's not harp on my advancing years.
Oh, listen who's talking. Who had to be convinced they weren't too old at 43 to get married?
I'm a year younger since then. Now, how about getting the cooking and housework and go and get yourself ready?
Give me a kiss first.
I'll stop work any time to do that. Now, you go and make yourself look beautiful, though you don't already. Otherwise, I'll never finish painting that window tonight.
All right. I'll be as quick as I can.
Oh, it's all right. I'll go. Oh, well, I've been the ocean waves, where the lyric roots.
Hello, George.
Oh, hello, Roddy. What can I do for you?
Oh, I'm sorry to be a nuisance, but your mother's run out of bread.
There's a small white in the bin.
Oh, looks like you're in luck. Oh, let's see what we can find here. Come on.
Have you heard about the escape?
Oh, yes, the police have been round here.
They say they'll be after civilian clothes and money, if they can lay their hands on him.
Well, then you'd better keep your fancy suits locked up. Now, this one, do you? Small white?
Oh, I should think so. Well, actually, I think your mother only sent me around here to see what's going on.
I don't suppose she wants to know what you're doing and what you're thinking all the time, eh?
Well, if I had a mother, I wouldn't talk about her like that.
Well, I'm not talking about her like anything.
Do you and Mary get on?
Hey, you're a funny bloke, aren't you? That's the sort of thing you never ask people.
Oh, I didn't mean no offence. I mean, she's so different from people around here. Like the smart clothes she wears and
Of
that.
course she's different. She's from London.
Well, what did she want to come up here for?
Roddy, are you going down the street borrowing bread and running some sort of survey into the habits of married couples?
Well, you're the only people I know this side of the town.
Well, you try finding things out about people by asking other people, like everybody else does.
Well, it seems funny, that's all. Coming to a place like this from London. Oh, I'd give anything to get to London. Well, if I could get a job down there.
I wish you luck, mate. Now, do you think you've inquired enough into our business to satisfy my mother for the evening?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll get the bread to her.
I'll see you out. Hey, you better mind how you go past the Nick. You're one of those blokes looks the spitting image of you.
Oh, you didn't.
Oh, go on. Get on with it.
Good night.
Night, Roddy. Well, it hasn't taken you long to get ready.
Did you find the bread all right?
Yes, I thought you were getting a new dress for tonight.
Changed my mind. Don't I look all right?
Oh, you know you always look wonderful, but Well, I thought you said you put some money by for new clothes for your brother's visit.
Money comes in useful for other things as well.
So no, love. Oh, as soon as we got this house paid off, we'll be able to get all sorts of things. Certainly do look wonderful.
Right, you're crushing my dress. I've just pressed it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now then, don't sulk.
No, I'm not sulking.
I've got something for you. Do you want to see it?
What is it?
I've got it on top of this wardrobe.
Oh.
There you are. You'll probably be ever so annoyed with me for spending the money.
An electric razor.
It's the type you said you wanted.
You haven't got anything else hidden away in this house, have you?
Why'd you ask that?
Well, nothing, only... Well, it's lovely, Mary, but we can't afford that sort of thing, not yet.
But I bought it for you. I didn't steal the money, I saved it.
Yeah, but I mean, why buy it for me? So many other things that you need, that we need for the house.
I wanted to show how much I appreciate you having my brother and his friend here.
Yeah, that's costing money, too. And I don't think I begrudge a penny of it, but this is only an extra.
You just can't live, can you?
What do you mean?
It's no good trying to explain.
No, Mary, just a minute. Look, love, I didn't want to hurt your feelings.
Well, you have done.
Yeah, but we've got to plan for things like that.
You're frightened of that razor, aren't you?
How do you mean, frightened?
It's something you want, but you won't take it. It was the same about going away on holiday last summer, wasn't it?
We went on holiday.
Because I talked you into it. Do you remember which of us proposed marriage?
Yeah, well, I know, but I thought it was such a cheek. A man of my age.
George, you're still scared of me because I try to live a bit. You're worried about what I might do next, aren't you?
Sometimes I think, I don't really know you.
How can you live with me a year and not know me?
Well, some of the things you say sometimes and do.
Like wearing a bikini in the back garden last summer?
Oh, I mean more important things.
What do you want to know about me that you don't know already?
Nothing. I don't want to know anything that you don't want to tell me.
If you want to know about me, before we got married, I'll tell you. But I didn't want to hurt you.
No, I'm not talking about the past. I'm talking about now. That's what we agreed, isn't it? Now, look. Can't we see if they take that razor back until we can afford it?
But I wanted you to have it.
You know I'd love to have it.
Then keep it.
But... Well, how much did it cost?
£6.
All right.
Can we kiss and make up now?
Of course we can. Proper baby sometimes. Did you tell your brother how much older I am than you?
I said you got white hair and no teeth, and I'd take you out in a wheelchair.
There's not much in Southampton to entertain him. I hope he won't get fed up here.
Well, he'll probably want to go to London after a few days to meet his old friends.
Well, it'll be a change at any rate after being cooped up in a ship for 18 months.
Oh, did you remember the beer?
Oh, but I thought you'd got it.
No, I asked you yesterday to go to the off-license.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you've forgotten. Just a minute, I'll get my purse.
Well, I really thought you said you'd get it.
Well, it doesn't matter. Here's £1, housekeeping. You can get something out of that. They should be here any minute now. You better hurry.
All right. Well, I won't be long.
Oh, and you need this shopping bag.
Oh, thanks. I'd better get my coat. It'll be freezing outside.
You won't need that. You'll only be out a few minutes.
Yeah, well, I don't want to get pneumonia. Here, let me get at the wardrobe.
But I thought you didn't like being mollycoddled.
I don't mind mollycoddling myself.
Do you want to be an old man and wear your overcoat just for 3 minutes in the open?
I'd rather be a middle-aged man and wear my overcoat for 3 minutes. Well, aren't you going to let me get at it?
Don't need it. You only think you do.
Yeah, what have you got in there? A body or something?
I'll give you your muffler.
Oh.
There you are. That'll keep your neck warm.
Yeah, but what about the rest of me?
That's for the rest of you. Now hurry or they'll be here.
Hey, all right.
This is a police announcement. This is a police announcement.
What's that?
Well, sounds like a loudspeaker.
Well, open the door.
Oh, okay.
Please pay attention. This is an important police announcement. 2 men have escaped from the prison. Please lock all doors and windows. Please report immediately to the police if you see any persons acting suspiciously. The 2 escaped men may still be in this neighborhood. These men may be dangerous. Please report to the police immediately if you see any persons behaving suspiciously. This is a police announcement. Please pay attention.
I don't envy those 2 blokes on the run. Probably be glad when they're back inside.
They may not think so.
Did you tell your brother you'd chosen the house next door to the local Nick?
He knows all about it.
You sure you'll be all right on your own? Wouldn't it be better if I wait till Mitch and his friend have turned up?
I'll be perfectly all right.
Well, if anyone rings the doorbell or anything, you take a good look at them through the front window before answering.
Yes, I'll do that. Don't worry.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Oh, evening, George. Well, we were talking about the escaped convicts.
And a right lot these convicts are, too. You ever see anything of them?
Oh, me?
You live next door to them?
There's a 20-foot wall between my house and that place. They might be on another planet, for all I know about them.
Well, this fella, the knifer, we never knew his real name. He broke out. Must be over 40 years ago now. He vanished. Just went out of sight. Well, they hadn't got those fast cars in those days, and he certainly didn't get a lift on a horse and cart, because they had the whole place surrounded for miles in all directions. Roadblocks, everything you could think of. But there he was, gone.
Didn't they catch him?
I was coming to that. You see, he had a brother that the police didn't know anything about. And this brother, he had got himself a job as a gardener to Lord Wyburn, that used to own this big estate where all those houses are now.
Oh, yes, the Wyburn estate.
That's right, that's it. So there was a little cottage thrown in with this job of being a gardener. Of course, all them cottages are gone now. They were where the school is now. And this bloke, the knifer, he holds up with his brother, see? He stayed there in a back room, hiding under the bed whenever the head gardener called round on any business like. And then he moves off free as the Lord when the time suits him. Of course, by then, no one's looking for him around here.
That's the way to do it. Now then, George, what can I get you?
Well, I wanted
Yes, that's what it is, you see. Nobody thought of looking right here next to the prison. They thought he must have got away in the first few hours.
He knew what he was doing. You were saying, George?
Yeah, well, a quart of light and brown, 2 bottles of stout, and a couple of tins of lager. Oh, and half a bottle of whiskey.
Right, coming off.
Of course, they got him in the end, because, you see, he did in his own brother with a knife before he went on his way.
Oh, I never heard that.
Anyway, the knifer fell out with his brother over something and used his knife on him. He was a real bad lot, he was. But he got away all right before anyone found his brother's body. And he managed to join the army. No one spotted him. He just volunteered like everyone else.
Very nice. Got any more stories like that?
I thought you might be interested.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Well, I'm interested, yeah.
Well, that's your all set up, George. Shall I put it in your bag for you?
Oh, yes, thanks. How much is that, lot?
That'll be £3, 2 and 6, please.
Thanks. There we are then. £3, 2 and 6. Just right.
Thanks. Very much.
Well, that's what I'd do if I was escaping from that place. Now, there was a bloke stayed actually inside the prison for a week without being spotted. By the time he finally broke out, all the hue and cry had died down, and he was able to walk out dressed as a warder, free as the Lord. And then he still needed money for a train fare to get away, and the first house he tried to rob was the home of a policeman.
Oh, that was rotten luck for him.
Oh, you need a lot of luck trying to get away from a place like that. Or a lot of planning.
Seems to me you need a lot of both.
Yes, I should think you would. You're doing all right then, George?
Yeah, I'm fine.
The wife all right?
Well, she gets away. Yes.
As I was saying, this bloke actually stayed inside the prison. In a workshop, it was. For a whole week without being spotted.
Oh, yeah, well, I'd like to hear about it sometime, but I'll be going now. Good night.
Yeah, no night, George.
Good night, George.
Mary? Oh, there you are. Any sign of them yet?
Yes, they've arrived.
Oh, jolly good.
But they've gone straight up to their room.
Oh, they want to change and that.
They're both terribly tired, George. They've had no sleep for 2 days. There's been some trouble with the boilers on their ship. They're both dead tired.
Oh, well, we'll take the beer up to them. Look, I've gone and splashed out a bit of butter.
I really think we ought to let them sleep. They both looked awful when they arrived.
You mean they're staying up there till the morning?
I don't know yet. I'm sorry if it's a disappointment to you.
No, it's all right. This is Liberty
But they
Hall.
were tired.
Well, that didn't mean anything.
You are disappointed, aren't you?
No. There'll be plenty of time to get to know each other next week. Hey, what's got into you, anyway?
Nothing.
You seem so nervous since I came back.
It's nothing. It's just that I haven't seen Mitch for a long time. It seems strange in being here, that's all.
Oh, look, they can't both be asleep yet. Here, why don't we go up and have a drink with them and then let them go to bed?
We really ought to let them sleep it out.
Oh, all right. Where's their bags and all that?
They've taken everything upstairs with them.
Oh, we'd better get the beer sorted out. I'll take it through to the kitchen. There's a couple of tins of lager for you. What's Mitch's friend like? Had you met him before?
No, he's just a chap Mitch met on the ship. They share the same cabin together. His people live in London.
Well, why didn't he go down there then?
Mitch wanted him to meet me. I think he wanted to show off.
What sort of fellow is he then?
Well, he's all right. He bought a whole bag full of toys for his kid brother.
How do you know? You open it up.
What are you asking me these questions for?
Oh, nothing. Well, I just wondered what sort of fellow he was. You are an estater.
No, I'm perfectly all right.
Okay. Here, how about having one of your tins of lager? Here, I'll get a glass for you.
It's just that we never seem to get on so well when there are other people around. I hope it won't be like that on account of Mitch.
Oh, why should it?
Because you never really trust me. You think I may say the wrong thing and shock people.
Oh, it'd take a lot to shock a couple of merchant seamen, wouldn't it? There you are now. Drink this. See if it doesn't put a different complexion on things, huh?
Thank you. What if, when you get talking with Mitch about the places he's been, you start wishing you hadn't got married and settled down?
Oh, is that what's on your mind?
You've always wanted to go abroad, haven't you?
Oh, well, everyone wants to travel.
George, what if we both went away together?
Where to?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Somewhere where no one speaks English, so there'd only be the two of us.
Was that what Mitch's coming here has done to you?
It's only made me think that we're best when we're on our own.
Look, if he's upset you in some way, I've a good mind to go upstairs and ask him to go.
No, he hasn't said anything. It's just because we've got something, you and me. I don't want us to ever lose it. I don't want us to slip back to whatever we were before.
Has my mother been saying things?
No, it's got nothing to do with her, not this time. Well, in a way it is, because Mitch being up here, it makes me remember what I used to be like. George, will you promise me that whatever happens, we won't forget what we've built up together?
Well, what could happen? We're married, aren't we? I don't know what you're worried about.
I'm just being silly, I suppose. Maybe I just wanted to tell you how much I love you.
Well, love you. You go a very complicated way about it. I only wish I knew what was really going on in your mind.
If you could see into it right now, all you'd see would be one big muddle.
Oh, well, you drink up while I go and fix the car. Oh, I'd almost forgotten it.
What are you going to do with this arm?
Oh, distribute your arm. I'll take it out, put it on the shelf in here somewhere. It's only a little thing. I'll show you in the morning how it works, if you like.
All right.
Now, you sit tight there. I won't be a jiffy. And stop worrying.
All right, I'll try. You'll need the torch, won't you?
Oh, yes, thanks. now then, push your freeze to death out here. Come on. Hello, what have we got here? Mary.
What is it?
There's two sets of prison convict uniforms in our dustbin.
Uniforms in our dustbin.
Men who escaped. They must have got hold of civilian clothes somehow, and they had to dump their prison gear somewhere, and well, they've used our dustbin.
But there's been no one round here.
Well, they wouldn't ring the front doorbell and ask permission, would they? Anyway, it means that they can't have got very far. They must be hiding just around this street somewhere.
Why round here?
Because their uniforms are here.
But they may have been there for almost an hour and a half. I mean... Well, they could have got a long way from here in that time.
Those uniforms weren't there when I went to get the beer.
How do you know?
Well, when I was leaving here, after you closed the front door, I found a banana skin someone had thrown in our garden path. I put it in the dustbin.
But it was dark. How could you see what was in there?
Well, it really doesn't matter, does it? I'd have sensed if those coals had been in there. Well, take up half the dustbin. Anyway, look, you go upstairs and tell Mitch what it's all about. You'll have to wake him up if he's asleep, and stay up there till I get back. I don't want anything to happen to you.
Where are you going?
Well, I have to tell the police, of course. Or it might be quickest if I went straight to the prison itself.
But, George, it's not our business.
What do you mean, not our business?
I just don't want you to go to the police, that's all.
Well, why not?
I don't want us to get involved.
But there's two criminals escaped from prison.
You've lived next to that place all your life, but you don't know what it's like to be inside there. Locked up, treated like an animal.
And do you?
Why do you ask that?
Well, I didn't mean do you really know what it's like to be in prison. I meant that... But I don't understand you. Well, of course we've got to go to the police.
George, if you feel you must go, then that's all there is to it.
But why don't you want me to?
Because you're a frightened little man.
Huh?
You always wanted to run to someone or something bigger than yourself. If your father lived, you might have got it all out of your system, but he didn't. So you're always looking for something big and powerful to lean on and make decisions for you and to run to.
You never talked like this before.
I didn't have to. You seem to be getting more used to being a married man and not being frightened anymore.
Mary, you've been married before, haven't you?
What's that got to do with it? Up to 2 minutes ago, we were happy, weren't we? But as soon as anything comes in from the outside, we start to break up.
Like two prison uniforms in our front garden, for instance?
Like anything. We just don't remain a single unit anymore because you don't trust me.
Well, but I just don't know what to make of you, Mary.
All right, then I'll tell you. I was married when I was 18, and he was very young and foolish. Now, do you want to know any more?
Only what you want to tell me.
I didn't want to tell you things that might hurt you.
You mean you loved him more than you loved me?
Young love's different, George. It's wild and crazy. It goes deep inside you.
I know. I was in love with a girl when I was 20. Only I had my mother to think about.
Well, I didn't bother to think about anyone but me.
And did he leave you?
What happened was as much my fault as it was his. I was full of big ideas, wanting expensive things and a gay time.
Yeah, I see. So you'd rather I didn't tell the police about those prison uniforms?
I thought we'd got off that.
I know you did.
What's that supposed to hint at?
Mary, that telegram you had from your brother, where is it?
Well, what do you want it for?
The telegram he sent you from Liverpool. You never showed it to me. It should have Liverpool written across it somewhere.
Well, I suppose it did, but what are you talking about? It was 2 days ago. I must have thrown it away.
12 months we've been together. I've never seen a letter from him.
He never writes letters. Don't you think he exists or something? He's upstairs asleep.
That'll be Jerry Sharp, likely. I invited him back for a cup of tea.
Oh, send him away. I want to talk to you.
Don't worry. Just because you're not the woman I married, I'm not going to be the laughing stock in the neighborhood. You'll be all right.
George!
Oh, hello, Jerry. Thought it'd be you.
Well, I've got time for that cup of tea if the offer's still good.
It's coming.
Oh, what's the matter with you, then? Camel got the hump?
No, I'm all right. Let's get this door closed. It's freezing.
Well, aren't you going to put the chain on it?
Well, hardly any need to with you in the house, is there?
I see what you mean. Well, I'd certainly teach them a lesson. I've got my hands on them, keeping us all out on a night like this.
Yeah, well, come on down to the kitchen, get warm, huh? Oh, as a matter of fact, we were just putting the kettle on, weren't we, Mary?
Yes.
Oh, it's a rotten shame, really. All you chaps being kept out on a night like this, when for all we know, those two men may be snug as anything somewhere in the warm.
Oh, I don't know about that. They're more likely perishing of cold in someone's coal shed. Anyway, how's Mary getting on?
I'm all right, thank you.
Well, I've got to be back in an hour. There's a whole van load of extra dogs being brought in from Nottingham.
Are they supposed to know where the men are?
They're given something to smell that the prisoners have been wearing. Then we go on the leash with them. Mind you, if I get the dog that picks up the scent, he'll be off his leash the moment he starts tugging.
You really hate anyone who's on the wrong side of the law, don't you, Jerry? I mean, you wouldn't want to deprive the dogs of their bit of fun, would you?
I don't think Jerry meant anything like that, did you, Jerry?
Well, the dogs are trained not to attack a person, provided they don't offer any resistance.
I see. And the dogs decide whether the person is offering resistance or not.
The dogs are very well trained, if you're interested to know.
If you've got nothing to let the dogs smell, no clothes like...
Bedding. Use their bedding. As a matter of fact, their clothes haven't been found yet. They must have dumped them somewhere. They can't still be walking around in their prison togs.
Do you know anything about these men yet?
Oh, they're a couple of bad boys, all right. Donnelly and Wilson. You remember they did a bank job down in London a couple of years ago?
I don't remember it, no.
Oh, their names were all in the papers. They were both armed at the time. They beat up a night watchman, used the butts of their guns. They drew 10 years each on account of that.
So I suppose I'll be watching for them down in London tomorrow.
If we don't catch them tonight, they will. You know, that's a funny thing. Most blokes, as soon as they break out of prison, it doesn't matter where they are, they head for home like a lot of flipping homing pigeons. Just shows what a balmy lot some of them are inside. They all know that as soon as a man breaks out, we're watching their relatives, no matter where they live.
What if they don't have any relatives?
Then they've got nowhere to run to, have they? I mean, no one's going to harbour an escaped convict unless there's something in it for them, or because he's a member of the family. Now, you take this Donnelly, for instance. According to the screws of the Nick, no one's ever visited him since he started serving his time there. He was supposed to have had a pretty young wife when he was carrying a gun around. But the moment he got sent to prison, she just faded out.
Here's your tea.
Oh, thanks, Mary.
Yours, George.
Thanks.
If you don't mind, I've got a few things to do upstairs.
Oh, you're leaving us?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Oh, something the matter with her?
No, there's just got a few things on her mind, I imagine.
Women, you've got to have them, but you can never understand them. Got any fags on you?
Oh, yes, sure. Got some up here. That's funny. No, I know I did have them on this shelf.
That doesn't matter. I just run out.
Yes, but I had some up here. Oh, Mary must have taken them.
I thought she'd stopped smoking.
Yes, well, she must have put them somewhere.
Or maybe there's been someone else round who'd run out.
Yeah, I suppose that could have happened just now.
Anyway, you'll have plenty of duty-frees when your brother-in-law arrives. No sign of them yet, I suppose?
No.
Oh, they'll have sacks. I wouldn't mind a couple of packets if there's any going.
Oh, sure, I'll ask them.
You know what time they're arriving yet?
Oh, Mary said something about trouble with the ship. Boilers or something. They were a bit uncertain about when they'd be free.
Oh, they'll be running out of trains as an odd here pretty soon. I hear you're getting all spruced up for them.
Oh, you mean the paintwork on the window? Well, I really ought to be getting on with that.
No. I mean, aren't you getting a couple of new suits?
Oh, well, I've been thinking about it.
Well, your missus has been thinking, if what I hear's right. The wife saw her buying them.
What? Your Jessie saw Mary buying suits for me?
Yes. Now, don't tell me you didn't know anything about it.
Oh, well, I guess she was up to something.
Well, you can't fool me, George. You didn't know anything about it, did you?
Oh, it's our first anniversary coming up next week. I knew she'd been saving up for something.
Now I've gone and let the cat out of the bag. Anyway, when she shows them to you, you look surprised. That's the way to treat a woman, same as you would a child.
Yes, I know. Mary's full of surprises.
Well, I'm off. Now, don't forget about those fags when your brother-in-law turns up.
No, come with you to the front door.
Thanks for the warm-up. You see, it's going to freeze solid tonight.
Oh, yes, I expect you're right.
Good night, then, George.
Good night, Jerry. Now, remember about the cigarettes for you.
Shall I put the kettle on?
All right, Roddy. Did George say there are?
2 men broke out of Chesterton prison late this afternoon. They are Michael John Donnelly, aged 28, and Brian Wilson, aged 25. Both men are serving 10-year prison sentences for an armed raid on a London bank 2 years ago. Police have set up roadblocks
it must be
on
George
the roads leading to Nottingham and Leicester, and drivers are being questioned. It is believed that the 2 men who escaped...
Oh, evening, Roddy.
I thought you were busy tonight.
Well, sort of scaled the outer wall.
What about these 2 men? What?
This afternoon, police headquarters issued a warning that these 2 men may be dangerous.
Well,
road death.
You can switch that off now, Roddy.
A minute.
Well, that's the second time tonight they've been on about those fellas. They put on pictures of them before.
What did they look like?
Well, you could see what type of men they were, all right.
Oh, those photographs the police take, they always make people look like that.
Oh, it doesn't matter who takes the photograph. You could see what type of men they were. You're just in time for a cup of tea, George.
I'll just have one, Mother.
Yeah, I suppose you have.
Well, I will have one, thanks.
Well, I'll go make it then.
Yeah, I shan't be long. Mother, you've got a lot of old newspapers somewhere, haven't you?
They're in the bottom cupboard there.
Oh.
That's that Maggie Fairkettle for you. Asked me to put by your morning newspapers from when you were living here, so she could put them under her new carpet. Then she never collected them. No. You could throw that lot out now. She'll never want them now.
Yes, I will.
What are you looking for in there, then?
These were about the same time as those 2 men were caught.
Well, that's nothing to do with us. I know what I'd like to do with them men.
What would you do with them?
Oh, they're not fit to live, not that sort.
Well, didn't kill anybody.
I don't know what's got into you with all your new ideas on things. Or maybe I do.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I suppose you've got a right to your own ideas.
Meaning I haven't, I suppose.
I never said that.
We got the teapot in here.
It's over there, Roddy.
Oh, thanks. What have you got all these newspapers out for? Somebody doing their crosswords?
George is looking up about them men what escaped. He feels sorry for them.
I never said that, Mother.
Well, look at what it says in this one. Shorter jackets for men. Oh, that's going a bit back, isn't it?
Well, they're all 2 years old, these papers.
I can't think how you've got time reading through all them now. I thought you'd be up to your eyes with your new relatives by now. I suppose they've all arrived to make themselves at home by now, haven't they?
Oh, yes. Mary's looking after them.
Yeah, I suppose she is. Blood's thicker than water.
What do you think of this, then? Miss Lola DuPont, honeymooning on the Italian Riviera with film director husband Amo Kazana or something, told reporters, "I shall love this man till the day I die." She divorced him last month, didn't she?
I thought you was making the tea, Roddy.
Oh, only trying to be helpful. This isn't what you're after, isn't it? Bank raiders sentence. Hey, look, there are photographs of them. They're the same as they put on the telly earlier on tonight.
Yeah, let me see.
Hold on a minute. Donnelly's wife leaves caught in tears. See picture on page 5.
Yeah, let me have that paper.
All right. Look for yourself if you want.
I can't think why you're so interested.
Just a minute, Mother.
Do you mind if I look too?
If you want to.
Oh, she looks a slip of a thing, doesn't she? Oh, very dramatic the way she's holding that handbag up to her face, isn't it?
Yeah, she wouldn't want anyone to recognise her coming out of a place like that, I wouldn't wonder.
Myra Donnelly. Oh, that's a nice name for a girl. I always think.
Sounds soft to me. It isn't English.
Well, is that what you were looking for then, George?
But also curious, that's all. Weren't you making some tea or something?
I thought you didn't want any.
He changed his mind.
All right, then, tea for three coming up. Now then, where's that teapot?
It's over there.
All right, yeah. Oh, well, off we go. Shan't be long.
Well, have you finished with them newspapers?
Yes, so I'll throw them out for you.
Oh, leave them there. Roddy will do it.
Mother, I may be going away for a bit.
I've been expecting that.
What makes you say that?
Well, I know you two wouldn't want to be stuck in a place like Chesterton forever. Not now you've got each other. I mean to say, Mary's only young, and young people want some fun. There's not for a year.
Oh, no, I meant I might be going away on my own for a bit.
Who'd look after you?
I can look after myself.
Oh. Well, I suppose it's none of my business.
Now, you see, Mary may have to go with her brother back to London for a while. Well, there may be some business they've got to clear up down there.
I see.
What do you see?
Well, naturally, that comes first with her, doesn't it? What would happen to your job while you're gone away?
I'd have to get another when I came back, wouldn't I? No, I just thought I'd warn you that I might be going. You'll be all right with Roddy here.
Where were you thinking of going, then?
Abroad, somewhere.
Well, there must be some reason why you're planning to fly off in different directions. Not that it's any of my business, of course.
Well, Mother, I wanted to talk to you about it.
Well, I'm here.
You open up, I've got my hands
Oh,
full.
all right.
Yes. Did you hear those bloodhounds howling just then? You can hear them from the back clear as anything. Oh, it's enough to give you the creeps. Where shall I put the tray? Next to you, Mrs. Maid?
Put it down here, Roddy.
There you are. Was I interrupting you?
No, it's all right. As I was saying, Mother, I wondered if you could help me, that's all.
You should know that's my only thought, George. I've always done everything I could to help you. That's one advantage of being an only child.
Yes, I know. This person, they might not have to go away to clear up this business if things were made more worthwhile for them round here.
Who do you mean by this person? You or somebody else?
Are you sure I'm not interrupting? Well, I could take my tea up to my own room.
There's no need for you to do that, Roddy. If what's going to happen happens, everybody's going to know about it any road. Now then, George, who were you talking about?
I was referring to Mary.
And who's done anything to cross her, I'd like to know. Isn't she grateful for what you've done for her? Now, let me tell you something, George, that your father used to say. What is to be will be.
Oh. So that's how you're ready to help me, is it?
There's no one can help you if she's made up her mind to go.
I know it's none of my business, George, but are you saying that Mary's going away?
It's like as you will. And me, too.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Well, she's such a bright person around these
Mother,
parts.
here's the front door key to this house. I'll ring the bell in future.
Now, what's the meaning of that? That's your key and this is your home.
My home's where my wife is, if she'll have me.
If she'll have you, I should think the boot's on the other foot.
Well, that's your way of looking at it, Mother. I'll be off now.
But if that woman's leaving you, you'll come back here, won't you?
Good night, Mother.
George!
Good night.
Well, shall I go after him?
No, he'll come back. He's got a comfortable home here. It's just a lot of funny ideas other people have put into his head. If she'll have him, I never heard such nonsense.
But, isn't it serious? If they're both talking about going away?
I expected it of her. She's got far too highfalutin ideas for people like us. Don't worry about George. He's far too steady to fly off anywhere. He'll be perfectly all right once he's got shot of her.
But what if he loved her? Maybe she still loves him.
Oh, you can't tell me a young chit of a thing like that knows anything about love. Love is something you learn about through suffering.
I really think we ought to go after him, Mrs. Runage. Maybe you want somebody to talk to.
If he wants to talk to anybody, he's always got me. And why don't you call me Auntie like I told you?
Auntie, then.
Now, settle down and drink your tea. There's no rhyme or reason why either of you two boys should get upset by whatever that young woman is up to. Go on, sit yourself down.
All right.
And in future, you can call me Mother, if you like.
Evening, George.
Hello.
What are you looking for in your dustbin this time of night?
Oh, there were some things in there.
That's what dustbins are for, isn't it?
Well, they're gone now.
Maybe the dustbin's been working overtime, eh?
Yeah. Well, maybe he has.
I saw some fellas go off in your car.
Yeah, I suppose you did. Mary and her brother had to go off somewhere.
Oh. She locked you out then?
No, I'm just going in. Good night.
Good night. You see, she has locked you out. She put the chain on the door. That's what my old woman used to do.
There's a window open round the back. I'll get in there.
Shall I wait to see if you're all right?
No, don't bother. Good night.
Good night.
Aren't you going then?
I wanted to see how you get in.
I'm going round the back. There's a window open there.
Oh, all right then. Good night.
Good night. Poor old devil. Oh, let's see about getting in. Oh, how did milk bottles get round here? Try and cut the ride make. Now the light. Nope.
Oh, it's you.
What are you doing with that gun?
I might ask you what you're doing climbing through the window. Look at your trousers. They're covered in paint.
You had the chain on the front door.
Well, the way you went off, I didn't know whether you were coming back or not. Let me do something about
No,
that.
leave me alone.
All right.
I see the car's gone.
If you'd been here, I could have asked you about it.
You would have asked me.
It was their only way of getting away.
And why didn't you go with them?
Would you have liked me to have done that?
Oh, see. You mean this way people aren't going to talk? I suppose they left that gun behind, did they? Or have you had it hidden away all the time?
I don't know what you're on about.
You don't? I suppose some little bird came and took away those uniforms out of the dustbin.
They were their uniforms. They'd taken them with them.
Oh, isn't that rather dangerous? What if they're stopped and the wrong person sees those uniforms in the boot of the car?
But who's going to stop them?
Oh, I see. Of course, some time has gone by now. The roadblocks will probably already be down.
I don't know what you're talking about. Those were the uniforms they wear on the ship. They were going to buy new ones tomorrow in town, but now they've got to use the ones they had. You made a mistake.
Oh, that's really clever, that is.
George, you're talking like a stranger. Can I tell you what happened?
Go on.
Oh, you know, that's just what your mother says. Go on when she means she doesn't want to listen. And I see when she means she doesn't see a damn thing of what you're saying.
Leave my mother out of it.
Mitch and his friend have been called back.
Oh, is that what you call it? You mean back inside the ship? So they'll need their uniforms, won't they?
Just after you walked out of here the way you did, there was a message telling them to go back to Liverpool straight away. There's something still wrong with the boilers. They'll both be back here by tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, isn't that pushing the luck just a bit too far, coming back here?
Well, if you're going to carry on like this, I suppose it is. I better tell them to stay away.
And I suppose all that's part of the plan, too. People know about those 2 suits you bought.
That's what comes of living in a town like this. They're upstairs if you want to see them. I had them in the wardrobe in the hall before you went out.
How did you have the money to buy them?
We don't. Not both of them. They're on approval to see if they fit you. And I've got enough money put by for you to have one of them.
You got it all worked out, haven't
Yes,
you?
because I'm a better manager than you or anyone else around here likes to imagine. Now, will you excuse me, please?
What do you want now?
I simply want to get to the tap to fill this hot water bottle. It's freezing in bed alone.
Oh. Yeah, but you had to live in this town, didn't you? That was vital, wasn't it?
I picked it out with a pin. It looked as good as anywhere else. I just wanted to get away from London. I've told you all this before.
Well, I'll give you one thing. You've been faithful. You've worked and planned and plotted. You've done more than most women would do to help their man.
George, have you been drinking? You know you can't take it.
I have not been drinking.
Then is there something you want to tell me that I ought to know about?
Only that you've done your job very well. And there's one other thing.
Yes?
None of it would really matter. If I didn't love you.
George, you're very sweet sometimes. Sometimes in the strangest ways. Would you mind telling me exactly what it is that does matter?
What matters? You know, you're so cool, it's a wonder that hot water bottle on your arm doesn't turn into a block of ice.
Well, it hasn't done up to now. Are you coming to bed now?
I don't know how you can ask that. After a whole year of pretense.
Then are you going to spend the night down here?
No, just leave me alone.
All right. Good night.
Mary.
Yes, George.
No, there's nothing. Leave me alone.
All right. Good night.
Mary, the gun. Oh, no, I see. I'm left with the gun. Well, let it be on her conscience. Young love's wild and crazy. So they'll do anything to help each other, even if it means breaking my heart. Now, all I have to do is pull this trigger. It's all over. Oh, heavens, Mary. I wish it hadn't had to end like this.
Going now?
This gun. Where'd you get it from? It's a water pistol.
I know. You got water all over your face. Oh, let me get a towel to you. You do the oddest things sometimes.
Where'd it come from?
One of the presents Mitch's friend bought for his little brother. When I heard someone breaking into the kitchen, I brought it downstairs just to scare them. Now then, hold still while I mop you up.
You know what I thought.
Don't tell me you thought it was a real one, or I'll be quite sure you've gone off your head. Fancy pointing it at yourself and squeezing the trigger.
Oh, no. You see, what I thought was...
Well, I'm listening.
Well, it doesn't matter now. What did you come back for?
Oh, to give you back your cigarettes.
Oh, Tar.
I was going to have one, and I took them off the shelf. You'll probably need them if you're going to spend the night down here.
Yes, thanks. I thought you'd taken them for Mitch.
No, he had plenty. He's left a carton for you. The ones they get cheap on the ship. They're upstairs.
Oh, that was thoughtful of him.
You know, George, you're still acting like you thought the world was coming to an end.
Maybe I thought it was. Can I kiss you?
It could be arranged. I am the woman you married, you know.
Oh, Mary, love. I think things will be different now. I sort of straightened things out with my mother tonight. I'll still go on visiting her, of course, but things will be different. And thank you for the electric razor.
Oh, you nice, funny man. Now come to bed. There's only one flight of stairs back where we started.
Yes, all right. I better bolt up this window, though. Paint's ruined anyway, climbing in. Don't want those men breaking in here, not tonight.
Oh, they've been caught. I just thought you'd have known.
When were they caught?
Sometime this evening. They were on their way back to Leicester. What's the matter now? You look like you've seen a ghost.
If anyone had planned to help them after they'd broken out of prison, those plans would have to wait now. Until they broke out again. Wouldn't they?
I suppose so.
When did you know about this?
Well, the police told me when they came round here.
Police were here?
Well, you know, telegrams aren't delivered this time of night, so Mitch's chief engineer telephoned from Liverpool to the local police station. They sent someone round here with a message.
And the policeman saw Mitch?
It was that young P.C. Robinson. You know what he's like, bossy like all the others. He insisted on delivering the message personally, so I had to wake up Mitch and bring him down. Now, can you tell me what's worrying you this time?
Oh, no, nothing. I just thought... it's nothing. Nothing now.
Are you quite sure?
Yes, I'm quite sure. Are you going to show me those two new shirts tonight?
Is that the most interesting thing I can do for you right now?
No. Come here, love. I reckon they can wait.
tonight's presentation of You're Not the Woman I Married. You heard Hugh Russ as George, Diane Wilson as Mary, John Hayter as Sharp, and James White as Roddy. Others in the cast were Kenneth Baker, Michael Drin, and Marjorie Gordon. You're Not the Woman I Married was produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Michael Silver.
Carriages, jewels, and debts amounting, so they say, to 2,500 louis.
Which you are offering to pay, but it may be better to owe money to some people than gratitude to others.
Of course, there's always the Count de Giray.
Oh, be careful, Monsieur le Baron. You have a wicked tongue. Oh, here's Madame now.
Supper ready, Nanine? Oh, the opera's made me so hungry.
Oh, de Varville, so you're here.
Isn't it my fate always to be waiting for you?
Is it my fate never to come home without finding you here?
Is it my fault that I love you?
My dear friend, if I were to listen to all the people who say they're in love with me, I should have no time to eat or drink. I allow you to come here at any hour when I'm at home and to wait for me if I'm out. But if you will persist in talking of nothing but your love...
And yet, Marguerite, a few months ago at Bagnières, you did give me a little hope.
My dear, that was at Bagnières, when I was ill and bored. This is Paris, and I'm well again, and not at all bored.
I imagine not, when one is in love with a Count de Giray.
I'm free to love whom I choose. It concerns no one but myself, and you least of all. So if you've nothing better to say, perhaps you'll be good enough to go.
Marguerite, listen. I have 4,000 louis a year.
How nice. I have 5,000. Nanine?
Yes, madame.
Did you see Madame Prudence? Is she coming this evening?
Yes, she'll be here in a minute. This bouquet came for you.
Roses. You like roses, don't you, Nanine? Take them and put them in your room.
Oh, thank you, madame.
Don't you like roses?
What do they call me?
Marguerite Gautier.
What other name?
Lady of the Camellias.
Why?
I suppose because you wear no other flowers.
I like no other flowers to wear or have in my rooms. So never send me roses again.
I always do the wrong thing. Don't I, Marguerite?
Prudence? Prudence?
Yes?
Prudence, aren't you coming? Supper's practically on the table.
Oh, I can't come this evening after all.
Oh, why not?
I have a young gentleman with me who's taking me out to supper.
Well, bring him over then, and he won't have to pay for it.
Very well.
Does Madame Prudence live opposite you?
Yes, the house across the street. It's most convenient. I just have to call across.
Who is this Madame Prudence?
She's a milliner. The pity is that nobody buys her hats, save myself. And actually, I never wear the ones I do buy. But I like her, and she's hard up.
Marguerite! Marguerite!
Oh, Prudence, my dear.
Marguerite, may I introduce Monsieur Armand Duval, a man who swears he worships you more than does anyone else in Paris.
Well, Monsieur Duval, I trust your great passion has not destroyed your appetite. I cannot bear to see a man who nibbles at his food.
Madame, this is a great honor.
Monsieur, you are very welcome. Prudence, may I introduce Monsieur le Baron de Varville, Monsieur Duval, Monsieur le Baron.
Good evening, Monsieur le Baron.
Monsieur.
I have wanted to meet you, Monsieur le Baron, for such a long time.
Our meeting is a pleasure for me also, Madame. Monsieur Duval, may I inquire whether you are related to the Receiver General?
He is my father, sir. Do you know him?
Yes, I met him some years ago at the
Well, Marguerite, how do you like my young friend?
He is charming.
Oh, he adores you. In fact, he talks of nothing else. He's loved you for 2 years.
Quite a classical story, then.
When you were ill a year ago, do you remember that they told you of a young man who called to inquire after you every day? And he wouldn't leave his name?
I remember.
Well, that was Monsieur Duval.
How nice of him. Monsieur Duval,
Madame.
Do you know what I've just been hearing? That you called to inquire after me every day when I was ill.
It is quite true.
Then the least I can do is to thank you. Do you hear that, de Varville? You never did that for me, did you?
I didn't know you then. I've only known you for a year.
Oh, don't be silly. Monsieur Duval has only known me for 5 minutes.
Supper is served, madame.
Oh, thank you, Nanine. Goodbye, de Varville.
What? Is he going without supper?
Yes. The Baron has to leave.
When shall I see you again, Marguerite?
We'll see. Not again this evening, anyhow. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Madame Prudence. Monsieur Duval.
Bye.
Goodbye, Monsieur le Baron.
Good night, Marguerite.
You really are very hard on the Baron, my dear.
Oh, he bores me with his 4,000 louis.
Fancy complaining about that. I wish someone would offer to keep me once again. Oh, I do so hate making hats.
Come, Monsieur Armand, we will go and have supper. And forget the sordid business of money.
That was the most delicious supper, Marguerite. I was famished. Oh, why, here's Monsieur le Comte.
Desiree, I didn't hear you. How did you get in?
The concierge, my lovely lady of the camellias, the concierge. You're looking even more beautiful this evening, my Marguerite, than when I left you this morning.
Sit down and... Oh, may I present Monsieur Duval, Monsieur le Count de Giray.
Good evening, Monsieur le Count.
Evening. How is Madame Prudence? I heard something about you in Saint Gaudin the other day.
I suppose you heard that he is deceiving me. That's nothing new.
No, that's true. Who's not been deceived? One's friends and one's mistresses are always deceiving one. Kiss me, Margaret.
Oh, really, Monsieur le Count. You have no right to force your way in here when you've had too much to drink.
Yes, I'm drunk with love for you.
Now, Monsieur le Comte, we shall put you in the corner like a naughty boy if you can't behave.
I'll go there willingly, on condition that I'm kissed.
This is no time for kisses. We're going to dance. Nanine?
Yes, madame?
Come and play the piano so that we may dance.
What shall I play, madame?
A polka. Come and dance with me, Monsieur Duval.
And you with me, Monsieur le Comte.
This is a great and an unexpected pleasure, madame.
I love to dance, monsieur. It is one of my greatest pleasures.
What's the matter, madame?
Nothing. I lost my breath.
I'm afraid you are ill.
No.
Please, stop playing.
Oh, madame. I'll get you some water.
She is ill.
It's nothing really. Just open the window and leave me alone for a moment. Go into the other room and have some more wine. I shall be with you directly.
Water, madame.
Come, we had better go.
But she's...
No. She always likes to be alone when she feels like this. Come along, Monsieur le Comte.
Thank you.
Come on, we must go.
May I wait with you, madame?
Very well.
A little more water.
Thank you.
There. Are you feeling better now?
Much better, thank you. Besides, it's nothing new.
Isn't it? Then you are killing yourself. I wish I were your friend to prevent you from destroying yourself like this.
You have a kind nature, Monsieur Omar. Look at the others. They don't trouble about me.
The others don't love you as I do.
Oh, yes. I'd forgotten that great love of yours.
You laugh at it?
Heaven forbid. Oh, no, I'm not being ungrateful, but I hear the same thing every day. It doesn't make me laugh anymore.
Will you promise me something?
What?
Take care of yourself.
If I were to take care of myself, my dear, beautiful young man, I should die. Don't you see it's only the life I lead that keeps me alive? And then it's easy enough for women who have friends and a family to take care of themselves, but for the rest of us, the moment we're no longer amusing, everyone forgets us. And the long days are followed by even longer evenings. Oh, I know all about it. I was in bed for 2 months, and after 3 weeks, nobody came near me.
I know that I am nothing to you, but if you would let me, Marguerite, I would take care of you. I would never leave you.
You'd spend time with me?
As long as I did not bore you.
You really love me as much as that?
Someday I shall tell you how much.
No, you must never tell me.
Why not?
Because a woman who spends thousands of louis a year may suit a rich man like Count de Giray, but not a young man like you. May I give you a piece of advice?
Yes?
Go away at once, if what you feel about me is true.
Oh.
Or else care for me as a friend and no other way. Come and talk to me sometimes. But have no illusions about me, for I'm not worth illusions. You're too young, and you have too much feeling to live in this world of mine. I'm trying to be honest with you. Don't dream of love and me any longer.
I shall love you forever.
Forever?
Yes.
It seems that I'm destined to live a shorter time than most people. But be sure of this. However eternal your love may be, and however short a time I have to live, I shall yet live longer than your love.
Marguerite.
Oh, I know you believe what you say. You're sincere, and that deserves a reward. Here. Take this camellia I'm wearing.
Oh, I shall treasure it.
No. No, bring it back to me.
When?
When it's faded.
How long will that take?
Just the length of time it takes for any flower to fade. A morning or an evening.
Oh, Marguerite.
Tell me again that you love me.
I love you.
Now you must go.
So, you are thinking of leaving Paris, Marguerite?
Yes, Prudence, for the summer.
Oh, it'll do you good. Where will you go?
I've seen a house at Auteuil.
Oh, what rent are they asking?
200 louis.
200? Oh, you must be in love.
Perhaps.
Has Armand been here today?
Need you ask?
I brought him here 4 days ago, and he's been here every day since.
Prudence, feel my heart. There. Can you feel how it's beating?
What's it doing that for?
Because it's 6 o'clock and Armand is coming.
So, for the first time in your life, you have fallen in love.
Marguerite! Oh, I beg your pardon, Madame Prudence. How are you?
In the way, I should imagine. So I'll leave you.
Armand?
Well?
Do you love me as much as ever?
No.
What?
I love you 1,000 times more.
Oh. What have you been doing since you left me?
Seeing anyone who could talk to me about you. I've had a letter from my father saying he was expecting me to join him at Tours, as the summer was going to be a wonderful one in the vineyards. And I've written to tell him that he needn't wait for me any longer, as if I could go to Tours. Who cares about grapes?
But you mustn't quarrel with your father.
There is no danger of that. And you, what have you been doing?
Thinking of you.
Really and truly?
Really and truly. And I've been making some splendid plans.
Tell me about them.
Would it make you happy if you were to spend the summer in the country with me?
Oh, how can you ask?
Well, I thought of a scheme. If it's successful, I shall be free in a fortnight from now. My debts will be paid, and we can go and spend the summer together in the country.
But how are you going to manage it?
You must leave that to me. Oh. Just tell me, do you like the idea?
Of course. The very thought makes me wild with joy. But why can't you tell me?
Come and see me tomorrow, and we'll talk of it again.
Tomorrow? Are you sending me away already? Are you expecting anyone?
Armand, please.
The thought of any other man near you drives me insane.
There's been many men in my life.
I know.
I love only you. Don't you believe me?
Yes, I believe you. Oh, dearest heart, forgive me. I am going now.
And I shall expect you tomorrow at 12. Nanine.
I can find my own way out.
Goodbye, you foolish boy.
Until tomorrow.
You wanted me, madame?
To see Monsieur Armand out, but he's gone. Oh, Nanine, does he really love me, I wonder? And am I even sure that I love him? How can I be sure? I've never loved anyone before, so how can I be sure?
There. Put your feet up and rest a while. Oh, Monsieur the Count.
Good evening, Marguerite, my dear. How are you?
Quite well.
And more beautiful, more seductive than ever. Well, you asked me to be here at 6:30. As you see, I'm punctual.
Thank you, Desiree. There's something I want to ask you.
By the way, did someone leave here a moment ago?
No. No one.
As I was getting out of the carriage, it seemed to me that someone ran up to see who I was and, having seen me, went away again. But he probably didn't like the look of me.
Very possibly.
Well, what did you want to see me about?
Have you any ready money?
Never have any ready money.
I need some.
How much?
700 louis.
The devil you do. Is the matter urgent?
It is.
Very well, then, I'll raise it for you. Take this ring. It's worth a good deal more than 700 louis.
Oh, no. No, I won't accept that. I always thought you had money. I wouldn't have asked you otherwise. I certainly won't allow you to sell or even pawn a family heirloom. That's your famous ruby, isn't it?
Marguerite, I shall be in your debt forever. So no family ruby or anything else would stop me paying such a debt of honor.
No.
This letter has just come for you, madame, and it is to be given to you immediately.
A letter from Armand. What does it mean? I do not choose to be made ridiculous.
Is there a reply, madame?
No. No reply. So ends a dream. I have a piece of news for you, my friend. I no longer need the money I asked for.
So, your creditors return their bills to you marked paid, do they?
No, my dear. I was in love, that's all.
With whom?
With someone who didn't love me, as it often happens. And with someone without any money, as it always happens. See what he writes.
Armand Duval. He seems very jealous on such short acquaintanceship. Or is it still acquaintance? It's just as well, perhaps, that I've outgrown jealousy. Well, I'd best be going now. Unless perhaps you'd consent to have supper with me?
Thank you, my dear, but no, I'm tired. If you'll excuse me.
Of course. And if there's anything else I can do for you at any time, I'm at your service. Good night, Marguerite.
Marguerite! Marguerite!
Prudence, what is it?
Armand is here in my house. He wants to speak to you.
Well, I don't want to speak to him. What does he want?
How do I know? Does he know himself? But he's desperately in love.
Marguerite, you cannot keep me away. I'm going to jump across to your balcony.
Oh, no, Armand, no. You might have broken your neck leaping across like that.
Marguerite.
Well?
Again, I must beg for forgiveness. Look, I kneel at your feet.
You've upset me a great deal.
And you, Marguerite? Did you not hurt me? When I saw the Count and realized that it was for him that you sent me away, I lost my head. I went mad, I think, and wrote to you as I did. But when, instead of defending yourself, you told Nanine there was no answer, I began to wonder what would become of me if I were never to see you again.
Well, you came to a wise decision.
What?
To go away. You said in your letter you were going away.
How can I?
You must. You're right. It would be better for us not to see each other anymore. Not only for your sake, but for mine.
Of course. If you don't love me...
Oh, you don't know what you're saying.
Then why?
I've been thinking it over, and I realize that what I'd hoped for is impossible. Armand, I'm attractive, and I pleased you. That was something. Forget the rest.
You didn't speak like that about those months we were to spend together, far away from Paris and from everyone.
That's true. I was going to follow a dream. There have been so many days when I've wearied of the life I lead and longed for something different. Women like myself seem happy. We're envied. We have lovers who ruin themselves not for us, as they say, but for their own vanity. We have friends who pander to us.
Oh,
yes. These so-called friends care little enough what we do, as long as the world sees them in our box at the opera, in our carriage in the Bois. And then I met you, and I knew the joy of wanting someone for himself alone, not for the material things he could give me. For a moment, I built a whole future on your love. But you did not wish it.
Oh, Margaret.
So let's say no more about it. After all, it was nothing but a dream.
Do you think I could ever leave you after what you just told me? When happiness is so near, are we to run away from it? No, Marguerite, no. Your dream shall come true. I swear it to you. We love each other. Let us follow our happiness.
Don't deceive me, Armand. Don't deceive yourself. Think what I am and who I am. Come in.
I've been asked to give you this, madame.
Who's it from?
The Count de Giray.
What is it?
A ruby ring. There's a card attached.
What does it say?
This is merely a token, my dear, to buy you such happiness as there is in the world.
Send it back to the Count, Nanine. Send it back. I'm lucky. I do not have to buy my happiness.
Marguerite! Marguerite!
Dear one, what is it?
Oh, I missed you.
It's only 2 minutes since I left you in the garden.
I miss you if you leave me for 2 seconds.
And I you.
Look, I've just picked this rose for you, and when it has faded, I'll pick you another.
A wild rose is easier to pick than a camellia.
I never picked a camellia.
You hate them, don't you?
I like to give you flowers no one else gives you.
Yet one day you'll bring me camellias and love me for myself. Not the dreamlike illusion you have of me now.
Oh, dearest heart, don't let's destroy such a perfect day. Never has there been such a beautiful summer.
Sun, sun, sun.
The flowers in the garden can never have been lovelier. It will be a wonderful year for the grapes.
Grapes?
Yes, the vines. You know, my father owns many vineyards, and they need the sun.
Of course. Alma, are you happy?
No man has ever been happier.
Good. And now, my dearest, I must leave you for a short while and consult with Nanine about our lunch. Monsieur Duval?
Prudence, come in. How nice to see you at Auteuil. Have you driven out from Paris?
Yes, and walked through your beautiful garden. Where's Marguerite?
In the kitchen with Nanine.
Oh, I'll go and find her.
No, wait, Prudence. There is something I want to ask you. A week ago, Marguerite gave you some diamond bracelets that she said were to be reset. What became of them?
Do you really want me to tell you?
Yes, I want the truth.
Marguerite told me to pawn them.
Why?
To pay bills, of course. Not forgetting food, wine, and rent. My dear boy, you seem to think that all you need do is fall in love with each other and then glide blissfully out of Paris to some pleasant spot like this and live on air. I've seen the Count de Giray, and he absolutely refuses to give Marguerite anything more unless she leaves you. And we all know she doesn't want to do that. Goodness only knows where all this is going to end.
How much money is needed?
2,000 or 3,000 louis at the very least.
Ask her creditors for a fortnight's grace. I will pay.
Are you going to borrow the money?
Yes.
Nonsense. You'll only quarrel with your father and ruin your whole future.
I suspected something of the kind and have already written to my lawyer. Hush, she's coming.
Prudence.
Marguerite.
Oh.
I want you to scold Prudence, dearest.
Oh, why?
I haven't been to Paris for a fortnight, and I asked her to call at my rooms and bring me any letters that might be there. She forgot all about it. And so I shall have to go myself.
Well, go now, dear, but come back quickly.
I shall be back before you have time to miss me. Goodbye, Prudence. I'll forgive you later.
Prudence, have you arranged everything for me?
Yes. Here is the bill of sale. The attorney is coming here to talk things over with you.
Thank you, Prudence. I'm grateful for your help.
Tell me, Marguerite, are you happy?
Very happy.
I've often wondered if you would ever really love someone and settle down. Perhaps if you can get the money and pay your debts, you might even get married.
If I wanted it, Armand would marry me tomorrow. But I love him far too well to ask such a thing.
Oh, well, as long as you are happy.
I am happy. There are moments when I forget the past, forget the Marguerite I used to be. I used to spend enough money on camellias to keep a poor family for a year. But now, a flower like this wild rose that Armand gave me just now is enough to fill my day with perfume. Yes, I am happy, but I should like to be happier still. I haven't told Armand yet that I'm forced to sell my house in Paris and all its contents. But after I've paid my debts, I shall get another house here in the country, a smaller one than this, and Armand and I shall live here very simply, forgotten by the world, but knowing the true meaning of happiness.
There's a gentleman here who wishes to speak with you, madame.
Oh, that'll be the attorney. I was expecting him. Oh, ask him to come in, Nanine. You will excuse me, Prudence?
Certainly. I'll wander in your lovely garden.
I'll join you there later.
Mademoiselle Marguerite Gauthier?
Yes, that's my name. I'm afraid Madame Prudence didn't mention yours, but you're the attorney.
I'm not an attorney. My name is Duval.
Duval? Monsieur Duval?
Yes, madame. Armand's father.
Armand is not here, sir.
It is to you that I wish to speak. My son is ruining himself for you.
But you're wrong. I accept nothing from Armand.
Do you expect me to believe that? Your luxurious ways of living are well known. Or are you telling me that my son helps you to spend what you receive from others?
Monsieur Duval, you must excuse me. I am a woman, and in my own house. 2 reasons which should appeal to your courtesy. Your manners are not what I should have expected from a gentleman whom I have...
Your indignation is cleverly assumed, madame, but it is nonetheless true that my son is ruining himself for you.
As I said before, you're mistaken.
Then will you explain to me the meaning of this letter? It is from our family lawyer informing me that my son wishes to make a settlement on you.
I assure you that if Armand had done such a thing, it is entirely without my knowledge. He knew that if he'd suggested it to me, I should have refused it.
Oh, fine phrases, madame.
By all that I hold most dear, by my love of Armand, I swear to you that I knew nothing of this settlement.
And yet you are living here. You must have some means.
I see that in order to convince you, I shall have to tell you something which I should have preferred to keep secret. Ever since I first knew and loved your son, I've been pawning or selling my carriages, my horses, and my jewels. A moment ago, when I was told that someone wished to speak to me, I concluded that it was in connection with the sale of my house, furniture, pictures, and all the rest of the luxury with which you reproached me. Perhaps you'd care to read this.
Yeah. A bill of sale on your furniture. The purchaser to pay your creditors, the balance to be given to you. Is this true? Is it possible that I've been mistaken?
You have. It's Armand who's changed me. He loved me so much. He loves me now. You're his father. You must be like him in some ways. So be kind. Don't speak ill of me to him. He'd believe you because he loves you. And I respect you because you're his father.
Oh, forgive me, madame, for my discourtesy a moment ago. I did not know you and was quite unprepared for what I was to find. I beg your pardon.
Thank you.
And what if I were to ask you to give Armand a real proof of your love?
No, you're going to ask something terrible of me.
You are capable of a generosity to which few women could rise, and I speak to you as a father who asks you for the happiness of his 2 children.
2 children?
Yes, Marguerite. May I call you Marguerite? 2 children. I have a daughter, young, beautiful, and virtuous. She is to be married, and she, too, has made her love the dream of her life.
I'm happy for her.
Wait. Society is exacting in certain respects. However pure your love for Armand may appear in his eyes, it is not so in the eyes of the world, which will see in you nothing but your past and which will close its doors relentlessly against you. The family of my future son-in-law have learned of the manner in which Armand is living, and they have given me to understand that my daughter's marriage cannot take place if it continues. Marguerite, in the name of your love, grant me the happiness of my child, my daughter, Armand's sister.
Armand's sister. You're right. I'll go back to Paris. I'll leave Armand for a while. It will be torment for me, but I'm glad to do this for you, so that you'll have nothing to reproach me with later. And then when his sister's married...
Temporary parting is not enough.
You mean you want me to leave Armand altogether?
You must...
Never. You don't know how we love one another. I have neither friends nor family, nor anyone in the world belonging to me. And you don't know, perhaps, that I suffer from a serious illness and have only a few years to live. To leave Armand would kill me within a few weeks.
Oh, come, let us be calm for a moment and not exaggerate. You're young and beautiful. You suffer from no more than the fatigue of a restless life. You're not going to die. I am asking you to make a big sacrifice, I know. But are you sure that this love between you and Armand will last? A marriage would be nothing but disaster. No career would be open to him. And on the other hand, he might leave you. Who can promise you that the passing of your youth will not also mean the passing of his illusion?
Oh, no.
You have been happy for 3 months. Do not smirch that happiness. Keep the memory of it always in your heart. It is as a man of the world that I'm speaking to you. It is as a father that I'm pleading with you. Marguerite, prove to me that you really love my son.
You ask me to leave Armand for his future, for his peace and honor. What must I do? Tell me. I'm ready.
You must tell him that you no longer love him.
He'll not believe me.
In that case...
Do you believe that I love Armand with a love that is truly unselfish?
Yes, I do, Marguerite.
Then, monsieur, you must trust me, for I can keep a promise. and I'm making you one now. Kiss me as though I were a daughter of yours, and I swear that this kiss, perhaps the only pure one I've ever received, will help me in what I must do. Within a week, your son will return home. For a while, he'll be very unhappy, but doubtless he'll recover.
Your kiss, Marguerite. He must never know of this conversation.
You need have no fear. He shall not know, and he shall hate me. Yes, I shall see that Armand hates me. But in return, I have one favor to ask.
Ask it.
Within a few hours, Armand will need sympathy and understanding. Will you be near him?
Yes, of course. What are you going to do?
You must leave that to me.
Is there anything I can do for you in acknowledgement of the debt I shall owe you?
When I'm dead, and Armand curses my memory, tell him that I loved him, and that I proved it. And have a pity's sake, go quickly.
Goodbye, Marguerite.
And now the letter. I must write it quickly. My dear... Oh, Armand. Yours, Marguerite. That will do it. Prudence! Prudence!
You want me, Marguerite?
Yes, I'm coming back to Paris with you. We must leave immediately. And when we get there, I want you to deliver this letter personally.
To whom?
Read the address.
Baron de Varville. Oh, you really want me to take it?
Yes.
Oh, but how
Dear Prudence, ask no questions. Just take me to Paris and deliver the letter to the Baron.
Marguerite! Marguerite! I didn't get to Paris. I couldn't leave you for so long. I turned back. Where are you, Marguerite?
Madame is not here, Monsieur Armand.
Not here?
She has returned to Paris. I am to go later. She will let me know.
But I don't understand, Nanine.
She left this letter for you.
Oh. I expect she wants me to go back to Paris with you and join her. It must be some sudden whim. But why has she written instead of telling me? It must be some joke. She wants me to meet her somewhere. This is only a letter. What's there to be afraid of? When you receive this, Armand, I shall be... No. Marguerite. How could you do this to me? So you are like the rest after all. Worthless. Your love a thing to be bought and sold. I've come to see Marguerite.
Did she ask you to come here?
No, but I doubt if she will refuse me her hospitality. After all, I am, shall we say, an old acquaintance.
What a strange way to express yourself. Acquaintance?
How would you wish me to say it?
So, in the month since you and Marguerite parted, you're cured then?
Completely. I imagine Marguerite is well and that all her debts are paid?
Oh, yes, all of them.
By the Baron de Varville?
Yes.
Everything turned out for the best, then. Ah, yes. This room has been redecorated, I see. Silks, satins, and camellias.
Well, there are some men born to get what they want in the end. And de Varville did wait a long time for what he wanted.
I didn't expect her to stay in this house. I thought you would return to Paris.
She did for a while. Then she came back here. Then she went back to Paris. Then she came back here again. I have never known her so restless as she is now. She's out every night and never seems to sleep. It must be bad for her, but she listens to no one, not even the doctor. Oh, Armand. Why did you leave her?
Leave her? Prudence, you believed Marguerite loved me, didn't you?
Of course.
Perhaps you don't know that she wrote me a letter a month ago, telling me that she no longer loved me.
I didn't.
She said that she loved de Varville, and never wished to see me again.
Never wanted to see you again? Oh, what did you reply?
What could I say? She turned out to be like the rest, ready to sell herself to the highest bidder. I went away with my father. We went to Tours, but I could find no peace there. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't breathe. At last I felt that if I didn't see Marguerite and hear from her own lips that what she had written to me was true, I should die. So I came here tonight. I suppose I'm mad to have done such a thing.
Here comes Marguerite. Armand, Nanina's just told me that you're here. You must go at once.
Go?
Yes, immediately.
Why?
If the Baron finds out that you're here, there'll be trouble. He may even challenge you to a duel.
And you suggest that I should run away?
Armand, I've suffered so deeply in the last month that I can scarcely find strength to say what must be said. There's a burning pain here that takes away my breath. For the sake of our past love, for the sake of anything that you've ever held dear in your life, go home and forget that you ever knew me.
So, you are afraid for your wealthy lover.
You yourself might be killed, Armand. That's the danger.
Did you care whether I lived or died when you wrote to me that you preferred the Baron de Varville to myself and were joining him in Paris that evening? If that letter did not kill me, it was only that I might live to be revenged. I tell you that between de Varville and me, there is a quarrel to the death. For I shall kill him.
The Baron is not to blame for this.
You love him. That is reason enough for me to hate him.
You know that I don't love this man, that I could never love him.
And yet you left me and went to him. Why?
Don't ask me, Armand. I can't tell you.
Then I will tell you. You gave yourself to this man because you don't understand the meaning of loyalty and honor. Because your love belongs to the highest bidder. Because when you found yourself face to face with the sacrifice you were going to make for me, your courage failed you and you went back to the past. Because I, who would have devoted my life to you and my honor too, meant less to you than your horses and carriages and the jewels around your neck and your chameleon.
Yes, it's all true. I am a worthless and ungrateful creature who's cruelly betrayed you and who's never loved you. But the more degraded you know me to be, the less you ought to endanger your life for my sake. Armand, I beg of you to leave this house.
I will, on one condition. That you come with me.
Never.
Listen, Marguerite. There is madness in me tonight. I thought it was hatred that was driving me back to you, but it was love, Marguerite. Angry, remorseful, torturing love. For there is shame in my loving you after all that has happened. Say just one word, and I will forget everything. What do I care for this man, or any of the men in your life? Only tell me that you love me, Marguerite. We will leave this house in the past behind us, find a quiet place, and be alone with our love.
I'd give paradise itself for 1 hour of such happiness. But it's impossible. Go, forget me. You must. I've sworn it.
To whom?
To the one who had the right to ask such a thing.
To the Baron de Varville?
Yes.
Because you love him?
Let me go, Armand.
Tell me that you love him and I will let you go.
Then yes. I love him.
Prudence? Baron de Varville.
Come on, what is it?
I request your presence, and that of the Baron.
I don't know what you're doing in my house, sir, but will you please leave immediately, or it will be the worse for you?
First, I have something to say to you. This woman here, Marguerite Gauthier, do you know what she did? She sold all that she had in order to live with me because she loved me so much. It was noble and generous, wasn't it? You shall hear and tell the world how vilely I treated her. I accepted the sacrifice and gave nothing in return. But it is not too late. I know now that I was wrong, and I wish to settle the account between us. I call upon you to witness that I owe this woman nothing. Here is the money I have lately won at the gambling tables. A bagful of golden louis. She shall have it all.
Oh, no.
You are a coward. A despicable coward.
Sir, I will answer that challenge tomorrow morning at dawn.
Nanine?
You're awake, madame. How do you feel this morning?
Ill. Yet better. Better because I slept a little last night.
open the window, Nanine, and let in the morning air?
You mustn't catch cold. Remember what the doctor said.
We shall have you as well as ever in the spring. I suppose it was his duty to tell me.
Madam, you mustn't.
It's all right, Nanine. Oh, you're so kind. I'm sorry I'm such a trouble to you. But just open that window now, and later you shall help me to get up. What are these parcels, Nanine?
Presents for you, madame.
Oh, of course. It's New Year's Eve. Oh, I'd forgotten. How much can happen in a year? This time last year, we were all singing and laughing. None of us had been to bed at all. Oh, look. A scarf from Madame Prudence. And a bracelet from the Countess Giray. Oh, he's sent in London. No coming in the States. I'm sorry, but it won't be gone long anyhow.
I'll hurry, madame.
Oh, wait, Nanine. Before you go, will you please read this letter to me? Handwriting's so small, I can't read it myself.
How long is it since you received this letter?
6 weeks.
Why didn't you ask me to read it before?
I was afraid. I was afraid to know what was in it.
It is from Monsieur Duval.
Read it.
Madame, I have learned of the duel between Armand
and the Baron de Vardil, but not from my son, who left the country without saying goodbye to me. I'm thankful to say that the Baron is out of danger, and I know now all that happened. You have kept your word, but I fear that the recent events have injured your health, for I hear that you are ill. I have written to Armand, telling him the truth. He is far away in Africa, but I hope he will return to ask for your forgiveness, not only for himself, but for me also. I did you a great wrong, and I wish to set it right. You have great courage. Allow me to assure you of my sympathy.
And my highest esteem and regard. Georges Duval.
I should have asked you to read it sooner. It would have been a great comfort. But why haven't I heard from Armand? 6 weeks and not a word. Nanine, give me a mirror. Thank you. How changed I am. I should hate Armand to see me like this. But where is he? Why haven't I heard from him? Oh, how pale I am. The doctor promised he'd cure me, and I must be patient. But that's not what he said to you, is it, Nanine? I heard him. He said I was very ill.
Oh, madame.
But one may be very ill and still live. Oh, if only Armand would come, it would save me.
Madame, I know the doctor said you were ill, but you feel better today, don't you?
Why do you ask that?
I have a surprise for you, madame. A New Year's surprise, but I wanted to prepare you. A sudden joy might be too much.
There's only one joy in my life. Only one thing I look forward to. My Armand. Oh, you don't mean... You can't mean it.
Yes, madame.
Armand. He's come to see me. He's here.
I tried to send him away, but the doctor said...
Armand. Oh, go and fetch him.
Yes, madame.
Armand. Oh, I look so pale, so ill. My hair. I have not the strength to comb it.
Marguerite. My dearest.
Armand. Is it possible that you should have come back?
Oh. If I hadn't met the doctor, I should have remained outside the house and never dared to come near you. Oh, forgive me, Marguerite. Forgive me. My father wrote and told me everything. But I was so far away, it has taken me all this time to get home. If I hadn't seen you again... Because it would have been I who killed you. Oh, how good it is to see you again, my beloved, to hold you in my arms. Do you forgive me? Say that you do.
Forgive you? Oh, my darling, it was all my fault. But what could I do? Your father won't part us again, will he? No. You do not see the Marguerite you used to know, dear one. I've been ill, but I'm still young. I shall grow beautiful again now that I'm happy. I shall grow beautiful again, shan't I? You won't leave me, will you?
I will never leave you again, Marguerite. Oh, my lady of the camellias. See what I've brought you?
Camellias. At last, you give me camellias. Oh, my love.
We will go away together to the mountains, where you will get well.
I said this morning that only one thing could save me. I'd given up hoping for it, and then you came. We must waste no time, beloved. Life was slipping away from me, but you've come back, and I'm alive. Oh, tell me again that you love me.
I love you, Marguerite. All my life is yours.
Nanine, come, Nanine. Bring my clothes. I want to get up.
Oh, Madame, you are not well enough.
I am. I'm well now that Armand is here.
Thank you, Nanine, for the faithful care you have taken of her.
We used to speak of you every day. No one else dared mention your name. Come, help me, Nanine.
Gently, Madame. You are so weak. You mustn't try to hurry.
I don't think I can. Armand?
What is it, Marguerite? Lie down again, my darling, please.
It's nothing. Happiness hurts a little at first. And I've been unhappy for so long.
Marguerite? Marguerite!
Don't be afraid, Armand. I always used to have these moments of faintness. Don't you remember?
Let me hold your hand. You are trembling. Run for the doctor, Nanine, at once.
Yes. Tell him that Armand has come back, and that I want to live, that I must live.
I will hurry.
If your coming doesn't save me, nothing will, my dearest. I've lived for love. Now, I'm dying of it.
Hush, Marguerite. You will live. You must.
Sit close beside me. As close as you can, Armand. Just for a moment, I was angry with death. But I know now that it had to come. And I'm not angry anymore. Because it has waited long enough for me to see you again.
Marguerite, don't talk like that. I can't bear it. Tell me that you're not going to die. That you don't believe it, that you will not die.
Even if I did not wish it, Armand, it would have to be. Perhaps if things had been different, if I could have been the good wife you should have had, I might have grieved more at leaving a world where you are, and a future that was, oh, so full of promise. But as it is, anything that is good in me will be yours forever. Believe me, God sees more clearly than we do.
Don't, Marguerite. Don't.
We've never danced together, you and I, have we? Since the day we met. Oh, put your arms around me, Armand. Just as if we were dancing. Hold me close, my darling.
Marguerite, my lady of the camellias.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we bring you Night Was Our Friend, a gripping drama by Michael Pertwee. When the play opens, Sally Rayner has just been acquitted of the murder of her husband, Martin. The trial aroused tremendous interest because Sally made no effort to defend herself. She merely said, "I didn't do it," and refused to answer embarrassing questions such as, had she a lover? And to whom had she written a half-finished letter? Listen in a few moments to the story of what really happened on the night Martin died. Night Was Our Friend by Michael Pertwee has been produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Yolande Dotman and directed by Henry Diffenthal. And now Act 1 of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Night Was Our Friend.
Maintain the meat ration at its present level for some little time. At the Old Bailey today, Mrs. Sally June Rayner was found not guilty of the murder of her husband. The trial had caused widespread interest owing to Mrs. Rayner's persistent refusal to answer important questions from both prosecution and her own defending counsel. The jury were absent for over 4 hours before reaching their verdict. The weather will continue fair for the next few days over most parts of the country.
Is Sally back?
She is not, Dr. Glanville.
Where can she be?
I have no idea.
You seem displeased to see me, Mrs. Rayner, but frankly, I'm shocked to find you here.
This is my son's house.
It was, but he's dead, Mrs. Rayner.
Do you think I need reminding of that?
No. Not after the able manner in which you supported the case against your daughter-in-law.
It was my duty to answer the questions. Am I venomous because I tell the truth?
You were sincere enough, I have no doubt. But you were trying to prove Sally a murderess.
She is. She killed him.
In your eyes, Mrs. Rayner, Martin could do no wrong. That is the privilege of a mother. But you may as well know that I'm prepared to go to any length to prevent Sally's life being wrecked by this affair.
Do you think I enjoyed branding her as a murderess? Or to have every news rag in the country pestering us? You talk of wrecking her life. What of mine? What of Martin's? What of the months of hell he went through and he'd come back and die of poison like some unwanted animal?
Mrs. Rayner, Martin is dead and Sally is free. You cannot bring him back nor return her to prison. Those are inescapable facts.
So is the fact that you have been concealing the truth. From the first, you've known more than you admit. You know who her lover is.
Believe me, Mrs. Rayner, I've a world of sympathy for you, but I sincerely advise you to let the matter drop. I'm sure Martin would have wished it.
Martin? Oh, heaven. If she returns, you could tell her I am here. I used to see her for a few minutes.
Oh, dear.
Oh, it's you, Doctor. I heard voices and wondered if Madam had come back.
No, Kate. Where can she be?
Heaven knows. You never ought to have let her go off like that alone. Not after what she's been through.
Me? I had no choice. She just slipped away.
Well, I'm worried sick. What with her disappearing and that old vulture upstairs, and now those awful newspaper men hanging round.
That's only to be expected, I'm afraid. Are they still outside?
Only one, I think.
Ask him in.
I'll do no such thing. Once they're in, you never get them out.
You leave him to me.
Oh, well, then I'll take no responsibility.
I don't ask you to.
Here he is, Doctor.
Ah,
Dr. Glanville, isn't it?
Yeah, you recognize me.
Of course, the man who was good as told Mr. Justice Fanshawe that he was an ass, and got away with it. My name's Cooper of the Echo.
Take a seat.
Thanks. I appreciate your inviting me in, Doctor, but you'll understand I'm more interested in a chat with Mrs. Rayner than with you.
Quite so. She isn't here.
Gone to see a friend, perhaps?
Perhaps.
A man friend, maybe? No answer, Doctor?
What is there to say? She's been tried and found not guilty.
I've covered dozens of murder trials, but never one like this. In all the others, the prisoners have fought like blazes for their life, but not Mrs. Rayner. She stands there looking like an angel and says, I didn't do it, and then calmly refuses to answer a single embarrassing question. Why?
Perhaps she's one of those rare people who feel that lying is incompatible with the taking of the oath.
Oh, think, Doctor. Wouldn't you lie to save your neck?
Probably, but I'm not Mrs. Rayner.
But if you were asked, did you have a lover, you'd either say yes or no. You wouldn't blandly refuse to answer at all. And women as attractive as she don't write letters to imaginary lovers. There seems to be no sense in it yet. I refuse to believe she's insane.
Thank you.
Sally.
Hello, Glenn. Who are you?
I represent the Echo, Mrs. Rayner. I know the visit may seem ill-timed, but if you can spare a moment with me,
Well, what do you want to know?
Thank you. Mrs. Rayner, now that you're free and your innocence has been established, would you be prepared to say why you refuse to answer so many questions and to whom that half-finished letter was written?
No, I'm not.
But what reasons can there be now to hide
I
these?
have nothing to add. Good day.
Madam. Oh, you're bad.
Hello, Kate. You can also say this is the first and last newspaper interview I'm prepared to give. From now on, I just want to be left alone. And I intend to be.
I understand. Good luck, and congratulations.
You naughty girl. Where you been?
Get me some coffee, Kate, and something to eat.
Go up to bed. I'll bring it there.
No, not yet.
It won't be a jiffy. Oh, it's lovely to see you back.
Sally.
I'm all right. Bit of reaction, that's all. Oh, Glenn, I'm terribly grateful for all you did to help.
Helping you comes as naturally to me as Emily Rayner's bitterness is natural to her.
Yet you both think I'm guilty.
Have I said so?
No, but it's obvious. What else could you think?
Well, suppose you drink this and let me do some talking. When you came into this world the wrong way round, weighing about half as much as you should have, I saved your life. Maybe I helped to save it again in court. I don't want thanks, but I do want to be sure the effort wasn't in vain. Tell me this. Are you going to marry him?
Marry? Who?
The man you love. Who else?
I don't love anyone.
Yes, you do. And if he still wants you, grab him.
How dare you assume that...
It isn't an assumption. I know. In fact, I know a good deal more than you think I do.
No, you don't. You're guessing again. You're like the rest of them. Oh, leave the past alone, can't you?
It's the future I'm worrying about.
Well, then let me handle it.
Don't wreck it. Only a fool chucks away his winnings after a gamble as big as yours.
Oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone, Glenn.
Oh, where is she, Doctor? I brought some food. And Dr. Harper's here.
She's upstairs. Better take it to her there. Evening, Harper.
Glanville.
Shall I tell Mrs. Rayner that Dr. Harper's here?
Why not?
Very well.
If she doesn't want to see me, I'll understand.
So will I, Doctor.
I wonder if she will see me.
You'll soon know. But I'd say the moment was ill-chosen for a social call.
It isn't a social call.
What then? She's my patient, remember, not yours.
It's a personal matter.
To try to excuse your attitude at the trial?
Well, why should I have to? I gave certain evidence frankly, because any evasion would have been spotted at once. I'm not making excuses, but I honestly don't see what other course I could have taken. So long as Sally realizes that despite what I had to say, I never lost faith in her innocence.
Didn't you?
Not for a moment. I knew she was innocent. I still know she is. Do you hear?
I'm not deaf. No need to be so defiant about it.
At least you had the guts to show the court what you felt.
You told the truth. Nothing to be ashamed of in that.
Not the whole truth.
Oh. Don't tell me you know who her mysterious lover is.
Yes, I know him.
Sounds as if you don't like him very much.
Could you like a man who stands back and lets a woman take the rap?
She beat the rap, didn't she?
No thanks to him.
Oh, well, I'm off to the pub. Would you care to pick me up on your way back? I fear it may be one of the evenings when I shall find walking trial. Before I go, tell me on what you base this firm belief in Sally's innocence.
On Sally herself.
Then take my advice, and when you see her, don't waste time in protestations of undying faith. Positive action speaks a bit louder than words.
Action? Such as?
Try telling her she's got to marry you, and refuse to take no for an answer.
Wait, I come back. Sally.
Hello?
I can't believe it. Darling, how are you?
I suppose I should feel gay and grateful. But I'm not terribly tired.
And that's perfectly natural. As for being grateful, why? You were grudgingly acquitted of something you didn't do. Sally, you do believe I never lost faith in you? Even though the evidence I had to give was unpleasant, to say the least?
Yes, John, I know.
Oh, thank heavens for that. I won't pretend there aren't things that puzzle me, but they don't matter. Now, you can sit tight and listen to your future plans. I've decided to sell my practice and take a job in Kenya. In a month, a fellow named Grant will take over here. Meanwhile, I've booked passages by air to Kenya on the 23rd for myself and my wife. So there isn't much left to do.
Except find a wife.
Do I have to look far?
Oh, John, it wasn't necessary to go to such lengths to prove your confidence. Well, it's very noble and very sweet, but
what is this?
I'm declining your offer.
You can't.
I'm free to do as I like.
But darling.
I'm sorry, John. I can only say that I appreciate the feelings which...
Just blazes with that. Don't talk to me as if I was some patronizing aunt. There's no charity in this. I want you because I love you.
Don't shout about it.
Why not? I don't care if the whole of England knows.
And the whole of England is eagerly waiting for it. They're just waiting to pounce on it. And wherever we were, people would turn and say, there they go. She killed her husband. He was in it too. Supplied the poison, no doubt. Fine lot of patience you get with that sort of talk around you. Oh, no, John. You're too young to hang a millstone round your neck. Go away and forget me. It's the only thing to do.
But why? Why?
Because I don't love you anymore.
You're lying. Look at me.
I do not love you. And I never want to see you again.
I don't accept a word of it. Love doesn't die just like that.
I can't explain. I don't know myself. Something has just died in me. The capacity for love, perhaps. Oh, now go away, please. I'm sorry for all the unhappiness I've caused you, but go away now before I cause you more.
No, my darling. You can't shake me off as easily as that. I've too good a memory, you see. The night Martin died, you started to write me a letter. The one which so intrigued everybody from your mother-in-law to the director of public prosecutions. It intrigued me, too, because I still don't know the reason for it. But I still remember clearly the last few words it contained. Darling, you wrote, what I cannot say, perhaps I can attempt to write. Though nothing can ever change the love I have for you, I decided tonight to give to Martin, and there it ended.
Yes. It ended there. It was my goodbye.
Sally, I believe Martin found out about us that night, that you had a scene, and then he went and killed himself because of it.
No. Oh, let me go. Will you let me go?
He killed himself, and now you're filled with a sense of guilt, but you mustn't
Get
be.
out of here.
It's true. There isn't any other answer.
You're wrong. There is, but you're too blind to see it.
Out with it, then.
All right, then. I killed him just as they say I did. There's your answer. Now I hope you're satisfied.
Sally.
Yes, I killed him because there was no other way.
Well, there it is. Murder. And because of you. But I'm not the stuff that murderers are made of. I didn't reckon on a conscience. The moment I'd done it, I lost my head and telephoned you to come, but it was too late. And I still can't live with it, you see. If I could, I'd be lying in your arms instead of shuddering every time I look at you.
You wouldn't lie to me. You couldn't do that. Just to get rid of me. I love you so...
Get out of here. Please get out.
I would never take no for an answer, would I? Maybe this will teach me.
John, don't blame yourself for anything, ever. I had to tell you there was no other way, but if you knew what it's meant to destroy all that was most precious to me...
No, Sally. You destroyed that when you killed Martin. Goodbye. Sally has confessed to you that she did kill Martin. Just as they said she did. And you were so sure of her innocence. What about you? Did you think she was guilty? Glanville, what do you think? What do I think? I think of a night 18 months ago. Sally, excited, a little nervous. You should remember it, too. It was the night that Martin came home. Where's Mrs. Rayner, Kate?
Oh, she was here a minute ago. In the garden, I shouldn't wonder.
When is Mr. Rayner expected?
Any time now. And worn out he'll be before he even gets here.
Oh, why?
He's meeting his mother in town and bringing her down here.
To stay?
To stay.
Oh, dear.
That's what I say.
She's a very admirable woman, Kate. Full of vitality, character, personality. And she gives me the willies.
Doctor, now that he's come back, he'll stay for good, won't he?
I hope so. It's up to him.
If he doesn't, he won't find her waiting for him the next time.
Why do you say that?
If he wants to stay away 2 years flying aeroplanes in foreign parts, he should take her with him. It's safer. Oh, well, I'd better go and keep my eye on the front door.
Hello, Glenn.
So?
I didn't know you were here.
Only just arrived. How are you feeling?
You know, I got so used to thinking of Martin as dead that... Well, I still can't realize he'll walk in here today alive. Well, I'm desperately anxious to make a go of it this time, to get back to where we were, but we failed so miserably to settle down after the war that I can't help feeling scared.
And when you thought he had been killed?
Well, there was a sort of blank and a regret that we hadn't made more of each other.
Well, he's coming back now, Sally. Here's your chance. Grab it. Hard. I'll go.
Oh, no, stay, please.
Not likely. Good luck, Sally.
Dr. Alper, ma'am?
Forgive the call at this hour, but Kate said they hadn't arrived, so I thought I'd drop in.
Hello, John.
I've been telling myself all day that I should not come here tonight. The day Martin emerged from those forests alive, we decided to put the clock back. I think we both loyally adhere to that.
Yes, you've been wonderful.
No, I should have gone away weeks ago. But I'll do so now if you want me to.
Why should I?
Well, having an ex-lover around the corner can't be the happiest way of restarting a marriage.
Well, that depends on the circumstances. I'm not ashamed of what we did.
I'm glad to hear you say that. But I warn you, Sally, I'll always love you. I have to say it once. I'm afraid I haven't the same control over my emotions as you. He'd better make you happy this time, Sally.
It's arrived! It's arrived!
I'll hop it. Goodbye.
Goodbye, John. Martin, you're back.
I'd forgotten just how lovely you were.
Oh, Martin, well, there are so many things to say, and I can't think of anything. It's so silly. And now I'm going to cry, and I swore I wouldn't.
I'll be joining you any moment. We'll break down together and have a lovely cry.
No, I refuse. I know how you hate it.
Oh, what a memory.
Only 2 years, Martin. That isn't a lifetime.
Isn't it? It can be. The man that was. Am I an awful shock?
I never expected you to look half so well. You've hardly changed.
Oh, yes, I have. The man you knew is dead, Sal. Couldn't keep body and soul together, so his soul hopped off and left his body behind. That's me.
Do you want to talk about it?
Oh. You'll have read it all. We flew miles off course, and I crash-landed her bang in the jungle. How the 4 of us got out, I'll never know. I guess the others wish they hadn't now.
Were the people very cruel to you?
Local boys.
Yes.
They'd never seen a white face before. They couldn't make out whether we were gods or devils. That's why they didn't kill us, I suppose. So they put us to work in the daytime. And they cooped us up like hens at night. No books, no razors, no nothing but the sun and the heat and the hopelessness.
How did you get away?
We got away.
And the others? Your friends? Why?
The journey back killed them. One by one they went, Sal. The last one went 10 miles from safety. Only 10 miles, Sal, but I didn't know. How could I? How could I?
Darling, don't think about it. Em, how are you?
How are you, Sally? I've been discussing Martin's condition with Kate.
Condition? I'm not expecting a baby, Mother.
Well, isn't Martin looking splendid? Perfectly splendid.
Oh, Mother, for heaven's sake.
What's the matter, dear?
I look well. Good. Let's leave it at that.
Oh, look at you sitting there just as if you'd never been away.
Oh, hello, Kate.
But you won't building up, that's certain.
Oh, I can see it looming up. You're going to offer me a nice cup of tea.
Would you like one?
Yes.
I'll make you a cup soon as I've got these bags upstairs.
Oh, better let me help you, Kate. They're heavy. Give me yours too, Mother.
Yes, oh, come on. He's far from well. He must be treated with the utmost care.
He seems all right to me. A bit tired and nervy, but that's all.
He isn't all right. He must be taken in hand at once. And I think we should start by concealing the alcohol.
What?
He had a drink on the way down. It seems to excite him.
He can do with a little excitement, poor darling. I know from experience that telling Martin to do something is the finest way of never getting it done.
I don't agree.
Please, Em, take my advice and go easy with him. Don't try to force him.
Force him?
Yes, to start work in some office, for example. Give him time to get things into perspective.
Naturally, he'll want a holiday, but he mustn't be encouraged to loaf. A sedentary life can breed an unhealthy mind.
Yes, of course, but Martin had an adventurous war which unsettled him. What he's been through since the plane crash would have killed most men. Let's give him a chance to find his feet in his own good time.
Oh, I can do with a drink. Pour me one, will you, sir?
I don't think you should, dear.
I said I wanted a drink, Mother.
Very well, if you say so.
I did say so. Oh, thanks. It's just what I need. Turn off some of those lights, Sal. We seem to be floodlit in here.
Right.
Leave those windows open, Mother.
Well, it's getting chilly, dear.
I said leave them open.
You've forgotten our climate, you know. It can be most treacherous out of the tropics. I remember...
Will you stop arguing with every blasted thing I say?
Well, I think I'll go up. You should go to bed yourself soon.
Good night. And I'm sorry I'm not more tractable to a mother's prayer.
Good night, Sally.
Good night, Em. Sleep well.
Oh, poor old Mother. Are you angry with me, Sal?
Furious.
changed.
Have I?
Yes. So much older and wiser than you were.
I am older. 2 years older.
Not in looks. In other ways.
Well, I've grown up, I suppose. It's about time.
It's about time I did, anyway. Tell me, Sal, when you thought I was killed, what did you feel?
Rather dead myself, I think.
Unhappy?
Martin, of course. What a question.
Oh, I can't help being interested in your reactions to my death. Not many men are privileged to learn such things. So long to come back to you. And in some ways, I dreaded it. When I came in just now, I hardly dared look at your eyes for fear of seeing it. That half-ashamed, half-pitying look of a woman.
You needn't worry, Martin.
If you had left me or fallen in love with someone else, it would have knocked me sideways, but I'd have understood, Sal.
Martin, there is one thing you ought to know. In a sense, I lied just now.
Oh, I've heard enough, and I've asked more than I had any right to.
No, I'd rather tell you, please. There was another man. I've known him for some time, but... Well, nothing happened until I thought you were dead.
Was it serious?
Yes.
You said was.
It ended the day I heard you were alive.
Oh, thank you, Sal. You needn't have told me.
I feel happier now that I have.
Do I know him?
No. Well, shall we go to bed? It'll be a hectic day of well-wishing callers tomorrow.
I don't want to see them. I hate people.
Well, you'll have to be patient for a day or two. Are you coming?
Yes.
Oh, switch off the light and shut the windows. That used to be your job, and now it's yours again. I'm sick of doing it.
Sal.
Yes?
I can't sleep with you.
Why not?
Please try to understand it. It'll be all right. I'm sure it will, but not yet. I'm restless. I can't sleep. I'll just keep you awake.
I don't mind. You can be as restless as you like. I don't care how much noise you make or how little you sleep. I just want to be with you. Near you.
Don't insist. It's no good. Just do as I say. Do as I say, will you?
Very well. What do you suggest?
The old sunroom, is it still open?
Yes, but...
Well, that'll do. Make up something in there. Anything will do.
But it's so drafty and dirty.
Who cares? I like drafts. It's walls I can't get used to.
Well, it's a lovely warm night anyway.
Every night is lovely. I only begin to live at night. You don't understand, do you? No one does. No one ever can until desperation has driven them to look on every sunrise as a nightmare. Virgil wasn't only a poet. He was a prophet when he wrote, "Night was our friend. Our leader was despair." That could have been my motto, too. My friend, the night. Hiding the filthy, burning miseries of the day under her soft black cloak. Once you learn her secrets, you needn't be afraid of her. You become part of her. One of the shadows. One of her 1,000 eyes.
Glenn. I didn't hear you arrive.
My dear.
Glenn, be careful how you deal with him. If he suspects I've asked you to talk, he'll fly off the handle. Oh, I've kept hoping that he'd settle down, but he doesn't. It's like living with a ghost. Oh, hello, you two.
Hello, Sally.
I wonder if there'll be a hatch of fly on the stream tonight.
Should be.
Well, let's have a look. If anything's moving, we might take a rod down. Are you coming? Do you mind, darling?
Go ahead. Aren't you two coming?
Not I, but you go, Martin. Don't stay behind because of me.
I don't want to go. I'll stay with Uncle Glenn and listen to a bedtime story.
Well, come along then, John. Maybe we'll be lucky tonight.
Alone at last. The old family physician can now start to talk.
Not a bad idea, since you suggested it. What's the matter with you?
Nothing.
You feel that locking yourself up all day is perfectly natural?
I don't lock myself up all day. I'm not very sociable, that's all.
What's the trouble? Out with it. You've tried to get over it on your own, but you've failed. How about letting someone else have a go? You can't sleep at night, is that it? I can give you something. But there are conditions attached to this prescription. First, you're not to have charge of the pills. Sally will keep them under lock and key.
I'm not a child.
I'm sorry, old boy. Doctor's orders. She'll give you one before you go to bed. Talking of not sleeping reminds me of a queer case I came across the other day. A fellow got a frightful crack over the head. Suffered blazes with pain for more than 2 years. He couldn't sleep. I went to half a dozen specialists to see whether there was pressure on the brain, anything of that kind. But it was no good. Then one day, someone had the idea of sending him to a psychoanalyst. Yes. Sounds idiotic, doesn't it? But after a half dozen visits, he was cured. The pain was purely the result of acute...
You're wasting your time. Hey. There's nothing wrong with my brain. I'm as sane as you are.
Poor boy. Hello, sir. I was just off.
Where's Martin?
In there. We had a bit of a chat about his sleeplessness, and he said he'd give some tablets of mine a trial. Yes, here they are. Got anywhere to keep them locked?
Why? Are they dangerous?
Yes, they are. One a night and no more under any circumstances. Where'll you keep them?
Oh, the safe. That's the only place.
Oh, well, I'll say good night. I've got a date at the local.
Good night, Lan. Shall I see you tomorrow?
Yes, I'll be by for a chat. Good night.
Oh, Sally, this can't go on.
Can't it?
If Martin's ill, it's his duty to himself and to you to get himself right. Now, I'm prepared to help in every way he'll let me, but I'll not stand aside and see your life wrecked. Good night, Sally.
I don't know whether that fresh air did me good or not.
You look wonderful.
I feel it. For 6 hours, I haven't given this place a thought. Now, here I am again.
Yes, here you are.
Back to earth.
How long are you going to stick it, Sally?
Don't let's spoil a lovely evening by discussing it now.
I'm not allowing you to spoil a lovely life. Oh, my darling.
John.
Sally, I love you so much that...
Glenn.
What the devil are you doing here at this hour?
Looking for you. You'd better nip in your car and go to the Bull's cottage at Coombe Ridge.
Has old Mother Bull had one of her turns?
No, but someone's had a shot at murdering her son.
Oh.
Nearly choked the life out of him. It would have done, too, if the lad hadn't broken free and fallen into the river.
Yes, well, I'll get along. Good night, Sally.
Good night, John.
Sally, I want to speak to Martin.
To Martin? Now?
Yes, now.
He'll be asleep. It seems unfair to wake him.
I'm sorry, Sally. Wake him, please.
But he keeps his door locked.
Try this key.
This won't be any good if it's yours.
Have a shot. You never know.
Funny.
Go and wake him.
Where did you get that key?
I found it. Wake Martin and bring him here, please.
Well, he's sleeping so soundly, I haven't the heart to disturb him. Come round in the morning.
Not there, is he?
No. He's not there.
Why did you lie?
Because I
Because you put 2 and 2 together and didn't like the result. Nor do I. Sit down, listen to me. Martin's wandering about. I've heard he wanders about at night, and someone has been brutally attacked. I started to suspect something several weeks ago. By 1,000,000 to 1 chance, I found that key on the path, 10 yards from the spot where Bull was attacked. I should have given it to the police, but I didn't.
If it was Martin, if what you say is true, it means he's mad, doesn't it?
Whoever attacked that man was insane at the time.
Oh, Glenn, what am I to do?
We've got to get him to enter hospital as a voluntary patient. There, we'll get the consulting psychiatrist to certify him, and that'll protect him.
Certify him? It means locking him
Oh,
up?
blast it, Sally, that's inevitable. The sole choice is between criminal detention or a place and treatment of our own choosing, for as long as may be needed to find a cure.
Leave him to me.
Oh, no. I'm staying right here. You may be dealing with a homicidal maniac.
You're not to worry, Glenn. If I thought for a moment he'd hurt me, I'd let you stay, but he won't.
Very well. I'll go to the pub and wait. Phone me if you need me. I'll be around in 2 minutes.
I will, I promise. Now go.
Heaven knows why you should have to endure all this. And be careful. Good night, my dear.
Good night, Glenn. Are you looking for this, Martin?
What are you doing here?
Waiting for you. You must have dropped this key.
Give it to me.
Not yet. First, we must talk.
I don't want to. Leave me alone.
We must, darling. Don't be frightened, but we have to talk together. Martin, the man you attacked tonight is in a bad way.
I didn't attack anyone. Oh, Sal. Sal, I'm so frightened.
Martin, I want you to tell me everything right from the beginning. You must trust me.
But I've purposely not talked about it. I didn't want to sicken you. See, no one can ever realize the horror of that captivity. On the very first day, it filled me with such desperation that I nearly killed myself there and then. Day after day of burning sun and damp, steaming heat. Only at night was there any peace. At night, they slept. But at night, every night, we planned and plotted our escape. We built a tunnel from the hut into the undergrowth on the outskirts of the village. 6 months that took. But that was only our beginning. There were 500 miles of forest between us and the coast. We had to have a boat. It was our only chance. But the boats were guarded night and day by the little devils with eyes in the backs of their heads and ears which picked up sounds like animals. They had to be dealt with first. So, every night, 2 of us slipped out into the jungle. And we played a little game. Tracking each other. For 3 months we tracked each other until we could glide like shadows. And then, the night killing night. Through the tunnel, 4 shadows silently down to the river, inch by inch. Nearer, nearer. The brown back turned towards you. The sound of his breathing. Your hand round his neck with the other over his mouth. A quick jerk and a snap when the neck goes.
Martin.
And you feel suddenly scared and shaky and excited and full of power, all mixed up together. 6 of them we killed. All without a sound. Then into the boat and away down the river. Free, we said. We're free. And the boat hit a rock on the second day. We had to swim ashore. And Bill was bitten by a snake as we landed and died on the bank, doubled up in knots. James caught some fever 10 days later and died in the night. For 2 weeks, Joe and I went on together, but his legs packed up. They swelled up like balloons until he screamed out with every step he took. He knew he'd never make it. He knew he was dying, but he wouldn't give up. He wouldn't die, Sal. So I killed him. I crept up behind him as we practiced. And I broke his neck. We were 10 miles from safety, Sal. 10 miles. But I didn't know. Well, how could I know?
My poor darling. Why didn't you tell me this before?
I was afraid. I wanted to forget, but Sal, it haunts me. It never stops. Every night. Now, I still have to walk at night, you see. Tonight, that man startled me, that's all. I didn't want to hurt him. I just wanted to get away. I didn't break his neck. I could have done, but I didn't. Oh, it'll never happen again, Sal. Perhaps now I've told you I shan't want to anymore. Don't give me up for hopeless, Sal. Please. I'm not mad. I'm just twisted somewhere.
Martin, come to London with me, now. We'll go to see a friend of Glan's.
A doctor?
Yes, he's a doctor. You'll have to be as frank with him as you've been with me. Tell him all you know, what you've done, and why you do these things, and then...
And then?
Well, he'll give you a medical certificate saying you need supervision.
Supervision?
Care, nursing, attention.
Certify me, that's what you mean, isn't it?
Martin, think. It's your only chance.
Sal, you couldn't let this happen to me. You tell me to think, but think yourself. Think what it means. Back to that hell again. Now you'll let me be punished for what that did to me. You couldn't be so cruel. Don't destroy me, Sal. There must be another way.
Yes, you're right. You've persuaded me. I can never let them have you now. I should have realized from the first just how inhuman it would be. Go to bed, my darling. I'll bring you something that will give you sleep. I've got to do it. It's the only way. John. Oh, John, come quickly.
Why did you try to kill me?
Martin, did you drink it?
No, I did not.
Oh, thank heavens. I thought you had.
Sorry to disappoint you, but I cottoned on, you see. I came back to tell you something, and I got a preview of the whole plan in operation. I nearly spoiled it then and there, but I decided to wait a bit and see.
Oh, Martin, please let me speak.
Go ahead, deny it.
I don't deny it. I admit it all. I loved him and I tried to kill you, yes. But that wasn't the reason. I thought it was the only way for you. I only rang him to come and try and save you because I couldn't bear the thought of what I'd done.
Quick thinking. Congratulations.
All right, don't believe me. What do I care? But do you really think I'd risk my neck to kill you for another man? I could have left you any day I wanted. Now or 2 years ago. I loved him then. But I loved you, too, in my way, and I thought you needed me. I've desperately wanted to help you, Martin, but you've never let me. And what did you give me in return? Locked doors and a haunted creature who loves the night and wanders abroad with murder in his heart. I couldn't see you suffering anymore, so this was my answer. Now you tell me yours. I'm through.
Oh, Sal. Sal. My poor little Sal. I said I loved you. But if I'd hated you, I couldn't have treated you worse. Strange. suddenly feel so calm inside. So you're in love with Harper. I never guessed.
The future's yours, Martin. Whatever it may be.
You've ended the nightmare. The night won't tempt me anymore. Don't let's think anymore tonight. I first want to sleep.
Have faith, Martin. We'll make it somehow. Sleep well, my darling.
I shall. I've never been so tired.
But it can't have been nothing. You sounded quite hysterical, and then when the line went dead,
I'll explain it all tomorrow. I'm writing to you.
Writing to me? Why? I'm here.
What I have to say is easier to write, that's all. Good night, John.
But look here,
Good night, John.
Oh, Dr. Harper, thank heaven you're here. It's Martin. I can't wake him. He's unconscious. Please come.
Yes, of course, Mrs. Wren.
Oh, Glenn, if anything happens, if he dies, please let his past die with him. Don't let them know what he did.
What are you talking about? Why should he die?
Promise me, Glenn. Don't let them drag his name through the mud. He suffered so much.
All right, but you've got to explain.
Oh, why did I do it? Why did I let him go?
Sally, those drugs. You didn't let him...
Yes, she did, Dr. Glanville. There's the empty bottle over there.
I must go to him.
You tried to kill him.
Em, you're wrong.
I heard what he said. I heard him accusing
No, you don't understand.
How did he get the tablets then? You had charge of them. You locked them in the safe. You had the key. Where is it now?
I have it here, but...
That's all I want to know.
Oh, Glenn, how is he?
He's in a bad way.
Can I go up to him?
I shouldn't, just at the moment. This letter was beside the bed, addressed to you. It may help to explain things. You'd better read it, hadn't you?
Yes. Yes. Oh.
Well, does it help?
No.
Look here, Sally. We must know how Martin got those tablets.
I can tell you. She gave them to him.
Don't talk nonsense, Mrs. Rayner.
I know what I'm saying. There's the bottle, empty. You brought it this morning, full. You saw her lock it in the safe. Only she has the key. She has it still. I heard him accusing her.
Why on earth should he accuse her? She hasn't done anything.
She's in love with another man, and Martin discovered it. I found this half-finished letter on the writing desk. Darling, what I cannot say, perhaps I can attempt to write. Though nothing can ever change the love I have for you, I decided tonight to give to Martin. Give what to Martin? Poison? Who was this to?
Now listen, both of you. We'll get nowhere making these wild accusations. You'd better tell us the truth, Sally.
I'll not say anything till I know how Martin is.
Oh, Dr. Harper.
I'm sorry, Sally.
Martin?
It was his heart. Couldn't take the strain. No pain.
Oh, Martin. Just a moment. Unless you explain what has happened, I shall telephone the police.
Police? What is this?
I didn't kill him.
That isn't enough. You telephoned for Dr. Harper to come before anyone apparently knew Martin was ill. Why? Martin accused you of trying to kill him. Why? The bottle you had charge of is empty, but the safe is locked and you had the key. How did Martin get the tablets? You started to write a letter. To whom? If it wasn't a lover, who was it? Answer these questions now or I shall call the police.
I didn't kill him.
Hello? Police? I'm speaking from Highley at Coombe. Please send someone round at once. Mr. Martin Rayner is dead. And I have reason to fear that he was murdered.
Well, so much for the past, Harper. Now, after protesting her innocence for 18 months, she confesses to killing Martin.
And sends me away.
Well, you know what to do now.
You'd better get along, and I'll walk across and have a word with Sally.
Oh, hello, Glenn.
Sally, I've something to say to you. Something important. But first, why did you tell John Harper that you murdered Martin?
Because I did.
I want the truth. You tried to kill him, but you failed. I know that Martin killed himself, and I know why. Because I read the letter that he wrote to you before he died.
Oh, no, you couldn't.
Yes. You threw it on the fire, but I saw what you were doing and pulled it out. I know its pathetic contents, word for word. My darling, he wrote, I realize that the course you tried to take is the only one for me. I know what an agony the decision to kill me must have been to you. Now, of my own free will, I will follow the road that you have shown. Only in death is there any peace. Tell John Harper that I don't begrudge you to him. You have my love and my humble apologies for being as I was. Martin. That was the sanest thing he could have done, Sally.
But I drove him to do it. You'll never understand how it feels to have a weight like this on your mind, gnawing at you night and day until nothing else is there. And you wish you were dead yourself.
With this guilt complex of yours, you've been determined at all costs not to embroil anyone else, John Harper in particular. That's why you tried to destroy the letter with his name in it.
I was defending myself, too. The publication of that letter would have brought out my attempted murder.
You still love Harper?
Too much to wreck his life.
So you wreck his peace of mind instead?
How else could I get rid of him?
Push him over a cliff. That would have been kinder. For heavens, girl. Think of the mental effect your confession would have had on him if he'd continued to believe it.
Continued? Did you tell him?
Of course I told him. I gave him Martin's letter to read. And he's given you exactly 2 minutes to join him outside.
Send him away, Glenn. Send him away at once.
He'll go of his own accord if you don't go out to him.
Where to?
To London. You've got 2 minutes to go.
What's he going to do in London?
Deliver the contents of Martin's letter to every daily newspaper of any consequence.
What? He can't do that.
He can, and will. So, there's your choice, Sally. He has a wedding license in one pocket and a copy of the letter in the other. Either you marry him quietly and try to live down any gossip there might be, or you don't, and at least have the satisfaction that the whole truth is known to the general public.
Oh, Glenn. I can never repay you. I can never repay you. I love you. Goodbye, Glenn. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Sal. Good luck.
In tonight's presentation of Michael Pertwee's Night Was Our Friend, the parts of Sally and Martin Rayner were played by Merle Wayne and Douglas Bristow, with Ian Calder as Dr. Glanville, Don McCorkindale as John Harper, and Dacia Charlesty as Emily Rayner. Others in the cast were John Simpson and Jeppy Milton. Night Was Our Friend was produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Yolande Dotman and directed by Henry Diffenthal.
There, you see? A few taps with the mallet does it. Then all you have to do is to clamp the wheelchair onto the sledge, like this, and it works.
I can move around outside in the snow, using the crutches to push myself along. Come on, Reese. You and Flora get me out on the snow, and I'll give you a demonstration.
You mean it actually works? Yes, of course it does. We were out in the snow yesterday. It was a stroke of genius, David, you're thinking of putting runners on the wheelchair. I wasn't able to push the chair through the snow.
All right, let's give it a try.
It works best through these French windows. There's a slight incline to give the chair a start.
Yeah, let me do it, Flora. You close the windows. I don't want you catching a cold. I wouldn't like you as a patient.
All right, I'll stay here.
Just see how it works, Reese. Then you better get in. You're not muffled up like I am.
Oh, David, if you're going to sit near the brink of the hill, do be careful, won't you?
Don't worry, Flora. I'll be fine. I just watch the sun go down, and I'll be right back.
Yes, but not too close to the edge, David. If the sledge went over, you'd coast right into the pond. And don't stay too long, it's cold. Oh, how cold this house has become. How cold and empty when he leaves. He's coming back now. Oh, Reese. Reese, my darling.
Oh, it's freezing. But David's enjoying himself outside.
Come over to the fire and warm yourself. Let me warm your hands. They're icy.
Oh, Flora. Flora.
Oh, my darling. Hold me tightly. Oh, Reese. No, it's wrong. Let me go. I mustn't. I shouldn't. But I can't help myself. Reese, hold me and don't ever let me go.
Oh, it's wrong, I know. But I can't stop loving you because you happen to be married to David.
Darling, don't think about it. We mustn't stop to think. Just look upon me as a woman who's so terribly, so dreadfully in love with you.
I do. I know. That's why we can't go on like this.
But what are we going to do?
You must tell David and ask for a divorce.
But on what grounds, Reese? No court would grant a divorce because David is so helpless. How would they look on me? What sympathy can I expect? A wife who wants to leave an invalid husband.
You still care for him?
Yes, but not in the way you mean. It's just pity that I feel. The same pity I would have for anyone who was helpless. You do believe me. You do understand. Don't you? Don't you?
I don't know.
Oh, don't you see? It'd be so easy to tell him if he were well and strong, but not the way he is.
Flora, this is not a new situation. Two people marry. After a few years, one of them becomes a helpless invalid. The other faces it bravely at first. At first. For didn't they swear they'd love each other always?
Don't, Reese, don't.
But what happens? The weeks, the months, the years go by. And looking ahead to the future, one can see it in the present and the past. Love changes to pity. Pity to self-pity. Self-pity to hate.
No, I don't hate
You don't hate David. I know that, Flora. But you hate the situation. Your first thought was of how unfair it was. You still think so.
I hate it. I loathe it. I can't stand it any longer.
Hating the situation is driving you to hate the man who makes it as it is.
Oh, it's so hopeless, Reese. Can't you see I'm trapped, eternally trapped?
No, I won't let you say that. It's the same as saying that life is over for you. It isn't, Flora. It's unfair that anyone so full of life, so capable of loving, should be tied to a man already half dead and with no hope of getting better. He must be told. Good grief, if he loves you, he'll release you, Flora.
But he's not to blame for what happened to him.
No one's to blame. It just happened, just as our love for each other couldn't be helped. But we can blame ourselves if we don't do something about it.
But to tell him now, when getting about in the snow gives him so much pleasure, it would be so cruel, Reese. Can't we wait until...
Until what? Haven't you considered that David might live on like this for years, until you're a bitter old woman?
That thought is with me every hour, day and night. The other night, I dreamed that David had died.
Had you dreamed it before?
Yes, many times.
What was your first thought? You know, the one that comes with the dream itself before you wake up.
No, I can't tell you.
You must tell me.
You don't know what you're asking me.
Please, Flora. Are you ashamed to tell me?
Ashamed? No, I'm glad. I'm utterly without shame. My first thought was, now I'm free to love Reese, to marry Reese and bear his children. My body became alive from my dream and woke me up.
Oh, darling.
It's David. He wants to come in. Do you suppose he saw us?
I hope so. Even so, we must tell him everything.
Just loosen the clamps, Reese. I'll leave the sled here. Yeah, that's right. Come on now, Flora. You pull on the crutch and Reese will push the chair. That's it.
Come over to the fire, David.
That's better. Help me off with my overcoat, will you? Thank you, my dear. Flora, will you pour us all some sherry?
Yes, of course. You must be chilled. You shouldn't have stayed out so long.
Or should I have stayed out a little longer, perhaps?
David, there's something I want to tell you.
First, a toast, Reese.
A toast?
Yes, that's right, Flora. Take your glass, both of you. That's it. Now, let's drink to a successful solution.
Solution to what, David?
To our problem, of course. Yours and mine. And Reese's.
Oh, David, you saw us.
I saw you in Reese's arms. It always creates a problem, knowing one's wife is in love with another man. So, let's drink up to a successful solution.
I agree, to a successful solution.
And now, hold your glasses into the fireplace. Now. You won't? Oh, well. The wine's a little dry. Or am I imagining things? Well...
David, I don't know how to begin. I always meant...
I know. You meant to tell me, but you never got around to it.
Just before you came in, we'd agreed that we must tell you at once.
We didn't want to hurt you, David.
Of course you didn't, Flora. You probably agreed between the two of you that what happened can't be helped. Love is just as much a disease as the kind that wrecked my body. I've sort of known for some time, so it isn't a great surprise, you know.
Then you can understand
Yes, I can understand everything. It was bound to happen. I saw that. I even tried to solve the problem on my own, but I found I didn't have the courage.
Oh, David.
Yes, Flora, I am helpless, a burden to you. But I'm still capable of being in love. And it's love that turns me into a coward when I try to take the one step that would give you complete freedom.
Oh, David, what have we done to you?
Believe me, David, I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry, Reese. Rather be glad for your love. My love is my weakness. Your love will be your strength. Now, with your help, I think the whole thing can be worked out successfully.
Help? From Reese?
Yes.
How? What do you mean, David? Don't ask Reese to go away. I couldn't stand it.
That wouldn't solve anything. A few weeks ago, I wrote a note to you, Flora, telling you of my love for you and saying goodbye. That night, I took an overdose of sleeping pills. But not quite enough, it seems. And since then, I haven't had the courage to try again. Flora, that note is still in my desk. But next time, I'll need a doctor's help.
A doctor's help?
We'll let Reese perform what is known as an act of mercy. Some night soon, let him give me something that will put me to sleep forever.
That's murder.
It's unthinkable. How can you ask Reese to do something?
I give my consent. I want it. I get him to do this for me, for you, for all of us.
The law still calls it murder.
I thought you loved her, Doctor.
I love her. Flora knows that. I don't have to commit a murder to prove my love.
Then, my dear Doctor, you know what's ahead for the three of us. You and I will watch the woman we love die inwardly. And we'll remember that neither of us had the courage to save her. It's a slow, frustrating decay for all of us. Unless you, Reese, or I, can find the courage to end things soon. I've tried, but I've failed. An act of mercy, Doctor. That's what it'll be.
Oh, please stop pacing, Reese. Go home and get some sleep.
David's right. It's his body to do with as he wishes. If he doesn't want to drag through life like a wounded animal, why shouldn't he have the right to end his misery?
But not by your hand, Reese. If he did it himself, I suppose I'd be able to forget in time. But if you did it, I don't know how I'd feel. I don't know. I would be so afraid.
But can't you see he won't or can't do it himself?
It's his helplessness that makes him afraid, not his love for me.
I wonder what I'd do in his place. Oh, it's ironic. Your husband loves you enough to die for you. All he asks is a little help from me. And I, who love you so much, refuse to give that help.
Oh, don't, Reese. You're tired, upset. Please go home and rest.
No, it has to be settled now. Where's my bag? Yes, I have it here.
Reese, what are you going to do?
He's fast asleep from pills now. When he wakes up in the morning and takes his medicine, it'll be this. He'll never know. For you, it is a chance to start life again from when it ended so soon after our wedding day. It's not dated. I'm going to change the medicine now.
You changed the medicine?
Yes. Empty this and wash the glass thoroughly, and then go to bed. He'll take the medicine when he wakes up and prop this note on the table beside his bed. At the time that you would normally awaken, phone me at once and tell me you find your husband dead. Then phone the police. I'll get here first and check everything. Good night, dear. I must go now. You realize that? It seems we've lived a lifetime since sundown.
No. 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 Oh, no.
Hello, Dr. Irwin speaking.
Hello, Dr. Irwin. This is Sergeant Jackson. I'm over at the Hudson House. I'd like you to come over right away. David Hudson has just been drowned in the pond.
What? Drowned?
Yes, hurry, Doctor. We're working on him.
I'll be right over.
Is there any hope?
I'm afraid he's gone, Mrs. Hudson. Oh, good. Here's Dr. Irwin.
Let me take over. No, stay where you are, Jackson.
Shall I keep on trying, Doctor? I've been working on him for half an hour.
No. It's no use. He's gone.
Where's your telephone, Mrs. Hudson? I must phone the coroner.
It's in the hall. Through that door.
Flora, in heaven's name, what happened?
I couldn't. After you left, I put the glass back with its regular medicine. I destroyed the other.
But why? Why? After we decided...
I saw how troubled you were, how worn and tired. You didn't know what you were doing. I couldn't let you go through with it. There's your profession to think of. There'd be all those questions. I was frightened, but we'd just...
The coroner will be out in about half an hour or so. Now, sit down, Mrs. Hudson. Do you feel you could tell us what happened?
Yes. Yes, I think I can, Sergeant Jackson.
Are you all right to question her, Doctor?
Yes, I think Mrs. Hudson can answer your questions, but please make it as brief as possible.
Just tell us what happened, Mrs. Hudson.
Yes. David got up as usual this morning and had his breakfast. He likes to sit on the brink of the slope there. So after breakfast, I put the wheelchair on the sledge and pushed him to that spot where he loves to be.
You leave him there alone?
Yes. He can push himself along with his crutches. When he wants to come back in, he taps on the window. Well, I came in to clear the breakfast dishes. Of course, I'd looked out now and then to see if he was all right or wanted anything.
And how long was he out there?
How long? Well, I was in the kitchen for about 20 minutes, I should say. Then I looked out of the window, and David was gone. I ran out and saw that he'd coasted down the slope, was face down in the pond below. I started to run down the hill, but realized I'd need help to get him out. So I ran back and telephoned you, Sergeant Jackson, and then I ran back to the pond and tried to get him out.
She was up to her waist in water when I arrived, and that water was freezing cold, Doctor.
I felt nothing. I was blaming myself. Only yesterday I'd warned David about getting too close to the brink of the hill. I was so afraid the sledge might accidentally get too far over.
Mrs. Hudson, that slide was not accidental.
What do you mean, Sergeant Jackson?
What else could it be?
Mrs. Hudson, your husband must have pushed himself deliberately onto the slope.
What makes you say that?
This note addressed to you, Mrs. Hudson. One of his crutches was sticking up in the snow, and this was wedged in near the bottom. See?
May I look at it, Flora?
Yes. Yes, of course.
I see.
You know, I'll take it. It'll be needed at the inquest. No doubt they'll return a verdict of suicide. I'm sorry, Mrs. Hudson.
I know. Thank you.
Well, I'll go down to the pond and see if I can get the wheelchair here.
So David did find the courage after all.
Yes.
Oh, Flora, I can never repay you for changing that medicine. It would have been murder, legally and morally. I would have regretted it all my life.
I know. I wanted to save you from that.
It would have stood between us, ruined our chance of happiness. Now David has made it possible for us to start our new life without a murder on our conscience.
Yes.
Poor David. He's freed us, Flora. He meant us to be happy together. We must always be grateful to him.
Yes,
He had the courage to die. We must have the courage to accept his great gift and live.
Yes, Reese, only stop talking about it. Take me away from here as soon as you can. I can't live in this house any longer. Oh, take me away.
Of course.
Ye shall answer at the dreadful day of judgment, when the secrets of all hearts shall be disclosed, that if either of you know any impediment why you may not be lawfully joined in matrimony, you now confess. Repeat after me. I, Flora, take thee, Reese, to be my wedded husband.
I, Flora, take thee, Reese, to be my wedded husband.
To have and to hold from this day forward.
To have and to hold from this day forward.
For better, for worse.
For better, for worse.
For richer, for poorer.
For richer, for poorer.
In sickness and in health.
In sickness and in health.
To love and cherish until death do us part.
To love and cherish until
Till death do us part.
Till death do us part.
I now pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss the bride. Well, I hear you'll be leaving us soon, Dr. Irwin.
Yes, we're off to South America next month.
South America? Well. Whereabouts?
Rio. I've been appointed assistant director of a research project for the Radio Foundation.
Well, congratulations to you both. May the blessing of God be with you always.
Sister, and how's Mrs. Irwin?
Morning, Dr. Patterson. Oh, she's very upset, Doctor, and worried sick.
What about?
She's afraid her baby will be born blind or crippled or dead or anything else she can think of.
They all go through that with their first child.
I know, but she's worse than any of the others. Her fears and anxiety are almost abnormal, I'd say.
I didn't expect this kind of behavior from her, doctor's wife. They're so happy together. They were so happy when she found out she was going to have a child.
She's ecstatic one moment and then down in the dumps the next.
I don't know what gets into women. She's been in Rio for over a year. Seems to like the place. She has a brilliant husband who's making a name in medical research. He's completely devoted to her.
That's just it. She seems to have been blessed with so much happiness, and everything's going so well that she can't understand what she's done to deserve it. She has an obsession that she's got to pay for it all. Some way, someday.
Oh, she's that kind. Afraid to be for fear it can't last.
She has the idea that God has a plan to make her supremely happy for a time and then strike at her through her child.
I got the impression that she was a religious woman.
I don't know that she is, but I know she's afraid, terribly afraid, and getting more so every day. And the baby's due on Sunday.
Dr. Patterson, you're wanted for maternity. Dr. Patterson wanted in maternity.
You do what you can to reassure her, sister. I'll look in on her as soon as I'm through.
congratulations, Dr. Irwin. You're a father. A girl, 6 pounds, 5 ounces. Everything's fine. A normal delivery. Mother and daughter both came through splendidly. You can see the baby as soon as she's in the crib.
Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, you're wonderful, sister. Yeah, have a cigar. I mean, let me kiss you. Oh, when can I see my wife?
Oh, Dr. Irwin, control yourself. It's excitable fathers who make nursing a hazardous occupation.
May I see my wife?
I'll ask Dr. Patterson about that.
She's all right, isn't she?
Of course she is. I'll be back in a minute.
No. Don't let my baby die. Take me. Please take me and let my baby live.
Mrs. Irwin, nobody's gonna die. Everything's fine. Couldn't be better.
My baby. Where's my baby?
Your baby's fine too, Mrs. Irwin. A girl. Perfect in every way.
Let me see her. Let me hold her.
Not now. Later. You must get some rest now.
What's wrong? Why can't I see her? What are you hiding from me? Let me get up.
Mrs. Irwin, please don't exert yourself. You can't get up now.
My baby. Why can't I see my baby? There's something wrong with her. That's why you won't let me see
Mrs.
her.
Irwin, your baby's perfect.
You're lying. You're afraid to tell me the truth.
Here's Sister Fergus with your baby. She's 6 pounds, 5 ounces, and normal in every respect.
Now, if you lie quietly, Mrs. Irwin, you can hold her for a while.
Oh, my baby. My beautiful baby girl. Doctor, she's not blind or crippled or anything?
A perfect baby, Mrs. Irwin.
Forgive me, Dr. Patterson, for being such a fool. I couldn't help it.
Remember me, sister? I'm the new father you left standing in the corridor. All right if I come in for a minute, Dr. Patterson?
Sure, come in.
Oh, Flora. Oh, Flora.
Look, darling. A little girl, and she's perfect. Oh, Reese, I'm so happy.
Is Mummy fighting with Daddy?
Yes, Billy, I think so.
Why do they fight, Ellen?
They fight about us most of the time.
That's what they're fighting about now, in there.
Yes. Daddy wants Mother to let us go to the party that Mercedes is giving, but Mother doesn't want us to go.
I hope Daddy wins.
He won't. He never does.
No, he never does. But I would like to go to Mercedes' party.
You see, Flora, that it isn't right to keep the children tied to you. They should get out and play with other kids.
Please, Reese, my nerves. Don't start another scene. We've been through all this before and it's settled. I will not...
No, it's not settled. The only time you regard things as settled is when you have your own way.
That's not true, Reese.
Billy and Ellen have never been allowed to lead a normal life. You shelter them. You do everything for them and hardly let them out of your sight.
Is it so wrong for a mother to want to help her children, to protect them?
No, it isn't, but you overdo it. There's absolutely no reason at all why they shouldn't go to the birthday party of the little Fernandez girl.
There is. I told you why. There's sickness about. They might catch it, and the other children are rough and wild. Supposing Billy got into a fight with one of them, or Ellen.
Suppose he did get into a fight. What if he got a black eye or handed one out? I don't think that's likely after the way you babied him. Billy's 6, he's not 2. Oh, good grief. Kids are bound to get roughed up a little when they play.
But he's so delicate, and the other boys are so big and rough.
If Billy's delicate, and I don't agree that he is, it's because you've kept him indoors and supervised every move he's ever made. Well, it has to stop. Can't you see that? I want you to call Billy and Ellen and tell them they can go to the party. Now, call them in.
No, Reese. Please, you don't understand.
I agree, I don't understand. I don't understand what's come over you since you first knew that you were having Ellen. You drove them crazy at the hospital. From the way you carried on, it's a mystery to me why we ever had another child after Ellen. At first, I thought it was just an overdose of fear that most women experience with a new baby. But it stuck with you, and it gets worse all the time. It's right for a woman to love her children and look after them, but by heavens, you carry it to the point where it's abnormal. Flora, I'm going to insist for once. Call the children.
You want them to get hurt. You've never loved them. Oh, yes. You think because you're a famous doctor you can make them well again, no matter how sick they may get or how broken their bones. You have no feeling for them, no feeling for your own children. You don't care if they get hurt. You wouldn't care if they were dead. Then you'd be very happy.
Stop the hysterics.
Oh,
I'm sorry I had to slap you, Flora.
Mommy, don't cry. Daddy, what's the matter with Mother? Why is she crying?
Oh, my darlings, you've come to me. You love me. I know. And I love you so much. You don't want to go to the party and leave your mother, do you?
Well, we want to be with you, Mummy. We don't want to go if it makes you cry.
And Mother wants her two darling children to be with her. We'll have a party right here, and there'll be ice cream and cake, more of everything than at the Mastinian party.
Can I wear my party dress?
Of course, darling. Come along, we'll get ready.
Flora, please stay a moment.
But, oh, all right, dear. Now, Ellen, you and Billy go to your rooms, and I'll be along soon and help you dress up for your party.
I'm going to wear my new shoes, too. They've got burrs on them, and they're shiny. I'm going to ask Mummy to buy me shiny shoes, too.
Now, sit down, Flora.
Reese, dear, you're not going to scold me, are you?
No, but I'm worried about you. Flora, what is it that's troubling you?
Oh, I don't know, Reese. Just nerves, I think.
But just nerves develop from some cause, from worry or fear or anxiety. There are times when you seem terribly frightened of something. You jump at sudden noises. I've watched you.
I don't know what you're talking about. What noises?
Well, the doorbell or the telephone ringing. Your whole body is tense until you know just what it is.
I hadn't realized I behaved like that.
You do, Flora. Whenever the children are out of the house, you're restless and nervy. When they come in, you fly to them and hug them as though they'd been missing for days. As though you'd never expected to see them again.
Why do you say that?
Because it's true. Flora, it's been like that for a long time now, ever since the children were born.
I'm a little anxious about them at times, and that's all.
That's not all. Flora, can't you help me to understand what's troubling you, so that I can help you?
I'd like to tell you, Reese, but how can I when I don't understand myself? You interpret my love for the children as some sort of abnormal anxiety, or give some other medical term for a mother's normal reaction.
But it isn't I mean... Well, Flora, don't get angry with me, but I suggest I make an appointment for you to consult Dr. Alvarado.
He's a psychiatrist, isn't he?
That's right.
You think I'm going mad, don't you, Reese?
Oh, Flora, you know better than that. You yourself have just said that you don't understand what's troubling you, but something obviously is. There's something hidden in the back of your mind that's causing this undue anxiety, and Dr. Alvarado might help to bring it to light. Oh, that's all, dear. You need help. Won't you let me get it for you?
No. I disagree with you. I don't think I need psychiatric help or any other kind of help. I don't think I've reached a stage where I need a psychiatrist.
Flora, long ago we agreed never to mention David. But I want to ask you a question. Has his death anything to do with this fear? Well?
No, of course not. How could there be any connection?
Do you ever think about him?
Well, naturally, I think of David now and then. I can't control my thoughts, can I?
I don't mean that. Perhaps I'm not explaining myself clearly. What I mean is this. Do you feel responsible in any way for what David did?
Do you, Reese?
No. My conscience is clear. I almost made a terrible mistake that night. I don't know what state of mind I'd be in now if you hadn't changed the glasses. But I'm sure I'd have been plagued through the years by my thoughts. I would have lost confidence and respect for myself. It would have interfered with my work, with my relationship with other doctors. I would certainly not be where I am today, holding down the job I'm doing. These so-called acts of mercy lost their scientific aspect when I realized how easy it is to die, how terribly hard to keep a heart beating. Any man can take a life. None can restore it.
You've changed a great deal since that night.
Yes. Haven't you?
Yes. I've changed a great deal.
Oh, Flora. I didn't mean to hurt you. I want to help.
I know. And you can by taking me away from here. I want to get away from Rio. I want to get back home. We must go for the sake of the children. The climate's not good for them, and there's so much disease about with mosquitoes and other carriers.
Flora, that's not true, and you know it.
Isn't that what you're here for? All this research foundation?
Of course, but you're safe here in Rio.
I don't feel safe. I want to go home, I tell you.
But, Flora, I'm in the middle of a tremendous project. Urgently needed experiments.
Exactly. You're in contact with tropical diseases every day. You could be a carrier of the germs. Think how you'd feel if you were the cause of infecting the children.
Is this what's troubling you?
Yes, almost from the beginning. At first, when we arrived here, I was afraid it might be you. Then I was afraid for the children. I've tried to live with my fear, to come to terms with it, but I failed. I can't cope anymore. I've hated this place from the start. For almost 10 years, I've lived in fear.
Why didn't you tell me?
Because I knew how important your work was to you. But this fear has poisoned me because I tried to bottle it up inside me. I didn't want to worry you. Yes, that's what's caused all the nervousness and anxiety you've noticed.
Darling, you should have told me. I wish you'd told me. How was I to know?
Then you'll consider going. You will, won't you?
We've been here for close on 10 years. My contract will be up for renewal in 3 months' time. Work on the project nearly finished. Yes, perhaps you're right. Perhaps we've both missed a great deal by coming out here in the first place. The children, too. It's time we thought of their schooling, I suppose.
And it'll do us good, too, Reese. Everything will be different, you'll see. I'll get over my nerves. I'll be a different person once we get back home. Oh, just think, Reese. The children have never seen snow or ice on the rivers.
We'll do it. You're right, Flora. It's time we went home. I'll make arrangements to wind up my work here, and we'll leave as soon as possible. There'll be no trouble about a job. I've been turning down offers all these years. But of course we'll have to buy a house. We could get an agent onto it right away and just clinch things when we arrive. Yes, that's what we'll do.
But, darling, we've got a house. I told you I want to go home.
To your old house?
Yes, of course. That's why I never agreed to sell it. I couldn't. Somehow I always had the feeling I'd be coming back to it someday.
But the associations... No, I really don't think you would.
But it's my home, darling. I was brought up there. It's where I belong. My father left it to me and David, and I'm strongly attached to the old house. Fascinated. Oh, darling, don't worry. Not morbidly fascinated because of what happened. Just because it's home, and I was happy there once. And the children will be, too. You'll see. There are those old oak trees for them to climb, and the playhouse by the pond. They'll love the playhouse. We'll paint it all up again for them, and I'll make curtains for the window, and they'll be able to have picnic luncheons there. Oh, Reese, I feel so happy, so uplifted, a wonderful feeling of exaltation and release as I visualize our arrival. Reese, we have to go. It's the only place in the world I want to be.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, Dr. Irwin.
You must be Mrs. Gower.
That's right, ma'am.
Come and shake hands with Mrs. Gower, children. She's going to help me look after you.
How do you do? I'm Billy. We came on an aeroplane.
You don't say an aeroplane. It's an aeroplane, Billy. I'm Ellen. I'm 2 years older than Billy.
Oh, sure, I can see that. You're nearly a head taller.
He's 6. He's going to start school soon.
Are you now, Billy?
Well, darlings, what do you think of your new home?
It's not as big as the one in Rio.
But it's so much cozier. You're going to love it here.
They've done a nice job on redecorating it, darling.
It's the same firm we've always dealt with. Oh, so little has changed.
I thought you might be hungry after your trip. I've set the table in the dining room, and there's a hot supper all ready to take from the oven.
Ah, wonderful. This central heating's made a difference to the place. It was a brainwave of yours, Flora.
May we see the upstairs of the house? We've never lived in a house with an upstairs.
Well, yes. I'll take you up if you like, children. I'm sure you'll want to see your room.
Oh, yes, please.
I want to see the snow. Daddy told us all about the snow. I've never seen snow. They don't have snow where we live.
It's too hot, Daddy says.
So I've heard. But I'm afraid our snow is gone now.
Did men take it away?
Oh, no, bless you, no. The sun melted it. But there'll be more.
When?
Oh, any day now. The weatherman on the radio said maybe tonight.
Tonight?
I wouldn't be at all surprised. Now, come along, Ellen. That's a lovely name for a girl.
She seems a very pleasant soul. I think the children have taken to her already.
Mrs.
Gower, I said she seems very nice.
Yes. It's changed very little.
I told the agent not to change much inside, to use the same color paint as outside.
Oh, it's beautifully done. I like it very much. Reese, the pond. What's happened to the pond?
I had it drained and filled in. I thought it best.
Yes, that was very thoughtful of you. I'm glad.
Flora.
Yes?
Now that I'm here, I'm not at all sure we've done the wisest thing by coming back.
I had to come back. I don't know why, but I couldn't help myself. I simply had to come back, Reese. I feel that I belong here, now, and for always. Children, Reese?
Oh, outside as usual.
Well, you shouldn't leave them alone so long, Reese. It's freezing cold. I don't like them to be playing in the wet snow.
They love it. It's the most fascinating thing here. Ellen thinks it should always be like this, a world with a white carpet.
Mummy, look what we found. Oh, I saw it first. It was hanging on the shed. There's hundreds of them. They make a fringe. But I knocked it down with a stick. What is it, Daddy?
It's an icicle. It's formed by dripping water that freezes.
Icicle?
Oh, it's just a piece of ice, and it's dirty, Billy. Don't lick it. Here, throw it into this pot. Oh, Billy, your gloves are soaking wet. Ellen, take yours off at once, too. Where have you two been for so long?
We were building a snowman. The boy next door showed us how. Daddy, he says we make ice by putting pieces of coal in his head. Can I have some coal?
Certainly. And you can have my old top hat to put on his head.
The boy next door, his name's Martin. Well, he pushed us on his sledge, and we went coasting all the way down the hill. It was super.
Coasting? Where?
Down that hill, Mother. You can see it from the window. That was the best fun of all. We took turns. I put Billy on the sledge, then we gave him a push, and down he went like lightning. Martin said the kids here call it coasting. They do it all winter whenever it snows. I want a sledge for Christmas, Daddy. Daddy, could I have a sledge for Christmas? So do I want a sledge.
I think we could manage a sledge, Billy.
Mother, can I have a sledge too, all for myself?
No. Never.
Flora.
Never, understand? Never ask me for a sledge again.
Please, Flora, control yourself. They've merely asked if they could have a sledge. I see no reason why they shouldn't.
They can't. I won't allow it.
Oh, but be reasonable. It's perfectly safe. The pond's filled in. It's perfectly harmless toy.
I wasn't thinking of that.
Then what? Give me a reason.
Reason. Must you always have to probe me for a reason? I don't want them to have it. That's all there is to it.
All right. But I'm interested in knowing why their request has upset you like this.
I don't want to stand there and watch them push each other down that hill. Can you understand that?
Flora, I'm sorry.
Oh, if you can't understand, then I must explain it to you. I don't want to see the tracks in the snow. I don't want them to have that sledge, never. Can't you see that it will cut tracks like those I watched the morning David coasted down that hill?
Good heavens, Flora, what are you saying? Here, Ellen, take Billy out into the kitchen with you. Now, off you go, darling. There's a good girl. Go along, Billy. We'll talk about this some other time. Now, off you go, then. Mummy will get your tea presently. Flora, you must be careful what you say in front of the children.
The tracks in the snow. I can see them now. I always see them. Just 2 tracks in the snow. And as I fell on my knees that day, it seemed I held 2 long reins in my hands. 2 lines that tied me at the top of the hill with David below in the pond. His chair was upside down, and the wheel was spinning and spinning and spinning.
Flora, in heaven's name, stop! Don't you know what you're saying?
Don't shout, Reese. There's nothing for you to get excited about. I was just telling you why I don't want the children to get a sledge for Christmas. Why can't you see my point of view for a change? Why don't you consider my feelings sometimes? The shops are full of all sorts of wonderful toys, so why must the children have a sledge, for goodness sake? Anything. Get them anything, but not that.
Why, Flora?
Why? Why do you have to ask me why? Because the sledge would bring back memories, that's why.
Memories you want to forget?
Yes, of course. Why are you looking at me like that?
What way am I looking at you?
Accusingly.
Flora, you said you stood on the hill that morning David drowned and watched the tracks forming as he coasted down.
Of course I saw the tracks.
You said you watched the tracks as they took form. How could you do that if you were in the kitchen as you testified at the inquest? Did you lie? Were you telling the truth? Were you in the kitchen when David went down that hill?
I don't remember just how it happened. I don't remember.
I want the truth.
The truth?
Yes.
Do you, Reese? Are you sure?
I think I know it. It wasn't an accident. It was deliberate. But on your part, not David's. When you pushed him over the brink that day, you slipped. You fell on your knees, you said, and those tracks in the snow were like long ribbons that tied you to David in the pond. To David, who was drowning while the wheel from the upturned chair was spinning.
Yes.
You pushed him down the hill.
Yes. Yes. Oh, yes.
Oh, sit down, Flora, sit down.
I never wanted you to know. Oh, never.
And that's why you've been afraid all these years, Flora. That's why, even when you seemed most happy, that look of fright would creep into your eyes.
Yes. Yes. I was afraid to be happy. I was afraid it couldn't last and that I would be punished for what I'd done. But I wasn't punished, Reese. I asked myself why. I knew I would have to pay. I expected it. I expected God to strike me down. But he didn't. And with every moment that the blow was withheld, my fear increased. Then, one night, I saw the plan. He wasn't going to strike me, but would punish me through my children. He was going to take them away. He was putting all the happiness in the world in my lap, so that when he did strike, my punishment would be more terrible.
And you let me go on thinking that David had done away with himself.
I had to. I couldn't tell you. You were so relieved that you hadn't done it. You told me how grateful you were that I'd saved you. That day, before we left for South America, you said that you had almost made a terrible mistake. How could I tell you after that, even if I'd wanted to?
Yet, that night, when I almost committed murder, you couldn't go through with it. Why?
It's so hard to explain it to you now.
And yet the next morning, you did it yourself. Why, in heaven's name, why?
Because I loved you, Reese, and David stood between us. Oh, have you forgotten how desperately in love we were then?
And all these years I thought that David had found the way to solve our problem. Now I find it was my wife who...
I wanted to spare you. I've never wanted you to share the agony that I knew would be mine, that has been mine, and mine alone. But a secret like that is too terrible to hold forever. And at last, you share it with me.
So in the end, futility. I faced life with a clear conscience, only to find that you...
Yes. Now you share, Reese. But how differently. I've been pleading with you to understand, but you only stare at me with accusing eyes.
Understand? No, I don't understand. How do you expect me to understand?
I think I changed the glasses that night because I was afraid that this day might come for you as it has for me. I was afraid that the time might come when I would stare at you as now you stare at me with eyes that accuse me of murder. I never wanted you to see the look in my eyes. Now, do you understand?
Did you talk about the sledge, Daddy? Did you tell Mummy we could have a sledge?
Oh, Billy, Ellen. Oh.
Don't cry, Mother.
Oh.
Daddy, I don't want a sledge if it's going to make Mummy cry.
Oh, my darling. You shall have a sledge. Daddy will get you one for Christmas. Oh, you and Billy will have such fun so that you won't miss me too much.
Where are you going, Mummy?
In a few minutes, your daddy will phone up a man we both know. He'll take me away.
Won't you be back for dinner?
No. I'll be gone for a long time, my darling.
Why, Mummy? Why?
Well, many years ago, I did something I had no right to do, even though at the time I thought it was the right thing. That's why I must leave you now and pay for this mistake. I want you to be good whilst I'm away and not worry Daddy with too many questions. And you mustn't be unhappy about me or let Daddy be unhappy, because where I'm going, I shall be able to make up for my mistake and find peace that way. I know it's difficult for you to understand all this now, but someday, when you're older, I think you will. And perhaps someday, when the mistake has been corrected, perhaps then, perhaps...
What your mother is trying to say, children, is that perhaps someday she'll come back to us, because we'll never stop waiting.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. Tonight we bring you The Mayerling Affair by R.F. Delverfield, based on a true life romance whose mysterious ending has intrigued the world ever since. Set in 1889, this is the story of Prince Rudolf of Austria-Hungary, an unhappy man pulled in many different directions by love and duty. Heir to the Habsburg throne, but beset by political intrigues. Married to a jealous, nagging wife, but in love with a beautiful young girl, Mary Vetsera. Forced by the emperor to return to his wife, Rudolf meets Mary for the last time at his hunting lodge at Mayerling. What happened there became front-page news and a sensational climax to the story of a great love. Listen in a few moments to the story of The Mayerling Affair by R.F. Delverfield, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthorpe. And now, Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, The Mayerling Affair.
Coffee, Herr Sheps. Thank you, Loshek. Tell me, is the Crown Prince usually as late as this?
When he spends the night in the lower town, yes, sir.
Won't he wish to go straight to bed and sleep it off when he returns?
No, sir, I think not. His Imperial Highness is not sleeping well at present.
Has he seen a doctor? Loshek, you can speak to me about it, you know. You do trust me, don't you?
I know that you enjoy His Imperial Highness's complete confidence, Herr Sheps.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be here at 7 on a chilly morning in his private apartments behind locked doors. Is that it?
His Imperial Highness sees his doctor at least once a week, sir.
You still don't believe I have the best of reasons for wishing him well, do you? Loshek, you owe it to all of us to use your influence to dissuade the prince from completely wrecking his health.
I am a valet, Herr Sheps.
But you are also a friend to the Crown Prince. Listen to me, Loshek. We need your help desperately.
What is it you require of me, sir?
I'm right in assuming you are with us, in spirit.
No, you are quite wrong, sir. I have no interest in politics, and I do not believe that the Crown Prince, heir to the throne of Austria-Hungary, should involve himself in the schemes of newspaper editors like yourself and your associates.
Don't you want to see a better future for this empire of ours?
No, sir. My concern is for His Imperial Highness. You are encouraging him to attack the very institutions that maintain him. There are other ways of destroying a man than by permitting him to wreck his health, Herr Sheps.
Good heavens, man. Do you imagine I will destroy him?
What else can happen to a man pulled in a dozen different directions by the self-appointed keepers of his conscience, Herr Sheps?
But, Loshek, suppose that Someone's trying the door. I can't be found here at this hour. Where shall I go?
There is no occasion to go anywhere, sir. The lady outside is not here to probe His Imperial Highness's political background.
Lady?
His wife, sir. The Crown Princess Stephanie. I must admit her.
I issued orders that this door was not to be locked.
With great respect, Your Highness. The order was countermanded by His Imperial Highness.
He instructed you to lock the door against me?
Not against you, Your Imperial Highness. Many of his private papers have been recently transferred here from the master safe in the great study.
Where is the Crown Prince?
He is out, Your Highness.
Your Imperial Highness.
Your Imperial Highness.
And who is this man, and what is he doing here at this hour?
May it please,
Do not address a member of the ruling house unless directly addressed.
His name is Maurice Sheps. He is an editor, Your Imperial Highness. I understand he has professional business with His Imperial Highness.
What are those papers in his hand? Give them to me.
Le Chef. Those papers are mine.
May I have them, please? Thank you.
You may leave us, Le Chef. No, not you, Maurice.
I wish to see Your Imperial Highness alone. And at once.
Conduct Herr Sheps to the great study, Le Chef. He is to return when I ring. Yes, Your Highness. This way, Herr Sheps.
Lochek should bring you something to eat.
I breakfasted well, madame, at least an hour before you forced your way into my room.
I haven't seen you for 3 days.
That would appear to be of your choosing. When I'm here, my door is open all day. Yours is locked against me all night.
Rudolph, we can't go on like this. Your health, it cannot support such a strain. The whole family is concerned, and that's why I went to see Papa yesterday.
Papa? You had no appointment to see the Emperor yesterday?
I was sufficiently anxious to go to him without an appointment.
Oh, madame, I salute you. The Order of the Golden Fleece has been awarded for far lesser hazard. Will you learn nothing? 7 years married to a Habsburg, yet you commit a breach that will make us both subject to subdued guffaws from here to Budapest.
Rudolph, I feel...
My health has nothing whatever to do with the matter. Your visit to the Emperor was prompted by the same prying spite that accounts for your presence in this room at this moment.
That woman has been here. I know it. I have accurate information.
We have arrived at it at last. Thank you, my dear. We can now dispose with the critical state of my health and proceed straight to the point. Oh, by the way, did you look under the bed and in the closet? The numerous uniforms in the closet might conceal an entire harem.
Why do you humiliate me like this, Rudy?
You humiliate yourself, Stephanie. Do you imagine that your hysterical appeals for sympathy from everyone to the Emperor down to your hairdresser provoke anything but contempt?
You hate me. You all hate me. If our child had been a son, if I'd been able to bear more children. Oh, I wish I were dead.
Nobody hates you, Stephanie. Nobody. You understand? Not even me. Oh, Stephanie, why do you act like this? What good can it do either of us?
How is a wife supposed to behave when the entire city is sniggering over her husband's entanglement with a parvenu adventuress?
Adventuress?
Well, what else is she? Baroness Mary Vitsera. It's not just another affair. It's common talk that the Crown Prince is madly in love.
You must excuse me, Stephanie. I have work to do.
It's true, isn't it? Why else should you avoid me day after day? Do you find me repulsive? It's strange if you do. Thousands of men admire me. My hair.
It's true that you have a luxuriant head of hair, and equally true that you delight in creating hysterical scenes at every opportunity. It is also true that you can never produce an heir to the throne of Austria-Hungary.
Reproach me with that? Is it my fault that I can never have another child?
No, madame, neither is it my fault that I was obliged by a pyramid of archaic family laws to marry you in the first place.
It's the same every time I try to talk to you.
Of course it's the same. How can it be otherwise? Ours is not a case of a man and a woman being mutually attracted to one another. I was led into the matrimonial ring like a prize bull, and a pitifully small ring it was. A fat Matilda of Saxony, a yellow-faced Infanta of Spain, and you. What have we in common, now that the sole purpose of our association can never be achieved?
Oh, you're intolerable! Intolerable! Intolerable!
You
You rang for Herr Schetz, Your Highness. He is here.
Come in, Maurice. Those papers you brought, they are not in my handwriting.
I had them transcribed, Your Highness. I thought it would be unwise to enter the Hofburg carrying an article of that sort in Your Highness's writing.
Are you being watched?
No more than usual, Your Highness.
Oh, well, it's of no consequence. We shall not use this article after all.
Not use it?
It is too trivial. When the heart of an empire beats as turgidly as ours, it requires an explosion, not a pinprick. I have the explosives to hand.
To what does Your Highness refer?
The Hungarian opposition. We must support them openly, Maurice.
Support them? You mean openly advocate Hungarian independence? In your name?
Yes. Oh, come, Maurice. It's time I made my position clear. Time to throw off the old regime and march forward into a new age, a new conception of monarchy.
No. Rudy, this is not you talking.
But this is what you wanted and dreamed of.
I want a free empire, Rudy. But I'm concerned with progress, not revolution.
Maurice, listen to me. I'm 30 now. And what is my life? His Imperial Highness will represent the Emperor at a German embassy dinner. His Imperial Highness will take exercise in the Prater at noon. Oh, it's time I shook off the shackles. Others have, why not I?
Because you're the heir to the throne. Rudy, I'm your friend. We've done good work in the past, and we can continue to do better in the future. But not this way. For heaven's sake, don't pay attention to the disgruntled hotheads. Have patience. Rudy, you're tired. You're ill. I'll come back when you're rested.
Of course I'm ill, Maurice. I'm passed from cage to cage on the tide of neat brandy. But you are privileged, Maurice. You know that brandy is no longer sufficient to maintain the requisite imperial composure. You know that I now need more...
Stop it, Rudy. We've talked enough for today. I will leave you now.
Very well. But go by the emergency stairs, Maurice, and out through the iron door. You won't be searched if you go that way.
Goodbye, Rudy. Take some rest. Do nothing until we speak again.
Rest and obey court protocol. Is there nothing more in life than that?
The Countess Marie Lariche, Your Highness.
Is the Baroness Sarah with her?
No, sir. The Countess is alone.
I'll show her in.
Good morning, cousin.
Good morning, Marie. Where is Mary?
Packing. We leave for Mentone this afternoon.
But you didn't intend leaving Vienna until tomorrow, and Mary...
My plans have changed. Carl and I leave today, and Mary has agreed to come with us.
Mary? To Mentone?
I told her you would be joining us there.
But you know that is impossible.
Of course. But it was the only way I could persuade her to come.
But why have you done this? Why are you taking Mary away from Vienna?
Rudy, this affair must stop. I've come to tell you that I cannot continue to play false chaperone to Mary any longer.
You can't do this. Mary's your friend.
Because she trusts me that it must stop. Stop before it ruins her and ruins me.
I don't understand you.
Rudy, I beg of you, be sensible. If this affair gets to Stephanie's ears, the scandal will not only compel me to leave Vienna for good, it will finish any chances Mary may have of making a good marriage.
But, Marie, I love Mary. I love her in a way you could never understand.
You may love her to distraction, Rudy, but you aren't a fool. You can see the future for Mary as well or better than I can.
I tell you, as long as I'm here...
Rudy, what security can you offer a girl deeply in love? Soon the whisper will run beyond the court circle and the Emperor will be forced to take action. If you were big enough, Rudy, if you had a real following instead of a few despised journalists and cranks, you might be able to direct the course of events. But you aren't big enough, Rudy. You'll go down under the storm. Mary will be ruined. I shall be ostracized, and you'll come to heel, Rudy. I believe you know that.
I thought with Mary I might achieve something.
No, Rudy, you must let her go. You won't regret it, I promise you that. Would you like to write to her?
No. That would be too conventional, and Mary doesn't appreciate the conventions. You can say goodbye on my behalf.
And you can say
Rudy,
that
I've come.
Mary! Oh, Mary, my darling! I'm sorry.
No, Rudy. I won't have a demonstrative farewell in front of Marie. It embarrasses her.
Farewell? Oh, to the devil with farewell. Let me take your coat.
How did you get here, Mary? By using my wits, Marie, darling. I guessed where you'd gone. I knew I couldn't get in by the main gate. I had no pass. So I went round to the little iron door. It was locked, of course, but I knew that sooner or later one of Rudy's mysterious strangers would come out. Oh, now tell me, how long will it be before you join us, Rudy? What's the matter? Why are you both looking at me like that?
It might be some time, Mary. It's possible
you
that...
You aren't coming. I see it now. Marie lied to me. It was a trick to get me away.
Mary, please try to control
You wouldn't
yourself.
let her do that, Rudy. You wouldn't voluntarily let us be separated.
It's only for a time, Mary. It's better that way.
You coward. You weak, terrible coward. You let her persuade you after she tried and tried to persuade me. I held out against all of them. But you didn't. We are so weak, Rudy. How could anyone do anything but despise
Mary, dear, listen.
Do you think I shall consent to go with Marie to the Riviera if you break your promise about coming?
We gave no such promise, Mary.
You mean you made it up? You persuaded me to go, and all the time...
You can't know what is involved, or if you do, you're just blinding yourself to it.
I'm not blinding myself to anything, Marie. Not unless I'm imagining Rudy's love isn't as strong and real and all-important as mine. How could you behave in such a deceitful way?
Because I'm afraid. For both of us.
You needn't be for me. But for you, it's different. I do see that, Marie. I didn't mean to make use of you. We wouldn't like you to be punished because of us, would we, Rudy?
I think you have some difficulty in convincing Rudolph of that.
I must speak to him alone, Marie.
The train goes at 2:20, Mary. Carl and I will lunch at the Grand Hotel.
I'll meet you there in half an hour.
You mean you'll join us after all?
We shall see. First, I must talk to Rudy. He needs my help, Marie.
Very well. But if your love is as strong as you say, there is only one way that you can help him. I hope to see you later, Mary. Goodbye, Rudolph.
Goodbye, Mary.
Now, Rudy, first I must be absolutely certain of something. Did you suggest to Marie she persuade me to go away? Did it come from you?
No, Mary. It was her idea.
Oh, I'm glad of that. Kiss me, Rudy.
Oh, Mary, darling.
Oh, it's all right, Rudy. I won't leave you. I'll never leave you. As long as I'm sure you need me, I'm not afraid, Rudy. Just proud and happy.
When you're with me, Mary, when I can touch you and hear your voice like this, and everything's changed. All the things I run away from, small and pitiful.
I want it to be like that. Forever and ever.
Oh, they make so many demands on me, Mary.
A man must be left something of himself to bestow freely and gladly. It's that part, however small, Rudy, that you must fight for. How did Marie persuade you to surrender so easily?
She convinced me I should ruin you, and I shall, Mary.
Ruin me? What a bourgeois expression. Do you think I care what terms I have you on? Do you imagine I give a shrug of the shoulders for boulevard gossip, for social position, for anything at all that stands between us? Do you think I'd be here like this if I did?
Oh, Mary, if I had your courage, there's nothing we couldn't do. Nothing.
I've enough for both of us, Rudy. I'll prove that to you, if you let me.
Will Your Highness be requiring the carriage again today?
Yes. Notify Prince Philip of Coburg that I shall not require his attendance at Meiring tomorrow as arranged. I'm driving up there today. The Baroness will leave by the iron door as soon as it is dark. You will escort her to the usual place, and you will accompany us to the hunting lodge, Lachec.
Very good, Your Highness.
And the coachman will whistle again tonight, won't he, Rudy? He always whistles on the way to Meiring.
Oh, always, my darling, when you're in the carriage with me.
time is it, Mary?
7:30. Alice brought the coffee 5 minutes ago.
Alice? How does she get on with Lochek?
Oh, they bicker, I think. Who shall bring our coffee? Who shall bring our breakfast tray? Alice doesn't like me staying here in the palace in your apartments. She's afraid the Crown Princess will find out.
Well, the Crown Princess is not in Vienna.
Oh, I know, Rudy. But Lochek has told Alice that we're being watched. Apparently there's an old man in the courtyard pretending to sweep snow.
Poor Kaltenbrunner. It must be wretched merely to pretend to work in a temperature well below zero.
Oh, you know him?
Oh, why, bless you, of course I do. He's one of Uncle Albrecht's permanent staff. It was time his pension's off. I'd recognize the old fellow under an orange beard and imperial side whiskers.
Oh, Rudy, it's wonderful to hear you laugh and see you looking so well and happy. Have I had anything to do with it?
Oh, my darling, I don't think you need any reassurance on that score.
Oh.
Come, I need coffee. Plenty of good, strong coffee to fortify me for the wretched review.
Well, here you are. And there are rolls on the tray and apricot jam.
Oh, what a blissfully successful wife you'd make, Mary.
I'm perfectly content with things as they are, Rudy.
Yes, you are, aren't you? Perhaps you wouldn't remember things like a husband's passion for apricot jam if we were married. But, well, we shall see.
Don't be silly, Rudy.
I wasn't being silly, Mary. You still prefer not to discuss it?
There's nothing whatever to discuss, Rudy. We decided that more than 2 months ago.
Yes, we did, didn't we? Then go and dress, Mary. Hurry now. You must be out of here before the guard change. The carriage will call for you tomorrow evening as arranged.
Why are you so anxious to be rid of me?
I've had a surfeit of you. You begin to cloy. A hard, predatory glint is beginning to show in the eyes that I once found soft, limp, and blue as the Aegean.
Oh, Rudy, you terrify me.
Oh, my darling.
Oh, I love my prince dearly, dearly.
Come in.
The Archduke is here now, Your Highness.
Oh, have him come in and see that we're not disturbed, not on any account.
Yes, Your Highness.
You must go now, Mary. I must see my cousin.
Until tomorrow night, my darling.
His Excellency, the Archduke Johann Salvator.
Johann! Oh, it's good to see you. You look splendid. The air of Budapest seems to agree with me. Now, listen. I did rather more investigating than you demanded. There is a statute which lays down that the heir to the imperial throne can be king of Hungary during his father's lifetime. Suppose that can be achieved without bloodshed. What of the other matter? The pretty baroness? That's even simpler. Divorce in Budapest is permissible. So is a morganatic wife for the wearer of the crown. It's all very constitutional, Rudy. You have only to make the decision. Alternately, Johann, but first you must perform another service for me. On your return to Hungary, post this letter. Am I to be told what it contains? It is a direct appeal to His Holiness. You would ask the Pope for a divorce from the Crown Prince? It is by no means as hopeless as you might suppose, Johann. His Holiness is as eager as my father that I should have a male heir. Stephanie can never have another child. But this isn't necessary to your plans. I tell you, there'll be no obstacle placed in your way once you're in Hungary. I have a conscience, Johann. If it can be legal, then let it be legal. A freely given divorce here, then the bid for Hungary. Very well. Why are you smiling? Because of the change in you. It's unbelievable, Rudy. Quite unbelievable. It's astonishing what a pretty girl can do for a man. Or an empire. Am I to be permitted to kiss her hand? Not yet, Johann. I've told her nothing. Is that wise? She'll have to know how to play her part. When the time comes, she'll be word perfect. We shall be man and wife. I suppose the secret police get at her first. That is why she must be kept in ignorance. If she's interviewed, she'll have nothing to say and nothing to hold back. Come in.
Your Highness, the Chamberlain is here. His Imperial Majesty is calling.
My father? Calling here? Oh, I must go. It will be embarrassing for us to meet. And Mary, she mustn't be found here. Leszek, as soon as you have received the Emperor, warn the Baroness and see her through the iron door.
Yes, Your Highness.
I'd better go the same way. Is this the door? Yes. There's a small staircase to the left and a door at the bottom.
Goodbye, Rudy. And pull yourself together. You'll have to face bigger risks than this.
Bigger risks? Yes. I must keep my nerve. Mary will be all right. Everything will be all right if only His Holiness will grant my appeal.
His Imperial Majesty, Franz Joseph, Emperor of Austria, King of Hungary.
Rudy.
My duty to you, sir.
You have my permission to be seated. This is an unofficial visit, my boy. It's your mother's idea. She's worried about your health again.
My health?
Stephanie returned to Vienna last night, earlier than expected, and was informed on endeavoring to gain access to your suite that you were indisposed.
I must accept responsibility for that misunderstanding, sir. I have an arduous day ahead of me and desired to retire early. I gave Loshek instructions to that effect.
Quite right, quite right. Strictly speaking, as man to man, I have a certain sympathy with you. Your wife is hysterical, tactless, and deliberately obstructive. She has had the temerity to pay me 2 uninvited calls within the last 3 months.
Nobody will ever teach Stephanie the obligations of her position at court, sir.
She will have to learn, but that is neither here nor there. She is complaining of neglect, and that is the purpose of my visit. Is it true that you have not seen one another in private for a period of 8 weeks?
That is quite true, Papa.
Confound it, Rudy. It's not for me to point out your obligations to the woman you married. But I won't be pestered like this. I won't have my work constantly interrupted by a sordid domestic dispute inside my own family. You must patch it up, you understand?
With deep respect, sir, that is no longer possible, sir.
Not possible? Why not?
I am in love with the Baroness Vetsera, Your Majesty.
Good heavens! You dare to be defiant about that?
I hope I'm not defiant, sir. I respect you more than you imagine, but I am deeply in love, sir. It does happen, even to a crown prince.
Oh, yes, it has happened before, and it will happen again. But it is not as important as you imagine it to be. The only important things are work, responsibility, and dignity. You must send her away.
I am sure she would steadfastly refuse to go, sir.
Nonsense. I don't expect her to sacrifice you without adequate compensation.
What compensation would there be in this case, Papa?
Oh, listen, my boy. I've occupied a throne since I was 18. And my eyes haven't always been glued to dispatch boxes. There's an international heart balm available in these cases. We call it social elevation. We'll make her a countess. And later on, when she's enjoying it, we'll arrange a highly advantageous marriage.
Papa,
not another word, my boy. It's as good as done. Not before time, either. Touch the bell, Rudy. Thank you. And now to work of genuine importance. You have a review, and I have an audience with the German ambassador. It's done us both good to have this talk, Rudy. I shall be watching you at the saluting base, my boy. Keep a good, even pace from first to last. And remember my eagle eye for dressing. Dressing and general importance.
Marie, how good of you to come.
The police demanded to know the purpose of my visit. Are you under some sort of arrest?
No. Certain unauthorized persons have been found in the corridors. More fussiness on the part of the security police. What did you tell them?
I had your letter. It's as well that you worded it discreetly.
Well, now, tell me, what has happened to Mary? Why is she unable to keep her appointments? What has happened?
Mary is not allowed out, with or without a chaperone, and her home is under day and night observation.
But you are a close friend of the family. No one would deny you the right of entry.
I haven't put that to the test, Rudy. I dare not. I've sought advice.
From your husband?
No. I went to a friend of yours, the editor of the Wiener Tageblatt.
Maurice Sheps?
Yes. And he expressed an earnest wish to accompany me here.
You brought Maurice Sheps here, openly here to the palace?
He had no trouble in getting in. He produced proofs of a consultation with you on the compilation of the National Encyclopedia.
Oh, excuse me, I must ring for Loshek.
You haven't asked me why I sought his advice.
I hope that will emerge, Marie.
I told you weeks ago, in this very room, that my part in this mad obsession of yours must end, Rudy. Yet in spite of that, you write begging me to embroil myself anew in your affairs.
I wrote to a friend asking for news of a mutual friend. It would appear I overestimated the strength of your regard for Mary as well as for myself.
You rang, Your Highness?
Herr Sheps is here. Please ask him to join us at once.
Yes, Your Highness.
It's because I'm your friend and Mary's that I'm here now. It is because of that I went to Sheps' office in the first place. One can excuse Mary. She believes herself to be deeply in love. But I cannot believe you will continue to blind yourself to the dangers this open association is leading you into. Isn't it enough that it has already come to a police watch on her home?
Herr Schepps, Your Highness. Well, Maurice, it is some time since you called on me via the front door.
Well, sometimes it is safer to do so, Your Highness.
Oh, you may dispense with the formal address, Maurice. My cousin, the Countess here, can no longer be described as a third person. I suppose it is inevitable that she has infected you with her disapproval of my private life.
It's not your private life that concerns me just now, Rudy.
No? What do you mean?
He has something rather more important to discuss with you.
There's a telegram.
When did you receive this?
Less than an hour ago.
Who did it come from?
My Rome correspondent. It came in code.
Disclosing my appeal to His Holiness. Who else knows?
I cannot tell. It may still be unknown outside the Vatican, but the Archbishop had an audience with the Emperor late last night.
How could you commit such a fantastic folly, Rudy? What hope is there now for any of us?
There is always hope, Countess. How much depends on His Holiness.
You think the answer might be favorable?
Oh, don't go on deceiving yourself, believing only what you wish to believe. You must know by now that there is not the slightest chance of having your marriage annulled.
But you spoke of hope. If there is none for me, for whom do you harbor any?
For the millions who are looking to you, Rudy.
Oh, nothing can save this hotchpotch empire from slowly choking to death. If I am to be denied all the opportunities of personal happiness, the empire's millions can go hang.
How adult are you? Does self-pity carry you to the length of demanding a revolution in order that you may marry a mistress? Is that the man we have risked our lives for?
You ask too much, Maurice. More than my father.
I must make a voluntary retraction, Rudy. Then there will be no whisper of this in public. The Emperor himself will suppress it.
That would be tantamount to never seeing Mary again.
Yes, it would mean that.
By what right do you demand this?
Because of all that we had planned, Rudy. Does falling in love do that to a man? Heaven help your mediocrity, Rudy. Peasants have turned their backs on their personal happiness for the chance of benefiting a small community. Yet you shrink from a sacrifice that could save Europe. You are all we Austrians have left to unshackle us from the Prussian juggernaut. Without you, Bismarck will move from conquest to conquest, dragging our country behind him like a lead, toothless bear. But you have betrayed us because of the smile on a woman's lips.
God, you filthy tongue, you swine! Another word and I'll kill you!
The Emperor!
Father! I have issued instructions that we are not to be disturbed. Your visitors have permission to leave us.
Please, go now, Countess. Herr Schepps.
Come, Herr Schepps.
I see from this telegram that you are well served by your private news service, Rudolph. But perhaps you are not quite abreast of developments. I have come here to remedy any deficiency. I, too, carry written information. Strangely enough, mine is also from Rome. Come over here, you bungling, moonstruck fool. Read it. A reply from His Holiness. It was handed to me last night by the Archbishop.
Yes, Your Majesty.
So you could break faith with wife, family, church, emperor, and empire at a single stroke of the pen. And yet you gave me your pledge to finish with this woman.
I gave no such pledge.
It would be profitless to argue that. You refuse even now?
I know that I should never have the strength to honor such a pledge, Your Majesty.
I think we shall find you the necessary strength, Rudolph. It is here, in these papers. A speech in the Hungarian Parliament, claiming a crown prince as the champion of Hungarian autonomy.
Your Majesty, you cannot blackmail me with the utterances of an irresponsible politician.
Look closely, Rudy. Letters with your signature. Enough to convict even a crown prince of high treason. You think I would hesitate to bring my own son to trial? Well, you're right, Rudy. I couldn't, much as you deserve it. But the others...
Others?
Schepps and all your other fine, studious friends.
Oh, no. They had no hand in this, not one.
My agents have proof, Rudy. They could be punished severely. And so, of course, could the lady who seems to have driven you to madness.
It would be more just to accept my renunciation of the succession here and now. If I abdicate...
Abdicate? You cannot abdicate, Rudy. You are a Habsburg and an only son of a reigning monarch. The throne will be waiting for you when this baroness is a memory. Come, come, my boy. Own yourself beaten. What will happen
to Mary.
Oh, what becomes of all young women when they descend from their turret in the clouds? A suitable husband will be found for her.
And all the men who trusted me?
I admire loyalty, Rudy. Nothing shall be said or done about any of them. Is it agreed, then?
Perhaps. But if there is to be the long night ahead, is it not possible that you could give me something to occupy my mind? Could I not begin to train as your successor?
Oh, what am I but a high-grade civil servant? For you there is always more important work, Rudy. For you there is the reorganization of the army. Just ring for Loshek, please, my boy. Thank you. We have no need of these papers now. There. They can be burnt later. Loshek, inform Her Imperial Highness the Crown Princess that His Imperial Highness is at liberty to receive her now.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Stephanie's here?
Yes.
Haven't you demanded enough for one day?
I gave her my promise that I would witness the reconciliation, Rudy. There is your sister's engagement party tomorrow and the official birthday party in honor of the German Emperor on the 29th. You will, of course, attend both. But it would avert the spread of scandal if you and your wife could exchange a few polite remarks over the table. I will endeavor to give you suitable openings.
I hardly think the Crown Princess will require them, Your Majesty.
You're probably right. And perhaps I can rely on you to assist in steering her away from unsuitable topics. At the last family dinner, she regaled us all with unsolicited observations on the inherited taint of insanity amongst the Habsburgs.
Your Imperial Majesty.
The Crown Prince and I have lately come to a certain understanding concerning the matter on which you sought my advice, Your Highness. It is my desire that you will do your utmost in the future to reconcile the Crown Prince to the decision mutually arrived at.
Your Majesty will not forget that I am the injured party in this dispute.
There is no question of a dispute, Your Highness. All that is needed is a mature sense of values on his part and a modicum of tact and sympathy on yours.
But, Your Majesty...
That is all, Stephanie. The matter is now closed.
I will ring for Loshek to conduct Your Majesty to the anteroom.
Don't trouble yourself, Rudy. I arrived unannounced, and I intend to leave unannounced. This is the first time in my reign that I have made an informal call on a member of the Imperial House. It makes me very happy to reflect. That is also the last.
It's just as I supposed. He addressed me as though our relationship had foundered through fault of mine. Clear to me that I'm the victim of a family conspiracy. A conspiracy aimed at humiliating me because the House of Coburg cannot boast the quarterings of the House of Habsburg. Well, and suppose that is true. Is it not equally true that our blood is healthier and more virile, free from the taint of... Rudolph, put that drink down and listen to me. Not even a bourgeois has such a lack of consideration for the rules of common politeness. Rudolph? You dare touch me?
No, madame. Have no fear on that score. We are reconciled by imperial decree, and you may unlock that bedroom door, madame. We shall smile and nod and perhaps even talk, but we will not touch one another. The Crown Princess does not like to be touched, not even by the Crown Prince.
How dare you?
That is your cue, madame. After the torrent of words, the cataract of tears. Well, Loshek, I expected you back from Vienna an hour ago.
I had great difficulty in getting here from the station, Your Highness. The road surface up here to Meierling is very treacherous.
Oh, come by the fire and warm yourself. You look half frozen. Did you deliver the letter to the Baroness personally?
It was impossible, Your Highness. The Baroness is not in Vienna.
What nonsense is this?
It's quite true. She has been missing since early this afternoon. It would appear that she left her home with the Countess Marie Le Riche to go shopping about midday. The ladies left their carriage outside Rudex in the Kohlmarkt, and whilst they were making purchases, the Baroness made an excuse to return to the carriage.
Go on.
When the Countess Lariche went out, the Baroness was not there. The coachman stated that he'd not seen her.
This is fantastic. What do they imagine happened to her? Oh, come now, Loshek. You must tell me everything, you know, everything. Oh, you understand?
The Baroness's mother and uncles suspect your Highness of abduction.
Are they mad enough to suppose I'd kidnap her against her will?
They have reported the circumstances to the police. I understand they actually named your Highness as a possible abductor.
Loshek, I may have to go on a journey alone. In the event of my not returning, there are certain services I wish you to perform for me. Now listen to me carefully. As soon as it is light, I want you to return to Vienna and find my coachman. He is to go...
He is already here, Your Highness.
Here? At Meiling?
I saw him rubbing the horses down outside the stables. He was whistling.
Whistling? No, Loshek, no. Was he alone?
His carriage was empty, Your Highness. Possibly a guest... Your Highness doesn't imagine that the Baroness...
Oh, who knows? I'm surrounded by enemies on every side. If it can be demonstrated to the Emperor that I've broken my word within 24 hours of giving it, they would exterminate the whole family.
But, Your Highness...
The coachman could have been bribed to kidnap the Baroness and drive her here to discredit my pledge. Send him to me at once, will you?
Wait, see. The coachman brought me here because I asked him to.
You may go, Loshek.
Yes, Your Highness.
I wasn't expecting you, Mary.
That much is very apparent, Rudy.
You'd better take off your cape and boots and warm your feet by the fire. Later you must go back to Vienna.
No, I will not go back.
Mary, it is more than a week since we met, and so much has happened that you do not know about.
I think I know all that is necessary for me to know, Rudy.
That is not possible, Mary. I wrote you a long letter. I sent Loshek with it, but he wasn't able to find you.
My mother and I received a personal visit from the secretary of the Archbishop. He gave us certain advice. He told us that as a family, we would find the climate of the Riviera milder than Vienna. For me, there were more immediate proposals.
A marriage?
To be made public within 24 hours.
I have given the Emperor my word, Mary, never to see you again. I surrendered only because there was no possible alternative. I want you to understand that quite clearly. No possible alternative. There were too many people involved, quite innocent people. Did you come here because you could not believe that I had made the renunciation voluntary?
No, Rudy. I came because in spite of everything, I think you need me.
I need nobody now, Mary. I'm sorry, but you must leave Meiling in the morning and return to Vienna. I made certain plans following my decision.
What was your plan, Rudy?
It is in the letter I wrote to you. Loshek will bring it to you later.
Then I will understand everything.
I pray heaven you will, Mary.
I think I understand now, Rudy, without reading the letter. This is your plan, isn't it?
Put that pistol down, Mary. Put it down. I thought I'd left it in my desk.
So I guessed correctly. Oh, Rudy, it would have been a cruel and cowardly thing to do this alone. We exchanged so many pledges. All the customary pacts of lovers, the small change of romance. And then for us the additional promises necessary. Because the road we had to travel was steeper than most. All this. Yet you could escape alone and write me a letter like a merchant sending in an account.
I tell you there was no other way, Mary. There was already a pistol pointing at you. It's still pointing, Mary.
Do you suppose I am much afraid of pistols? Where there is no hope, there is no fear.
There is hope for you. You are young and you are free, as I have never been free, never for a single moment.
I surrendered that freedom when I began to love you, Rudy.
Oh, do you want to make me a murderer as well as a self-destroyer?
It would have been more chivalrous than escaping alone. What did you think would become of me?
I have arranged for you to go to England. I have good friends there. They will look after you.
So you have everything neatly arranged. But there's one thing you've not allowed for. I'm going to have your child, Rudy.
Child?
Well, is it as surprising as all that?
Oh, but how long? When?
It was to have been in May.
Oh, my darling. Mary, my darling. Was to have been? Was, you said?
You were impressed upon me that there is now no hope.
Oh, there is more than hope, Mary. There is certainty. You have always said I am a slave to my heritage. My true heritage is with you now. And our son.
Son. But of course, for a Habsburg, it must always be male.
I know it is a son.
Well, son or daughter, what difference can it make now? We will stay together, Rudy, until they come for me. I am grateful that I've had the chance to tell you.
Stay here. Oh, no. No, we shall start immediately for Hungary. That shall be our go. And the coachman is here. We can leave at once.
Rudy.
Well, we could be stopped at the external frontier, and there would be questions, telegraph wires buzzing, but in Hungary it will be simple. Oh, I assure you, Mary, it is possible. We have a good chance.
But, well, not tonight, Rudy. It will only weaken our chances to travel in this weather and on these roads by night. Perhaps tomorrow.
Oh, you're right, Mary. Yes, you're tired and not fit to undertake a long journey without rest. We will leave early tomorrow morning. I will make the arrangements. Come in. Yes, Le Chef?
Some strangers called, Your Highness, and asked for accommodation soon after the Baroness's arrival. A stranded hunting party, I believe.
What did you tell them?
That this isn't an hotel, Your Highness.
Quite right, Le Chef. Tell the coachman to be ready to leave at 6 in the morning. We're going to Budapest. You will accompany us, Le Chef. Pack lightly for us both.
Yes, Your Highness.
And ask the coachman to whistle, Le Chef.
Certainly, madam.
You shouldn't have asked him for a concert, Mary. We have less than 6 hours, and you must sleep. What will you call our son, Mary?
What would I call him but Rudy?
Rudolph is an unlucky name. All Rudolphs have been unlucky.
Not all Rudolphs.
No. No. Now that I have you, I am lucky. You can lay a hand on a man's cheek and at a single touch light up the dark corners of his life and make each of them a place of joy and repose. You can join your soft mouth to his and transmit to him the power to challenge a universe in arms against him. You can make a life denied you black beyond the blackness of despair. Oh, this boy of ours, with you, his mother, he will not have to discover these things for himself, Mary. He will walk in sunshine from the beginning. Le Chef will be bringing coffee shortly, Mary. I'll take the luggage down. I'm going to see the coachman now. Wrap up warmly.
Oh, I beg pardon, madame. I thought the room was empty. I brought your coffee.
Oh, thank you. Don't go, Le Chef. I want to talk to you. The Crown Prince has gone down to the stables.
His Highness would appear to be in excellent spirits this morning.
Yes. Tell me, Le Chef, is it me or this syringe I've just found on His Highness's desk? I'm sorry, Le Chef, but today there are things you must tell me. How important has it become to him? Please tell me for all our sakes.
It had become not to be important, madame. As long as you were with His Highness, he had no need of it. When you ceased to come, he returned to it, Baroness.
This flight, this escape to Hungary that he's planning, is it really possible? Is it? Isn't it just a product of this syringe?
Perhaps not entirely, madame. Perhaps some of it is the confidence he derives from your presence.
And that party of strangers who called for accommodation last night, they weren't really stranded hunters, were they, Le Chef?
No, madame.
Secret police?
The building is now under observation from all sides.
You've not mentioned this to the Crown Prince?
He wouldn't believe it if I did, Madame. We should have to wait until the gentlemen of Vienna actually presented themselves.
One more thing, Loshek. If you were in my position, would you drive out and wait for them to stop our carriage and separate us by force? Or would you remain here and let them move in their own good time?
One has to decide which course is the more dignified, Madame.
Thank you, Loshek. There is something I must do in the bedroom.
Shall I take the coffee there for you, Madame?
No, thank you. Leave it on the table for the Crown Prince. And thank you again, Loshek. You have been kind and understanding from the beginning.
Thank you, Madame. I'll take this luggage and come back later for your valise.
Now, where did Rudy leave it? Ah, yes. Yes, here it is.
It's very cold outside, Mary. I've given the coachman some brandy so he'll whistle well for you. I told him it was a wedding journey. Mary! Hey, come, your coffee's getting cold. Mary. Mary, do you know... Mary.
Oh, no. The coachman has reported that everything is now ready for departure, Your Highness. There is one more bag to go down, sir. May I go through to the bedroom and collect Madame's valise, Your Highness?
No.
Go to your quarters, Loshek. I'll ring if I need you.
Yes, Your Highness.
The coachman is whistling. You cannot hear him, Mary. But he is whistling for us as we go together on our last journey.
In tonight's presentation of The Mailing Affair, you heard the parts of Prince Rudolph and Mary, played by Dennis Folbig and Valerie Miller. As the Emperor Franz Joseph, you heard Harold Freed, and Stephanie was played by Maureen Adair. Others in the cast were John Templar, Shirley Malem, Roger Service, and Beverly Gower. The Mailing Affair was produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthorpe.
And an accurate time signal. When you hear the gong, it will be precisely 8:30.
Good evening. This is Dennis Smith introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents the finest in radio drama for your entertainment. Tonight, we bring you Hallelujah Corner, a swift, surging drama of our times by one of radio's leading writers, John Harris. In the dingy tenement of Hallelujah Corner, we find characters trapped in their own environment, unable and sometimes unwilling to escape. For one of them, there is a trap of another kind, as he finds himself suspected of murder, a murder that was never committed. Listen in a few moments to Hallelujah Corner, Produced by Tom Meehan for Lux Radio Theatre.
Lovely, fresh as a daisy, dewy-eyed. That's international film star Elka Sommer. Sunflower by day, exotic moonflower by night. Vivacious Elka Sommer. How does Elka Sommer retain this 24-hour radiance?
It's Lux Beauty Soap. I use it for lots of reasons. It's pretty shade. It's lovely perfume. Doesn't it remind you of Paris? And most of all, I love the care it gives my complexion. You see, the lather is so pure and mild and gentle. I'd like every woman to use Lux.
Remember, Lux, it's the complexion care of the stars.
I feel so fresh.
And your breath's always so fresh, do you?
Because Signal's white stripes give my mouth super fresh taste. And Signal's red stripes keep my breath that way all day.
That makes two of us who use
Signal,
Shall we dance?
fresh. Signal! White stripes taste super fresh. Red stripes protect your breath. Signal keeps breath fresh all day.
And now, Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Hallelujah Corner.
I'm fed up with you two. You're always complaining about something.
All I'm saying is that it's time you had this door fixed.
You got a pair of hands, ain't you? What do you think I am? A carpenter? A builder?
You're the landlord. What do you think we pay you rent for?
Oh, what you give me for rent don't pay for busted doors, make no mistake. Mend it yourself or shove a chair back under the handle.
You wouldn't talk like that if I was O'Reilly.
What's O'Reilly got to do with it anyway?
I've seen you in there doing things for him. Grinning all over your face like a China dog. With a weather eye open to see where he keeps his money.
I'll see you later.
Not if I can help it, you won't.
Make us sick, they do. Paying flea bag prices, make out like they was living at the Ritz. Oh, hello, Josie. Get that job then?
Nobody give me a job with my bad back.
Oh, and how long are we going to be this time before we have any money to pay the rent?
I can't help it if I had an accident, can I?
Accident? That was 10 years ago. You're worse than O'Reilly, you are. He's been dying these 10 years with heart trouble. But he'll still be allowed to spend his money on whiskey when I'm pushing up the daisies.
Old Riley's all right.
Oh, his money's all right. He pays well. But I don't spend me time like you, taking him cups of tea so I can find out where he keeps it.
No harm in making him tea. He likes his tea.
Yeah, and he'd like somebody to get it for him, too. Like you, he is bone idle.
I got a bad back, I tell you.
It's a good excuse, that back. Makes it easy to sit in your behind all day and let your sister do all the running about for both of you. If I was Sally, I'd get myself married and leave you to stew in your own juice.
Mr. Riley. Come on, Mr. Riley. Cup of tea to cheer you up a bit, eh? Sit up and enjoy it. Come on, don't you want your tea? Come on and get up and stop acting the goat. Mr. Riley. Mr. Riley. Blimey, the old boy's rolled up. On here. No. No, not yet. Now, where's that money? Must be here somewhere. Money box. Oh, Mr. Riley. This'll pay for a few cups of tea.
out of it. I'm busy. It's me, Mr. Sparrow, Josie. What do you want? Nothing. Just calling in. Well, come in, mate. Don't stand outside there shouting at me through a door. Come in. Hello? Yeah, sit down over there and be quiet till I've finished. All right, Mr. Sparrow. Hello, Hetty.
Hello, Josie.
I said be quiet.
Oh, but I'm tired. I'm sick of this. I'm stiff. I'm fed up with sitting still.
And I'm fed up of your silly noise. Yap, yap, yap. Now, keep your head still. How do you expect me to paint you if you don't?
Oh.
Yeah, I've got something to show you, Joey. Some new pictures. Been working on them for weeks. The best shit. Picasso's got nothing on me. I've been talking to Arnie. Yeah, I don't care if he's laying an egg in the basement. But it's no use, Eddie. Put your things on.
Oh, thank heaven for that. I haven't seen you lately, Josie. Where have you been?
Playing next with Arnie, I suppose.
Oh, we missed you, Josie. Always like to see you calling in, don't we, Elf?
I don't care whether he comes or not. Yeah, but since he's here, he can give me a few opinions on these dwarves that I got. I'll fetch him from the bedroom.
Oh, I don't understand him. Another time. I only come up for a chat.
No, you stay, Josie. I'll put the kettle on. Well, what's the matter? Why can't you come and see a girl?
I've been busy.
You busy? Alfred's been out several nights lately. You could have come.
Last time he came back early, and I had to dodge out the window. I had to get down on that ruddy ledge there.
Josie, you do still love me, don't you? Say you do.
Of course I do. Listen, I've been talking to Arnie on the front porch. Him and Costello, I came straight up and...
What's he got to do with it? I want to know where you've been, not Arnie. If you've been after Connie at the Plume and Feathers,
No, I've not been after Connie.
Oh, Josie, let's get away from here. I'm sick of living in this rotten little attic. Top light, north light, and with these paints.
Watch it, he's coming. Arnie McBride was telling me downstairs just now. A minute ago, was there? I've just been talking to him.
Ask Arnie McBride. There. Now, how does that strike you?
Well, what is it? What is it?
Well, what does it matter what it is? It's a composition in colour.
It looks like a fish.
Yeah, it is a fish, you fool.
Well, it's nice. It's
nice?
Very nice, yes.
Nice? Is that the best you can say?
Well, if you want to know about it, why don't you take it down and show it to Arnie? He's on the front porch. Arnie left him a few minutes ago. How long have I been here? 5 minutes at the most, I'll bet.
Are you in love with Arnie or something?
No. Why? I was only talking to him.
Oh, and what was this wonderful and lovely thing you and Arnie said to each other? Has Arnie been proposing? You got a little secret or something?
No, we were only talking, that's all. I came straight up here. Less than a minute I was. Came straight up. Not 5 minutes since I left him.
What the blazes has that got to do with anything? It's a confounded catechism. I've seen Arnie. Arnie's seen me. We've seen each other. And everybody's seen us both. Hallelujah. Have a banana. What's it all about?
Nothing, I suppose. Just talking. That's all. Me and Arnie. Well, I'd better be going.
Yeah. Now, what did he want in here? All that tripe about coming up here for a chat.
I don't know, I'm sure.
Arnie this and Arnie that. Well, keep him out of here. He's always coming up. He could spend his time better in a job looking after his sister.
Gosh, it's good to be home, Sally. The smell of this old river's like scent of roses to me.
It wouldn't win any prizes at the Rose Show.
It's great to be with you again, Sally. Oh, I've got so much to tell you, I don't know where to start.
We've plenty of time, Mick.
Oh, I don't know so much. It's only a short leave this time, Sal. Oh, but we'll make the best of it. I've been saving up for years for this. I've enough now to set us up in comfort. I'll whip you out of Hallelujah Corner so fast you'll never know what happened.
Oh, Mick.
Well, what's the matter, Sally? Don't you like the idea?
Oh, I do. Only there are things that hold me here.
In Hallelujah Corner, Sally? Oh, don't get like my old man.
What? Drinking myself silly?
Oh, you goon. Just refusing to move from this dump.
Oh, I know how you feel about your father.
I don't feel anything about my father anymore, Sal. When I joined the Navy, he told me I'd made my bed and I'd got to lie in it. And he wasn't going to help me. Not only that, but he wasn't going to see me. Okay, that's what I've done. But I notice he never says no to the allowance I make him. He's a stubborn old cuss. A bit like you.
Oh, Mick, it's nothing to do with stubbornness. I'd leave tomorrow. Only there's Josie.
Josie? Where does Josie come into it?
Well, he doesn't really. It's just that I've looked after him since Mother and Dad were killed, and...
Oh, now's his chance to look after himself for a change.
Oh, he's sick, Mick.
Oh, sick, my eye.
But, Mick, that back of him...
Sally, I'm sorry he hurt his back.
Oh, surely he was lucky to get a pension for it.
Oh, he was lucky it was a naval dockyard. His pension's just enough to stop him ever doing anything for himself. Just enough to keep you in this rotten dump looking after him. Oh, Sal, I've seen men worse off than Josie earning their living. The docks are full of jobs. No, I'll have a talk to him.
No, Mick, let me. I know how to handle it.
Sally, how long have you been here?
Oh, a bit. Josie, why don't you keep your room straight?
It looks all right to me.
Josie, is that back of yours ever going to get better? Isn't there any job you could do? I can't go on keeping the two of us forever, you know.
Well, why didn't you say so at the start? If it's money you want, here's a couple of quid. I've got to have them on me.
Where did you get that?
Don't you want it? You were kicking up enough fuss a minute ago.
Where did you get it?
Saved it up. What do you think?
You never saved £2 in your life.
I saved this, I tell you. I saved it
Oh,
up.
for Pete's sake.
Oh, all right. If you must know. I won it. I came up on a horse.
I don't believe you. I know you're not telling the truth. I can always tell. Where did you get it?
Told you, didn't I? I won it on a horse. You think blokes go around giving people £2 just like that? Here, mate, sort of thing. Here's a couple of quid, go and have a blowout. You think blokes do that?
What have you been up to?
Up to? Nothing. Here. Don't you want them?
No, I don't.
There's a bit more if you want it. Take yourself out and enjoy it. You're as sour as an old tomcat all of a sudden. You'd have thought Mick Riley come down might have cheered you up. Him in his navy. Always tell me what to do every time he comes home. Think he was Nelson. Here, take it. Have a good time with it.
You're a liar, Josie. You didn't win this money. I don't want it. I wouldn't touch any of it wherever it came from.
Have it your own way, then. I'm going out.
I've been looking for you, Josie. It's about time you and me got together a bit. It's time we had a little talk about Sally.
I didn't look after Sally.
No, more's a pity. Doesn't it ever occur to you that she might sometimes get sick of this dump? Ever thought of getting a job away somewhere so she'd leave and find somewhere decent?
I'm not keeping her here.
And you know very well you are. Why don't you let her get herself married to someone who'll give her a decent home?
Like you?
Why not? I could look after her a sight better than you ever tried to. How much do you want to clear off?
You trying to bribe me?
What else? And I bet you've got your price, too.
Like your dad, eh, Nelson?
Now, listen.
Take your
You're
hands
not
off
going
me.
to get away.
Who do you think you've been smart with?
Don't you
Go
try
on,
anything
try
like
to
that.
rough me up.
Stop it, you two. What's going on?
Ask him.
What's going on between you and Josie?
Oh, I was trying to make him see reason.
By brawling in the street? Oh, you're as bad as everyone else round here.
Oh, now listen, Sally, hold on a minute. We've got to settle about us.
Bullying Josie won't help.
Listen, Sally, we've got to sort it out.
There's nothing to sort out. I'm sick of arguments. They don't change anything.
Sal!
Good luck. Jacko, you gonna have one? Come on, mate, go on over. Come on. Hello, Connie. Warm, isn't it?
Hello, Josie.
Time we had some thunder to clear the air.
What's it going to be? Beer?
Beer? Not likely. I'm pushing the boat out this time. Give me a double whiskey.
Double whiskey? Cool.
got a job in the city all of a sudden.
Can a chap buy a drink now without getting the third degree? Thought I might even buy you one, eh?
Oh, I'll have a gin. Better snatch your hand off while I got the chance, eh?
As a matter of fact, I've come up on a horse. Done myself a bit of all right.
Oh.
Hey, Con, how about the flicks on Thursday? It's your night off. Flicks and a drink and a taxi home, eh? Or would you rather go to the dogs?
Are you kidding?
Of course I'm not kidding. Here, look.
Oh. Well, that won't go far, brother. I like to have a good time when I'm away from Hallelujah Corner. I like to shake the heebie-jeebies out of my system.
How about this, then? This take you far enough?
That's better.
Send them up again, Con, and don't worry about the dough. There's more where that came from.
All right.
Come on, Con. What about that date, eh?
How much did you put on this horse that's come up?
Oh, tidy bit.
Well, I might. I just might. I'll see you in a minute.
All right.
Hello. Doing all right, Josie boy, aren't you? Trying to be a rival to Harry Frisbee.
What's it got to do with Harry Frisbee?
Well, he's Connie's boyfriend. Where do you think they got them sparklers and them nylons from, eh?
Don't miss much, do you?
Not missing much is worth a drink or two now and again. For instance, if I was to tell Etty Sparrow I seen you holding Connie's hand...
Now, why don't you go and net yourself a shroud, eh, Mark?
Seen O'Reilly anywhere? I've been in once, but nobody spotted him. He never misses normal.
You can have a beer if you want, like me.
Oh, tar ducks. A beer, dearie. He's taken care of it.
Oh, all right. Another one for you, Josie. Same as last time, eh?
Beer I want, Con.
What's up? Put the shackles on the old cash box all of a sudden, have we? Come in here like a chap who hasn't seen a pub for 6 years, and now you're back on beer. You want to remember, I like a man who's not afraid to spend a bit of money.
All right. Go on, then. I'll have another double whiskey.
My, aren't you the one? Double whiskey, and he offers me a beer. Oh, you want to be careful, or you'll be straining yourself. You're worse than Harry Frisbee, the way you throw your money around.
Well, here's your beer, Ma.
Why don't you drink that up and shut up? Here, Connie. Take it out of that.
Okay. Been doing a sailor for his wallet, Josie? Or have you been strangling your grandma?
I bought you a beer, young grateful old soap. Why don't you stop your rattle with it?
Pension day, Josie.
No, come up on a horse.
Oh, how about a celebration, then? How about pushing the boat out?
You've had all I can afford.
Go on, Josie. Chance your arm. You can't say afford around these parts. If you're broke, you're on the cadge. If you've come up on the horse, you stand us all a wet. How much you win?
£2 million, and I'm going to buy Buckingham Palace and Wembley Stadium and make you a present of them. Oh, shut up and let a man think.
Hello, Harry, love.
Oh, evening all.
Harry.
Hi, Con, you're looking smashing tonight.
Thanks, love.
Usual please, the pipe for all the boys, eh?
When you taking Connie out, Josie?
You said I was taking Connie out.
It's writ all over your face, like the art, panting for the stream. You must have had a good win if you can afford to take Connie out. Harry Frisbee never buys her beer and fish and chips. Oh, no, that stall of his in the market's only a blind. He's got other sources.
Now, be quiet.
And he's got a nasty habit of getting his pals to work anybody over who muscles in on his territory. Ugly customer he is, and he's got plenty of the boys to help him when he gets nasty.
Now, shut up, you old fool, he might hear.
Perhaps he'd like to hear, eh? Perhaps he'd pay me well for telling him. It might be worth a bit to him to know you're muzzling in on his Connie. Maybe he'd like to have you worked over, Josie boy, like all the others. I told you, he don't like people minding his business.
Pity I didn't buy you a barrel of beer. You might have fallen in and got drowned.
Thanks for your time.
Listen, have you heard the news? What? Hey, O'Reilly's been knocked off. Yeah, someone's done him in. Oh, there I was at the other side of the room, offering him a cup of chaw, And then with his toes turned up hours before.
Well, what are you going to do about it? You'll have to fetch the police.
Oh, I have. Garrity's there now. But it's as clear as daylight to me. Someone was after his money. We all know he had a wad of it stuffed away in there.
That's true.
Smothered him with a pillow while he was sleeping, they did. Sure, the pillow's still there under the bed where they dropped it.
Aye. There's Crippen himself come to revisit the scene of his crime. Come on, Joey boy. Join the party.
Anybody would think it was something to laugh at.
Yeah, I bet old Riley's laughing, especially if he's gone owing Arnie's rent.
Arnie, do me a favour. Step out to the phone and call the inspector. I'd better get Mick too while you're at it.
Okay. What do you want the inspector for?
Well, because he has to be told when anybody dies in suspicious circumstances, like old Riley has.
What do you mean, suspicious circumstances?
Well, he hasn't committed suicide, that's certain. There are easier ways of doing that than smothering yourself with a pillow. And it wasn't an accident, or he'd be on his face, not on his back with the pillow on the floor. And if it isn't suicide and it isn't an accident, it's more than likely murder. See? Hey, what's the matter with you, Josie? You feel all right?
Got the wind up, Josie boy. Scared you're next?
No, my back's bad. I'll sit down a bit.
Not a bad idea. Might as well sit or stand while we're waiting.
What are you knitting all the time?
Collar for a cart horse, coffin for a kipper, pair of gumboots for when it rains. Take your pick, I'm not fussy.
No need to be funny. Can you stop him for a bit? Click, clack, click, clack. It's enough to give a chap the creeps.
You're jumpy, Josie boy. Frightened you won't have enough cash to take Connie out Thursday?
Shut up, will you?
You was great pals with old Riley, Josie. You ever see his money?
No, I didn't. What are you getting at?
Well, you was always taking him cups of tea, wasn't you?
She took him cups of tea, too.
I'd have took him champagne if I could have got me dukes on his dough.
Is that what you were after do, Josie? Trying to find out where the old boy kept his cake?
Leave him alone, Arnie. They'll get whoever done it before long. Yes, won't take them long. What they say, Mick boy? What's happened to the money?
Yeah, which money?
That money your old man had in there.
Yeah, how do you know he hadn't any money? Go through his things sometime.
Well, if he hadn't, what's he been murdered for?
Murdered my foot. He had a heart attack. Oh, too much whiskey.
Well, what a way to talk about his poor old dad.
Poor old Dad be darned. He never did any good for me. Although I'm sorry he had to die in this hole.
What do you mean, this hole? My place is clean regular.
Oh, it's all right. The show's over. Break it up.
Have they taken him out yet, then? And what you decided? Is it murder?
Oh, the police don't decide that, Ma. Not at this stage, anyway. That's the coroner's job. They've got to have an inquest so they can shove the old boy under the buttercups and daisies. They don't keep this weather, you know.
You can't tell me nothing about that. I was laying them out round Hallelujah Corner when you was throwing stones at coppers' helmets.
Oh, they've got to open the inquest, but they don't have to finish it. As soon as they've evidence of identification, they can pop the old boy under, see? Then they can reopen it later and give the verdict when the police have sorted things out a bit.
What you got to sort out?
Well, for a start, there's a little matter of some money old Riley's supposed to have had.
Why don't you ask Arnie? He's been poking about in there.
You stow your rattle, you old flea bag. I only wanted to see nobody's pinch the old boy's cash, that's all.
And wasn't you peeved when you found they had? Ah, they're coming for him now. We mustn't miss this. We got to give old Riley a proper send-off.
What's going on in there? Let me in. Josie?
All right, coming.
Why did you fasten the door?
Hetty Sparrow, she's pestering me.
Why?
Because she's that sort.
Where did you get that £2 you offered me yesterday?
Oh, for Pete's sake, you're not going to start on that again, are you?
Oh, tell me the truth for once. Was that money anything to do with old Riley? Did you do him any harm?
No, I didn't. So help me, I didn't.
I believe you. For once, I believe you.
I never touched them, Sally. Honest, I didn't. You don't want to listen to what Arnie McBride says. Him and Ma Potter, they're always trying to stir up trouble.
Josie, where did you get that money?
I won it.
Oh, all right, Josie.
Sal, I've been thinking about what Mick said last night. It'd suit you, wouldn't it, if I went away?
Oh, so long as you were all right. Yes, it would.
You and Mick could get married, I suppose.
Oh, Mick'll help you. He might even be able to get you to sea. Some job that wouldn't hurt your back, like a steward or something.
Well, I might at that. Be best for everybody. I'll get a ship like you say. And quick, too.
Quick? Why, Josie? Why would you have to be quick?
Go on, say it. You're still thinking about O'Reilly, aren't you? All right, then. Not quick. Next week, next month, next year. Whenever you and Mick feel like it.
Oh, there's a dozen Morgans around these docks. Which Morgan do you want, then?
The one who can fix me up with a job in a ship.
Well, why don't you go to the Shipping Federation? They'll find you something.
They'd take too long. I don't want any fuss.
Then Morgan's the man you want.
That's what I told you, didn't I? Where is he?
Right here.
Here?
I'm Morgan.
Well, what do you think you're playing at? Why didn't you say so before?
Got to know who we're talking to, haven't we? These things have to be done on the quiet, you see. And they cost money. A tenner at least.
Just for finding me a ship?
Oh, let somebody else find you one, then I'm not fussy.
Wait. There's no need to get like that. I'll give you a tenner.
But look, you, I didn't say it was a tenner. I said it was at least a tenner. There's more than me in it, you see.
How much, then?
15 quid.
15?
15 if you want to sail, tomorrow, see?
What time tomorrow?
About tea time. 4 o'clock, maybe. The tide's the way they are now. That quick enough for you?
Fine.
She's in now, that's her. Next to the tanker. She's a Bradley.
Looks a bit one-eyed.
Oh, she's all right. The skipper's a bit of a basket, but the mate's a friend of mine. He'll be 2 or 3 short when he wants to sail. He's always 2 or 3 short. Everyone knows him. I'll fix you up. Don't forget, Bradley, 4 o'clock.
Right.
Be here by 3:30.
Okay.
And have your money ready. Half a minute, Josie. In a bit of a hurry, ain't you? You know anything about this money of O'Reilly's?
Why picking me? I've never seen it. Why don't you ask Ma Potter or Arnie?
Oh, I shall do. I've seen Arnie already, in fact. The inspector wants to know where you all were when the old boy died.
Well, how do you know when that was?
Well, the doctor reckons it happened about tea time yesterday.
Suppose I don't want to say anything.
Well, I can't make you, but well, after all, I was born here myself, so if you've got anything to say, you'd be wiser if you gave me the dope instead of keeping it for the inspector. He might not understand so well.
Oh, you'd better get out your notebook out then and take it all down properly.
No, I don't need a notebook. I keeps it all up here. Now, this isn't for the record, of course, but you didn't do the old boy in, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay. I know I shouldn't ask questions like that, but, well, I've known you since you was a kid. Knew your father and mother, too. I only wanted to know. You didn't do it, and you haven't got the money.
What money?
Now, stop acting the innocent, Josie. Where were you yesterday evening?
Yesterday evening?
Give us the dope. Where were you?
I don't know. When I came in yesterday, I talked to Costello and Arnie on the porch there. Then I went upstairs to the Sparrows. That's right, I went to see the Sparrows. Straight up to the Sparrows. Straight up I went.
Okay, I got it the first time. Now, how long did you stay there?
Oh, a long time. Hours, it seemed. Had to look at all his ruddy pictures.
Why did you go up to the Sparrows?
Well, can't I go up and see people if I want to? Don't need a ticket, do I?
No, you don't need a ticket, Josie. Now, give it to us straight. Why did you go up there? Sparrow was home.
Well, can't a bloke go to see people when he wants to?
Oh, where did you go when you left the Sparrows?
To my room.
Anybody see you there?
Well, Sally. Yes, Sally. She come in for a chat.
Oh, Sally, eh? And what then?
I went to the Plume and Feathers.
Anybody see you?
Well, all of them saw me. Connie behind the bar, Ma Potter, all the rest of them, everybody was there.
All right. What were you using for money in the Plume and Feathers, Josie?
Had to win on a horse.
Okay. That'll do for now. Yes, for now, till I check your story.
Check my story? You think I'm lying?
Oh, it has been known, Josie. It has been known.
I never touched him. He was dead when I found him. Why did the old fool have to go and blabber about his money to everybody?
Come on, kiddo. You just got yourself a new boyfriend. Me. Where's your night out?
Boyfriend? I've got one already, and he's bigger than you. Isn't he, Josie?
That's right, Con.
Gonna see me home, Josie?
I'd love to.
Take me around the fun fairs, buy me a bite of supper?
Yeah, sure will, Connie. Just put your hat on and watch me.
Okay. I won't be a tick.
Better luck next time, sailor boy.
You know what they say? You can't win them all. Watch yourself for them hobby horses.
Josie, you can do it. Let's see you make the bell ring.
Right.
Go.
Stand back. I'll do it this time, so help me. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, he did it. Give him a coconut.
How's that, eh? I told you I could do it, didn't I?
Showing us, Josie. What are you going to do next, eh? Flatten them pugs in the boxing booth?
Not likely. I'm saving my strength for you, see? I better sail down the tunnel of love, eh, Con?
Oh, all right. Okay. Pity the rest of them at Hallelujah Corner couldn't see you swinging that hammer, Josie. I thought you had a bad back.
Oh, well, it comes in spasms, you know. Sometimes it's all right. It's fine tonight.
Yeah, I can see that. You're all man, aren't you, Josie? I like going out with a real man like you. And I like a real man like you to see me home.
Let's go then, Connie. Let's go now.
Aren't you afraid we might bump into Hetty Sparrow?
Oh, why should I be afraid?
Well, she's the one you usually visit at Hallelujah Corner, isn't she? Her and old man Riley.
What do you want to talk about them for? I'm up with you, aren't I? I've given you a good time, haven't I? Well, haven't I?
Oh, of course you have, Josie. I was only pulling your leg.
Oh, I didn't like it.
I'm sorry, Josie.
Want another drink?
All right. But not in the pub.
Where then?
I've got a bottle in my room. It'll be quiet there, Josie, just the two of us, you and me. Like that, wouldn't you, Josie? Be quiet. We don't want Ma Potter shoving her long nose out.
So, this is your room, eh?
What's wrong with it?
Well, it looks just like mine. Same gas ring, same furniture, same
Well, what
everything.
did you expect? Palm trees, soft lights and sweet music? On my wages.
No, only I'll sort this
Well,
wood,
stop
you know.
thinking.
Woman's...
Reach under the bed and get the bottle out there.
All right. Lovely.
Gee, Josie boy. You didn't half throw it around tonight.
That's right.
You haven't gone and spent up, have you, giving me a good time?
Not me. Plenty more where that came from.
Where did you get it?
I told you. Won it on a horse.
Some horse. You must have come up on a proper outsider. What were the odds?
What do you mean? What were the odds?
What were the odds? On the horse.
Oh. Oh, about 100 to 1.
What was it called?
What was what called?
The horse, Josie. The horse what come in at 100 to 1.
Well, I don't know. I don't remember.
If I won that much, I'd have its name stamped on me heart.
Well, I haven't.
Can I have a fag, too?
Yeah, sure, sorry.
They found out what happened to old Riley yet?
Why?
Just curious. I wonder if they'll find his money.
He never had any. Ma Potter started that story, and Arnie.
If I'd got his dough, I'd be willing to cough up a bit to keep it dark. Wouldn't you?
Hey?
I reckon it'd be worth it to go halves. I reckon a few drinks and a steak and a trip round a fun fair isn't much of a bribe if you want to keep somebody's mouth shut.
What are you getting at, eh?
I reckon a nice, expensive fur would be more in keeping with a thing like that.
Blast you. You're all the same. You, Ma Potter, Arnie, I haven't had a minute's peace since old Riley died. You want to be careful what you say about people. You know, Angel, yourself.
Oh, shut
I've
up.
seen you creeping up the stairs at night. Nylon, sparklers. That's all you're after.
Oh, get out. Get out before I crown you with a bottle.
No, it's blackmail. Blackmail. Pretty, isn't it? You're a blackmail.
Don't you touch...
I'll teach you a thing and do you.
You're strong. You might have killed me.
You want to watch your tongue. Otherwise you will get hurt.
I never said anything, Josie. If I did, I'm sorry. Come on now. Give us a...
No, you can't kid me anymore. You come and get me, Luke. I wouldn't touch you with a barge pole. No wonder you want me. Nobody else will look at you, except maybe that old Dasbin Frisbee.
Old Dasbin, eh? Oh, Harry, you'll like that. He'll enjoy it.
Oh, that's it. Frets now. Give you enough rope and you'll hang yourself.
Is that so? Well, let me tell you, Josie Vaughan, any hanging to be done around here, it won't be me.
Who's there?
It's me, Sally.
Anyone with you?
No, I'm alone.
Just a minute, then. What are you doing here?
I've taken the afternoon off.
Why?
I had to come back.
What for?
I want the truth. Where did you get all this money you've been spending?
Which money?
All the money you were spending last night. You and Connie were having a high old time by all accounts.
Well, what if we were? What business is it of yours?
What you've done has always been my business, ever since we were left on our own. And many a time I've wished it weren't.
Well, it needn't be anymore. I'm old enough to look after myself.
If you lived to be as old as Methuselah, you wouldn't be old enough to do that. All your life people have been looking after you. Even Mick tried to help you. He's promised to find you jobs and places to live.
Yes, somewhere at the other end of the earth, where I won't interfere with his blasted plans. I'm sick of people trying to tell me what to do and where to go.
I'm not telling you what to do. I'm trying to help you, don't you see?
Oh, leave me alone. I didn't pinch the money.
You're a liar. I always knew you were. And now I suspect you might be more. If you can't tell me the truth, I can't help you.
Who said I want you to help me? I can manage all right on my own. Can't I? Can't I?
I hope so. If that's what you're planning to do, manage on your own. Is that why you were packing your bag when I came?
Who said I was?
I do. You didn't kick the bag far enough under the bed. It's obvious that you're running away. But what are you running away from? That's what I want to know.
I'll tell you what I'm running away from.
You and that preaching sailor. I'm sick of you both. Sick of Hallelujah Corner, sick of the old rotten lot of you. Give me that back and get out of my way. From now on, I'll do what I want when I want to. Goodbye, Sal. I'll see you again sometime. Maybe.
Josie.
Where are you going? That any business of yours?
Well, it might be. I want to talk to you.
Don't get time now, matey.
Well, you better make time because Harry Frisbee wants to talk to you
Harry
too.
Frisbee?
That's right, Josie. Me.
Hey?
Harry Frisbee. That old has-been, remember? All right, Harry, get it right.
What are you doing?
Where have you been? Held up. Some blokes wanted to see me. What did they do? Drive a steamroller over you? Oh, never mind that now. Am I too late? If you'd been much later, you'd have caught her leaving on our next trip. That's her saying goodbye. You've got to find me another one. I can pay. Anything you want, I can pay it. I've got me money. My money. They've taken me money. Then it didn't matter about the Bradley sailing without you, did it? You wouldn't have been on her anyway.
You all right, Costello? There's dirt up there in them clouds. Taking a long time to build up, and it's going to be a beaut when it does arrive.
Now, watch your all.
Hello, Ma. Where have you been all day?
I just got back from the inquest. Talk about a lark. Felt as proud as Punch of O'Reilly. I did. The questions they asked.
Well, what happened?
What was his name? What was his mother's name? Where was he born and why? Proper old vulture, that coroner.
Yes.
And then they asked me what I knew, and I told them. All about his money and who knew about it.
Yeah, but what was the verdict?
Hey, go on, tell us.
Got all dressed up for it, I did. Felt I had to see the old boy off right. Wasn't it hot? Wish it would rain. That courthouse, like an oven it was. Struth! Look what the cat dragged in. What happened to you, Josie?
Got the punch up. None of your business anyway.
You never know. Look like you're ready for an inquest yourself. That's where I've been, Josie. To O'Reilly's inquest.
What happened? Get it out, will you?
Got there early to make sure of a good seat, I did. Took me knitting. It's a nose I'm knitting for you, Josie boy. You'll be needing it before long.
What's the verdict?
What's the verdict? Who's for the high jump?
Young Mick had to give evidence for identification. He's the only relative.
Oh, we know that, but what's the verdict?
I'm coming to that, aren't I? You'll give a body a chance.
Oh, you had half a dozen chances, you old goat.
Well, don't rush me. You're worse than Bobby Garrity.
Never mind about Bob Garrity. What was the verdict? If you don't out with it soon, I'll fetch you one across the sleeve with this broom handle.
Oh, shut up. Verdict? The verdict?
Jeez, come on.
There wasn't no verdict.
What do you mean?
They adjourned it like they said they would. And you know what that means? It means the cops is after somebody. Don't it, Josie boy? Well, ta-ta for now.
Yeah. I bet you gave him a proper mouthful in that coroner's court. Garrity and the rest will be around asking more questions now. And all that old fool's fault. Somebody will do for her one of these days. You mark my words.
Here, what do you want? Busting into a body's room like this?
I wanted to talk to you about the inquest, Ma. You went off before anybody had a chance to ask you about it.
Oh, what else is there to say? Maybe all the people who could tell him what happened weren't there.
I bet you made up for that, though, didn't you?
What do you mean?
I mean, you seem to have it in for me a bit, don't you, Ma? What'd you tell them?
Now, you get away from me, Josie Vaughan. What I said down at the inquest is my own affair, and
You've been spying on me, haven't you?
What do you mean, spying?
What I said. And here's something else. You put Harry Frisbee onto me, didn't you?
Harry Frisbee? What would I have to tell Harry Frisbee about you?
You know, about the money I had, and how he's got it, and it's all through you.
Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no.
Shut up, you fool. Shut your mouth.
Threatening an old widow woman. You'll look fine on the gallows. I'll laugh the day they put the black flag up. I'll be there, outside the jail.
Shut your mouth, I'll shut it for you.
Help! Help!
Oh, be quiet, you old fool. You let the police after me. Shut up. Ma Potter. I didn't mean to. Wake up, blast you. You're only shamming on now. Ma.
Hello, Josie.
You gave me a start.
Sure, I gave you a start. Weren't expecting me, were you?
Get out of the way.
When I've sorted out a thing or two. I've been suspecting this lark for some time.
What are you talking about?
You up there with Eddie. I warned you.
Out of my way, I've not seen her today.
No? Then I suppose you've been up there holding hands with my Potter.
I said out of my way.
Not so fast, mate.
No, don't look for trouble.
Hey, what's that? Hey, Arnie. Someone's fallen downstairs.
Who is it?
It's Sparrow. Look, hey, give us a hand.
There. He knocked me down.
Who did? Tell me, who did? Who's up there? Come on down, let's see you. Come on down before I club off you. Go and chat with Garrity.
All right, Arnie.
And throw us a chair leg behind the door. The one I use for drunks. I'll feel better with that in my hand.
Yeah, what's going on?
Someone just knocked Sparrow downstairs. Some loony may still be up there for all I know.
Where's Sparrow's wife?
I don't know. Upstairs, perhaps.
You better go and fetch her.
Oh, fetch her yourself. Oh, Costello's getting Bobby Garrity. Let's have some cops on the job.
Oh, you might have done something for the poor devil instead of just standing there.
What do you mean? Listen, I didn't know what to do for him. How do we know he wasn't coming down after us?
Got a lump in his head the size of a football.
Yeah.
Wonder he wasn't killed. Oh, mind you, he doesn't seem to have anything broken, though.
Oh, here's Garrity now.
How did this happen, Arnie?
I don't know. We found him here.
He's still alive.
Whoever did it is still up there.
Any of your people upstairs?
Eddie maybe and Ma Potter, top floor.
Well, we better go up and see if they're all right. Somebody better ring for the doctor. I'll go. No, I'd rather one of the women. I want you to come with me.
Oh, I'll go.
You're all right, Sal. Tell him what's happened. Come on then, Mick. Sure, I'll come. Coming, Arnie? More the merrier.
Yeah, okay, I'll come.
Oh, no, hold on, wait here. Arnie, hang on, we'll go up to the top. If you see anybody coming down in a hurry, don't hesitate to use that chair leg of yours. Mind it isn't me, though, or Mick here.
Okay.
This was Sparrow's room, wasn't it?
Oh, I think so.
Hetty? Oh, she's out anyway. Let's take a look at Ma Potter. It's not like her to be missing any excitement. What? Look at that.
Blimey. Oh, she's been done in.
Arnie! Hello! Soon as Sal gets back from the telephone, send her out again. Tell her to get the inspector. Ma Potter's been murdered.
By
Garrity. Tell the ambulance men to take Sparrow down to the hospital and then to come straight back.
Very good, Inspector. Come on, out of the way, you lot. Come on now.
Now, don't worry, Mrs. Sparrow. He'll be all right. You better put your things on and go along to the hospital.
Would you like me to come along with you, Ettie? No, I'm all right. I'll go up to our room and change.
Oh, Garrity, that accounts for all of them except one. What's he like, this Josie?
Oh, you must have seen him, sir. Big chap. Didn't know his own strength.
No, I didn't mean that.
Oh, like all the rest of them around this district. Not much cop. Bit simple. Never had a chance, really. They never get a chance round Hallelujah Corner.
You like these people, don't you, Garrity?
Yes, sir. I suppose I do.
Why?
I'm one myself.
And it didn't stop you making a decent man of yourself?
No, I was lucky. And you need a bit of luck around here.
Yes, I suppose you do. Well, it shouldn't be long before we pick Vaughan up. You're quite sure he isn't hiding upstairs somewhere?
I searched both floors. He isn't there. I don't know how he got out, unless he can fly.
Eddie! Outside in the window ledge, Eddie! On the ledge! Open the window. Come on, Eddie. Open it. Oh, come on, hang on much longer.
All right, but stay where you are. Don't put your nose in here.
Don't fill about it, Eddie. I've got to get in.
Oh, no, you don't. Why don't you go to Connie? Why don't you ask her to let you in?
Let go of it, please, Eddie. I'll do anything you want. I promise I will. Only let me in.
What good is that to me now, with the police after you? Knocking down Alfie down the stairs and killing a defenseless old woman? You go back where you came from.
I can't. The police will be looking for me. Please, Eddie, I won't hurt you. I'll go straight away.
You stay there till I get Garrity.
Don't close it, Eddie, please. I'll fall. Eddie!
Josie! Josie!
Is this the chap you've been looking for?
That's him, Doctor. I wish the ambulance would hurry up.
Yes, I think it may be too late. What's been happening around here tonight?
The usual. Hallelujah Corner doing its stuff again.
Can I speak to him, Doctor? I'm his sister.
Yes. Yes, of course. I'm afraid you may not have very long.
Hello, Josie.
Hello, Sal. I've got a proper bad back now. No mistake.
Oh, don't talk, Josie. Just rest quietly.
It was that Mick there with you?
Yes, Josie. Take it easy, boy.
It would have been best if I'd gone away, just like you said, Mick. I tried. And I didn't quite manage it. Sally? I didn't do anything to old Riley. He was dead when I found him.
We know that, Josie. Now?
Mick. Look after her, will you, Mick? The way she tried to look after me.
I'll do that, Josie. Don't you worry.
I always wanted to.
Josie. Josie.
He's gone, has he?
Yes, I'm afraid so. I thought the ambulance would be too late. Come on, Sal. There's nothing more you can do. Let's get away from here.
I'll go and see to his things.
Oh, no, you won't. You're not going back in there again. Not ever. Not anymore. You've finished with Hallelujah Corner.
In tonight's presentation of Hallelujah Corner, you heard Ivor Kissin as Josie, Jeppy Milton as Ma Potter, and Joan Robinson as Sally. Others in the cast were Maggie Stannard, Jack Fowler, Pat Simpson, and Maureen Adair. Also Derek Taylor, Mark Tanner, and Alan Goodfellow. Hallelujah Corner was produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Tom Meehan and directed by Cyril Kay.
When you hear the stroke of the gong, the time on Springbok Radio will be 9 o'clock.
Polly!
Yes?
Bring on the tea with the golden taste.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama.
Tonight, Detectives Are Not Always Right, an outstanding new mystery drama by George Batson. On the Hudson River, not far from New York, stands a century-old mansion, once the home of wealthy landowners and the scene of gay parties. Now, the setting for murder. Detectives Are Not Always Right. Act 1.
Why, Louisa, missing the last dance?
Oh, Martha, I simply had to steer away. My feet, my dear. All those dances with David's future father-in-law. I laughed at all his jokes and spent the entire evening talking nothing but tobacco.
I'm sure he loved that, especially since he's in textiles.
Oh, well, does it matter? They're both so southern. Celia has handled the evening magnificently, don't you think?
She always does. She adores to entertain, to play queen of our little set. The decaying Dutch aristocrats of the Hudson.
Martha, you don't think it could be a question of Mr. Kilburn's financial status? This engagement, I mean. You know, it must be so difficult for dear Celia, the carrying on of this enormous old house.
Oh, here you are. Your car's outside, Louisa.
Oh, thank you, David. Oh, dear, now where are my shoes?
How about a brandy?
Why not?
Louisa?
No, dear, no, thank you. I swear from now on I shall always buy my right size in shoes. Well, I mustn't keep that driver waiting. I'll get my things.
David, is anything wrong?
Wrong? No, I'm just on edge.
Well, I'd better get my wrap. And as host, shouldn't you be helping your mother with any straggling guests?
Suppose I should. But they're all so dreary.
Come along, dear.
I'm sorry, Aunt Martha, I've no patience with them.
Hello? Give me 047, please. No? Okay, thanks.
Join me in a drink, Kathy?
Well, and may I ask when the Grangers asked their chauffeur to the party?
None of your business. Damn. One of the young master's paintings.
Leave that alone.
Well, by all that's... This is you.
Put it down, I tell you.
It sure looks as though his nibs got to first base.
That's not true. I only posed for the face.
I'll bet his mother doesn't know about this.
Oh.
So this is why you've been so busy nights. Wasn't that way when you first came here to work?
What if I did pose for it?
Kathy, how about a little ride later? It's been a long time. I'm suddenly aware...
No, I don't think so. In the first place, you've been drinking.
What's the second place? You got a date?
What if I have?
Come on, this shindig's breaking up.
Well, I won't stay late.
We'll decide about that later.
And for your information, I'm only going with you because somebody needs a lesson.
One of those yokels from the village? You're wasting your time.
Oh, no, I'm not. Don't worry about me. I've got my plans.
I'll be over in the garage waiting.
Maybe I'll come.
You'd better, gorgeous. There's some lost time I've got to make up.
Hello? 047, please. Okay, thanks. You'll learn. Oh, Mr. David.
Hello, Kathy.
Did you enjoy your party, Mr. David?
The Spencers and Mrs. Cortland and the Pettigrewes? God forbid.
Your fiancée's awfully pretty.
Think so?
Of course, a girl like that could get any person she wanted. Mr. David, about the picture, my portrait. It gave me an awful jolt just being left there like that.
I'll finish it soon, then you can have it. You're a lovely model, Kathy.
You're really so talented. It seems a shame you can't paint for a living.
It'll take years of study. Anyway, plans have been made. I'm going to be a big textile merchant down where the mint tulips grow.
You don't have many young friends, do you?
Don't forget I've had to take things easy because of my health. At least Mother thought so. My young friends have drifted away.
It takes young people to understand each other.
Kathy, how about going out with me later?
But
I need to talk to someone. Just as you said, someone young.
Pardon me, David.
Oh, yes, Aunt Martha.
My evening back. Oh, yes, here it is. I keep leaving it everywhere.
Suppose she heard?
Doesn't matter if she did, her Aunt Martha.
But if your mother...
Please meet me later, Kathy. Let's say in half an hour. I'll meet you in the garage.
Oh, no. No, not the garage. Suppose you pick me up just on the other side of the gate. I'll see your headlights.
Thank you, Kathy. Thanks so much.
Kathy?
Yes, Mrs. Granger?
Will you see where Mrs. Hampton is? She's not in the kitchen. I've rung her room.
Yes, Mrs. Granger. Right away.
David, don't you feel well?
Oh, just another of those sudden headaches.
Oh, you haven't had one for so long. Dr. Peters thought you looked so well tonight.
It isn't too bad, Celia. I think I might go out for some fresh air.
Oh, too much excitement, that's what it is. But I think it's been a most successful evening. Oh, I must say I'm glad I won't be seeing too much of Mr. Kilburn.
That pleasure's reserved for me.
Well, dear, you would go and fall in love with his daughter.
Celia, I'd like to talk about that.
I'm finally ready to go. Oh, David, I'm thrilled about your engagement. But the thought just struck me. When you go off to the south, poor Celia will be all alone in this great barn of a house.
Can you imagine Mother anywhere else?
No. Why should I? It's her home. And the memories. Celia, tonight it was like the old days. I kept remembering your engagement party. Watching David tonight, I had to convince myself that it wasn't years ago and he wasn't but. He is so like his father, isn't he?
Yes, Louisa, very much like him.
And to think that the poor boy wasn't much older than David when he was... when he died. Is Louisa being morbid? Oh, I mustn't be, must I, on such a joyous occasion. And I mustn't keep my driver waiting any longer. Martha, dear, would you like a lift? No, thanks. I have my car. Very well. Thank you, Celia. David, don't bother to show me out. I'll see you again soon, darling.
Now, David, Louisa's all right.
She's a museum piece like them all. Oh, Aunt Martha, this archaic little circle. And Celia's become as buried as the rest of them.
Oh, David, dear, not tonight. I'm so awfully tired.
How can this place, these people, mean so much to you? How can you stay in this mausoleum year after year?
I like these people. They're my people. I love it here where I was so happy with your father. Perhaps you're not so much like him after all. Or you'd understand.
You know what I think, Celia? Because this place was Bart's life, you've taken a stand like the last of the Mohicans. My girl, you've got the darndest guilt complex.
Well, at least this analysis is free.
Well, maybe it's the brandy. But when I think of the gay, alive Celia Brunswick, just look at her now. Content with her garden, her Dresdens, and her memories. Every night climbing up on a ladder to Bart's portrait and polishing his invisible halo.
Yes, dear. It's the brandy.
I remember when we made our debut together. But she was always the glamorous one, David. That there's one thing I beat her at. I've had 3 husbands and got rid of a lot. Although why you never married again, Celia,
Because I've never met another man like Bart.
Oh, well, it's time for me to go.
It's very black out, Martha. You know your eyesight. You ought to stop being vain and wear glasses.
Oh, don't be silly. I read somewhere that short-sightedness gives you sex appeal.
Well, we'd better have Marino drive you home in our car.
Oh, again?
I've borrowed him so much lately, the handsome brute will think he's working for me.
I'm sure you'll find it more lively. Come along. We'll go and tell him he's driving with her.
Oh, I'm glad they've all gone. I think I'll go to bed.
You do look tired, darling. I'd forget about that fresh air.
You coming up, Celia?
In a minute. I'll look in on you later.
No, don't bother. I mean, if I do get to sleep, you might wake me. Good night, Celia.
Good night, dear.
Good night.
Mrs. Granger.
Yes, Kathy? Oh, what about Mrs. Hamilton?
She's had an accident. She fell or something and hurt her arm. She says she'll be all right if she can just rest.
No.
It's not serious. She said not to worry. Will that be all, Mrs. Granger?
No, as a matter of fact, it isn't. Kathy, I've been thinking this can't be a very pleasant job for you. You're so far away from things up here on the river. It doesn't seem fair to a girl as young as you.
Oh, I find lots to do, Mrs. Granger.
Yes, I'm sure you do. I'm also sure you'd be much happier working somewhere else.
But
I've decided I prefer an older woman, one who wasn't so obviously restless.
I'm a little too young and pretty, isn't that it?
Your looks have nothing to do with it. I'd prefer an older woman, that's all.
Sure, one Mr. David won't be making up to. You think your son won't marry Miss Kilburn if there are other complications. Well, he's not so hot for the idea anyway.
I'll give you 2 weeks' wages, and you will leave tomorrow, Kathy.
Okay, if that's the way you want it. But what's to prevent me from still seeing your son? What's to prevent me from seeing a lot of him? Because he sure likes to see me.
Will you please leave this room?
You're not risking anything that would interfere with your setup, are you? Because the Kilburns are rich and the Grangers are broke. That's why you're marrying your son off. Everybody knows it. But the Kilburns don't. Not yet.
I had no idea you were mentally ill. When you leave tomorrow, I suggest you consult a physician. Good night.
Maybe I've already seen a doctor.
Oh, thank heaven you've got over here at last. The detective's been at me. Mrs. Hamilton, he's been saying, where's Marino? Where's the chauffeur?
I had to get dressed, didn't I?
I still can't believe it. That poor, poor kid. It's horrible. Oh, what a morning to wake up to.
Relax, will you? She's dead and there's nothing you can do about it.
Oh, where were you last night?
Wherever it was, don't you wish you'd been along? What are you crying about? You didn't like Kathy. I could hear you rowing clear over to the garage last night.
It wasn't a row. I scolded her for not drying the glasses properly, that's all.
Last night was your night for picking fights, wasn't it? You've got a sore arm to show for it.
You shouldn't have done it, Earl. You almost broke my wrist.
Well, you should know better than to pick on me when I'm drinking. Anyone would think we were married.
Oh, you don't know anything about it.
What do you mean?
No, she'd tell me how you pester her. She said you kept after her all the time.
She didn't tell you I pestered her last night, did she?
No,
Then remember that if the cops ask you.
Do you think for 1 minute I'd do anything to hurt you? In spite of the way you've treated me since she's been here.
What's the detective like?
Oh, he seems all right. Not the kind you see in the movies, I mean. Doesn't keep his hat on, he doesn't smoke cigars.
I don't wear a hat, Mrs. Hamilton, and I smoke cigarettes. But only when I'm bothered about something. You're Marino.
That's right.
I'm Carlin, county homicide. Mrs. Granger will be down shortly, Mrs. Hamilton?
Yes, sir, she said right away. She said she'd call Mr. Granger.
It was you that Mr. McWatters awoke, wasn't it, Mrs. Hamilton? Isn't that what you told me earlier?
Yes, when he was delivering the milk about 5:30. I heard him banging on the door. He said she was lying in a heap down by the gate, all smashed. I went to Mrs. Granger's room. She wasn't asleep, so I just knocked lightly.
How did you know she wasn't asleep?
Her light was on. I could see it under the door.
You heard nothing at all during the night?
Well...
Go on.
About 11:30, I did hear a car going out of the garage.
That was me.
Did you hear a car come back, Mrs. Hamilton?
No. When I got to sleep, I slept soundly.
Did yes, Miss Moore. Did she have many friends? In particular, men friends?
I don't think so. I don't think any particular one.
Nobody in the village?
She did a few times with someone, but she didn't tell me who he was.
Any idea where he lived or where he worked?
No. And if ever she telephoned him or anybody else and I was around, she'd come in here and use this phone. Even though Mrs. Granger wouldn't have liked it. Once I picked up the extension by mistake and heard her talking real sweet to someone.
But you didn't hear any name?
No, I hung up right away. But I knew she was talking to a man.
Well, that'll be all for now, Mrs. Hamilton.
Thank you, sir.
You went out about 11:30, Marino.
Yes, I drove Mrs. Brand home. She was afraid of that fog.
And you came back here?
No. You see, I ran out of liquor. I know of a place in Kingsville where I can get it.
We'll have to know where you were. What time did you get back?
Oh, I'd say about 4.
You didn't see Miss Moore?
No, but I wouldn't have. It was pitch black.
Had you ever gone out with Miss Moore?
No, never. You see, I got a girl in the village.
And you were with her last night?
Yeah, sure.
What's her name?
Rose Coonan, 68 Mill Street.
All right, Marino. That's all for now.
Thanks.
Don't leave the place for a while.
Don't leave? Okay.
A photograph. Celia Granger.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Granger. I'm Dan Carlin, County Homicide.
This has been a dreadful shock. You're sure it was murder?
Sure.
I thought perhaps a hit-and-run driver.
Well, she was inside the gate, and her head had been struck with a rock. She also had this scarf wrapped round her throat. Mrs. Hamilton said it had been yours.
Yes. I gave it to Kathy.
You don't remember me, do you, Mrs. Granger?
Remember? No, I'm afraid I don't.
No, of course you wouldn't. It goes back many years. Back to the days when you were living in the old house on King's Point. You used to borrow my bicycle.
Then you were...
Yes, I was the grocer's delivery boy after school.
Why, yes, I do recall, but I saw you very seldom.
I got a better job with the tailor. I don't know why I'm bringing this up. Let's get back to business.
You were looking at my photograph when I came in, weren't you?
Yes, yes, I was.
Celia?
Oh, come in, dear. David, this is Mr. Carlin. He's from the police. My son, David.
Oh. How do you do? I need a shot of brandy. Don't get the idea that I start every day this way.
Well, this is an unusual day, I'm sure, for all of us. Mr. Granger, did you know about any plans Miss Moore might have had for last night, for after the party?
I? No. What makes you ask that?
I thought possibly she might have said something.
She never confided in me about her dates. I did come in here while she was tidying up. That was all.
And that was the last you saw of her?
Yes.
Very well. Now, I must be getting back to the village. I want to check the coroner's report. I'm afraid I'll be a bit of a nuisance around here for the next few days, but there's nothing I can do about it.
I regret the circumstances, but I have been glad to see you again.
Thank you, Mrs. Granger. Goodbye, Mr. Granger.
Goodbye. He's hardly what you'd expect a hick detective to be.
But there were moments when he was still the grocer's boy.
The what?
When I was a little girl, I used to get anonymous valentines, all lace and hearts. And now, after all these years, I think I know who sent them.
You mean...
I wonder if he's still sentimental. Seems so quixotic in a detective. Oh, David, I take it easy. Brandy isn't the best thing for your heart.
I've got to get through this day somehow.
Oh, you can't let this upset you so. It's frightful, of course, but... Oh, thank heavens it wasn't one of us.
Don't you mean, thank heaven it's Kathy?
David, you'd never gone out with her.
No. Why?
You did say you might go out for some air. You could have seen her accidentally.
I didn't go out. No, Celia, I wasn't carrying on with Kathy. Of course, she did pose for this portrait.
Oh, David.
She only posed for the head. You see, it's a copy of a Renoir nude.
Has anybody else seen it?
Eunice saw it last night.
And Eunice believed Kathy had posed only for the head.
Why not? It's the truth.
Darling, you're about to marry an exceedingly trusting girl.
Let's forget about it. Nobody else has seen it, so how can it possibly matter?
Since nobody else has seen it, it won't matter. Now, let's attend to the newspaper men. They're waiting outside. Will you go and show them in?
Yes, of course.
No. Nobody will ever see it. Never, never, never. How fortunate that it's winter. Burns quite quickly. So you're the girl from Miss Harper's employment agency?
Yes. Nora Taylor's my name. I have the introduction here.
I can't understand, Miss Harper. I told her I wanted an older woman.
I have some excellent references.
It isn't that. I don't believe you'd like it here. You're young, you're pretty. You'd find it much too quiet. All the others have.
But I like the quiet.
You don't know the trouble of breaking in a girl and then having her leave.
But I won't leave. Just because your last
girl
girl
Didn't Miss
left...
Harper tell you about the last girl?
No.
The last girl was found murdered 2 days ago, just inside the front gate. The murderer hasn't been caught. There's a great deal of uneasiness in the village.
Those things don't happen twice, Mrs. Granger. Anyway, I'm not afraid.
You don't seem the servant type, Miss Taylor.
Won't you at least see my references?
I'm sure they're excellent, but... no. Marino will drive you back to the station. There's a train soon. Naturally, I shall insist upon paying for your ticket. Oh, David, this is Miss Taylor.
Oh?
She was sent by Miss Harper.
That was quick. How do you do?
This is my son.
How do you do, Mr. Granger? Then if you've decided, Mrs. Granger, I'd better go back to the station.
Go back?
I've explained to Miss Taylor that I want someone older.
Why do we have to have someone older?
Because the young girls never stay.
How do you feel, Miss Taylor? Think you'd like it here?
I feel certain I would, Mr. Granger.
Oh. Shouldn't we let her find out for herself? She's come quite a distance.
If only you'd give me a trial, Mrs. Granger. Oh, it's not right appealing to your sympathy, but I do need a job so badly.
There's a storm coming. We can't send you back in that. What do you say, Celia, eh? Any reason why we shouldn't give her a trial?
But, David,
After all, we do need someone.
Very well, Nora. We'll give you a trial, for a few days anyway. I'll ring for Mrs. Hamilton, have her show you to your room. She'll explain your duties.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Granger.
You're very welcome.
Yes, Mrs. Granger?
Oh, Mrs. Hamilton, Nora is staying for the time being. Will you show her to her room?
Yes. Yes, certainly, Mrs. Granger. Just follow me.
Thank you.
I'd quite made up my mind it would be the best not to keep her.
Because she is attractive.
I wanted to avoid any repetition of the painting episode.
There won't be, Celia. I promise you.
Thank you, David.
Celia, I want to talk to you about something. It's about Eunice.
Well?
I'm beginning to realize what life with her and her father will be like.
Awfully comfortable and secure.
Mother, you might as well know. I've decided not to marry her.
What's brought on this sudden change of heart?
This thing that's happened, it shocked some sense into me. It cleared my vision. I just can't go through with it. Must have been out of my head.
Of course, if you feel that way, there's nothing more to be said.
Except that if I marry Eunice, we'll have enough money to keep this place, won't we? With me a textile executive.
Don't be ridiculous. That doesn't enter into it, and you know it.
But we are broke, aren't we?
Yes.
And we would be able to keep this place.
Yes.
You feel you have quite an obligation to all this, don't you, Celia?
Yes, David, I do. Because of your father. This house represents him, his tradition. To me, it's a trust. That's why I've struggled so to keep it. And since his death, my first obligation has been to you. That's how I've justified everything I've done. Your happiness, your well-being come first. Am I wrong or strange wanting that?
No, you're right, Celia. This is just nerves. Of course I want to marry Eunice. Besides, who else is there to marry?
She loves you, David, and you're not strong. She'll look after you. You'll be set for the rest of your life.
I wish I could be allowed to look after myself, and I wish I could plan my own life, and I wish that I could... Sorry, Celia. These nerves again. Well, go and write to her. Oh, by the way, have you seen that painting of Kathy?
Yes, I have. I destroyed it.
Oh.
You do understand. Because of its implications, Colin might have thought...
That Kathy and I were having an affair, and for some reason I killed her?
David, did you know Kathy was expecting a child?
No.
Colin told me. They found out when they performed the autopsy. So I think it's just as well, dear, that I did destroy the painting.
Yes, Celia, you're right. You usually are.
What is it, Marino? I told you were free for the evening.
That's right, Mrs. Granger. But then the question always comes up, what to do on a free evening.
Well, what do you want?
You know, you're a proud woman, Mrs. Granger. I think I read somewhere that could be a weakness. For a good-looking dame, too.
Get out of this room at once.
Real shame you shut yourself off like this.
You're through at the end of this week.
Oh, no, I'm not. You see, I've got something to sell you.
Sell me?
Yeah, it's about that painting. The one of Kathy. You know, the one your son did.
You want to sell me that painting?
Now, how could I do that, Mrs. Granger, when you've destroyed it? Don't forget, I do a lot of work in the garden. I can see right in here. Yeah, your son will have to explain an awful lot if the police hear about it.
That painting was done from imagination.
But who's going to believe that? Besides, he and Kathy have been out several times. He was waiting for her just outside the gate the night she was killed. You didn't know that, did you? I saw her get into his car.
I don't believe
She
you.
stood me up. She was going out with him instead. And with a girl like Kathy, why should the picture be from imagination? She was awfully available, if you know what I mean. And then, too, you're destroying it. You'd have to explain that.
The picture has been destroyed. We can deny there ever was any picture.
The picture was partly destroyed. It wasn't burnt entirely.
What?
Don't forget, I also empty the fireplaces. That part's what I got to sell you.
How much do you want?
Well, knowing you're kind of strapped right now, I'll be sensible. Suppose we start at, say, 250.
All right. As long as you leave here at once.
Oh, I'm not going anywhere. I like it here. I like you, too. And now that we're sharing a secret, maybe we'll get better acquainted.
Yeah. I shouldn't have done that. It puts me on your level.
Make it cash. I'll be seeing you around. Afternoon, Mr. Granger.
Celia, what did he want?
He was making a clumsy attempt at blackmail.
What? What? I'll go out there
No,
and
David. It should be very easy to cope with Mr. Marino.
Detectives are not always right. Act 2.
Come inside, Martha. It's getting too cold for the garden.
Well, now you can put those evil-looking things down.
What? There she is.
Celia, that new maid of yours, you think that's wise?
Nora?
She's awfully pretty, isn't she, bait for the killer?
I feel certain the killer has picked up his tent and moved away.
I saw David with her as I arrived today.
Really?
Incidentally, your mail hadn't been picked up from the post office.
Oh, thank you. Reno should have gone in for it. I'll glance through it if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm. That Carlin man came around this afternoon.
I suspected you had something to tell me.
Well, the questions he asked, I didn't like it. Seemed to be prying. I tried to get angry, but he is so unreasonably attractive.
And it is his job, asking questions.
Except that some of them had no bearing on the crime. I mean, what business is it of his whether or not there have been any men in your life since birth?
Oh.
You know that the poor devil has a most awful crush on you.
What else did he ask?
Why do you lead this quiet life? Why do people so seldom see you? I said you were still brooding over Bart's death, still in love with him for all I knew. I also said that you blame yourself for his death, and since he was so full of worship for his ancestors in this house, you felt you were making it up to him. And he knew about your singing in that club. I should have told him the only reason you were doing that was because the Granger Castle was flopping down around your heads, and that your husband was too proud to go to work.
Bart had no preparation. The stock market crash in 29 knocked his world from under him.
He was a very young man. He could have...
How different he was from other men.
Well, more handsome, perhaps, if you can afford well-dressed grasshoppers.
That's right, Martha. You did find him very handsome, didn't you? And you could have afforded him. Seems a shame.
Celia, I didn't have a chance with you around. Well, I mean, all of us had a crush on him in those days. And all of us knew when he married it would be you.
Well, at least the others have forgiven me. What else didn't you tell Mr. Carlin?
Oh, not a thing about David. He beat about the bush, but I knew what he was driving at.
You might tell me.
Why was he a chaser after women, of course? I told him I'd never had an occasion to find out. After all, the boy called me Aunt Martha.
What he really was driving at were David and Kathy friends. Wasn't that it?
In general. And I kept remembering that Bart had the nerve of the temper. David could have inherited...
There's nothing unusual about David's temper.
Those headaches, what about them?
He hasn't had one in months.
What caused them?
Nerves. Lately I've begun to realize that they were probably brought on by his resentment of this place.
No, I'm sorry, Celia. I shouldn't talk like this. I'm just so rattled since this thing happened, and I can't forget that David did ask Kathy to go out with him that night.
What night?
The night she was killed. I'd forgotten my evening bag. I came in to get it, and they were making plans.
Well, you must be mistaken.
Well, I heard them, I tell you. Oh, I won't tell Carly. What difference does it make? She was very pretty. He was only human. Well, Sidney, what is it you're as white as a sheet?
I'm all right. It's just this whole business has been such a strain.
I took it for granted he hadn't kept the date. I mean, he didn't go anywhere with her, did he?
I don't see how he could have. David and I were talking in here until 2:30 that night. Then I looked in on him a little later, and he was fast asleep.
Well, that would seem to take care of that, wouldn't it?
I told you the truth about that night, about Kathy.
You said you didn't leave the house that night.
I didn't. Nor do I have to repeat and repeat. If Colin thinks I did it, why doesn't he come right out and arrest me?
Oh, it's suddenly very cold in here.
Celia, you don't think I killed Kathy, do you?
Why, how extraordinary. This letter, I can't make it out.
Oh, what is it?
It's from the Harper Employment Agency. It says, they regret being unable to find a suitable servant immediately, but will notify me as soon as they do.
What? Oh, I don't get it. Laura said they'd sent her. Didn't she have a slip from them?
As a matter of fact, she didn't show me anything. Yes, she said she had the introduction someplace, and I told her not to trouble. David, who do you think did send her?
Don't you think maybe your friend Carlin?
A girl like that? The police?
Of course a girl like that. Complete with sob story to throw us off the track.
I'm going to call her in here and demand the truth. No, perhaps that wouldn't be wise. Especially if you're right. Things have got to go on as if we didn't know. She's got to see that we have nothing to hide. At least until we do find out why she's here.
Again, you're right, Celia. I won't let on.
Oh, here's Mr. Carlin. Come in, Mr. Carlin.
Hello, Mr. Granger.
Oh, hello. Excuse me, I'll I'll put these shears away, Mother.
He means a lot to you, doesn't he?
Of course.
Because of your husband, maybe? Mrs. Brand said you had some notion that you were responsible for your husband's death.
Yes, I'm sure she did.
But she didn't tell me why.
That surprises me. Oh, it's no great mystery. You see, Bart and I had lost nearly everything. I was trying to help. I had one asset, social position. Meant a lot in those days. I endorsed cold cream, cigarettes. Finally, even sang in a nightclub. Bart resented all these things. Seemed almost jealous of them. The night he was killed, we'd had a quarrel, a violent quarrel. Saying ugly things, hurting each other the way you can hurt only someone you love. I should never have gone to New York that night.
Why do you say that?
He was speeding in to find me when it happened. We never could be angry with each other for long. When I finally saw him, it was as though he'd been hanging on until I could get there. But he managed to look up at me and whisper that he was sorry and that he loved me. Oh, I wish I had that night to live over.
Well, no matter where he was going, it was an accident. The car overturned.
I've told myself that 100 times. It can't wipe out the memory.
You need someone else to tell you. To make you forget.
Oh, well, things have a way of working themselves out.
Oh, no, Mrs. Granger. We've got to work things out ourselves. I'm sorry. Where do I get my nerve telling people how to run their lives? Anyway, that isn't why I'm here. It's about your chauffeur, Marino.
Marino? Yes, I sent for you about Marino.
I think he's our man. Some things have turned up. He has a prison record, #1. He served time for assault. A girl. Lately, he's been going with a woman in the village. She's broken with him because he's beaten her up a few times. She was his alibi the night of the murder.
Was his alibi?
She's changed her tune. She now says she didn't see him at all that night.
I sent for you because he's been threatening me. Vague, absurd threats. He said he'd make trouble for David and me. I don't know what he planned to do. Then he tried to make love to me.
You should have sent for me immediately. Where is he now?
I sent him into the village just a few moments ago.
Well, we'll pick him up, so there's no need to worry.
You've been very kind. If this does close the case, I want you to know how much I've appreciated your consideration.
Well, just routine, Mrs. Granger. And I want you to know that, regardless of the grim circumstances, how pleasant it's been meeting you again. You did mean it when you said you remembered me.
How could I forget? Bicycle rides were a great event. I'm a little sorry we've outgrown them.
Not half so sorry as I am.
It's not fair. I get the impression you know so much about me, and I know nothing at all about you.
Me? I'm just the guy from the other side of the tracks, 30 years later.
There's more to you than that, Mr. Dan Carlin.
Maybe it's my determination to cross those tracks, the quickest way. Oh, no comfortable in-between spot will do. I want the heights. Up here with people like you. All or nothing. I've got a wall to knock down.
A wall?
There's always been a wall between me and the things I've wanted.
Mr. Carlin, you've never married.
No.
Don't women fit into this plan of yours?
Oh, there have been women, but not the woman. You see, I've got my eye on the heights there, too. Well, I'd better be running along.
Goodbye, then.
It's funny how things turn out. Years ago, I used to think of you as the princess in the tower, and I was your knight, hell-bent on saving you from wicked old King John. Oh, damn it, I suppose you've got to be told, sooner or later. I used to send you valentines. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Dan Carlin.
Pardon me, Mrs. Granger.
Yes, Mrs. Hamilton?
What time shall we be having dinner?
Oh, about 7, I think.
Very well, ma'am.
Tell me, how's Nora working out?
So far, I've got no complaints. And she's not sneaking in here to the phone all the time. But...
Yes, what is it?
It's Marino. You know how he gets with all of them. The pretty ones, anyway. I was thinking maybe if this time you warned him ahead of time, Well, maybe he'd leave this one alone.
Don't worry about Marino, Mrs. Hamilton. I don't believe any of us will be having any more trouble with him.
Who is it? What do you want, Marino? What's the matter, man? What do you want?
Back. My back.
What? Oh, the shears! In his back! The shears! Darling, I thought you were going to get some sleep.
How do you expect me to sleep or rest? I know it's more than 24 hours since Marino. Have you seen what the papers are saying about us tonight?
Poor Dan Carlin. According to them, I've either bought him up or bewildered him with my particular sorcery.
It's a good thing nobody knows Marino was trying to blackmail us.
Carlin does. I told him yesterday afternoon.
Why did you do that?
I had to. He was going to arrest Marino. I knew he'd talk. I had to protect you.
That's all you ever think of, protecting me. Celia, there's something I'm going to tell you.
Is there, David?
Kathy and I did go out that night. I realized what a mistake it was to marry Eunice. I had to talk to someone who was sympathetic, who'd listen and understand.
That's where I let you down, isn't it?
It isn't your fault, Celia.
You don't have to tell this at the inquest. Nobody saw you. Marino said he did, but he can't do any harm.
Somebody did see us. Someone else.
David!
It was almost 3 when Kathy and I got back. Before we came to the gate, my lights picked up the outline of a car, parked on the other side of the road. I couldn't make out anything but the outline in the fog. But Kathy knew who it was.
Did she tell you?
No, she just said, "Oh, so he came after all." And when I asked if she wanted to get out and talk to him, she said no. But he had to be told he couldn't treat her like dirt. That he could stay there all night for all she cared. But, well, I've been afraid to tell anyone.
Oh, that could be my fault. I'm to blame for so much, trying to force a way of living upon you. I thought it was the right one. Now I see that it hasn't been right, not even for me. Useless living for the dead when there's so much else. You once asked for your life to live, David. Well, finally, it's yours.
And you agree that tomorrow I must tell about that night?
Of course you must. In the meantime, your mother shall be playing detective. David, look at this scribbling on the telephone pad and this number here. Does it mean anything to you?
Why, no. What's it all about, Celia?
It's a number Kathy wrote on the pad. I don't know what it's about, but I'm going to find out.
But how...
Darling, Mrs. Hamilton wants to go into the village. Would you run her in, please?
Yes, all right, Celia.
Now. Hello? Hello. Operator, is there any way you can tell me whose number 047 is? There isn't. Well, would you give me that number, please? Yes, 047. Hello? Is Mrs. Johnson there? Why, what number is this, please? Hello? Hello? Oh, no. No.
Mr. Granger, will you want want anything more tonight?
No, thank you, Nora.
Do you think your mother would?
No, I don't think so. Go to bed if you want to.
Well, I didn't get much sleep last night.
Worried about the murderer, Nora? Any ideas who it might be?
No. But I knew nothing about either of the people who were killed.
I suppose the murderer could be any one of us. People are so seldom what they seem, even you. You appear young and timid and so very appealing, but I wonder, couldn't that too be a disguise? Some sort of shabby deception?
Then you've known about me.
A letter came from the employment agency yesterday, saying they were sorry they hadn't been able to send anyone. But what the devil are you? A policewoman? Someone from a newspaper?
Oh, just someone desperate, that's all. I was at the agency when they were interviewing people. Miss Harper said I was too young. I was so anxious to get away from the city, I decided just to come anyway to pretend.
Why were you so anxious to get away? A man?
I didn't want to see him anymore. And he wouldn't leave me alone. Oh, it was my fault. I pretended I liked him. I'd been in that orphanage, as I told you. Then one dreary job after another. I thought a little security, some comfort and affection would be worth... I'll tell your mother in the morning. Then I'll clear out.
Nora.
Yes?
Talk to Mother in the morning, but I don't believe there'll be any question of your leaving, if you still want to stay.
I still want to stay.
Good. Perhaps we can make up to you for some of the bad things you've had in your life. Look, I have to go to the village and pick up Mrs. Hamilton. How about coming along for the ride, eh?
Should we leave your mother alone?
Oh, there's a policeman at the gate, and we'll be right back. You're good to get out of the house.
Yes, I'd very much like to go.
Good, then go and get your coat.
Yes.
I'll meet you at the garage. I'll go on down.
David? David? Oh. David, is that you?
No, it's me.
I thought I heard a car.
Well, not mine. I parked it down the road a bit. I wanted to walk, look around the grounds. You're looking very lovely tonight.
Thank you.
The crowd's been bothering you today?
There were people down by the gate. They only went when it got dark. I could sense their hostility. I've become a witch in a castle. You don't think I did it?
Well, next time your chauffeur gets murdered, see that you're a few miles away from the crime, not just a few feet.
Not very lucky in our murders, are we? How extraordinary that Kathy left no address book, no letter.
There was nothing. I went through her room myself.
Kathy did leave something.
Oh?
She'd known someone in the village. Someone in particular.
So far, he hasn't volunteered to identify himself.
That's why I think he's guilty. He has a telephone. Kathy called him often.
But how can we trace her call?
Very simple. You see, I had the number. She had a habit of scribbling while she used the phone in here. Among her scribbling, there was a number repeated.
Could be just the grocery store.
No, besides, in addition to the number, she wrote a name.
That makes it easier. Yes, I guess you do have something, Mrs. Granger. May I see the scribbling?
Here's the pad.
Thank you.
You should have looked at it before you threw it on the fire.
I know what it said.
I lied. There was no name.
It wouldn't have mattered, as long as the number was there. I figured something was up when you phoned earlier. I recognized your voice.
Why did you do it?
Kathy tried to latch onto me. She wanted security, respectability, and I was to be the fall guy. She knew I was ambitious and thought she'd go along for the ride. She told me about the baby. Said if she had to, she could prove it was mine if I didn't marry her.
Killing her.
I wasn't going through a life with her tied on my neck. But when I got this far, what place did she have in my scheme of things?
When you told me about your ambitions, I never dreamed you were...
Crazy? Go and say it. I don't mind. Because I'm not crazy. There's one straight line I'm following, right up out of the gutter. I'm knocking down that wall I told you about.
And Marino, why did you kill him?
Evidently he'd been playing around with her, too. He went to her room that morning before we got here. She did keep a diary. My name wasn't mentioned, just an initial. We found something I'd forgotten about, a snapshot taken in an amusement park the first night I'd gone out with her.
So he tried to blackmail you, too.
He hadn't left for town the other afternoon. When I found him in the garage and told him I was taking him in, he played his ace. I stabbed him with the shears. They deserved what they got, both of them.
How could you possibly expect to get away with this? You knew something would turn up, something that would destroy you, your ambition.
It hasn't destroyed me, nothing can.
How can you avoid it?
By doing what I don't want to do. What has to be done?
Don't be ridiculous.
Oh, if only things had worked out with us. If only...
David! David!
Your son's not here.
Nora!
The maid's not here either. She went out a while ago with your son. That was the car you heard. I was outside, waiting. You're all alone.
The policeman at the gate. He knows you're here.
No, he doesn't. I came by the path of the cliff. No, you don't. There was a place for you in my scheme of things. It could have been so right, you and me. I needed you. I've always needed you. But you're not even listening.
You don't care anything about me.
Celia, I've always loved you.
Another stepping stone.
Oh, don't you see? You've been part of the dream.
Dream? Yes, I've been in a dream, too. But I'm facing reality now, thanks to you. You had me fooled as you fooled everyone else. The self-made man with his rugged charm, his simple honesty, his strength. So different from any man I'd ever known. Yes, Mr. Carling, I think you should know. I was beginning to find you very attractive.
I love you. You've got to believe
If
that.
you do, prove it. Go away. Give yourself up.
No, I'll never do that. I can't now. I am strong with the strength to see this through. I'm playing at the same. All or nothing. Like it's always been.
I tell you, your luck's run out. Don't be a fool. You'll never get away with it.
I can't stop now. I've gone too far to stop. Don't scream, please. Don't scream. It won't take long.
If you love me, how can you do this?
Because now you're just like them. You're in my way.
Celia! Celia! Are you all right?
David! You see, it is too late.
All right, Carly, all right. You better go quietly. Your policeman's all set to take you.
No, thanks. I'm going another way.
Carlin, stay where you are. Don't run upstairs. It won't help.
Celia! All or nothing!
Steady, Nora.
Oh, that window above the cliff!
Celia, are you all right?
Yes, David. I'm all right. All or nothing.
My name is Selby. Frank Selby, Colonel, RHA. Retired, of course. Many years ago. No family left, no funds, except my pension. So I live in this hotel. A shabby sort of place, but it's in the country, well off the beaten track, which I like. And they only charge 4 guineas a week. I'm one of 4 permanent residents here. In summer, we get holiday makers and so on, not many. But in winter, there are just the 4 of us. 2 middle-aged women, an Austrian refugee, believe it or not, and myself. Well, one evening last December, 3 days after Christmas it was, yes, the 28th of December, 1950, we were all in the sitting room, doing nothing very much, well, playing patience, knitting. I was dozing a bit. It's the same thing every evening. About 2 hours before, it began to snow, suddenly, and very hard. Then the wind got up. It must have been very unpleasant outside. We're on the edge of Dartmoor, you know. And it was due to this sudden change in the weather that we found ourselves invaded.
This is the lounge. Of course, we don't cater for many guests, especially in the winter.
Lounge? But it's a most handsome room. Oh, it's got a fire. That's everything. Darlings, come and thaw.
I'd really resigned myself to freezing to death in the ditch. Yes, we were absolutely in a ditch, you know. We skidded into the side of that nasty little bridge down the road, and there we were, benighted in the snow. Imagine it.
Shocking.
What an experience. How far we had to walk, I couldn't say. Through an absolute blizzard. You couldn't see a yard in front of your face.
About half a mile.
Well, don't keep saying that, Robert, dear. It must be much nearer 3, and it felt like 10.
As to accommodation.
Now, look at us simply monopolizing the fire. It's really too bad. We do apologize, we really do. It's a dreadful intrusion.
As to accommodation.
Please sit down, everybody, please, please.
Darling, you're interrupting all the time.
No, I'm not, Janetta. What do you mean?
I was just going to say, we have one double room ready. Though it's not a front room, I'm afraid.
Well, 4 walls and a bed would be the very height of luxury for us, Mrs.
Daly.
Mrs. Daly. And if we might possibly have a fire, even an electric thing or an oil stove would do. Oh, shall I ever get warm again?
The question of the other room.
Oh, my daughter will be happy in any little room, won't you, darling?
Of course, of course.
After all, we might still be in the car, in a ditch, or wandering hopelessly about on the moor, lost in the blizzard.
The trouble is that the other rooms are in the part of the house we closed for the winter. I wouldn't care to put anyone there tonight. I wouldn't like the responsibility. It's so cold, you know, and so damp. Tomorrow, of course, we can light some fires and air it properly.
Oh, tomorrow? Well, surely we can find some corner for her, Mrs. Daly.
I was going to suggest, just for one night, if she could manage on the sofa.
But of course.
Tomorrow night, of course.
Oh, I hope we shan't have to trouble you tomorrow night, Mrs. Daly.
Yes, I'll sleep on the sofa. Yes, with pleasure. The young lady can have my room.
Oh, but how very, very kind and chivalrous.
Helen, I really don't think...
Oh, but I couldn't, really.
Please, it's just a question of changing the bedclothes. Yes, I know, but really...
Well, I accept this gentleman's extremely kind offer on behalf of my daughter, and I do it on principle. Goodness knows there's little enough courtesy and chivalry in the world today, and it's entirely the fault of the stupid women who insist on discouraging it. Let me say how extremely obliged I am to you, Mr...
Winterhalter.
Winterhalter? Like the painter?
Precisely. Yeah, like the painter.
Tonetta, thank Mr. Winterhalter properly for his great kindness. This is my daughter, Mr. Winterhalter, Tonetta Landi.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Winterhalter.
Her father was Italian. Oh, they've got such pretty names for girls. Anna, Isabella, Teresa, Giovanna. We couldn't decide for days. Soup. Hot soup would be really delicious if such a thing were wildly possible.
Well, bovril or tea?
Bovril or tea? Tonetta?
Tea, please.
And I'll have tea. And some toast, I think, or a few biscuits, or a sandwich. Thank you so much. We are upsetting you, aren't we?
My daughter will get the rooms ready.
I'll just go and tidy up mine.
Ah, warm. Oh, what an adventure. Do tell me, are you all staying here for Christmas?
We live here.
Live here? Permanently?
Yes.
Oh, really? Oh, how amusing. But of course it does solve the servant problem, doesn't it?
It solves quite a number of problems, more or less.
Did you manage to carry some of your luggage?
All we shall need for the moment, anyway, thank you.
Thank goodness Robert is immensely strong. What poor Renzo, my first husband, that is, would have done, I really don't know. I think he'd have lain down in the snow and simply given up the ghost, poor lamb.
You know, Helen, I feel badly about our friend giving up his bed.
Oh, don't go on about it, Robert, dear. It pleases him. It would have been really unkind not to let him. I suppose he's a Jew.
Just an Austrian, I believe.
Oh, delightful people, feckless and incompetent, but such dears. They ought to be preserved. The whole of Austria should be taken over by the National Trust. Now, hadn't we better introduce ourselves? I'm Helen Lancaster.
Mrs. White.
Mrs. Ashworth.
Selby, Colonel Selby.
Ah, so you are a colonel. I was right. Not everyone would have spotted it, but I flatter myself I never make a mistake about a retired soldier. There's something about them. They look properly washed. Ah, tea.
Mother said if you want any more sandwiches...
Oh, my dear boy. There's enough there for 3 days. Oh, so you're the son of the house?
Yes.
Quite an Adonis.
I beg your pardon?
Lovely. And how old are you?
I'm 22. The sandwiches are turkey and shrimp or something. Sorry, no ham. Excuse me.
22. Oh, to be 22. Oh, there's nothing that the world can give like that it takes away, when the glow of early youth declines in beauty's dull decay. Has he got a weak chest?
Yes.
Yes, I was afraid so. He has that heartbreakingly romantic look. Oh, Mr. Winterhalter, what a shame. Just fancy putting you to all that trouble. Now, I insist that you have a cup of tea and a turkey and shrimp sandwich.
Oh, it's quite all right. It's no trouble.
I hear you come from my dearly beloved Austria.
Oh, you know Österreich?
Good heavens, man. How many, many times have I been to Vienna and Salzburg for the Mozart.
So?
Enchanting country. But I wouldn't go back for all the money in the world, now that it's overrun by soldiery. Poor, poor Europe. Où sont les neiges d'antan?
If you'll excuse me.
Oh, Mrs. White. She's rather quiet, isn't she? I expect I upset her by making so much noise.
Oh, she keeps herself very much to herself, you know. Mrs. White does. Rather superior, you know.
It's an interesting face, but unhappy somehow. Now, for some tea. Pour it out, Tonetta. Not too strong, dear. Won't you all have a cup? Tell me, that rather cross-looking girl who let us in, is that Mrs. Daly's daughter?
Yeah, that's Evelyn.
Oh, her fiancé was killed in Germany just a week before the end of the war. Quite a tragedy.
Why do these things happen to people? What's the sense in it? A girl like that must wonder if there's any coherence or purpose in the universe at all. If life is anything but a tale told by an idiot.
Oh, good heavens. 9:15 already. Oh, excuse me, won't you? It's my variety night. Her what night?
What in heaven?
On Friday nights, she always listens to some wireless program in her room.
Her variety night. Oh, but of course, one can see she listens to all the programs and writes to the announcers, I expect. And what regiment were you in, Colonel Selby?
I was a gunner, a horse gunner, for many years.
I had a friend called Claude Wilmington who commanded something or other called the Chestnut Troop. Oh, such uniforms he used to wear. That was years ago, of course.
I knew old Claude. Oh. I've got some photographs of him upstairs in the attic, if you care to see them sometime.
You haven't? Oh, it's absurd. Of course, I should love to see them. I can't wait.
Oh, well, it may take a little time to dig them out. Bottom of a trunk.
Oh, please don't bother now. Tomorrow we'll
do so. No trouble at all. None at all. But, bless my soul, by the time I dug the albums out of the attic, it didn't take that long. They'd all gone to bed. Nobody in the sitting room but Winterhalter, trying to get some sleep on the sofa. The Lancasters were still with us the next day, of course, and the next.
Good morning, Mrs. White. Still very cold, isn't it?
At least that dreadful snow has stopped.
Yes, thank goodness. But I'm afraid we're likely to be with you for a little time yet.
Yes. It froze hard again last night.
Yes, I doubt if one could get up the hill even with chains. And this has been a fine house in its time.
Yes.
An interesting period, architecturally. Though not, of course, so essentially English as the earlier ones, Elizabethan or Tudor. I'm insular enough to prefer them myself.
I quite agree. My husband and I had a small Elizabethan manor house near Andover.
Oh, did you? How very delightful.
Yes, we were very fond of it. At one time I looked forward to ending my days there. Life teaches one not to plan too far ahead, doesn't it?
Or at least not to take one's planning too seriously.
My son was killed in the war. Then my husband died of pneumonia in 1945. Much of his money was in business in the Far East. A great deal of it was lost. Well, many people suffered similar losses during the war. My case isn't in any way exceptional. I quite realize that. At least I have sufficient money to live quietly here. The only thing is, it's all been rather a surprise. Everything happened so quickly and unexpectedly. It seems such a short time ago that I had a husband, a child, a house, servants, money, friends, and a varied and interesting life.
Now I knit, read a little, go for little walks, sit here, day after day, rather ill-tempered. I sometimes wonder to myself how and why it's happened. One shouldn't talk about these things and complain. I beg your pardon.
Oh, no, please.
To listen to other people's misfortunes, it's so embarrassing. Have you been to the lake?
How I adore the unexpected. A scene like this, for instance, so brilliant, fairy-like, enchanting. And being here is unexpected. Of course, you're totally unexpected, my dear Mr. Winterhalter. What's your other name?
Julius.
I shall call you Julius. Or will it embarrass you? Perhaps we'd better keep it for our tete-a-tete, and you shall call me Helen.
Helen. Helen, thy beauty is to me...
Oh! Oh, hey, do, Julius. Oh, dear. How often have I heard that one?
And, of course, I'm always flattered, even now when I'm getting so old and ugly. And the other very popular one, which comes a little later, is... Sweet Helen, make me immortal with a kiss. Don't you know? Marlowe.
Oh, dear. How many mortals I have made. Only they're most of them dead now, poor dears.
You make me feel very foolish.
Oh, but I don't mean to, really. I only laugh because I'm pleased, because I'm happy. And I do love having foolish things said to me. Come and say some more, Julius, dear. Tell me about yourself. Come along. Tell me what you are. No, let me guess. A writer?
No.
Artist? Musician?
I used to think that I was a musician. I played the piano.
You did? And you're brilliant, of course. And you shall play to us tonight. If there's one thing I really love, it's the piano properly played.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I don't play any longer.
You don't? Why not?
The left hand is a little stiff.
Oh, no. No. Not a bullet?
A bayonet.
Dreadful, abominable. Why are such horrors allowed to exist? Time and time again, when one begins to feel that really the world is a wonderful and beautiful place to live in, one comes up against something perfectly shocking, perfectly outrageous, obscene. It's really disheartening. One loses faith. Poor hand.
You kissed it.
Of course, after that, the poor chap was a goner. He'd fallen for the woman at first sight. Now, who knows what wild fancies came into his head. Evelyn Daly, who ran the hotel with her mother, had been mildly in love with Winterhalter for months, though it never looked like coming to anything. She saw what was happening, poor girl.
Don't you realize, Julius, that in a day or two she'll go away? She'll have forgotten your name before she gets halfway to London. She's only amusing herself with you because she's bored. Women like that collect men as a child picks up a shell on the seashore that pleases him for 5 minutes before he loses it or throws it away.
It's not true.
To imagine that she loves you, or is even interested in you, it's so absurdly naive, so childish. Do you think she hasn't a dozen more attractive admirers in London? And lovers, too, probably?
That's shameful. It's outrageous.
Just because she's elegant. Just because she speaks half a dozen words of German and has been to Vienna, you're hypnotized by her. Oh, don't you see? It can all come to nothing. Nothing at all. Julius, you're so gentle, so kind, so sensitive. I can't bear to see you losing your head for a woman like that. What can it end in but unhappiness?
Lancaster saw what was happening, too.
One feels sorry for some of these people, Helen. For an Austrian refugee, for instance, must be very lonely, very dull. He can barely take his eyes off you, you know. He's simply entranced. I warn you, Helen, you'll have another heartbroken admirer on your hands in a minute.
Now, is it my fault, Robert? Do be fair. What have I done but show him the most ordinary friendliness?
Dear, don't ask me. What have you done? What do you do?
When I meet nice, sympathetic, cultured people, I simply have to give sympathy for sympathy. It's no good, Robert. I really cannot stay on formal, polite terms with people I like. I will not go through life measuring out friendship and affection grudgingly, spoonful by spoonful, as if it was some sort of rationed luxury that one hid in the back of a cupboard. It's not my nature, and I can't do it.
Well, heaven forbid that you should try.
Oh, you think I behave disgracefully. You disapprove, I know you do.
My dear Helen.
You think I'm immoral. You can't deny it.
Immoral? Well, in a sense, perhaps.
There.
You know, I sometimes think that all really attractive, generous, and lovable women have something of the harlot about them.
Robert.
Oh, I don't mean it offensively.
Oh, isn't that delightful? Isn't that typical? So polite, so English. I don't mean it offensively. Oh, and you're so right, Robert, darling. You're perfectly right. I am a wanton, shameless creature. And you're so patient and so well-behaved. And I treat you quite shamefully. Yes, I do, quite disgracefully. Aren't you sorry you didn't marry some really nice, virtuous, dependable young English spinster? Aren't you? Aren't you, darling?
The snow didn't shift, and the road remained impassable. So next day our visitors were still with us. The young people had come together, of course, and were getting on very well.
Johnny, I'm going to Switzerland at the end of January. Why not come? I'd teach you to skate and we'd waltz together. Honestly, it's tremendous fun. One laughs and laughs. And in the evening you feel so deliciously, wonderfully sleepy. And the food one eats and the sun. Do come. Why don't you?
I should like to. More than anything in the world. But I don't suppose for a minute that I shall be able to.
Why ever not?
Well, you know, I'm supposed to have a weak chest. Last winter I was in bed for 4 months. And I'm not supposed to get tired and so on.
Johnny! Johnny!
Yes, coming. Besides, this is the house of the categorical negative. One only has to make a suggestion for it to be instantly recognized as a patent absurdity. It seems to you quite a simple matter to go to Switzerland. But for us, Switzerland is about as accessible as the end of a rainbow.
But why? Is it money?
Partly. It's just the way things are in this house.
Suppose I lend you the money, say £50.
£50?
For that matter, I would give it to you without noticing it, if you'd accept it.
Give it to me?
Well, why not? I'm rich, you're poor. It seems quite natural.
It's not natural at all. It's simply quite unbelievably kind. And out of the question, of course.
A loan, then. You can pay it back, well, when you can. I'd like you to come to Switzerland. I really would. I'm sure it would do you so much good.
Yes, but...
Johnny, dear, the time. Didn't you hear me call?
It's my fault, Mrs. Daly. I was keeping him. I've been trying to persuade him to come to Switzerland with some friends of mine next month.
Switzerland? Well, really, I think that's a matter for the doctor to decide.
I should very much like to lend him the money if it would help. It's so easy for me.
It's very kind of you, but of course we couldn't consider that at all. Not for a minute. Tea's been on the table for 10 minutes, Miss Glandy.
I'm sorry. I didn't really mean to interfere. It was just an idea. I'll go into tea.
This was New Year's Eve. The Lancasters had half a dozen bottles of champagne with them. Perrier 43, what's more. So that night they threw a party. Mrs. White's comment was, no doubt it's amusing to astonish the bourgeois. It was a bit uncalled for, I thought. During the evening, Mrs. Lancaster read Hands. Palmistry, you know, just a parlour trick. She read Evelyn's and said that the girl would marry in a few years' time and be very happy. Evelyn received these tidings with a touch of cynicism. Well, more than a touch, really, as she was a bit tight by then. Then Mrs. Lancaster read Winterhalter's hand and declared that loneliness was behind him. He was about to enter the gateway of adventure or some such tosh. He swallowed every word, poor mutt.
That's enough clairvoyance for one evening. Now, Julius, tell me when you're coming up to stay with us in London. What about the week after next? Tonetta, what night are we going to Covent Garden for the Mozart? The 11th. Then you must come up on the 10th, and you shall come with us. It isn't Salzburg or Vienna, but still it's adorable music. You shall stay a week or 10 days, and I'll introduce you to some delightful friends of mine who will make you feel a little less of a stranger. He was our secretary to the embassy in the days of that poor, unhappy little Dolphus.
It's so kind of you.
Kind. It'll be lovely. And we'll poke round the art galleries together and be quite bohemian.
It's not kind, you know.
I beg your pardon?
Playing with people's hopes and dreams. You shouldn't do it, Mrs. Lancaster.
Oh, my dear girl, what nonsense.
Oh, you're strong. Doesn't matter to you. But most of us spend all our time trying not to hope for what is quite unattainable, trying to be content with what we have. It's not kind to make us dream of the waters of the moon, all kinds of happiness that are out of reach. Why do you come here to disturb us all?
Evelyn.
Oh, poor dear, she's overexcited.
Oh, you think you're going to Switzerland, Johnny, don't you? And Mr. Winterhalter thinks... Oh, really? I don't know what nonsense he thinks. Something ridiculous.
Oh, please.
And I'm to be married and live happily ever after one day. Such splendid futures are waiting for us all. Next year, sometime, never.
Oh, dear. I think perhaps you should go to bed.
Why don't you leave us alone? We aren't your sort of people at all, you know. We're just dull little people leading dull little lives in a backwater.
Evelyn, for heaven's sake.
Nonsense, my dear girl. Nobody's dull. We're all of us extremely interesting.
I tell you we're dull, and I ought to know. I'm an expert on dullness. If you led my life, you'd know something about it, too. Dull? This is Ditchwater Hall. Wouldn't you like to go to bed? What a beautiful dress that is. Is it real silk? Oh, yes, it is. Mine, real imitation wool.
It's very nice.
Do you think so? I'll change with you if you like. I've only had it for about 7 years.
Evelyn.
Now, come along, Evelyn, dear. We'll go upstairs together, and you'll have a nice lie down.
What's the matter, Mrs. Ashworth?
You take an aspirin and pop into bed, and you'll be as right as rain in the morning.
I don't want to pop anywhere. And I don't want to see the new year in. Expect it to look exactly like the old one. Oh, why shouldn't it? It's only a figure on the calendar after all. Nothing else changes. I don't see the sense of us sitting here drinking and being sentimental just because another stupid year is starting. Well, if you could put back an old one occasionally, that might be worth celebrating. There are 1 or 2 old years I can remember. I wouldn't mind having over again. Well, there's one anyway. At the new year. You can have it, all of you. I don't want it. It's no good to me.
Oh, well, there's a cheerful way to talk. Now, you say good night, dear, and come along with me. There's a good girl.
Good night. Good night. Good night, Mrs. Lancaster. Thank you so much for inviting Johnny and me to your party.
Good night, and I hope you'll feel better in the morning.
Schlafen Sie wohl, Herr Winterhalter. See? I speak German, too. Sprechen, sprach, gesprochen.
That's right, dear. Come along.
But I'm not in the least sleepy.
I've no objection to them dancing, but I object very much to that vulgar, ugly noise.
But how can we dance without music?
Well, try to be a little understanding. Didn't you like to dance when you were young?
If you still wish to dance, I will play for you. Now dance if you want to.
Would you believe it? Oh, I'm beginning to like this. Dance, everybody. You should be good at this, Julius. Dancing with me.
Come along, John. Let's show them.
I'm afraid we're keeping you from your bed, Colonel.
It isn't so much my head as my digestion. It's always the same after Brussels sprouts.
Johnny, dear.
All right, I'm coming in a minute.
So late.
The doctor told me that the acid in my stomach would burn a hole in the carpet.
Stop, everybody. Listen.
Yes, the bells. The bells are ringing out the old year.
Yes, in 1 minute from now, it'll be midnight.
Glasses, everybody. We must drink a toast to it. Oh, what a moment this is. It always makes me feel emotional. One is conscious suddenly of time passing, of standing poised between the past and the future. Silence, everybody.
She always makes a speech on New Year's Eve.
And she did. May the new year bring you all your heart's desires. Well, that sort of thing. Pretty forlorn, I hope, if you ask me. Still, we toasted 1951 and sang Auld Lang Syne, Mrs. White thumping it out on the piano, a trifle ironically, I shouldn't wonder. And Mrs. Ashworth made a speech of thanks, and, well, I made an ass of myself singing They Are Jolly Good Fellows. Then suddenly, Evelyn burst into the room again.
Oh, it's raining. It's raining. I've just been out and there's a soft, wet wind, and everything's thawing and dripping, and the snow is sliding off the roof and off the trees. Look, I'm quite wet.
And she promised me she was going to bed.
Oh, thank goodness. Then it looks as if we shall be able to go tomorrow.
Yes, you'll be able to go tomorrow.
Oh, delightful. Speed the parting guest.
Oh, I didn't mean...
Why don't you go to bed, spoiling everything?
She didn't mean... Oh, I'm sure.
Johnny, dear.
Bedtime.
Yes, all right, Mother, all right.
Pops in and out like a jack-in-the-box, does Mrs. Daly.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Lancaster. And thank you, sir.
I did enjoy it. I really did.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.
I'll see you before you go.
Of course. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, I'm suddenly so sleepy. I can hardly keep my eyes open. Bed, Robert, dear. Tomorrow we'll lunch with the Maitlands.
So, tomorrow you'll be gone?
But we shall see you again. I hope we'll see all of you whenever you come to London. Look in whenever you like. We're just off Grosvenor Square. Where's my bag? Oh, thank you, Robert, dear. Good night, Colonel Selby. Now don't settle down, whatever you do, or you'll fall off to sleep again.
Yeah, I'm going to bed at once.
Good night, Mrs. White. Isn't she funny? Such a character. You know, Colonel, she intrigues me enormously. I'm only sorry I didn't get to know her better.
Good night, Mr. Winterhalter.
Good night.
After you.
Thanks.
Good night.
Good night.
Chouet, 1943. I must remember that. One day, when I'm engaged to marry my handsome young man, I shall make him take me to a restaurant, and I shall say to him, I want a bottle of Perrier Jouet, 1943. Poor young man. Never what to say. Perhaps I shall keep this bottle, sleep with it under my pillow. Lovely, lovely Perrier Jouet, 1943.
Good night.
Oh, good night. Poor, silly Mr. Winterhalter. Did you think I was rude, Mrs. White? I didn't mean to be. Or did I, perhaps? I don't know. Nothing seems to matter tonight. Nothing. I'm glad they're going tomorrow. They don't belong in a place like this, and people like us. It's as if some beautiful swans had suddenly landed on a duck pond, and all the ugly ducks felt envious of their fine feathers. Say what you like. It's hard not to be envious of people who are rich and successful, who don't know the meaning of drudgery and unhappiness. Girl is beautiful, isn't she? Such a lovely skin. She glows with happiness. Perhaps I could be pretty too if I didn't always feel so tired, so bad-tempered. If I didn't have to work so hard every day. Every day. My face is beginning to get quite lined. I'm not yet 30. Oh, Mrs. White, you've been playing there all this time. Don't you think life is unfair to some people?
It's stupid to talk like that. Life isn't fair or unfair, or tragic or comic or anything else. Life is life. That's all. One must accept it.
I like Chopin. Do you know the sad little prelude all on one note? Yes, that's the one. Go on, play it. You used to play that. How I wish I could sit here like this forever. Oh, if only the morning would never come.
January the 1st, and it might have been April. Typical of the abrupt changes you get in Devonshire. It's the Gulf Stream that does it. It doesn't bear thinking about where England would be without the Gulf Stream. Back in the Ice Age, I dare say. Well, around noon, the Lancasters were about ready for off. And something or other must have jolted Winterhalter into realizing how final a parting it had to be, and how little he'd really meant to his lady love. Well, he was in quite a state, believe me. Now, I'd been out snipe shooting early on. Didn't get any, of course. When you're 70 and more, you react too slowly for snipe. Anyway, I'd left my gun against a bench in the garden. Poor Winterhalter spotted it. He took it in his two hands and sat there, with the butt on the ground, and stared down the barrels. Heaven knows what he was thinking of doing. But Robert Lancaster came out and took the gun from his hands, quite gently and without saying anything. He's a very nice chap, Lancaster.
I was just looking at it.
I believe you're coming up to stay with us a little later on, aren't you? My wife mentioned something.
Yes. It was most kind of Mrs. Lancaster, but I told her this morning that I'm very much afraid I shan't be able to manage it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm rather a busy man, you know, and I find it difficult to make plans. I'm at work on an opera just at present.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's very absorbing work, and probably I shall have to make visits to colleagues of mine in Paris quite shortly. But it's most kind of Mrs. Lancaster to invite me. Very kind indeed.
I'm afraid you must find yourself rather lonely at times. If I had to settle down abroad by myself, I should certainly feel it very strange.
Oh, well, one gets used to it, you know. The human animal is very adaptable.
Winterhalter, I should very much like... it would give me real pleasure if I could help you in some way. I'm very interested in music as an amateur, and perhaps if you required any financial assistance...
Financial assistance? For what?
Well, this opera you mentioned.
Oh, yes. No, I don't... but it's most kind of you to offer, very kind. You and I must be about the same age, Mr. Lancaster, no?
Yes. I'm 47, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, it's the same age. Oh. Just different stars.
Just remembered I left my gun here. I was afraid Mrs. Ashworth might have seen it. Well, women are funny about firearms, very funny.
I think I should go for a stroll before lunch. In case I don't see you again, I say goodbye, Mr. Lancaster.
Oh, goodbye, Winterhalter, and good luck.
Thank you.
Curious how some of these foreigners like shaking hands. When he first came, he shook hands with everybody when he said good night, and if you gave him half a chance, he'd come down to breakfast and started again. So one feels sorry for the poor devil all the same. It's extraordinary, the amount of Worcester sauce the fellow eats. Hello, Mrs. White. Have you heard how the boy is today?
His temperature is still up.
Not at all strong with that. Slightest thing upsets him.
I gather your car's been rescued.
Oh, yes.
You'll be glad to leave, I expect. This isn't a place one would choose for a prolonged holiday. There's really nothing whatever to do.
5,000 acres of rough shooting. That's what the advertisement says. There's plenty of rough and confounded little shooting.
Of course, when one lives permanently in a place, one gradually slips into a kind of routine. And then the days pass very quickly.
That's true. Now, just to give you an instance, Monday we had cottage pie for lunch and berry. Well, believe me or not, one seems to be eating cottage pie about every third day. It's amazing. As time certainly passes. Tempers fuse it.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Lancaster. I wanted to tell you how much I enjoyed the party last night. Last year, you know, it was very quiet. We were all in bed by 10:30. And I remember waking up at midnight and hearing the bells and thinking, whatever's that? What on earth's happening? It quite startled me. until I realized it was only the new year coming in. And then, for some reason, I felt so sad I could have burst into tears. Silly.
Johnny, please.
I'll go back when they've gone.
So foolish, dear, when you've got a temperature. He insisted on getting up to see them go.
Now, that's not sensible, Johnny. It really isn't.
I'll go back when they've gone.
You see? What can one do?
That's naughty, you know. Very naughty. That's not the way to get well and strong, young man.
Lying in bed upstairs isn't the way either. Especially on a morning like this.
Well, I must go and get the car ready, pack the luggage. Goodbye. I only hope we haven't been too much of a nuisance.
Oh, of course not. Goodbye.
I'll lend your hand. No, don't bother, Colonel. I can manage, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. But come back, too.
Goodbye.
A real gentleman. So considerate to everybody. Too much of a nuisance. Oh, we should be grateful for being stirred up a bit.
I don't know that I care very much for being stirred up nowadays.
Johnny, I thought you were in bed.
No, I'm quite all right. I just wanted to see you, to say that I mean to come, if it can be arranged.
Oh, but that's splendid. Of course it can be arranged.
Yes. Somehow, I'll come.
I'll write to you.
Whatever happens, I'll come.
Sonetta, where's the hat box?
I've got it, darling.
Well, into the car with you.
Goodbye, Mrs. White. Goodbye, everybody. It's been such fun.
I'll bring the suitcase.
Can you manage?
Of course.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. There. We appear to be going at last. And what a beautiful morning we're leaving behind us. Really, it's enchanting here. Quite enchanting. Look, the first snowdrops, bless their hearts. The promise of spring. You know, I believe I quite envy you all living in such a place. Oh, envious. Yes, I mean it. Oh, if only I could settle down in the country, miles from anywhere, and simply do nothing all day long but cultivate my garden and watch the seasons change. It's the only dignified way of living. I'm quite convinced of that. Now I must rush. We're shockingly late. Goodbye to you all, and I've so enjoyed meeting you, all of you.
Goodbye.
Oh, where's Mr. Winterhalter?
He went out for a walk.
Oh, do tell him... No, just say goodbye to him for me, will you? Goodbye.
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 There. They've gone.
Today's Wednesday. They came on Saturday. Yes, 3 days and a bit.
I can't help laughing when I think about last night. That poor girl.
Nearly 1 o'clock.
Oh, I make it 10 too. You're a bit fast.
No, I checked it last night.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. We're none of us catching a train. Ah, here's Mr. Winterhalter. Now the party's complete. Mrs. Lancaster told us to say goodbye to you for her.
Oh? Thank you. That's very kind of her.
Last night I heard her inviting you to stay with her in London, didn't I? I hope you'll go. I should so like to know what sort of establishment they keep.
I think that was just one of those invitations that people make rather late at night.
I shouldn't wonder.
Well, forward.
Johnny?
Yes?
They've gone now, so please go back to bed.
Very well. It's always the same. Excuse me.
Ah, lunch.
Yeah, I hear a welcome sound.
He always says that. I hear a welcome sound.
Oh, do I?
You don't notice it, perhaps, but you do. Doesn't he, Mrs. White?
We all have our pet habits.
That's true. After you, Mrs. White.
Please go on.
This always happens, doesn't it? I say after you, and you say, please go on.
Coming, Winterhalter?
Yes. Yes, I'm coming. Winterhalter. Colonel Dummkopf.
I suppose it's too late, is it? They have gone.
Yes. They've gone.
Oh. I found this in Miss Lansley's room. On it was this note. Dear Miss Daly, I'm leaving this coat behind in the hopes that you may find some use for it. We are about the same size, I think, but should it not fit you, do dispose of it in any way you like. T.L. I suppose this is left to the tip. It's quite ridiculous. Of course, I shall have to send it back. I should think she's worn it 3 times, and it must be worth at least £30. How can she imagine I can accept a present like that? And to be patronized by a chit of 18, it's too much. Well, don't you think so, Julius?
I don't know. Perhaps she meant it kindly. She seemed rather a nice girl.
Yes, but really, if it had been a scarf, say, or a pair of gloves, I could have accepted it. This is much too much.
Do you like the coat?
Yes, of course I like it. It's a beautiful coat. I could never afford to buy anything half as good. Of course, it's out of the question.
If you send it back, it will probably hurt her. Is that what you want to do?
Why did she leave it for me? I hardly spoke 3 words to her. She didn't even like me. I don't know. The fact is, I suppose, I'm gradually becoming the sort of person who takes offense at kindnesses, who can't say thank you for anything. You know, when one is unhappy and disappointed for a long time, one's heart seems to shrink so that there's no room in it for gratitude and pleasant feelings. Why should one always think the worst of people? It's so mean, so despicable. Yes, I shall keep it. I shall sit down, write as nice a letter as I possibly can, thanking her for her generosity and kindness. I shall try for once to be a little generous, too. What am I crying for? What a miserable couple we are. Poor Julius. You know, I begin to think that the only sin in life is to be unhappy. How shameful it is to sit here in the sunlight, nursing our little sorrows as if they were important.
What a fool I've been. Oh, what a fool.
Evelyn? Evelyn!
Never mind. Never mind.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. Tonight we bring you The Night Run by Lester Powell. The Night Run is a tense, taut drama of a well-to-do alcoholic who knows that he dare not drink because in his cups he has a terrible urge to commit murder. Yet this middle-aged man gets involved with a young girl, and soon they are celebrating their train journey with champagne. With every drink he takes, Angela's danger becomes more acute. Stringfellow's emotional battle to save himself and to protect the girl develops into a climax that is as true to life as it is frightening. Listen in a few moments to The Night Run, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Michael Silver. And now Act 1 of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, The Night Run.
I do for you?
Has the night train for Paddington gone yet?
No, miss, she'll be in about 9 minutes.
Oh, good. I'd like a single ticket, please.
First or second?
First, I think. Here. Is that right?
Another shilling, please.
Oh, sorry. Do you think I'll be able to get a sleeper?
Oh, very doubtful. They all get filled up at Plymouth, mostly reservations.
But sometimes there are cancellations, aren't there?
Well, sometimes, yes, but we wouldn't know about them here in Newton Abbot. What you'd best do is go along and see the sleeping car attendant when you get on the train.
Car attendant?
Yes, miss, I am.
Are they all taken?
Yes, miss.
Oh. Could you tell me whether a Mr. Stringfellow has one? He got on at Plymouth.
Yes, miss. Mr. Stringfellow's with us.
Could you tell him I'm here?
Well, he's asleep, miss. He left orders not to be disturbed till we get a pass.
Oh, but it's very important.
I'm sorry, miss. If a person leaves orders...
please.
Not...
Here. Oh, please.
Oh, well, all right. What name shall I tell him?
Angela Holmes.
You wait right here, miss. I'll tell him if he's away. Yes, what is it? There's a young lady asking for you, Mr. Stringfellow.
Young lady?
Name of Angela Holmes.
Oh. Where is she?
In the corridor.
Well, I'll be... No, you better ask her to come in, yeah. Ask her to come in.
Sorry I have to disturb you, sir.
Oh, that's all right. And Victor, stick around.
What is it?
Well, no, but calling distant.
Oh, I understand, sir. I'll be around.
I don't know. Oh, hello, Angela.
May I come in?
Oh, of course. I'm terribly sorry. There isn't much room. I'll have to stay in bed if you don't mind.
That's all right.
Well, sit over there. It's not very comfortable.
This is fine.
All right then, Mr. Stringfellow.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Victor. I'll call you if we need anything.
Oh, I'll be on her, sir. Don't worry.
Would you like a cigarette?
Yes, please. I would. Thanks. I've been dying for one. I ran out about 2 hours ago, and I couldn't buy any. I didn't have the right coins for the machine.
I didn't see you at Plymouth.
I got on at Newton Abbot.
Oh, did you?
Newton Abbot's closer to where I live than Plymouth.
Oh, I see.
Isn't this stupid? I mean, isn't it terribly stupid?
Is it?
Well, yes, it is. All day long, ever since I decided to come away with you, I've been rehearsing what I'd say to you. Now I'm here, I can't think of a single word.
You decided to come away with me?
Nobody knows I've run away from home. Not yet. The heavy sleepers in our family sneaked out the back door. And I got a lift on a milk lorry into Newton Abbot. I'm terrified I'd lost the train. My watch was wrong.
Your watch was wrong.
Couldn't you get out of that bed? I feel as though I'm sick visiting. As though I ought to be handing you grapes.
Angela, you've just handed me about the biggest shock I've ever had in my whole life.
Yes, I thought you'd be surprised.
Angela, look, I'd better get dressed.
Why?
Please, if you'll just...
All right. Sing out when I can come back. I'll be just outside.
come in now. Angela, what's happening? What's going on? I mean, what are you doing here?
I told you. I'm coming to London with you.
And you left home?
Yes.
This means that you visualize it as something permanent?
Well, nothing's very permanent, is it?
You're an amazing girl, Angela. You really are.
No, I'm awfully ordinary.
Ordinary? You meet a man at a party, the next night you jump a train to be with him. Ordinary. A 19-year-old girl.
Well, perhaps not ordinary. Natural, though. It was to me. After what happened last night. You haven't said you're pleased to see me.
Do I have to say it?
Women like these things, you know. It's not enough for them to know. They have to be told.
I'm delighted to see you, Angela.
Good. Kiss me, please. Not much of a bridal suite, is it?
We'll get Victor to liven it up. Victor! Hey, Victor!
Yes, sir?
Come here a minute, will you? What's it going to be, Angela?
I don't mind. Anything you like.
Okay, Victor. Whiskey.
I'd have to charge you a bit over the odds, Mr. Stringfellow. You understand, don't you? What with it being a private service and all.
Oh, anything you say. And bring some soda water as well, if you have any.
Right.
I don't think he approves.
No, you can overcome anything with money.
Tell me something.
Uh-huh.
Why did you run away from me?
He said I did that.
Barney said you'd arranged to stay another week with him. And you changed your mind and took off right after meeting me.
Oh. You've been talking to Barney about me, have you?
Well, I rang him up this morning, didn't he tell you?
No.
The soul of discretion.
Did you tell him that you were going to run away with me?
No, I didn't decide till after I'd spoken to him.
Come in.
Where's Leopard's on the bed?
Please, yes.
You've got a bottle opener there for the soda.
Shall I settle up with you now?
Oh, no, it'll do later, Steve. Anything else you want to?
No, thanks. No, everything's fine. How's that?
Lots of soda, please. I can't bear the taste of whiskey.
There. How's that?
A little more soda, please.
All right.
Fine. You're still not drinking?
No.
What happens when you drink?
Well, I get emotionally disturbed, for one thing.
I'd rather like to see you like that.
You wouldn't like me when I'm drunk.
I would. I'm sure I would.
Well, we won't risk it.
Do you become homicidal, raging with a lust to kill?
What made you decide to come with me?
The things you told me last night, they affected me more deeply than you knew.
Oh, I knew they affected you. That's why I said them. I wanted you to be, involved. Trouble is, I didn't see beyond that.
You didn't see that you were turning my head?
Must be an easy thing to do. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Silly, cheap crack.
Actually, I'm rather hard-boiled. This is the first time it's happened.
But why? I don't delude myself. I'm not a young girl's dream of love. I'm pretty dreary, especially when I'm not drinking. I have no drive. I'm timid, unsure of myself. I don't shine. I can't get through to people. I can't communicate with them.
You communicated last night.
That's the effect you had on me. You lit me up.
Were you bolted for cover?
Yes.
Why? Don't you want to be lit up, as you put it?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Well, I'm here.
Angela, I've been in psychoanalysis for 3 years.
Yes, I know.
But you know nothing about me. You don't know what you'd be taking on. You can't let...
Oh, yes, I do. You told me enough last night. The dark and dreadful things that have happened to you. You made it all clear. And I couldn't bear the idea of your being on your own, without anyone to take care of you. You're so defensive.
I overcolored what I told you last night. In a bid for your sympathy. I often do that when I meet a woman who attracts me.
You mean you made those things up?
Yes, that's right. I made them up.
You didn't. Barney confirmed them.
I think I will have a drink.
Oh, don't you think...
No, it's all right. I can take a couple without it affecting me.
All right. Just 2, then. Here you are.
Thanks. First for a month. Did I tell you I was an alcoholic when I was only 17?
You did? You were expelled from school, boy.
I was in my first home before I was 20, getting dried out.
Yes, you told me about that, too.
What are you, Angela? Frustrated Florence Nightingale?
No, I'm not.
What are you, then?
I'm in love. Why the look? Come on. It isn't going to be as ghastly as all that. It's going to be fun, too, you know.
For 19, you're pretty smart. Dead sharp. May I have the second drink now?
You feel all right?
I feel wonderful.
You don't feel an attack coming?
I feel marvelous, absolutely marvelous.
All right.
Thanks. Oh. What are you pressing the bell for?
Victor.
Oh, what do we want with Victor?
Oh, I know my own weakness. That's why you think I'm sharp. A fool is someone who doesn't know his own weakness. And if I have custody of this bottle, you'll wheedle another drink out of me, and then another, and another, and another.
Are you riding, sir?
Victor, would you be very kind and put this bottle in the kitchen for us, or wherever you keep things?
Oh, I thought you wanted the whole bottle.
We've changed our minds, but we'll pay for it just the same.
Of course we'll pay.
Right.
Keep it safe, and don't give it back to us till we get to Paddington. These things are crazy.
He may be right.
Yes. He may well be.
Oh, this is wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
May I lie down, please? I feel a bit tired.
Of course, of course. Hey, let me smooth out the pillow for you. Put the bed straight. There. Would you like the lighthouse?
No, thanks. I'd like to lie here and look at you. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?
What exactly are you up to? What's going on? What's the catch?
I don't know what you mean.
You think I'm a fool or something?
No, of course not.
Angela, I've been on the receiving end of this one so often I'm an expert. I can spot it coming a mile off.
I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't. You're frightening me.
You talked to Barney this morning, didn't you? You had a long conversational chat about me, didn't you? So, of course, he told you that I'm the Stringfellow of Stringfellow Radio and Television. You know I'm worth $2.5 million, don't you?
Saying I'm after your money, are you?
Happens all the time. That's the story of my life. Behind me there stretches a host of departed friends whose pockets I've filled on hard luck stories. There was almost a wife whose eyes went misty with sterling signs when she spoke to me of love. And a breach of promise action which set up a record. I have a pedigree as a sucker, Angela. They don't come any better.
But I told you. I'm in love with you.
Well, so were they. The higher the take, the more ardent the affection.
You don't really mean this. You can't.
Tell me, what does your father do for a living?
He's a boat builder.
Does he make a lot of money?
No, not very much. Enough to live on.
And you? Have you a large private income by any chance?
No, I haven't. I work at a kennels, I told you last night.
What's the technique here, then? How does it work? Will your father be waiting at Paddington?
No. He knows nothing about it.
Oh, then I'll get hit with a heavy writ in a couple of days' time, eh? Is that the pitch? Sued for luring an underage girl out of the custody of her parents. Is that the angle? Tell me. I'd like to know. Oh, yes, I've seen that one, too. Bitter tears streaming down the face of innocence when I uncover the rotten truth.
Oh, go away. Please go away.
Oh, I'm going. Don't worry about that. I'm taking evasive action. You know, I sensed something like this was being cooked up. I sensed it last night when you walked into Barney's house and turned those eyes on me. That's why I cut my stay short in Devon, if you want to know. Is Barney in on this, too? Does he get a cut?
Oh, please go away.
Why not? Barney's the only one of my so-called friends who hasn't had his hands inside my wallet so far. Why should he be any different? Where's this place?
Exeter, sir.
How long do we stop?
20 minutes.
Good.
You getting off, Mr. Springfield?
Yeah, only to make a phone call.
Hello?
Paul, I must talk to you.
Where are you?
Exeter. I'm on my way back to London on the night train.
How did the weekend go?
Well, that's why I'm ringing you up. Are you in bed? Did I wake you up?
Yes, never mind. What's the trouble?
I met a girl at a party last night. In the house where I was staying. She was attractive, warm, friendly personality and so on. Nice looking. I talked rather a lot. I opened up.
Were you drinking?
No. I haven't touched a drop for a month. I've been taking those anti-booze tablets you gave me. No, I felt, drawn to her. I overdid it a bit. She got on the train at Newton Abbot, said she left home to look after me.
Good. So long as you don't drink, you're not likely to... How old is she?
19, she says.
Oh, well, this is a mess.
I know. I'm nearly out of my mind.
Is she still on the train?
Yes, she's in my sleeper. I'm speaking from the station platform.
Well, now, look. This is what you must do. Turn the sleeper over to her. Now, you go to another part of the train and stay there. Don't go near her till you get to Paddington. You got that?
Yes, Paul.
Now, then, in the morning, you bring her round here. We'll sit down, all three of us, and try to thrash it out. But keep away from her.
Yes.
That's the paramount thing. Now, don't go near her till the train stops. You're in no fit state to cope with emotional excitement. Now, you understand that, don't you?
Yes, Paul. Yes, I'll do what you say.
Oh, good. You promise me you haven't been drinking tonight?
No, I promise I haven't touched a drop for a whole month.
Can you get any on the train?
No. There isn't a restaurant car.
Good. Now, as long as you don't drink, there's no danger. Now, go back to the train. Take a sleeping pill, and don't move till you're in London.
All right. Thank you, Paul.
I'll meet the train at Paddington. It doesn't matter how early it is, and we can bring the girl back to the house for breakfast.
You're terribly good to me, Paul. I don't know what I'd do without you.
I'm not only your psychiatrist, I'm your friend.
Yeah.
Now, just do what I say, and we'll work something out.
I don't want to attempt another murder
You won't. Good night.
Where's that bottle?
The young lady said you wouldn't be wanting it till we get to Paddington.
I need a drop to set me up. I told you I haven't been well. I need a booster. Well, go on. What are you waiting for? Get it.
Mr. Stringfellow, I've been on this job a long time. I've met a lot of people and served them a lot of drinks. I know about people and their drinking habits. How they drink. Why they drink.
Just get the bottle, will you?
The vast majority of people drink to be sociable, to make themselves feel good. But a few drink because they got to, because they're ill. And you're one of them, Mr. Stringfellow. I recognized that the moment I saw you with your hand round that bottle.
I'll pay you whatever you want.
You can have the bottle back when we get to Paddington. When you're no longer my responsibility.
Look, it's my bottle.
No, it is not. You haven't paid for it yet.
But I want to pay for it.
Well, I don't want to sell it to you. And I'm not. That's all there is to it.
Who do you think you are? Some important idiot?
Charming manners some of these gentlemen have.
Hello?
Not asleep yet?
No.
It's going to be all right, Angela. Don't be frightened. Are you frightened?
Yes, I am. Little.
Well, I've just talked to Paul. I phoned him from the platform the next time.
What did he say?
That I was to go to another part of the train and not come near you till we get to Paddington.
Is that what you're going to do?
That's for the best. You'll be all right by yourself, won't you?
I suppose so.
Victor will look after you. I gave him a large tip at Plymouth.
Did you mean those horrible things you said?
I don't know. With one side only, yes. It's a part of what ails me, you see. I have this deep-seated fear that people only want me for my money.
That's common among rich people, isn't it?
Yes, but I have it in an exaggerated form. I have everything in an exaggerated form, Angela.
But when you're nice, when you're not worked up, you're kind, and you're gentle.
When something unexpected happens, this fear takes over. I get horribly suspicious. I start looking for signs. I see things under beds that aren't there. It's called paranoia.
But I don't want your money. Really, I don't. I love you. I only want to be with you and take care of you. Nothing else. Honestly, there isn't. Please believe me.
I want to believe you. More than anything, I need someone like you. I know that. It's my only hope of salvation. Someone I can trust and be happy with.
Be patient with me then. Give me the chance to learn. I've got a lot to learn, I know that. Please give me a chance.
All right. Try to sleep now. Do you feel sleepy?
I'd feel much better if you could stay with me. I'd be able to sleep then.
No, I can't do that. Paul's right. I'll see you when we get to Paddington. I'll come along and fetch you.
You won't run away from me again, will you?
No, I won't do that.
Promise.
I promise.
Oh, kiss me goodnight.
No, I can't do that. You try to sleep. I'll see you in the morning. this seat taken? No. Help yourself.
Going to London?
Yes.
Long journey.
Yes.
Especially at night.
Everything's longer at night.
Not so bad if you have a sleeper, though.
No.
And you have to book well in advance on this run. I was unlucky.
I've got a sleeper.
Oh, couldn't sleep then?
No.
Some people can't, you know. Even if they stuff themselves full of sleeping pills. I can, though. Sleep anywhere. Sign of an easy conscience, I suppose.
Look, do you want to talk?
Well, I don't know. Don't you?
I'm easy either way.
Well, I'm interested in people. My worst enemy couldn't accuse me of lack of curiosity. People are my business, you might say. My name's George Eames, by the way. I sell machinery to farmers.
How do you do?
What do you do for a living?
I don't. My father left me £2.5 million.
£2.5 million? Well, you won't have many problems, will you?
Actually, Mr. Eames, I've got the worst problem a man can possibly have. And I've got it right here and now.
Oh? What's that, then?
How to stop myself committing a murder.
Well, you know, we all feel we'd like to do someone in at one time or another. We start thinking of ways and means even, working out a plot. But when it comes to...
It isn't like that at all, Mr. Eames. It isn't like that at all. This isn't fantasy, it's fact. I don't want to murder her, but I'm terrified that I'm going to. You said you were interested in people, didn't you? Well, this is people, Mr. Eames. This happens. People murder one another all the time.
Yes, I know that.
Or doesn't it impinge on you? You think selling agricultural machinery shelters you from the harsh facts of life?
Now, look, there's no need to be like that about it, you know.
I'm sorry. I'd like to talk to somebody about it.
All right. Go ahead and talk.
Will you listen? Will you really listen?
Of course I will.
Very few people can, you know.
I can. I do it all the time.
Well, I was expelled from school for trying to murder another boy. That was the start.
How did you do it?
I tried to strangle him. I nearly did it, too.
Why?
Jealousy. He was my best friend. I admired him because he could do all the things I couldn't.
How old were you?
17.
Were there any comebacks? I mean, you were prosecuted, weren't you?
No.
Why not?
My father was a millionaire.
Oh, I see.
He could fix anything, provided it cost only money. When it came to love or affection, sympathy or understanding, he was bankrupt, flat broke.
You didn't get on with him?
I hated him. And I loved him, too. It was crazy. After he died, I wept for 2 whole days.
What about your mother?
My mother? Well, she ran off with a band leader when I was 5. It was a fashionable thing for rich women to do in those days, and my mother was always very fashionable. She still is, for that matter.
Well, you still see her, then?
Oh, once a year for 2 weeks. She lives in Munich now. She's married to a nuclear scientist. That's the fashion in her set today. Band leader to scientist in 20 years.
So, you were 17 when you tried to kill someone. How old are you now?
27.
Well, then, I don't see that you've got all that much to worry about. Something that happened once 10 years ago.
It's happened since.
Oh.
Twice. Once when I was 21, I tried to strangle a girl in a car. Then 2 years ago, I had to go at my wife.
And your father hushed those up, too, did he?
The girl in the car, yes, but he was dead by the time I tried it on my wife. I hushed that up myself. It was included in the divorce settlement.
What you're saying is that all this means that you have homicidal tendencies.
Well, what would you say it means?
Well, it seemed normal enough to me. You're talking quite normally. I've been watching your eyes and your lips while you've been doing it. You can detect somebody who isn't quite 16 ounces to the pound by the eyes and the twist of the lips.
You've studied abnormal psychology.
Oh, I'm fairly good at summing people up. I've had to in my job. No, I'd say you were basically a mild sort of person, not very sure of yourself. A bit timid.
Yes. I'm all those things. Except when I get emotionally upset. And then I want to destroy, I want to kill.
Have you had anything done about it? Medical treatment, psychological treatment?
Oh, yes, I've had the works. My father had me shut up 3 times in 3 mental homes. Expensive mental homes, I need hardly say. The very best.
I see. Well, now, what's the immediate danger? You said something about it being here and now.
She's in my sleeper. At the back of the train.
And she upset you?
She dynamited me.
How?
The usual way. I met her last night at a party given by a friend I was staying with in Devon. She's 19, pretty, enticing as a peach. When I first clapped eyes on her, my head started to sing. You know how that happens sometimes?
Have you told her about yourself?
Yes. Except the murder attempts, of course. I didn't want to scare her. I let in on a bit too thick, though. By the time the evening was out, I'd fallen for her. I was emotionally disturbed.
Why didn't you run away, then?
I did. But she followed me. She got on the train at Newton Abbot.
Yes, you have got a problem.
It'll be all right if I can hang out till we get to Paddington, if I can keep away from her. I phoned my psychiatrist from Exeter, and he said I was to take her to see him in the morning, and it'll be all right if I don't go near her until we get to London.
Well, all right, then you stay here. That's easy enough, isn't it?
Only if you help me.
How can I help you?
Well, keep me here. No matter what I say or do, don't let me out of this compartment. Even if I have to go to the lavatory, you come with me. Will you do that for me?
Certainly. That's what you want.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
How are you feeling now?
All right. Better since I've talked about it.
Not disturbed?
So long as I don't think about her.
Well, we'll have to keep your mind off her, won't we?
It's not as easy as selling agricultural machinery.
No. Not that I ever found selling agricultural machinery easy. You play cards?
No, I'm sorry, that wouldn't do. I wouldn't be able to concentrate.
Pity. What about a quiet read, then? I've got some magazines.
No, I'm not in the mood for that, I'm afraid. I never can read on a train anyway.
I know. I've got a bottle of scotch in my briefcase.
No, thank you very much.
What's the matter? Don't you drink?
Yes, I drink, but my psychiatrist told me not to. He was very insistent.
Well, head shrinkers aren't infallible, are they?
This one is. It has to be.
They work on theory, though, don't they? They're not practical men of affairs. He could be wrong about this, you know. A couple of drinks could be the very thing for you. I find it works wonders when I'm pent up. Not that I'm a heavy drinker, mind you. Everything in moderation, but when I'm tense, you know, worried about the sale, for instance, I find that a couple of whiskies unwinds me, irons out the creases.
Do you think so? Do you really think it would do the trick?
Yes, I do. I'm sure of it. Look here. Whole bottle. It'll send you off to sleep. That's what you need. Something to knock you right out. Then you'll be in London before you know it, and the problem's solved. Believe me, it's a thing to do.
Suppose it doesn't knock me out.
Well, I'll be here. I'll be taking care of you. I won't let you out.
Sometimes I get violent when I'm drunk.
Well, I expect I'll be able to handle that. Used to do a bit of boxing. No, I don't think you'll get out of here, however violent you get.
Well, all right.
Good man.
Mr. Stringfellow still on the train?
Well, yes, miss, so far as I know. He went up front after we left Exeter.
Are you sure?
Well, his luggage is still here, isn't it?
Please go and check.
Well, I've got things to do. You're not the only person in the sleeping car, you know, miss.
If you go and look, I'll give you this.
All right. You want me to give him a message?
No. Just see if he's still on the train.
Okay. And then give this bill a rest, Lenny. Where is Dorothy at? You see? It's working.
Yeah. It's working.
This is the end of the bottle.
End of the bottle.
Down the hatch, then.
Oh,
Sleepy yet?
Yeah.
And you're completely relaxed, aren't you?
Wonderful.
Why don't you put your feet up?
Yes, why don't I, Nurse Evans?
That's it. Emergency Ward 10.
Wake me with a lightly boiled egg.
I'll do that.
And China tea. China tea with a dash of fresh lemon.
Loosen your collar and off you go to bye-byes.
Late. Gosh, I'm tired. Trouble with your sleepers, then?
Oh, nothing more than usual, you know.
Oh, still, you do see a bit of life in your job. Being a guard, especially on the night run, you just sit here and look at the crates and the parcels.
Well, I'm going to grab a bit of kit. That's okay with you, Tom?
Sure. There's a couple of empty compartments up the back.
Keep an eye on things, will you?
For your pleasure. Give me a chance to stretch my legs.
What's that?
Train's slowing.
What for?
Reading. Last stop before Benedictine.
I was asleep.
Oh, were you? You were snoring loud enough to drown out the London Symphony Orchestra.
What are you doing?
Getting my suitcase off the rack. What do I look like I'm doing?
Well, why? We're not at Paddington yet.
I'm not going to Paddington. I get off at Reading.
Why? Why, for Pete's sake?
Because I live there.
But you said you'd take care of me. You promised. You gave your solemn word.
I got you off to sleep, didn't I? That must be the better part of a bottle of scotch, too.
I'm awake now.
Well, go to sleep again.
Well, I can't. I'm wide awake.
Get your head down, then. Make it effort.
I can't. For Pete's sake, don't go and leave me. You can't do that. You can't.
Relax.
I'll pay you. I'll give you 100 quid.
Don't be
100 quid just to go to Paddington. One more station.
I have to see the important class in the morning. A lot depends on it.
I'll pay you more. Anything you like. Look. I'll write the check now. You tell me the amount, and I'll.
What's it now?
My checkbook's in my suitcase. My suitcase is in the sleeper with her. I'll tell you what. Come to the sleeper with me.
Well, come on! Take your hands off
I'll pay you anything you like, more than you can make tomorrow, more than you can make in a whole year if you like.
Come on!
Let go!
You can't leave me, you mustn't! You'll have a murder on your... I warned you. You should learn to control yourself.
I can't. That's my trouble. Look, it doesn't matter about me. I'm expendable. I'd be better off dead anyway, but think of her, the girl. She's 19 and at the beginning of her life. Don't hit me again. Don't hit me.
I'm not going to hit you unless you force me to. It's up to you.
Why won't you understand? You did before. You listened. You were sympathetic. Why won't you understand now? What's happened to you?
The entertainment's over. I've come to the end of my journey. I'm tired and I've had enough.
Entertainment? What are you talking about?
Work it out, mate.
You're not saying I made it all up, are you? Come to the sleeper with me, please. You can ask her. She'll tell you. She knows the truth about me.
That you're going to kill her?
No, don't confuse me. She'll tell you who I am, about my mental history.
You're not mad, son. You haven't got homicidal tendencies.
I have. I told you. 3 times before I tried to do it.
They don't go round blurting it about.
I asked for your help.
I gave it to you. The better part of a bottle.
Come to the sleeper with me.
Please. No.
It'll only take a few minutes.
We'll be in Reading in a few minutes.
I'll give you money, all you want.
No.
All right, then. I'm going to now.
You do that. Give her my love.
You read about it in the paper.
Oh, get lost.
Where's Victor? I want Victor.
What do you want him for?
Where is he?
Oh, he's there.
Well, he can't have got off the train. I need him urgently. He's going to lock me out.
Lock you out?
Where is he? For heaven's sake, tell me where is he? I've got to find him.
He's off, dude.
He can't be. He's responsible for these sleepers. He can't go off duty before we get to Paddington.
Oh, you better move along. You're blocking up the corridor.
Where's Victor?
Move along, then.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, thank goodness. I've been so frightened.
Listen, Angela. Listen to me. You've got to get off this train. We'll be in Reading in a few minutes. You've got to get off.
Are you going to?
No, I'm going on to Paddington.
And so am I. We're going to talk to your psychiatrist in the morning, aren't we?
No.
But you said you were going to.
I've changed my mind.
Psychiatrist?
Yes, I know, but...
And you told me you always took his advice. You said he was the father you felt you never had. You said that if it hadn't been for him...
Stop confusing me!
Not.
I want you to get off this train. You've got to get off it.
I won't. Not without you.
Look, I've been drinking. Practically a whole bottle of whiskey.
Oh, look, I...
You can't. When I get drunk, I want to kill people. It's happened 3 times before, Angela.
You murdered 3 people?
No, something happened each time to stop me, but it can't happen here. Not if we're shut up in this little box together. I don't want to. Why won't you understand? Why won't you do what I say and get off the train?
No. I'm not going to leave you.
Do I have to throw you off?
The only way you get rid of me.
Angela, do it for my sake. If you won't do it for your own, I beseech you.
No. You can use force, of course. You can throw me off, but that...
I can't throw you off. If I touch you... Curse you, why don't you understand?
I love you.
Love, is that all you think about? What does love mean if you're going to force me to kill you? They'll lock me up, Angela, probably for the rest of my life. Is that what you want to happen? You and your precious love?
I don't believe you'll kill me.
Do you want to die?
No, of course I don't.
Then get off the train!
No.
Right.
Don't leave me. You want to kill me? Kill me. Kill me. It doesn't matter. I belong to you.
Let me go.
No.
I'll hit you.
No.
Why did you make me? Are you all right? Did I hurt you very much?
It doesn't matter.
You'll be all right, I'm sure. You're young enough. Things will work out for you.
Don't be daft. The train's
I've
moving.
got to get out of my way.
Are you mad?
Yes, I am. If you don't let me off this train, you'll have murder on your hands.
Mad people never know they're mad.
What do you know about it? Let me get off.
If you get off now, you break your blooming
Well,
neck.
stop the train. Pull the communication cord.
You've had a drop too much to drink, haven't you?
Yes, but that isn't all. If you don't let me off this train, I'm going to kill somebody. A girl. Now pull the cord.
No, what you need is a nice, quiet dose. Best thing when you've had a drop too much to drink. A nice, quiet dose.
If you won't pull the cord, let me off. Lock me up.
Lock you up? Where?
In your van. You have a van, haven't you?
Yes.
Well, then lock me up. Please lock me up.
What's your name?
What's that got to do with it?
You want me to lock you up?
All right. It's Stringfellow.
All right. Mr. Stringfellow. Now, take it easy and we'll see what we can do for you.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm checking.
Well, you can lock me up, can't you, without a lot of red tape? Even on British railways, you can restrain a dangerous man, can't you?
Stringfellow. Let me see now. Here we are. C12. You're in a sleeper. C12, aren't you?
Don't put me in there. For Pete's sake, don't put me in there. That's the worst possible thing you could do.
Come along. A nice, quiet house.
I'm not a drunk.
You said you was? What are you doing?
Taking sleeping pills.
Give me that bottle.
Give it to me.
No, I'm confiscating this.
I only took 2. I need at least 4 to knock myself out cold.
Well, you're not knocking yourself cold up, not on this train. Now, come on. You're going to bed, Mr. Stringfellow.
Lock me up, lock me up.
All right. Follow me, then.
No.
Come on.
Don't put me in there.
Well, you asked to be locked up, didn't you?
Yes, but not in there.
You'll be all right in there.
No.
Now, in you go now. You get some sleep, Mr. Stringfellow. I'll let you out at Paddington. You'll be all right. Get some sleep now. There you are. Now.
Come and lie down. You look exhausted.
I tried everything. Nothing worked. Nobody believed me.
Come and lie down.
All right. This is the way it's got to end. What's happened? Hello, Paul. Nice of you to come.
I was worried. Look, where's the girl?
What?
Well, what have you done with her?
Oh. That's over, Paul. That's over. Finished, done with. Up for bed.
Can you tell me which sleeper Mr. Stringfellow had last night?
Mr. Stringfellow? Yes, that one, C12.
Thanks. Attendant! Call a
something, quick!
It's all right.
Never mind, Lieutenant, forget it.
Are you all right?
My throat hurts.
He tried to strangle you then?
Yes. After the train left Reading.
What happened exactly?
He did that. He tried to strangle me. He'd been drinking, and then he fell asleep in the middle of it. It was true then. He did want to murder me. Are you Paul?
Yes. He didn't want to murder you. He couldn't help himself.
When he woke up and the train stopped, he looked at me as though he hated me and said, "Are you still alive?" And then he went off, cursing me. Why did he do that?
Well, he was attached to his identity as a psychopathic killer, or would-be psychopathic killer. He had the perfect opportunity last night. Shut up in a small space like this, and you being completely passive. When he woke up and found that he'd failed to kill you, his dream was shattered, and he vented his disappointment on you.
Why should anyone dream of being a killer?
Most people lead drab lives, even millionaires. They have to dream. Sometimes, in his case, it takes on a dangerous form. Still, this might be the breakthrough.
But he hates me now.
This might be the thing I've been looking for 3 years. This I might be able to cure. Look, I must go. I've got to catch him.
What happens to me? I'm not important, of course. Now you've got your breakthrough.
Well, if I were you, I'd go home. You can do that, can't you?
Yes, I suppose so.
Then do it. Take the first train back.
But I haven't got any money left.
Oh, well, here. Will that be enough?
Thank you. I'll send it back to you.
Oh, never mind about that. It's worth more than that to have found a way of curing him.
C-12 gave us a rare old time, didn't they?
Oh, I don't know. All in a nice way.
Yeah. Good night, yeah.
Tonight's presentation of The Night Run, you heard Joe Stewartson as Stringfellow and Annabelle Linder as Angela. Ems was portrayed by Stuart Brown, and Gabriel Bayman played the part of Victor. Others in the cast were Donald Monat and Ian Yule. The Night Run was produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Michael Silver.
In just a moment, we'll cross over to the Johannesburg City Hall for a direct broadcast of the finals of the Plascon Talent Show. But first, we would like to thank the makers of Andrews 18A Effervescent Salt.
Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we present Five-Finger Exercise by Peter Schaffer. Walter Lange, a sensitive young German, has fled to England from a Nazi father and a country of which he is bitterly ashamed. He looks forward to finding a new home and new happiness in his job as tutor to 14-year-old Pamela Harrington. But the Harringtons are a desperately unhappy family. Louise despises her husband's Philistinism, and he considers her cultural yearnings as fatuous. Their entire married life has been a battlefield with their son Clive as ammunition. Walter's arrival leads to further disruption, and it takes a near tragedy to shock the Harringtons into awareness of their cruelty towards one another. Five-Finger Exercise has been adapted for radio by Helen Cunningham, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Rolf Jacobs, and directed by Delphine Lethbridge.
Where's Clive? Why hasn't he come down to breakfast?
He's coming now. I let him sleep in. He was very late last night.
Pam? Good morning, Father. Hello, Mother.
Good afternoon. What do you think this place is, an hotel?
I'm sorry.
Good morning, Juju. How did you sleep, darling?
Oh, very well, thank you.
Don't I get a kiss this morning? That's better. I'm afraid the eggs are cold now. Let me get you some more.
Oh, no, thanks. These are all right. Where's Pam?
She's out walking with her tutor.
What on earth do you mean?
Her tutor, darling. You know, the German boy I engaged in London to come every day and give Pamela her lessons, Walter Langer. Well, he's going to live with us as part of the family.
You mean he's here now?
Yes. Isn't it amusing? He came down with us last night on the 6:30 train. It's my big surprise. Pamela's mad about the idea. I thought you would be, too.
Why should I be? I hardly know him.
Well, you will now. He's terribly nice, marvelously educated, and with the most divine manners. I'll get some fresh coffee.
Well, and when was all this decided?
Yesterday morning in London, after you left the house.
But it's ridiculous. I mean, it's unnecessary.
Your mother thinks differently. Apparently the best people have tutors, private tutors. And since we're going to be the best people, whether we like it or not, we're going to have a tutor too. We don't send our daughter to anything so common as a school. Oh, I can afford it. What is money, after all? We have a town place in London, so we've simply got to have a country place here in Suffolk.
You always said you wanted a country place.
I meant a little weekend cottage, not a great fancy place like this. However, now we've got a country place, we've simply got to have a tutor.
Now, look, Stanley, this is Walter's first day down here, and I want everyone to be very sweet to him. So just keep your ideas to yourself. We don't want to hear any of them. How's your coffee, Clive?
Why were you so late last night?
Well, I got involved in London. I had some work to do.
Work?
I promised to reveal something. It's going to be printed.
Oh. In the Times, I suppose.
No. It's more of a magazine, really. It's not very well known. But, well, it meant 2 free tickets.
What for?
A play.
Oh, what was it, dear?
Electra.
What's that?
You can't mean it.
Mean what?
You can't mean you don't know Electra. Oh, really, Stanley? There are times when I have to remind myself about you. Actually remind myself.
Suppose you tell me then. Go on, educate me.
Clive, dear, you explain it to your father, will you?
Well, go on.
It's Greek.
Oh, one of those, eh? Culture.
It's poetry, Stanley. Of course, I don't expect you to understand.
And this is the sort of thing you want to study at Cambridge, Clive, when you go up next month. Greek poetry.
Yes.
You don't seem to realize the world you're living in, my boy. When you finish at this university, which your mother insists you go to, you'll have to earn your living. I won't always be here to pay for everything, you know. All this culture stuff's very fine for those who can afford it, for the knobs and snobs we're always hearing about from your mother. But if you can't stand on your own 2 feet, you won't amount to anything.
Unfortunately, my dear, we were not all born orphans. We didn't all go to grammar schools or build up a furniture factory on our own sheer willpower. We can never hope to live down these shortcomings, of course, but don't you think you might learn to tolerate them?
Well, I'll talk to you again later, Clive, unless you'd like a round of golf. Oh, no, of course not. You'd rather lounge around indoors all weekend. You know, Clive, I don't understand you. I don't understand you at all. Not at all.
Breakfast as usual.
Oh, it's just one of his moods, dear.
Oh, yes.
Oh, Juju, I want you to be happy down here, darling. Really happy. Not pretending. After all, it's why I made Daddy buy this place. To get away from London and relax in our own little retreat. So, you see, you've just got to be happy. You can't let me down, can you?
Oh, no. Very well. I promise you 6 big laughs a day and 12 little giggles.
Darling. Oh, my darling Juju, that's a promise to be happy. I can tell when you're not, you know, and that makes me miserable also. So remember, no complexes. No complexes.
Hurry up, Walter. You're the slowest walker I ever met. Oh, you must be in dreadful condition.
Oh, I'm older than you are.
Oh, no, you're not going to get out of it as easily as that. After all, you're only 22.
And you're 14. Come now. We've had a good walk. Off with your coat and on with your French lesson.
Oh, phooey to French. I hate it, really. I'd rather study German.
No.
Oh, I forgot. You don't teach German. But why not? I mean, you'd make much more money doing that than anything else.
No.
Walter, do you miss your home?
I have no home.
Still, there must be things you miss. Birthdays or Christmas or something.
Christmas, yes.
Is that all? You really are a very strange young man.
Am I?
I suppose it's part of living in a foreign country all the time.
It's not foreign. I've been here 5 years, and soon I'll get my citizenship.
Then you'll be English.
Yes.
Then you'll like Christmas here, too, because your home will be with us. Don't you have any family at all?
No what?
But that's the wrong answer now. When I say, have you got no family, you must say, yes, of course I have a family, and a very fine one, too. Now repeat after me. My family lives at 22 Elton Square, London, and the Retreat, Lower Orford, Suffolk. Come on.
My family lives at 22 Elton Square, London, and the Retreat, Lower Orford, Suffolk.
Good. 10 out of 10. Now you look much happier. You should wear a high collar and one of those floppy ties, and wear your hair sleek and romantic, like this.
Oh, stop that.
No, it's terribly becoming.
Pamela, no, stop it. You must... Oh, there's your mother calling me. I must go now. You get on with your history. Oh, hello, Clive.
Welcome to the family.
Thank you. I think your mother was calling me.
Yes, she's in the music room through there.
Oh, you have a music room here.
Yes, Mother must have a music room. Luckily, it's at the back of the house because his lordship doesn't care for music. How do you like being tutor to my kid sister?
Oh, she is delightful. When your mother engaged me to teach her, I was so pleased. My last job was not so easy. Now that I have been invited to live with you, I'm very happy. This is my first family.
Yes. Well, let me give you a word of warning. This isn't a family. It's a tribe of wild animals. Between us, we eat everyone we can.
Everyone?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Actually, we're very choosy about our victims. We only eat other members of the family.
Then I must watch out. Your sister thinks I'm almost a member already.
Oh, Walter, my dear, I do hope I didn't disturb Pam's lesson, but I'm longing for us to start ours.
I was on my way to the music room.
Oh, I thought this morning you could do the playing and I just watch. I mean, you could try my little piano, see what it's capable of.
I'd be delighted, Mrs. Harrington.
Oh, you have such beautiful hands, Walter. Oh, I must give you a nickname. Huh? Walter's much too formal. Let me see. It must be French, of course. I'm of French descent, you know. I've got it. Clive is Juju, so you must be Hibou. Perfect. Hibou the owl. He looks rather like a little owl, don't you think?
Why not Pooh? That's better still.
Oh, you're impossible this morning, Clive. Your father's right. A walk in the fresh air would do you good.
Yes, as you and Walter will be busy with your music, that's just what I'll do.
What are you going to play for me, Hibou? Something very... Coffee, Juju?
Oh, no, thanks.
I think you might have caught an earlier train down from Cambridge. I cooked a special dinner to welcome you home. All your favourite things.
I'm sorry. Actually, I had a perfectly good sandwich provided by British Railways.
It seems to me you've got into some bad habits during the 2 months you've been at Cambridge. Isn't that your third drink already?
Well, what if it is? It's a special weekend, isn't it? The first one he's been home.
How much longer is that row going on?
Another half hour.
And that's what you call great music?
It's only scales. You can't expect her to be an expert in a couple of months. Walter says she's getting on very well.
Can I help you with that tray?
No, thank you. Oh, really, it's absurd. Even Paderewski had to practice once.
Clive, Do you remember coming to the factory for your allowance the day you went up to Cambridge?
Yes, I do.
Did you have a talk with my manager while you were waiting?
Did I? I suppose I did.
Is it true that you told him you thought the furniture I make was, what was it, shoddy and vulgar? Well?
I think I said it lacked.
What?
Well, that it didn't use materials as well as it might. Wood, for example.
And the design was shoddy and vulgar?
Well, yes, I suppose I gave that impression. Not all of it, of course, just some things.
What things?
Well, those terrible oak cupboards, for example. I think you call them the Jacobean line. And those three-piece suites in mauve plush, things like that.
Mr. Clark said you called them grotesque. Is that right? Grotesque?
I think they are, rather.
And I suppose you think that's clever. That's being educated, I suppose. To go to my manager in my own factory and tell him you think the stuff I'm turning out is shoddy and vulgar, is it?
Now, Stanley, I heard what you said. But just because you've got no taste, it doesn't mean we all have to follow suit.
I'm talking to the boy. Now, listen to me, Clive. Get this into your head once and for all. I'm in business to make money. I give people what they want. I mean ordinary people. Maybe they haven't such wonderful taste as you and your mother, but they know what they want, and if they didn't want it, they wouldn't buy it, and I'd be out of business. And before you start jeering again, young man, just remember something. You've always had enough to eat. Yeah, one stops, the other starts. I'm going out.
This is the first weekend we've all been here together since Clive went up to Cambridge.
Yeah.
I think the least you can do is to stay home the first evening. Walter? Walter?
Did you call, Mrs. Harrington?
Do you think you could play your records some other time, dear? Mr. Harrington has got a slight headache.
Of course, Mrs. Harrington. I'm so sorry. So very sorry.
Thank you, dear. Come down when you want to. I'll make some fresh coffee. Now, while I'm in the kitchen, Stanley, do try and be a bit more pleasant to Clive.
I'm sorry I said that about the furniture, Father. I suppose it was rather tactless of me.
Never mind. How are you settling in Cambridge? What about the other boys? Do you get on with them?
And it's not exactly a prep school, you know. You rather pick your own friends.
Yeah, I suppose you do. Clive, as you know, your mother and I didn't see eye to eye about sending you to university. Well, that's past history now. The point is, what are you going to make of it, eh? Well?
That's rather as it turns out, I should have thought. Education can't
Clive,
be...
I'm not talking about education. By all means, take advantage of your studies. Look here, boy, and let's not pretend. Everyone doesn't get to Cambridge. You know it, and I know it. You're in a privileged position, and you must make the most of it.
What do you mean, Father?
Take your friends, for example. Now's the time for you to be making contacts with the right people. I mean people who will be useful to you later on. I don't mean the smart people or the fancy la-di-da people your mother is always on about. I mean the people who matter, the people who have influence. Get in with them now, and you won't go far wrong. I never had your opportunities. The contacts I made, I had to work up myself. So I know what I'm talking about. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Good. Now, you've got a good brain, and I'll see to it you've got enough money. Never be so foolish as to look down on money, my boy. That's one thing that counts in the end.
Hebrew. I'm sorry I had to ask you to stop your record player.
Oh, it's me to be sorry. How is Mr. Harrington's headache?
Oh, it's nothing serious, my dear. He's gone out to get some fresh air. Come and sit down. I've made some fresh coffee.
And Clive?
Pamela went for a walk, and he's gone to look for her. Poor boy. I'm afraid he gets rather upset down here. He's essentially a town person, like me. Well, here's your coffee. Help yourself to sugar.
Thank you. I'm sorry Clive is not happy.
Oh, he gets it from me. I'm not a very happy person either, you know.
Is there anything I can do? Anything at all?
No, dear boy, except when you marry, be sure the girl you choose is your equal. I was very young when I met Stanley, and believe it or not, I'd hardly met anyone outside my hometown. My parents, both coming from professional people, naturally had reservations about allowing me to marry into the furniture trade. But I was attracted to Stanley, I won't deny it. He had a sort of rugged charm, as they say. Obviously, I was interested in all kinds of things like art and music and poetry, which he, poor man, had never had time for. But when you're young, those things don't seem to matter. It's only when the first excitement's gone you start looking a little closer. Oh, Walter, these last few years have been intolerable. I've had to kill the artistic side of myself, smother it, stamp it out. Heaven knows I've tried to be interested in his bridge and his golf and his terrible business friends. I can't do it. I just can't do it. Oh, forgive me. I didn't mean to talk like that. I'm embarrassing you.
No.
I'm being vulgar, aren't I?
You could never be.
Oh, dear Hibu. You know, don't you? You, of all people, must understand why I stayed. It was because of the children. At least I could see they weren't stifled, too. Do you condemn me?
How could I condemn you? In your house.
Well, I think we can leave hospitality on one side.
No. In the house you have given me also to live in, so that I can sit here and talk to you as if I always had the right.
Dear Walter.
Where I worked before, I taught the children for 2 or 3 hours. I was paid by the mothers and went back always to my small room with my cooking, which is not so good. You will never know how much I owe to you.
Oh, my dear boy. Tell me about your family, your people in Germany.
There's nothing to tell.
Oh, there must be something.
My parents died when I was too young to remember them. I was brought up by my uncle and his wife.
Were they good to you?
Very good, yes.
Oh, don't think I'm being inquisitive. It's only that you've come to mean so much to us all in the past 2 months.
I do not deserve it.
Oh, you deserve far more. Far, far more. I knew as soon as I saw you at that terrible cocktail party, even before I spoke to you, I knew you were quite exceptional. I remember thinking, such delicate hands, and that fair hair. It's the hair of a poet. When he speaks, he'll have a soft voice that stammers a little from nervousness and a lovely Viennese accent.
I am not Viennese, you know. I am German.
Well, it's not so very different.
I am German. That is not so poetic.
Oh, really, Hebrew?
You do not understand Germans. They can be monsters.
But Hebrew, there's good and bad in all countries. I mean, even in England, we're not all angels.
Angels to me. Because this to me is paradise.
How charming you are.
No, I am sincere. You see, here in England, most people want to do what is good. Where I come from, it is different. They want only power. They are enraged by equality. They need always to feel ashamed, to breathe in shame, like oxygen, to go on living. Because deeper than everything else, they want to be hated. From this they believe they are giants, even in chains. I'm sorry. It's difficult to talk about.
Anything one feels deeply is hard to speak of, my dear.
One thing I do know. I will never go back. Soon I will be a British subject.
Oh, I can see that you've suffered. It's in your face. Oh, Walter, you mustn't torment yourself like this. It's not good for you. You're among friends now. People who want to help you. And people who love you. Doesn't that make a difference?
You are so good to me. So good. Good.
Oh, my dear. Kissing my hands. You make me feel ashamed. It's so long since anyone has talked like this to me. Oh, Juju. Did you have a nice walk? Did you find Pam? Oh, it's absurdly late for her to be walking alone. Are you sure you didn't see her? She may be upstairs. After all, I'll just go and see.
Clive? What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?
Hair's been worn disheveled this year. The Medusa style. What would have happened if Medusa had looked in a mirror? Are monsters immune against their own fatal charms?
Please.
The charming tutor and his employer by the fireside. So delicate, so old world.
Clive, why are you talking like this?
Because I'm not so delicate. In fact, I'm getting less delicate all the time.
If you had come from Europe, if you had been taken in, as I was, alone, then perhaps...
Taken in. Taken in is right.
Excuse
me.
me.
Oh, no, taken up like a fashion or an ornament. A piece of Dresden, a dear little Dresden owl. And believe me, like any other valuable possession, sooner or later you will be used. I know this family, I tell you. Walter, come away on a holiday with me.
Come away?
Look, in 4 weeks my term ends. We could go somewhere, anywhere, to the West Country. Wells Cathedral is the most astonishing thing in England. No one will be there at Christmas. Do come. You'd love it.
I'm sorry. Christmas is a family time. For so long, I have missed it. This year, I wish very much to spend it here.
Well, afterwards.
I'm afraid that's not possible. My work, you see, I have been paid already to the end of January.
So what?
I have an obligation.
To my mother?
Yes.
Is that what you call it? An obligation? Well, doff my plumed hat, gallant Walter Lunger, the cavalier tutor to his mistress. Don't look so startled. Proper cavaliers have only figurative mistresses, department of old world charms. This is quite beyond anything, isn't it? If you came on this holiday with me, it would be for my sake, not yours. I need a friend badly.
You are unhappy. I am sorry. I really would like to...
That's all you can say. I'm sorry. Such an awkward position I put you in, don't I? The poor little immigrant, careful not to offend, so very sensitive. When are you going to stop trading on your helplessness, offering yourself all day to be petted and stroked? Okay, you're a pet. You've got an irresistible accent. You make me sick.
Excuse me.
Walter, please. I didn't...
Good night, Clive.
What are you doing, Clive?
Stealing a drink.
Stealing? You don't have to steal from me. You're old enough to take a drink if you want one. Where's your mother?
Upstairs, probably with Pam. She came in a few minutes ago.
Oh, you should have come with me. I've been to the golf club. Jolly nice crowd there. The sort of fellas you ought to be mixing with. Come with me next time and I'll make you a member. You'll be able to get on with them if you try.
Yes. Well, I think I'll go to bed now.
Just a minute. What's the matter? Aren't they good enough for you? Is that it?
No, of course it isn't.
Then what?
Well, all this stuff, the right people, wrong people, people who matter. It's all so meaningless.
It's not meaningless.
All right, they matter, but not to me. And my friends, they wouldn't mean a thing to you.
Now, Clive, I'm glad to know that you've got some nice friends.
But don't do that. Don't patronize me. It's too much.
I'm not patronizing
you.
Oh,
yes, you are. I'm glad you have some nice friends, Clive. I had two at your age. They aren't my play pals. They're important people, important to me.
Did I say they were?
Important! It's important they should be alive. Every person they meet should be altered by them. Or at least remember them with terrific excitement. That's an important person. Can't you understand?
No, Clive. I told you. I don't understand you. Not at all.
And you're proud of it, too.
What now?
That you don't understand me. Has it ever occurred to you that I don't understand you? No, of course it hasn't. Because you're the only one who does the understanding around here. What work did you put into being able to understand anybody?
I think you'd better go to bed.
Do you think it falls into your lap like some sort of grace that enters you when you become a father?
You're drunk.
You treat me like a child, but you don't even know the way to treat a child, because a child is private and important and itself, not an extension of you any more than I am. I am myself. Myself. You think of me only as what I might become, what I might make of myself, but I am myself now. With every breath I take, every blink of the eyelash, the taste of a chestnut or a strawberry on my tongue is me. The smell on my skin is me. The trees and the fields that I see with my own eyes are me. You should want to become me and see as I see them, but we can never exchange. Feelings don't unite us, you see. They keep us apart. And words are no good because they're unreal. Yes, I'm drunk. Because you make me drunk.
I do?
Oh, you and everything.
You've given me something to think about, old boy. It's getting late. Don't you think you'd better go upstairs? We'll talk about it again in the morning. Well, I'll say good night. I said good night. Clive, I said... What's the matter, boy? Come on, out with it. After all, I am your father. There's something really wrong, isn't there?
No.
Did something happen while I was out?
No.
Well, what is it? Did your mother say something? Is it something to do with Walter? That's it. Walter. Clive, what happened with Walter?
I don't know.
Tell me what happened with Walter.
It was Mother.
What?
I came in, and they were there on the sofa. He was kissing her. She was half undressed, and he was kissing her on the mouth, on the throat, kissing.
How dare you?
Department of Just Desserts.
Good morning, Daddy.
Good morning, dear. Where's Clive?
He hasn't come down yet, lazy pig. You were talking to him late last night, weren't you? I could hear you from upstairs. Well, really, it seemed more like Clive talking to you. He must have been drunk.
Why do you say that?
Because if he wasn't, he never would have. Not properly, anyway. He'd be too nervous.
Nervous?
Yes, because you like him to answer questions all the time, and he hates to.
Why?
I don't know. Suppose he's just not the answering type. Do you know, he even has a dream about you?
Clive has?
Yes, he gets it quite often, so he must think an awful lot about you. You ought to be flattered. Though it's not what I'd call a flattering dream.
What is this dream?
Apparently he's in bed, lying under thick blankets. There's an open window. It's freezing cold outside, and he can hear twigs snapping on the trees. And suddenly you appear, coming slowly towards him. You cross the room to see if he's asleep. You stand there, and then you start taking off the blankets, one by one. Clive says there must be about 10 blankets, and with each one you take off, he gets colder and colder. Usually he wakes up with the bedclothes on the floor. Isn't it the silliest dream you ever heard? I told him the next time he heard you coming, he was to wait until you came up to the bed, then sit bolt upright and shout, "Go to the devil!"
There's coffee. Pam, you'll be late for your ride.
I've finished breakfast. I'm just going. Goodbye, Daddy.
Enjoy the ride.
And tell Clive from me, if he's not down right away, he won't get any breakfast. Here's your coffee, Stanley.
I don't want any, thanks.
What's the matter? Why are you sitting like that, just staring? Did you have too much to drink last night or something?
I must get outside for a while.
Stanley! Oh, there you are, Clive. You slept late. Perhaps you had a little too much to drink last night, too.
What do you mean?
Is clippers or eggs?
Nothing, thank you.
Oh, now what is it? First your father, and now you.
Where is he?
Outside, gone for a walk, no doubt.
No, he's in the garden. I can see him sitting under the apple tree.
Sitting on a freezing day like this without an overcoat? He must be mad. What on earth he thinks he's doing, I can't imagine.
Leave him alone.
Clive, are you speaking to me?
Leave him alone.
What's the matter with you this morning? I don't understand you.
I'm sorry, Mother. It's all right, don't worry.
But I do. Oh, Juju, come here. Oh, you silly boy. Do you think I'm so stupid that I don't know what's wrong? Do you think I can't see for myself? We're a little bit jealous, aren't we? As if you didn't always come first. You know that, don't you?
Yes.
Then it's ridiculous to be jealous, isn't it? And of whom? A poor, lonely boy with no people of his own to care for him and all by himself in a foreign country. Oh, really, Juju, you ought to be ashamed. Now, give me a kiss and we'll say no more about it. That's right. And remember, I want you to be happy. Very, very happy.
Oh, hello. You're too late for breakfast. Oh, I had mine a long time ago. I've been listening to Brahms on my record player. Very quietly, of course.
Oh, you should have been out riding or playing golf. Don't you know, in all English homes, on a bright Sunday morning, it's reserved for sport.
Oh, yes. Where I was born, it was the same.
You had to be out playing games.
Games, yes, but in small uniforms.
Oh, I suppose every kid wants to be a soldier.
Oh, yes, but in England they are not told it is a good thing to be.
Why did your uncle think it was? Parents and guardians are very unreliable.
Perhaps we expect too much of them. After all, they are only us a little older. Clive, I'm sorry I ran out on you last night.
Oh, let's forget it.
It was kind of you to suggest a holiday together. I know you are not happy here. If you would like to talk to me about
Walter, don't misunderstand me, but are you sure you did the right thing when you left Germany?
You sound as if you want me to go back.
Yes.
Why? Last night you did not want it?
Last night. I want it now. I want you to go. For your own sake. Only for your sake, believe me. You've got a crush on our family that's almost pathetic. Can't you see how lucky you are to be on your own? Just because you've never had a family, you think they're the most wonderful things in the world.
Clive.
Why have you got to depend all the time? It's so confounded weak.
You know nothing.
I can see.
What can you see? My parents? My father? Can you see him in his Nazi uniform?
But you told me your parents were dead.
Yes, I know. They are alive. There was no uncle.
Your father was a Nazi?
Oh, yes. He was a great man. Everybody was afraid of him. So was I. When the war came, he went off to fight. We did not see him for 6 years. When he came back, he was still a Nazi. Everybody else was saying, we never liked them. We never supported them. But not my father. Even now we are defeated. We are the greatest country in Europe, he'd say. And one day we will win. Because we have to win. He used to make me recite the old slogans against Jews and Catholics and liberals. When I forgot, he would hit me.
But your mother?
She worshipped him. She used to smile at him, stare at him, as though he owned her. And when he used to hit me, she would just look away, as though what he was doing was difficult, yes, but unavoidable, like training a puppy. That was my mother.
I'm sorry.
So, you see, Clive, I do know what it is to have a family. And what I look for is somewhere where there's goodness, kindness.
Do you think you found it here? You're fooling yourself every minute. For heaven's sake, get out of here.
But why? I don't understand.
Walter?
Go on. Answer her. It's your duty, isn't it?
Clive.
Answer
Walter?
her. I'm going.
Walter? Oh, here you are, my dear boy. You all alone?
Clive was here. He's just gone.
Oh, where?
I don't know. Mrs. Harrington, I'm most worried for him.
Oh, poor Hebrew. You worry about everyone, but you really mustn't worry about Clive. It's just a tiny case of old-fashioned jealousy, that's all. He and I have always been so close.
Of course.
Oh, he'll get over it. At the moment, he thinks there must only be room in my heart for one boy. So silly. Come and sit by me. I don't believe you can ration love, do you?
With someone like you, it is not possible.
Nor with you, my dear. You know, last night held the most beautiful moments I've known for many years. I felt, well, that you and I could have a really warm friendship. Even with the difference, I mean, in our ages.
Between friends, there are no ages, I think.
I like to think that, too.
In a family, you don't notice how old people are, because you keep growing together.
Yes. Dear little owl. What's the matter? Are you embarrassed? What's the last thing you must be with me? Oh, now you're smiling. What are you thinking? Come on. Tell me.
It's just that you have made me wonder.
Yes?
Mrs. Harrington, forgive me for asking this, but do you think it is possible for someone to find a new mother? Have I offended offended you?
Of course not. I'm very touched.
I'm so glad. That is why I feel like I can talk to you about Clive, for example. I'm very worried about him. He's not happy. And I do not think it is jealousy. It is something else, more deep in him, trying to explode, like the beginning of an earthquake.
Really, my dear, don't you think you're being a little overdramatic?
Oh, no, I mean exactly this. You see, that boy... It is very difficult for me to explain.
I appreciate your attempt, but really I'm sure I know my children rather better than you do.
But just in this case, with Clive, I feel something which frightens me. I don't know why.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I'm sorry.
I mean, after all, as you admitted yourself, you are only a newcomer to the family, remember. Now, why don't you go and play me some of your nice music? Clive? Oh, it's you.
Isn't he back yet?
No.
No one's seen him in the village.
Do you think he's run away? I mean, not coming home for lunch or dinner.
You go up to bed, Pamela. It's late.
Where's Walter?
In his room. Now, get along. Don't dawdle.
Oh, all right. Good night. Good night, Daddy.
Good night, Pam, my dear. Louise, he hasn't been to any of the pubs.
Pubs. Always the pubs.
Well, where else is he likely to go? Your son's turning into a drunkard.
He's your son, too.
No, not anymore. You've seen to that.
That's the nastiest thing you've ever said to me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
Yes, you did.
I don't know what I mean anymore. It's all so mixed up.
I can't stand much more. I just can't.
What?
The frustration. My life was never meant to be like this, so limited. I feel I'm being choked to death. Can't you understand, Stanley?
What do you want me to do? If you want a divorce, well...
Oh, it's all so vulgar.
I'm a vulgar man.
Do you? Do you want one?
I'm too old to start again. Louise, I'm not the easiest man in the world to live with. I don't know what you want. And anyway, I don't seem to be able to give it to you. Look here. Suppose we went away somewhere, alone together. Do you think it might help? Do you?
Stanley, I want to ask you to do something for me. Something rather difficult.
What is it?
It's to do with Pamela.
Pam?
Well, actually, it's about Walter. I'm afraid he's having a bad effect on her. She's just at that age, you know, impressionable, romantic. I'm afraid she's getting a bit of a crush.
You want me to talk to her?
No. Something more drastic, I'm afraid. I think we must let Walter go. Oh, in the most tactful way, of course. And the sooner the better.
I see.
He's upstairs now.
Good evening, all.
Oh, Clive!
Would you mind telling me where you've been? You've been out since midday.
Like the tide, we're back, you see.
Now listen, my boy.
Why don't you go upstairs, Stanley, and do what I asked you?
Very well. I'll leave you to take care of your sensitive son.
Your father and I have been worried to death.
Oh, do I detect a new note in the air? Your father and I? How splendid, a new alliance. Your father and I. Congratulations. I always thought you two ought to get married.
You're drunk and disgusting. I'll get you something to eat.
May I come in, Walter?
Oh, of course, Mr. Harrington. Has Clive returned?
He's just come in, drunk. Do you drink? I don't remember seeing you.
Not very much,
My
no.
son drinks a lot. Can you think of any good reason for it?
I do not think people drink for a good reason.
I'll tell you why he drinks. He drinks so that he can get over being with me. Have you noticed how this family never gets together in this house? Are you afraid of me?
No.
My son is, or so I'm told. What do you think?
I think yes.
Do you?
I think he feels you do not love him, and yet all the time you are expecting him to love you.
Rubbish.
He feels that you are judging him, thinking how useless he is.
And how does he feel about me, eh? That I'm common?
Oh, no.
Well, that doesn't matter. You start a family, work and plan, and suddenly you turn round and there's nothing there. Probably never was. What's a family, anyway? Just kids with your blood in them. There's no reason why they should like you. Silly to expect it, really. But to find that your son hates you...
No, you're wrong.
How sensitive do you have to be for that? Tell me. Because I don't know too much about the sort of thing. I'm always too busy making money. Go on, tell me. Sensitive people have deep feelings, don't they? They suffer a lot.
Oh, please, Mr. Harrington.
It's all right. I don't want to hear.
Then please excuse me. Are you all right? Why are you just sitting here? I've been talking to your father. He thinks you hate him. Clive, what is the matter? Speak to me.
Walter, what's wrong with me?
There's nothing wrong, except in your mind. What you think about.
What is it? What have they done to me?
Your parents love you, Clive. Everything they have done has been from love. But you are like a butterfly on a pin. What is the word?
Impaled. They've impaled me like a butterfly.
Yes, and you must get off the pin. You must get away from here. At the end of term at Cambridge, don't come back here. Go anywhere else, but don't come back here. Please say you will.
Yes, I'll go.
Good. Here comes your father.
Clive, don't you think you'd better go to bed?
Are you all right now?
Yes, I'm all right. Good night, Father.
And now what the devil do you think you're doing?
Mr. Harrington.
Don't Mr. Harrington me. With your smarmy voice and bowing from the waist. You had the gall just now to tell me what was wrong with me.
You asked my opinion.
Oh, yes. And now you're influencing my boy against me. I heard you telling him to go away from here. How dare you? Working in my house for me to do a thing like that.
My friendship for your son.
And your friendship with my daughter, too. What about that?
Pamela?
Yeah. Your employer, Mrs. Harrington, has asked me to dismiss you because she thinks you're having a bad effect upon our daughter.
But it's not true. Not true at all.
No, I don't think it is.
Then why?
Could it be because you're trying to make love to my wife?
No.
You filthy German. Typical. Take what you want and the devil with everyone else. You're a fool, too. Did you think she would ever risk anything for you? Oh, no, I know it's very cultured to look down on money, but that's a very different thing from giving it up. Well, you've had your chips, and she sent me to give them to you.
You can't believe this. It's not possible.
Oh, yes, it's quite possible. We've got an unimpeachable witness. Can't you guess? No? Your pal, your good pal Clive.
No.
He told me he saw you together last night in this room.
No.
Do you know what we do with people like you in England? Chuck 'em out. I'm going to fix it so you never get your naturalization papers. I'm going to write to the immigration people and tell them that while under my roof, you tried to force your attentions on my 15-year-old daughter. Try to get your papers after that.
Stanley, I thought you were upstairs. Walter, what's the matter?
I've done what you said.
Yes, but how did you do it? Was he very brutal, Hebel? But you know it's for the best, don't you?
No, I beg of you.
Now, Walter, don't get so upset. I'm afraid you deserve it, you know. I'm really very disappointed with you. Both our children have been considerably disturbed by your presence, and you know I'll never allow that.
Please.
Now, about financial arrangements, we'll make it as easy for you as possible. An extra month's wages, I think, Stanley?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
Well, that's very generous, I think. Don't you agree, Walter?
Yes. Very generous.
Good. Now, don't look so stricken. It makes it so much more difficult for everyone. Perhaps you'd better go up to your room and get your things together.
Yes.
Well, I can't say you handled that exactly brilliantly, Stanley.
I passed Walter on the stairs. He didn't speak to me. What's the matter?
He's a little upset.
Why? What have you been doing down here? Father, what have you done to Walter? Both of you!
If you really want to know, I told him what you said last night about him and your mother.
Me?
You and your daughter's tutor, my dear. A pretty picture.
What did he tell you? Clive, what did you say?
Never mind. I didn't believe it.
You didn't believe me?
No. Did you really think I would?
Then why did you pretend to Walter that you did?
That's something for you and your mother to work out.
Juju, you didn't suggest that Walter and I were... This is horrible. Why did you say such things?
I don't know. I don't know why. I do something terrible that I'll remember all my life. That'll make me sick whenever I think of it. But I don't know why.
But it's not true. It's not true what you said.
No, I told a lie. But what I felt under that lie about you and Walter, was that so untrue? No, don't answer me. Because you've forgotten how to be honest about feelings. True. The only true thing I know is what's happened to him, my father.
Clive, you frighten me. What do you mean?
Don't you know? Can't you see what we've done? There isn't a Stanley Harrington anymore. We've broken him in bits.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, you don't, poor man.
Clive, you hate me.
I hate. Isn't that enough?
Is the war in this house never going to end?
War?
The war you and Father declared when you got married. The culture war with me as ammunition.
I won't go on with this conversation another minute. Your father's upset, that's all.
But why is he upset? It's something to do with Walter, isn't it? What have you done to Walter?
Well, if you must know, he's been dismissed.
Mother, no.
I assure you there were excellent reasons.
But you can't dismiss him. You can't. Not even you. He can't go away from here.
If you want to know, I did it for Pam. I'm afraid his influence over her was getting far stronger than I cared for.
I see. What was it? Jealousy? Shame when you saw the innocent together? Or just the sheer vulgarity of competing with your own daughter?
How dare you?
Dearest mother, who are you trying to fool? I know your rules. Don't give sympathy to a man if others are giving it too. He'll never see how unique you are. Besides, doing what everyone else does is so vulgar.
Do you think you're the only one who can ask terrible questions? Supposing I ask a few. You ought to be glad Walter's going, but you're not. Why not? Why aren't you glad, Clive? Why?
Clive, come quickly.
What's the matter, Stanley?
Something's wrong. It's gas from Walter's room. I can't get the door open.
Walter!
We're coming.
Is it locked?
No. The door seems...
Then we're both
breached. It's tight.
What's the matter? I was asleep and I heard Daddy
It's Walter. Phone for the doctor, quickly.
Pam, go for the doctor, quickly.
That's done it.
Oh, the room's full of gas. Stanley, get the window open.
God, let him be alive. Let him be alive.
Give us courage. All of us.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we present Goodnight, Mrs. Puffin by Arthur Lovegrove. The Fordyces are preparing for the wedding in a week's time of their elder daughter, Jackie, to Victor, son of Stephen Parker, with whom Henry Fordyce is planning a business merger. Then in walks a perfect stranger, a Mrs. Puffin from Clapham, who announces that she had a dream in which Jackie does not marry Victor, but is swept off her feet by an unknown man from across the water. She proceeds to establish the accuracy of her dream by correctly predicting various hilarious domestic incidents. Mrs. Puffin is summarily ordered from the house by Jackie's hysterical mother and furious father, but she's not to be disposed of so easily, and the Fordyces' plans are turned upside down before they finally see the last of her. Goodnight, Mrs. Puffin has been adapted for radio by Helen Cunningham, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed, and directed by Delphine Lethbridge.
You know, the best way to look beautiful is to feel beautiful. And making you feel beautiful is what Lux Beauty Soap can do for you. Tonight, take a long, creamy bath with Lux. Feel the rich, moisturizing lather, like cream on your skin, fragrant with Lux's precious perfume. And as you're caring for your skin with Lux Beauty Soap, remember a good complexion is much more important than any makeup. Keep your complexion soft and smooth with the creamy, moisturizing lather of Lux. Tonight, every morning. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Then, when my hair was a bit longer, the ends started splitting. It just literally went to pieces. It didn't matter what I tried. Nothing worked. Couldn't keep my hair long anymore.
That was yesterday. Now, Harmony announces a shampoo breakthrough. Harmony's new protein shampoo washes away the look of split ends. The special protein ingredient coats the insides of split ends, brings them together again. Leaves your hair soft, shiny, and manageable. And you can grow your hair as long as you like. Don't cut away split ends, wash them away with new Harmony protein shampoo. It brings them together again.
And now, Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Good Night, Mrs. Puffin.
Hello, darlings, you're back.
Yes, Mummy. Oh, exhausted.
Shopping for a wedding is... Did you get your bridesmaids' gloves? Oh, yes. They're not quite the right shade, but Jackie liked them. It's her wedding. It's a pity it's all so rushed. If only we had a little more time, Jackie.
Mummy, we've been over all this before. We've got to get married quickly so Victor and I can go to Paris next month. We can't help it if his father suddenly wants to open a branch there.
Of course you can't, darling. But it's such a good match. So beneficial to the Fordyce family. That's no way to speak of it, Pamela. It's the uniting of two families in closer bonds. You mean the uniting of two firms in closer bonds? Oh, Pam, darling. Jackie's in love with Victor, aren't you, darling?
Of course I am. Oh, what are these, Mother? More acceptances and regrets?
Yes. The usual acceptances from those we don't want and regrets from those we do.
Good afternoon, all.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Mum.
Do you have your fitting, Nicholas?
Yes. Just wait till you see me in my morning coat. They'll think I'm the bridegroom instead of the best man.
I'm sure you look very handsome.
Thank you, darling. Tea.
Oh, at last. I'm dying for a cup.
Oh, thank you, Annie.
Excuse me, madam, but there's a woman outside who wants to see the family.
Did you say what you wanted, Annie?
No, madam. Just to see the family.
Well, you'd better show her in.
Yes, madam.
Perhaps she's from the dressmaker.
Then she'd have asked for me.
A friend of Victor's family, perhaps.
Mrs. Amelia Puffin.
Oh, good afternoon. How are you?
How do you do? I'm Mrs. Fordyce.
Yes, I know. And that's Mr. Nicholas, that's Miss Pamela, and that's Miss Jacqueline.
Well.
Won't you sit down?
Oh, thanks very much, dear.
You'll have a cup of tea, Mrs. Puffin.
Oh, try ever so. I wouldn't say no to a cup of tea. Though I didn't call here for that. I couldn't get here before, and as it was, and he didn't come. Alf told me not to. Who
did?
My old man. Mark my words, he said, no good will come of it. But I said I must go. So I did, and here I am.
Yes. Your tea, Mrs. Puffin.
Oh, tar. 2 knobs, please. Now, I bet you're all wondering why I'm here.
Well, a bit.
Oh, I do think some explanation is necessary.
And you shall have it. Only first, is the wedding on?
Of course it's on. Of course it's going to take place. Really, Mrs. Puffin.
Ah, but who to? Who's the bridegroom? Now, let me think. Now, don't tell me. I know. It's Victor Parker.
Yes, it is, but really, Mrs. Puffin, I fail to see what business it is of yours.
Well, it's about this wedding. I don't quite know how to say it. I'm sorry.
Why?
It won't happen.
Bang goes my morning coat. Oh, well.
Whoever you are, how dare you come here and... will you please leave at once?
Well, I like that. Here I am, come all the way from Clapham.
Junction or Common?
Junction. Oh. Well, of course, if you don't want me to stay, I'll go, but I must say...
There's no need to say anything. You've said far too much already. Goodbye, Mrs. Puffin.
Please, Mother. Mrs. Puffin must have had some good reason for coming here.
Yes. Mrs. Puffin, what does this mean?
The wedding's off.
It's not off. Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Now. Let's all keep calm and collected.
Calm and collected?
Yes, there's no need to get excited, you know. It's all happened before, word for word.
What has?
Puffin, will you please?
Explain something soon, otherwise my mother will have a fit.
So will I.
Please, Mr. Puffin, and quiet all of you. After all, this does concern me.
Well, this here wedding will have to be cancelled, because it ain't going to take place. So I came to warn you to save you all that expense.
But, Mrs. Puffin, you haven't told us why.
Oh, you poor lamb, I haven't, have I? Well, you see, a couple of nights ago, I had a dream.
A dream? Oh, this is too much. I won't listen to such rubbish.
Half a mo. You ain't heard nothing yet. You ain't half got a shock coming to you, you have. 3 nights ago, I had this dream. I saw this house, this room, the family, everyone. And what happened in my dream is happening now, word for word.
What do you mean?
Well, I saw this house, 23 Henley Road, as clear as anything. So I thought to myself, I'll go along this afternoon and have a look. And if it's there, then that'll prove it. Well, it was. And while I was waiting, a maid came out from next door, and I said to her, "Excuse me, that's the Fordyce house, ain't it?" And she said, "Yes." So I said, "Excuse me, is Miss Jacqueline getting married soon?" And she said, "Next week." Oh, you could have knocked me down with a coal hammer.
I never heard such nonsense. You came and made inquiries, so naturally you knew the wedding was taking place. Really,
Mrs. Puffin, you must admit that so far you haven't proved anything.
Oh, no, dear, but you see, a lot of this dream is very hazy, Miss Jacqueline. It was as clear as daylight when I dreamt it, but it's coming back clearer every minute. For instance, I know what happens now. A telegraph boy comes with a telegram, and it's for him, Mr. Nicholas.
Who's it from?
Oh, you don't half want your money's worth. Let me think. Who's it from now? Yeah, now I remember, it's from Stan. He can't come tonight. There.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
No, it isn't. I'm meeting Stanley Cooper tonight. He's coming up from Essex.
Then if this should be true, could this woman possibly know that Nicholas was meeting a friend named Stanley tonight?
For you, sir. A telegram.
Oh, thank you, Annie.
I don't believe it. Open it.
Right. Regret cannot come tonight. We'll telephone tomorrow. Stan.
There you are.
This woman's in league with the GPO.
What else do you know, Mrs. Puffin?
Well, dear, I know that you won't marry this bloke, Victor Parker.
Victor's a worthy young man, and my daughter will be very happy with him. And I'll thank you, Mrs. Puffin, to mind your own business and go.
But, Mrs. Puffin, if the wedding doesn't take place...
Jackie!
I said if. Why doesn't it?
Because you're swept off your feet.
Swept off my feet? Who by?
The other bloke what's coming.
What bloke? Who?
Oh, I can't remember.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Is this telegram ridiculous?
Yeah, is it? I remember that. And give me time, I'll remember the other bloke. Oh, yeah, and I'll tell you something else. In a minute or two, your husband's coming in, rubbing his hands and saying, well, seasonable weather we're having, who's this? And he'll mean me.
Oh, I've had enough of this nonsense. You must go now, Mrs. Puffin. Goodbye, and thank you for calling.
Too late. Here's Father now.
Oh, not a word about this to him.
But what do we say? Who is she? He'll ask.
Yes, she's the... Oh, who is she? Oh, can't anyone think?
Well. Seasonable weather we're having. Oh, who's this? I'm sorry, I don't think I know you.
No, not yet, but you will.
Yes. Henry, dear, this is Mrs.
Puffin.
She's just going.
Oh, well, goodbye, Mrs. Puffin.
Oh, all right, I'll go. But you mark my words, I'm right.
Right about what?
Well, Henry, Mrs. Puffin, meant,
She says the wedding won't take place.
Jackie!
Won't take place? Well, of course it will. Everything's arranged.
No, Jackie's going to be swept off her feet by another man.
But she can't be swept off her feet by someone or other a week before she marries Victor. It isn't possible.
That's exactly what I said, dear. Now, don't let's worry over it anymore. Goodbye, Mrs. Puffin.
Who is she? A fortune teller?
Mrs. Puffin had a dream.
A very vivid dream. And as I'm the bride, I want to hear more about it from Mrs. Puffin.
If I know Mrs. Puffin, we will. A lot more.
And if I know your father, we won't.
If it means cancelling the wedding, you're quite right, Ethel, my dear. Give me a cup of tea, please.
Oh, there. I knew you'd be sensible about it, Henry.
Excuse me, but, is that the best tea service or one you only use on weekdays?
This is our best. Jackie, please pass your father this cup.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, well, you want to watch out then.
Why?
Well, I can't remember who drops it, but there ain't half a crash.
Pamela, for heaven's sake, ring for Annie to come and take it away.
No, leave it.
This woman's a menace.
Daddy, do you think it'd be all right
If what?
if we cancelled the wedding?
Cancel the wedding? Certainly not. What will Victor say? What will his father say? Just because some woman comes here and says she's had a dream? Oh, we'd be the laughingstock of the neighbourhood.
Of course we would. But what about my tea service?
Nothing will happen to your tea service, and I'll prove it to you. Now, come along, Nicholas, and you, Jackie and Pamela. Each take a cup, saucer, and plate.
Oh.
I'll take the tray with the teapot on and the rest. And we'll all take them to the kitchen.
Oh, Henry, please, be careful.
My dear Ethel, keep calm. Now, come on, everyone. If the contents of the tray are equally divided, nothing can happen.
Oh, dear.
Right. Now, are we ready?
Ready?
You know, I bet we look awful fools.
Well, never mind about that. Now, lead the way, Jackie.
All right, Father.
There you are. All that's needed is a little organization.
Oh, Henry, you're wonderful. I'd never have thought of that. Now, We needn't keep you any longer, Mrs. Puffin.
There, Jackie, dear. Mrs. Puffin has been proved wrong over one thing, and she's undoubtedly wrong on another. Now, you don't need to worry your pretty little head any longer. You and Victor will be happily married next week. Go home now, Mrs. Puffin, and keep us out of your dreams in future.
Goodbye, Mrs. Puffin.
Oh, goodbye, dear.
Thank you for coming. You meant well, I'm sure.
Oh, yes, dear, I did. I think it's very funny. Anyhow, I hope you'll be very happy.
Oh, my
Oh,
no, Mom, I'm ever so sorry. I fell over Twinkle.
Oh, that confounded cat.
Why didn't you leave the tea things on the table?
But I had to wash 'em up, Mom, and I piled 'em on the tray and was taking 'em to the sink, and I fell over Twinkle.
You'd better get back to the kitchen, Annie.
Yes, sir.
Oh, this is all your fault, Mrs. Puffin. I can't stand it any longer. I'm going upstairs to lie down, and I'm not coming back until you've gone.
Poor soul. The end of fate. I knew it was going to happen.
Why did it happen to us?
Mrs. Puffin, please. You must tell me who he is. This man who comes and sweeps me off my feet.
I'm sorry, love, but I can't see him. He's hazy.
Oh, do try.
I do know one thing, though, dear. He's connected with water.
Well, we don't know anyone remotely connected with water.
Mrs. Puffin, I'm sorry, but
Listen,
Father's right.
miss, I know I'm right about the water.
Now, who can that be?
Something more up your sleeve, Mrs. Puffin?
Excuse me, sir.
Now, what is it?
Is it a man?
No, miss, it's the dressmaker.
Oh, heavens, I forgot. Jackie, we've got a fitting. Come on. Excuse me, everybody.
Oh, goodbye, Mrs. Puffin. And if you do remember, you will tell me, won't you?
Now, don't worry, love. I'm on the quee-wee.
Come on, Jackie. All right.
Now, look here, Mrs. Puffin. I've been rather hasty. You know how it is. I spend a hard day in the city. I come home tired, and all I want to do is to sit down and have a cup of tea. And then, well, these things started happening. I was upset and... Well, I'm afraid I was rude to you.
Well, you were a bit snooty, I must say.
Well, I was taken unawares, bewildered. I was...
Thunderstruck.
Thank you, Nicholas.
Well, it wasn't my fault, you know. I mean, I didn't make the things happen. I just saw them in my dream.
Ah, Mrs. Puffin, but haven't you ever heard that dreams mean the opposite? They're sent as warnings.
Oh, well, then it's a pity, isn't it, that you didn't need my warning about the tea set. Then it wouldn't have gone for a Burton.
Yes, if only we had. Well, I'm afraid that was my fault. But, Mrs. Puffin, now we know, and now we shall be prepared if any, strange man comes connected with water. Now, I wonder if a banknote or two might...
Ah, your wallet. Yeah, now, I remember you getting it out. It's coming back. You offer me a $5.
I thought of 3 as a slight compensation for your trouble.
Yeah, but you make it 5. Wait a minute, half a sec, it's all coming back. Yeah... Yes, Victor's father's coming round tonight about you and him going into partnership.
Partnership? What do you know about the Parkers?
I know 'em both.
Know 'em both?
Of course I do. Saw 'em in my dream.
Now, look here, Mrs. Puffin. See how much you can forget for £5.
Oh, thank you very much, sir. Yes, at the moment, I take this
Now,
$5.
goodbye, Mrs. Puffin. You've forgotten everything.
Oh, goodbye, sir, and thank you very much.
Show Mrs. Puffin out, Nicholas.
Goodbye, Mr. Nicholas, and I do hope that... Here, I say. Oh, that's queer. Something's gone wrong somewhere.
Oh, you don't say. What now?
Oh, that picture over the fireplace. In my dream, when Victor and his father arrive here, that picture ain't there.
Well, there we are, Mrs. Puffin. That proves you can be wrong. That picture has always been there and always will be. Good night, Mrs. Puffin. Oh, no!
Ah, that's better.
She's done it again.
It's hello to Mrs. Felicity Usher, known as Flick. Hello, Flick.
Hello, Mr. John.
Tell me, Flick, what's the biggest wash day challenge that you could possibly imagine?
My son's white shirts. Quite honestly, I think he's the dirtiest boy in the school.
Really? Now, if I gave you a challenge, just one chance to get these dirty white shirts of your son's perfectly white again, how would you do it?
I'd use surf, because surf contains super glue. I think it's most important that white clothes should be white and not grey and grubby looking. And to look smart, they must be white.
Obviously, whiteness is very important to you.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, like Flick, most housewives I've challenged trust the experienced one, Surf with Super Blue for perfect whiteness.
You've got people coming to stay, so your bathroom must look specially clean. But is everything really clean? Not only where they'll notice, but in those hard-to-reach cracks and crevices, like around the tiles. That's the sort of dirt that's hardest to shift if you don't have Vim 99. Only Vim has deep cleaning bleach to get right down into cracks and deep-set stains, leaving everything really clean and germ-free. For total cleaners you can trust, use Vim. Vim 99, the strong one.
Oh, what a day it's been. Jackie, come back to Earth.
Oh, sorry, Pam. What did you say?
I said, what a day it's been.
Yes.
Are you thinking about Mrs. Puffin?
One can hardly forget her. Although Father spent the entire evening reminding us to forget before Victor and Mr. Parker come. It completely spoilt my dinner.
It's typical of Daddy. He spoilt his own as well. Jackie, did you really believe her?
No. Did you?
Oh, no, of course not. And there couldn't be anyone but Victor, could there?
Not connected with water. A week before the wedding. No.
But in any case, there couldn't be.
No. No, of course not.
Of course, he's not exactly good-looking, but he's got wonderful qualities. He's so fine and dependable.
Yes, he'll be a most popular brother-in-law.
Oh, yes. Here's your coffee.
Thanks.
Oh, Father's getting me so nervous I'm getting a complex. The more I'm told not to say a thing, the more I want to.
Coffee, Nick?
Oh, thanks.
Don't worry. Only one person will give the show away to Victor and his father.
Who?
Daddy, of course. He'll be so anxious to keep us quiet that he'll forget and talk about Mrs. Puffin himself.
I can see we're in for a very jolly evening, trying to stifle Father while he tries to stifle us.
Why should he be stifled?
What?
After all, it really concerns Victor and me. Why shouldn't he know?
But you don't tell a chap that you're going to be swept off your feet by another chap before your wedding to the first chap. He might be superstitious. Is he?
I don't know.
Well, I wouldn't tell him. He might be upset. I couldn't imagine Victor having a jolly good laugh over it.
Yeah, perhaps you're right.
Anyway, Mrs. Puffin's gone, I hope.
Ah, coffee. Where's your mother?
Oh, she's in the study, checking invitations.
That's right. Now, everything must carry on as normal, just as if that woman never came.
Your coffee, Father.
No, thanks.
What's Victor's father coming here for?
On business. I have to glance through the final deed of partnership. That's probably them now. Remember, not a word about Mrs. Puffin.
Our lips are sealed.
Stephen and I will go into the study. Oh, and you too, Nicholas, as a junior partner. Oh, Annie, who was that at the front door?
Her.
You don't mean...
Yes, sir, I do.
Mrs. Puffin?
What does she want, Annie?
To see the family, miss.
And what did you say?
I said it was more than my job's worth.
Quite right. Has she gone?
No, sir. She's parked herself on the doorstep and she says she's going to stay there.
What a carry-on. The Parkers will be here in 10 minutes. Nicholas, go out to her.
Oh, no, not me.
I'll go. You needn't wait, Annie.
Jackie, I forbid it.
Too late, I've gone.
Oh, no, what's going to happen?
Unless Jackie wants her marriage to be ruined, she'll get rid of her before the Parkers arrive.
Hello, I'm back.
Mrs. Puffin, I told you not to come back. Jackie, I forbade her to enter this house again.
Oh, now, just be calm, Mr. Fordyce, and let's talk the matter over.
We'll do no such thing.
But we must, Father. You seem to overlook the fact that this concerns me and my future.
Oh, very well. But look here,
now,
Jackie.
Mrs. Puffin, why have you come back?
Well, you see, Dux, I had to come back. After he'd given me the money, After
what?
After your dad gave me £5 to keep my mouth shut.
Oh, Father. Daddy, you said at dinner time Mrs. Puffin had left because she was mistaken.
Well, all I said was... what I mean... well, if you must know... Oh, why did this wretched woman have to dream about us?
Yeah, that's no way to speak about a lady.
Carry on, Mrs. Puffin. My father bribes you with £5.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that, miss. But it happened in my dream. Well, I mean, I couldn't escape it. I had to take the money when I left. Well, I started walking back when... click.
Click?
Click. A bit more of me dream became clear. I saw myself handing the money back. So here I am, and here's the money. I knew you, Miss Jackie, would open the door and let me in. And you see, it's all happening. The Parkers arrive in a minute, and I'll be pushed into the study.
And after that?
I'm blowed if I remember.
Then you don't meet the Parkers.
Oh, but I must do. I know what they look like.
Henry, did we send an invitation to the Tomlinsons? Good evening.
Yeah.
Henry, it's that woman again.
Good evening.
Now, keep calm, Ethel.
Henry, will you get rid of her before I have hysterics?
I want Mrs. Puffin to stay. I want her to meet Victor.
Are you mad?
You break Victor's heart. Oh, poor, poor Victor. Loving you as he does, to have his cup of happiness dashed from his lips by this woman. Oh, Jackie, please be careful.
I am being careful.
You're not. You're being misled by a lot of superstitious nonsense. Mrs. Puffin, will you please go?
Well, I'd like to oblige, sir, but I can't, see? It never happened that way. Oh, there. That's the Parkers. Now what happens?
You tell us.
The study. I get shoved in there. Quick, come on, get hold of it.
Right, come along.
Come
Go. And not a word from you now, and stay in there. Now, not a word. Do you understand? Not a word from anybody.
Sorry, Daddy. I shall use my discretion.
Mr. Stephen and Mr. Victor Parker.
Ah, good evening, Fordyce. This is Fordyce. Hello, Jacqueline. Pamela, Nicholas.
Oh, hello, Parker. Glad to see you.
I'm so glad you both came.
Hello, Parker.
Good evening, everyone. Hello, Jackie.
Hello, Victor.
Come and sit here, Victor.
Well, Jacqueline, how are the preparations getting along for the great day, eh?
As a matter of fact,
they're going very well, Parker, old man. Extremely well, in
Oh,
fact.
yes. And the wedding dress looks lovely.
Glad to hear it. Must see that everything goes off all right. Wouldn't do to have any slips, would it, eh?
No. Definitely not. Quite unthinkable. Look, how about a drink? Nicholas,
Yes?
get the drinks.
Right.
Hasn't it been terribly cold today?
Cold? I thought it was very warm for this time of the year.
Oh, did you?
Well, it isn't really that
Not
cold.
catching a cold, are you? Can't have the bride's mother with a bad cold before the wedding.
Oh, no, of course not. No, I just thought, Nicholas, haven't you got those drinks yet?
Just coming.
I suppose you're getting very excited, Jacqueline.
Well, to be perfectly honest,
the drinks at last. Put the tray here, Nicholas. Right. Whiskey for you, Stephen, old man. He knows your taste. Soda? Say well.
Thanks.
How about you, Victor?
Very weak for me. Thanks.
Well, here's to the happy pair. May the arrangements continue to run smoothly.
Thank you, Father. I'm sure they will.
Oh,
I think
by
I
the
will
way...
tell you...
Oh, I beg your pardon, Jacqueline.
I was going to say
Jackie.
No, please, Mr. Parker. Please go on.
Thank you. I was only going to say that a business representative will be coming here tonight. I hope you don't mind, but I'd like you to meet him.
Delighted. Any friend of yours is a friend of mine, you know.
Oh, thank you. Very kind of you, I'm sure. Well, this has been delightful, but now to business. I have the deeds of partnership here. Oh, I'm a happy man, Fordyce. Immediately after the wedding, Parker and Son becomes Parker, Fordyce and Sons. As I said to Victor tonight, a love marriage and a business marriage.
Yes, a great day.
Well, shall we adjourn to your study?
Yes, of course.
Henry! No.
What, my dear? Oh, no, not the study.
Oh, it's all right, dearie. You go in. I had to come out. That's the way it happened.
Who is this woman?
It's our help. Yes, she was just cleaning up. Good night, Mrs. Puffin.
Oh, I don't go.
What on earth does she mean?
It's no good, Daddy. Mr. Parker, Victor, let me introduce you to Mrs. Puffin from Clapham Junction.
How do you do?
Very well, I'm sure.
Mrs. Puffin says the wedding won't take place.
Jackie.
Oh, Jackie, how could you?
Here we go.
Well, I think Victor and his father should know.
What on earth has it got to do with Mrs. Puffin?
Oh, nothing at all, old man. Nothing at all. Just a stupid joke.
Is she forbidding the banns? Well, in a roundabout way, I suppose she is. Oh, dear. Why?
It's all very simple.
Oh, simple?
Yes, simple. It's a long story, but what it amounts to is this. Mrs. Puffin had a dream, and in it she dreamt that Victor and I don't get married.
I never heard anything so silly in my life.
Well, that's exactly what I say, old man, and I'm delighted to hear you echo my sentiments.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Here, half a mo. My dream ain't been so very ridiculous so far.
What does she mean?
Oh, absolutely nothing, old man. Nothing at all.
Henry, how can you dismiss my tea service as nothing at all?
What has Mrs. Fordyce's tea service got to do with it?
Well, you see, dear, it got smashed to smithereens. Oh, there wasn't half a crash.
Did you break it?
Oh, me? No. I wasn't even in the room.
It was an accident, a pure accident. Annie tripped over the cat.
But she knew it was going to happen long before it did. Oh, if only you'd listened.
Be quiet about your tea service. It was just a coincidence.
There have been far too many coincidences.
No, not coincidences, ducks. And my dream ain't finished yet.
Henry, I'm amazed at you. You're going to allow a perfect stranger to stop this wedding? To ruin the lives of my son and your daughter?
No, certainly not, old man. I'm against it.
So I should think. Your dreams are not welcome, my good woman. Good night. Now, come along, Henry. We'll go over the deeds of partnership now.
Have you got the papers, Mr. Fordyce? Because he ain't.
What do you mean by that?
What I say, dear. He ain't got the papers.
Madam, are you suggesting that I am a liar?
Oh, bless your heart, love, no. But you ain't got the papers.
Forgive my asking, Father, but have you got them?
Of course I have.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. Are you doubting my word, Nicholas? Fordyce, am I to be insulted in your house?
Do stop this bickering. Mr. Parker, you can very easily settle everything by producing the papers.
That's right, Mr. Parker. Mrs. Puffin can't be right every time.
Exactly, Ethel. Produce the papers, Mrs. Puffin will depart, and we'll settle down to resume our interrupted evening.
I should be most interested to see them, Father.
Please, Mr. Parker. Please.
Very well. Here's my dispatch case.
I've got my shirt on you, Mrs. Puffin.
Oh, be quiet, Nick. This is serious.
In this dispatch case is a large envelope containing the proposed deeds of partnership. I received them 2 days ago, put them in this envelope, and placed it in my safe personally. This evening, my secretary, Miss Adams, gave the envelope to me at my request, and I placed it in this case. Now, you, Mrs. Puffin, assert that the papers are not here.
Yes, I do.
Very well, then. Here is the envelope. Perhaps you will be good enough to open it, Nicholas.
Right. £5 each way, Jolly Roger.
What did you say?
I said £5 each.
Let me see that. Oh, that fool of a Miss Adams.
Oh, why, Mr. Parker, what's happened?
My confounded secretary gave me the wrong envelope.
Up the Puffin.
Oh, now we're back where we started.
Well, I knew this was going to happen. I told you.
Oh, dear. You've ruined everything.
But I'm only trying to help.
But what I can't understand is why Jackie and I don't get married.
Oh, it's not your fault, love. She swept off her feet. Swept.
Good heavens. By whom?
Well, you see, that's the trouble, dear. I can't remember. I can't remember the other bloke's name. No, nor what he looks like. I'm real sorry for you, ducks. I am really. But what can I do? It's fate.
Now, I'll tell you something about fate. If you think I'm going to have my son jilted and made to look a fool, you're wrong. Nobody ever made a fool of the Parkers.
Nature had a jolly good try.
And I tell you, Fordyce, if I'm made to look a fool, the partnership's off. Off!
Just a minute, Parker, old man. Just a minute. There's one thing we've not considered. Victor, forget Mrs. Puffin and her talk about fate. As man to man, I want to ask you a question.
Yes, Mr. Fordyce?
Do you love Jackie?
Yes, Mr. Fordyce.
I knew it. Jackie, my dear, it's foolish to ask, but do you love Victor?
Yes, I do.
There, Mrs. Puffin. You can't fight love.
But I ain't fighting anything. I was only trying to help. I still can't understand it. Something's gone wrong somewhere. I ain't never been wrong before.
I congratulate you, Fordyce. Oh, my dear Victor, my dear Jacqueline, I'm exceedingly happy.
Oh, darlings.
Mr. Roger Vincent.
Ah, hello, Roger. Come in and meet everyone.
Oh, by heavens, it's him.
New Skip is the best powder for automatic washing machines. Ask any manufacturer about Skip's low-lather formula and how it works with his machine to give the best results. And ask any housewife about Skip's great new whitening power.
It's true. My machine manufacturer recommended New Skip, so I tried it. And it's fantastic. New Skip has oxygen whiteners and gets my whites really white. And Skip is great for colors, too. Whichever program I use on my automatic washing machine, Skip gives me wonderful results.
Yes, Skip is best for your clothes and your machine. That's why it's recommended by all 16 top manufacturers of automatic washing machines.
Then, when my hair was a bit longer, the ends started splitting. It just literally went to pieces. It didn't matter what I tried. Nothing worked. Couldn't keep my hair long anymore.
That was yesterday. Now, Harmony announces a shampoo breakthrough. Harmony's new protein shampoo washes away the look of split ends. The special protein ingredient coats the insides of split ends, brings them together again. Leaves your hair soft, shiny, and manageable. And you can grow your hair as long as you like. Don't cut away split ends, wash them away. With new Harmony Protein Shampoo. It brings them together again.
Roger, darling.
Jackie. It's a lifetime since I saw you.
Lunchtime. 4 hours ago.
2 lifetimes, then.
Oh.
Where's the family?
Oh, upstairs dressing, all of them. I got down early.
And I came early, especially.
And now, Mr. Vincent, may I offer you a cocktail?
Certainly, Miss Fordyce. You grow lovelier every day.
You've only known me 3 days.
But it's true.
Thank you, darling.
Here's your drink. Let's drink to...
Us. Look, Jackie, I feel like a heel.
So do I.
If Victor weren't such a darn nice guy... You see, I like him. I wish I didn't.
Oh, Roger. And to think I never believed in love at first sight.
Well, neither did I. Do the others know?
No.
I felt terrible yesterday when Victor invited me for lunch, and I found you with him.
So did I. I'm a terrible card. Oh, Mrs. Puffin, why didn't you dream some more?
I wish I'd had time to really meet that old girl. But she was bustled out so soon after I first arrived that I didn't have a chance.
If only she'd dream a happy ending for us. I can't hurt Victor. I can't.
Listen, honey. She said you would be swept off your feet by someone from over the water.
And I have been. She also said the wedding wouldn't take place. But it is taking place.
Oh, why is Victor such a nice person? Why can't I hate him?
Because he is a nice person. I can't hurt him, Roger. He loves me. If Victor weren't so... Oh, Roger, try to understand. If the wedding was in 6 months' time, it'd be different.
Well, could I speak to Victor?
Oh, no, Roger, you couldn't.
Well, he might understand.
Would Father or Mr. Parker? Father's set on the partnership. He needs it. Fordyce and Son aren't too flourishing. If there's no wedding, there'll be a scandal. And with Mr. Parker, a scandal, no partnership.
Oh, we need a miracle to help us.
Please, let's talk about something else, anything. Otherwise, I'm going to cry.
Oh, I can't think of a darn thing. Oh, Jackie, I love you.
You're a great help. That's making me feel worse.
Oh, gee. Why was I invited here tonight?
Well, after all, you are the American representative of Parker and Son.
Oh, can't we just slip off somewhere?
No, darling, not a chance. Mother wants you to play bridge with her after dinner. Here, have another cocktail.
Thanks.
You know, I think I'll join you and have one, too.
Okay.
Need it. Oh, I expect that's Victor and his father now.
Then I'll make mine a double.
Here's Victor, Jackie. His father's coming in a few minutes. Oh, hello, Roger. I didn't hear you arrive.
Hello, Pam.
Hello, Jackie, darling.
Yeah.
Good evening, Roger. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Help yourself to a drink, Victor.
Oh, yes, thanks, I will.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Have you seen the wedding presents, Roger?
No, I haven't.
They're in the study. Why didn't you show them to Roger, Jackie?
Oh, all right. Come along, Roger.
This cocktail's very good.
Yes, it's a Nicholas special. Have another.
Oh, no, thank you. I never have more than one. Well, it won't be long now.
No, it won't.
I hope I can make Jackie happy.
Why ever not?
Oh, I don't know. I just wondered.
Have you any need to wonder?
Afraid I'm rather a dull sort of chap.
Oh, no, Victor.
Oh, I am. Jackie's so full of life. You know what I mean. I like a book, slippers, and a fire. I mean, I'm not lively like she is. I can't make jokes. Though I can sometimes see one. I sometimes wonder what she sees in me.
Someone very nice, very kind and dependable. A shoulder to lean on. Someone that, whatever happens, is there, always.
Is that what you see, Pam?
Yes.
I never thought that I wonder...
What?
I just thought
Good evening, Victor. Where's your father?
Good evening, Mrs. Fordyce. Father's been delayed. He sent his apologies. He won't be more than a few minutes now.
And where's Jackie?
Oh, she's in the study showing Roger the wedding presents.
Oh, so Roger's arrived. Well, your father and Nicholas will be down in a moment. And as soon as Mr. Parker comes, we'll have a quick cocktail, and then we'll have dinner.
So I said to him, do that and you'll regret it. Business, I said to him, is business.
Quite right, old man.
More coffee, Mr. Parker?
No, thank you, Mrs. Fordyce.
More coffee, anyone? Victor?
No, thanks. By the way, is your clock right, Mrs. Fordyce?
Yes, I think so. Why?
Oh, nothing really. I just wondered.
Have you an appointment?
Oh, no, of course not.
Help me with these coffee cups, Nick. Mummy wants to play bridge.
Oh, right.
Now, who wants to play?
Has Mrs. Puffin called again?
Mrs. Puffin?
What did you say, Victor?
I said, has Mrs. Puffin called again?
Well, that's what I thought you said.
Why did you say that, Victor?
Well, she struck me as a woman of very strong convictions. And right or wrong, she would abide by them. That's all.
Well, she's not going to have her convictions here anymore. Now, how are we going to play? Oh, who can that be? Just when we're going to start.
Please, madam.
Yes, Annie?
It's that Mrs. Puffin again.
Send her away. Send her away.
I tried, madam. I said you weren't in, and then she said you had Mr. Stephen Parker and Mr. Victor here.
Well, you can go back and tell her that we don't want to see her. Oh, the idea.
Exactly. The idea.
Poor old Mrs. Puffin. All the way from Clapham Junction.
I don't care if she came all the way from Netherwallop. She can go back there.
Nevertheless, it's very strange how she knew we were all here tonight.
She knew nothing. I trust you're not going to suggest we ask her in, because I warn you, Jackie.
No, Daddy, I'm not.
I'm very glad to hear it. Annie, go and tell Mrs.
Puffin...
Now,
I should like to see Mrs. Puffin.
What?
I said, I should like to see Mrs. Puffin.
What on earth's come over you?
Why do you want to see her, Victor?
Well, I can't explain, Jackie, really. But from what you've told me and from what I've seen, I think she has a great gift, and I think we ought to see her. After all, if it affects you and me, and even if nobody else sees her, I think we ought to. Don't you agree?
All right, Victor.
You must be mad. Think what the consequences may be.
Stop them, Henry. Oh, Victor, how could you?
Well, I'm really sorry, Mrs. Fordyce, but I do feel that we ought to see her.
Very well. It's on your own heads. Bring Mrs. Puffin in, Annie.
Yes, sir.
If she comes in, I go to bed.
Good night, Mother.
Well, I might as well stay.
Well, let's make ourselves comfortable, preparing for some more startling revelations.
Mrs. Puffin.
Hello, all. It's me again. Hey, how are you?
Henry, will you please find out what she wants?
Yes. Now, listen to me, Mrs. Puffin. You must admit that we've been very patient with you.
Far too patient.
Exactly. Now, why have you come tonight? Have you had any more dreams about us?
Oh, I had a lovely one a couple of nights ago. Oh, but what Dirk Bogart saw in me, I can't imagine. When the alarm went off...
Dirk Bogart, now. Nobody's safe from her.
But did you dream some more about us?
No, dear. Same old dream, clicking along. But, you know, bits keep coming back. Oh, I know how you feel. I do, really, but I can't help it. I go about my daily work, then click. Back comes a bit more.
How many more clicks before we are safe from your ministrations?
Oh, no more. No more. The final click came this morning. Click. Just like that. And I saw everything.
What did you see, Mrs. Puffin?
The lot, dear.
Well, for heaven's sake, tell us.
Just a moment, Mrs. Puffin, everybody. I don't know what other extraordinary revelations this woman's going to concoct, but
I haven't cockled anything. Everything I said would happen has happened.
On the contrary, because the wedding is going to take place, so you are wrong. Secondly, if it doesn't take place, and I say if, there will be a scandal, and I don't like scandals. The name Parker stands for something. No wedding, no partnership. I'm sorry, Fordyce. You either listen to her or to me.
My dear Parker, of course we listen to you. Jackie and Victor will be happily married on Boxing Day. You see, Mrs. Puffin, your clicks are wrong.
Just a minute. We've had Mrs. Puffin in, and I think we ought to hear what she has to say. Do you agree, Victor?
Oh, most certainly.
Come on, Mrs. Puffin. Tell us. What happens now?
Well, dear, 8:30 0 hour. Someone's going to speak and shake the lot of you. It's just on 8:30 now.
Well, who is it? It's not me.
It's not me either.
Well, it certainly isn't me. Is it you, Henry?
No, it isn't. Is it you, Nicholas?
Oh, I know it isn't me. I know. It's Roger.
Oh, no.
No, it's me.
What are you going to say, Victor?
I know.
Yes, you do, don't you?
Well, we don't.
Well, I'll get to the point quickly. As far as I'm concerned, the wedding between Jackie and me, it's off.
Oh, but...
What?
Oh, Victor, how could you? You can't.
No, please. Actually, this is really just between the two of us, but as everyone, including Mrs. Puffin, is affected, I'll speak openly. Do you mind, Jackie?
No, Victor, I don't mind.
We met 2 years ago, Jackie, didn't we? Our fathers met in business. The families became acquainted. We fell in love and got engaged, just like that. Well, everything was fine at first. I mean, it still is, really, but in a different sort of way. But we're not suited. I'm rather a dull chap, really.